Good morning and welcome to this week's 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. I am Miles Hasquith. Thank you for tuning in. Today is the first race of the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy. First up is the Desert Unlimited qualifying, 8 a.m., followed by the Limited Desert Race. For spectators, go check out X-Rock Extreme Rock Crawling, 10 to 4. This afternoon, live 4 p.m. is the PRP Class 11 race presented by Empty. Tonight, spectators can watch the Pro Eagle Pit Crew Challenge at 5 p.m. So let's dive into it. I'm going to send it to the Optima Battery main stage. Take it away.
You're frustrated. We're just
I'm
practicing.
I'm not frustrated.
This morning. No, I know you're not. I'm just saying this is practice today, knowing that that's the rest of the week. This goes in here.
Right.
Come on. You're on? Yep. All right.
Engine package. There is an option for a Ford package, but not anybody out here is really running it, I don't think. And then they have a turbo 400 transmission, so that's what the rules are of the class basically.
For the T2s, can you have all-wheel drive, or is that just reserved for T1s?
I believe, that's a good question. It was always two-wheel drive. I don't know if no one's done an all-wheel drive, so I think it's just two-wheel drive still.
All right.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Hammertown. We are here today for the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And today, it's all about the unlimited classes. It is the desert qualifying. Wow, I can't wait for this. Now, joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics and, of course, Emmy Hall. Now, Fish, we've got some big hitters out here. Talk me through this qualifying.
Yeah, this morning we are starting off with our unlimited qualifying, so we're going to have our T1s, our T2s, and our B1s. The B1s are actually going to go first, and that is our Class 1 cars. It looks like we have 4 on my entry list here in that class. I'm not sure how many started down there. We'll find out in a second. I saw at least a couple down there. So we have Dave Mason Jr. He's one of the favorites today in the B1 class. He's out there. He also has a T1 truck that he got recently. He's not racing that today, so he's back in his Buggy Dorks roots today. So he's going to have some fun out there. But this is going to be cool. It's basically about a 6-mile qualifier, so it's going to go really fast. One car at a time, too.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to that. Now, Emmy, welcome to the stage. We haven't seen you for a little while. How are you doing?
I couldn't be here last year, so I'm super glad to be back. Thanks for having me. And I love coming out here to Hammers. I live in town. I'm able to come out here all the time, and it's such a different vibe when you come out here and you see 80,000 people on the lake bed versus, you come out here and you're like, well, I can go pretty much everywhere I want. It's just so great. The vibe here, even this early in the morning, is just fascinating.
Absolutely. Now, we've got almost perfect weather conditions. We've got some wind coming on. We've got that nice sunshine in there. But most importantly all, we've got some incredible race cars. Let's talk about the T1s. I mean, some of these cars are over 1,000 horsepower. Isn't that right, Fish?
Yeah, definitely. These cars are the ultimate cars. These cars are over $1 million nowadays for one of the top-of-the-line Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive cars. It's just insane. You got the Gibbs motor package in there, which a lot of them are running now, and it's just, yeah, over 1,000 horsepower. It's insane. The technology and the reliability of these trucks nowadays is quite impressive. You know, back in the day, you had a T1 or a trophy truck, and you'd go out there, and it was whoever had the best pit crew that could fix something a lot of races, because you'd always be breaking something, and whoever could get fixed the fastest would have a shot at the win. Nowadays, if you break anything, you're out. So multiple people have flawless runs every single race nowadays, and any little problem, even a flat tire or two, you're probably not winning the race nowadays.
That's what I love about off-road motorsport, how it's been developing in the last 10 to 15 years. We see it in King of the Hammers as well. It used to be considered an endurance race. As long as you got to the finish, you were going to get on the podium. No more. It's a sprint, and it's the same now with desert racing. And that's what I can't wait to see today. And looking down the list, we've got some really big hitters out here, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. We have, we have Luke McMillan, who's won a lot of races recently. You know, Luke McMillan's out here. He's actually driving his brother, Dan McMillan's truck, which they're the same trucks. Luke's is undergoing a little surgery right now, getting a new engine in there and stuff. So he brought Dan's truck out here, and he's going to be out there. And then some of the other guys out here, we got Ryan Arciero. He's out here. Christopher Polvardi. I mean, we got a lot of people that are going to set some fast times today.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking down that list also, we've got none other than Ryan Arciero out there. Now, this is a man who hits hard, and he's had some bad luck in recent years. I mean, can he turn it around here?
Yeah, I mean, he's actually had pretty good luck in the States races that he's done. Vegas to Reno, he's won, I think, 4 of those in a row or something. So he's pretty unstoppable at that race. You know, I bet he wishes this was another Vegas to Reno race. But, yeah, he's pretty fast. You know, he's in a two-wheel drive truck. But if any of those other guys have any little issues, Ryan's going to be right there for sure. You know, and another one to watch also is Adam Householder. He's out here. He's been racing out here a long time, Adam Householder. He's in a T1 as well, two-wheel drive, but he's going to be very fast as well. I think we have about 4 or 5 all-wheel drives today. I'll have to go through the list again, but quite a few, and then all the rest are going to be two-wheel drive trucks, so it's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving this. Now, let's talk about the Hammers course, because the Hammers course isn't a classic desert course, is it? It's considered a lot harder. There's a lot more rock out there. Is that going to prove difficult for these vehicles?
Yeah, there's a little bit of technical stuff, especially at the first part of the course. You know, the first pit is at mile, what is it, at 16 or something like that?
13.
13,
First pit's
yeah,
at
mile 13. So between the start and mile 13 is the technical section. There's a little bit of rocks, a little bit of technical stuff. So it's good to have the pit early, because if you're going to have a problem or you're going to have a flat or anything like that, you're going to be able to pick up a tire at mile 13 and not have to wait longer than that. So yeah, there's a lot of fast out here too, though. The course is very fast. It is very, very fast.
Now, we always have that question every single year. Two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, where we're going?
Oh, I mean, you can't go wrong with the four-wheel drives, honestly, nowadays. It's hard to beat them. I mean, if Christopher Polvardi or Luke McMillan have a perfect run, one of those guys is going to be at the top. I'll just say that right now.
And I'm old school. Two-wheel drive for life, baby. Two-wheel drive for life.
Well, let's look back at previous races. We saw on some of the big climbs out the back there that two-wheel drive was a problem. I mean, if we look back to Luke McMillan, do you remember that time where he was trying to pump that old two-wheel drive car up those hills? And that car had won absolutely everything up until that point. So
yeah,
it's really interesting to see the differences. But we've also got some real two-wheel drive experts out there, like Adam Householder, of course, none other than Cameron Steele, and, of course, Ryan Arciero. So I'm really interested to see what happens out here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And it's desert racing. The race is never over until you're across that finish line. You know, there's been races before where the leader was leading, and 2 miles from the finish line, their engine blew up, or they had some other problem, you know, catastrophe, and then they didn't win. So it's not like, you know, road racing where a little bit, usually if you have a big lead, you're kind of just cruising and you're there a lot of the times. This is anything can happen until you get across that finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's not forget, let's talk about that T2 racing that we've got with those spec trucks. And we've got some big names in there as well. Of course, none more, they don't get bigger than Carl Jurgensen, of course. And then we look down and we can also see Pierce Herbst and EJ Herbst in there, who've been really picking up the pace in the last few years. Where do you see that battle going?
Yeah, I mean, the Herbst family, anybody that knows off-road racing knows the Herbst family has been around a very long time. They do everything top notch. They're here to win. They're not here to participate. And the kids are picking up their father's shoes and carrying along the torch pretty well. They're very fast. It's hard to bet against those guys any day. If there was odds on this race, they would be at the top. That's for sure.
Well, let's take bets on the Grabowski brothers as well, because it's how long until those rear fenders fall off?
The bet on the Grabowskis would be how far do the rear fenders go and how does the front bumper look at the end of the race. Any of the Grabowskis, I would bet any amount of money that their front bumper has some massive dents in it at the end of the race in any class any Grabowski is racing. They're very fast. And I think we're about to start.
Our first qualifier off the line here in Hammertown for the 2025 Toyo's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It is a good day for racing.
Yeah, this is one of our Class 1 buggies out there. This is Dave Mason Jr. Just picking up the pace now. As Fish was saying earlier, this is a 6-mile qualifying course. Absolutely perfect for these desert guys to really get into it and start laying down some pace. They're the single cars on course, so they get all the guns and the glory. No dust to worry about. They just get to hit that track hard.
So 6-mile course, Fish, what is your prediction for quickest qualifying time?
I mean, yesterday, I think where were we yesterday? Just over like 5.5 minutes or something like that. I got to look at the results again. 5:40 or something like that from yesterday. I think these guys are going to be right around 5 minutes,
right
probably.
Around 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, so that's crazy. So that's faster than 60 miles an hour out here in some of the roughest desert that we have, that California has. It's amazing, like we were talking about, all of the technology that has been happening in these vehicles, and then seeing it trickle down to some of the OEM things, you know, with the Fox shocks, the live valves that it's happening on all the Ford products right now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Technology has gone, in the last few years, we've seen some of the biggest leaps, I feel like, in desert racing in a long time. You know, but before everything was kind of just the same, and there wasn't a lot of different stuff and not a lot of technology, honestly. You know, there was a few thinkers that were out of the box that built some crazy stuff, and it didn't always work. But now, like I said earlier, the reliability of a lot of these vehicles is just, it's really there. You know, a lot of these cars finish a lot of these races, and they're being driven a lot harder than they ever have before. So it just speaks to the technology and the prep and the level of prep that's being done today. And it's pretty cool to see. I mean, when you're spending that much money on it, you hope your car would make it the whole race, right?
Yeah, but spending money doesn't actually guarantee that you are going to get to the finish, that's for sure.
No, you cannot buy talent, and that is very, that happens all the time in off-road. You see someone will come in all big, they show up with their nice shiny toy haulers and all their pre-runners and everything, and they go out there and they have no talent. And it's just very evident on the screen who that is a lot of times. That's just how it is. You know, desert racing's fun, and it's cool because of that. You know, and then you have the guy that comes in and you don't know who he is, and he's got a lot of talent, and he smokes everybody sometimes. It happens.
Absolutely. Right, we're seeing live on course right now. That is the 172 of Jack Grabowski in the Class 1 buggy.
And Grabowski's in Class 1 is a little bit new, too. You don't really see Grabowski racing Class 1 a lot. Most of the time they're in the T2 truck, or they do have a Class 5 a buggy, unlimited buggy that they race sometimes, and a Class 11 that they race, a lot of other things. But I haven't seen the Grabowskis in a Class 1 car, honestly, that I can remember before.
They are going for total domination of all classes.
Yeah, but that's really cool, being able to get into all of these different classes, because it's such a different driving style, you know, going from a Class 5 to a Class 11 to something like this, where, you know, you're either taking care of the vehicle with the Class 11, or where you can actually go pedal to the metal a little bit more. So I really have respect for drivers that can transfer through classes like that pretty seamlessly.
Now, it's interesting, coming from the other side of the pond, sort of over in Europe, we struggle massively with these classes, because we sit here talking about Class 5, we sit here talking about Class 1s, and then we've got trick trucks, and we've got everything else in between. So, you know, let's have some clarity here. Well, I mean, what is a Class 5 car? So people understand.
So a Class 5 car, it's basically an unlimited Baja bug is what you would call it. It's basically a Class 11 car on steroids. It's there's not really many rules to the class. There's not a lot of them around anymore. You only see a couple of them a race here or there. I don't think there's any of them in this race.
I don't think there is either.
Yes,
I've got a Class 5 Unlimited.
Yeah,
it's really more of a play car, but I think I'm going to race it at Nora this year.
Oh, no, that would be very cool indeed. Right, okay, now lining up on the line right now is 155 of L. Thomas Coons.
Here we go, and that is the last B1 on our list, I believe, unless we had a late entry. We'll see in a minute. But they're about to go soon. Now, one thing I did notice on the infield here is there's an a jump. You get to either go over it or you can go in between it. It's a little bit of a gap jump. So it'll be interesting to see if everybody just takes the over and jumps the gap today, or if they slow down and take the S-turn. You're actually going to lose quite a bit of time if you slow down.
Yeah, I don't think anybody who's actually running on a pace is going to be not jumping the gap jump, that's for sure.
No.
But we were also having this conversation the other day. You know, what happens if you only have 3 wheels on your wagon and you're heading up towards a gap jump? You don't want to take that. So the safety teams here have made sure that there is a bypass if you need it.
Yeah, exactly. If someone takes the bypass, they're not going for a top qualifying spot, basically.
Yeah. Now, these are the Class 1 buggies making their way into the desert. Some of these boys are hauling massive horsepower. The biggest single difference between these, of course, and the T1s or the trick trucks is the fact that these have a rear-mounted engine and they also have independent rear suspension.
Yeah, correct. And basically the Class 1 cars, they don't go through the bumps as well as the trucks do. You see they get a little bit out of shape. It's a lot of weight back there in the rear of the car. They don't. They sit a little lower, sit a lot lower to the ground. If you go in one of these cars, the bump stop is actually the floor pan on the ground. So that they're not. It's not a very nice ride, honestly. I've been in a Class 1 car. And it's not fun.
What's the difference in overall weight between the unlimited buggies and then the unlimited trucks?
You're going to be a lot, honestly, because you probably, I don't know the exact difference, but a truck's going to be over 6,000 pounds nowadays for the big ones. These things are probably closer to, 45 maybe, something like that.
Yeah, it just seems like the buggies would just be a little bit more nimble, especially through some of that technical stuff.
Oh, for sure they are. That's where they are a little bit faster, is through the tight technical stuff sometimes. And on the straightaways, they get the power to the ground really easily. Mm-hmm. And this car next on the line is, this is actually Sheila. This is a pretty famous Class 1 car. This was Josh Daniel. He had this car for a long time, and it was one of the craziest cars out there. This thing has a big motor in it. This thing eats up the whoops pretty well. And it's a handful to drive this car. I don't know, honestly, if anybody else besides Josh is crazy enough to drive this car to its limit. So this is going to be a fun one to watch, but you got to be smart when you're driving this car, because that thing's a handful. I'll tell you that.
Is it a power thing? Is it the way the suspension is set up? Like
everything.
What makes it difficult?
It's
everything?
big. It's a big car. It has a big engine. It probably has too much horsepower. It's got a big Danzio engine in there, and it's just. I mean, the car can go. The faster you go, the better that car works. But you have to be pretty brave to push it to those speeds.
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of this racing is, right? It's like you can have fear, but it's all about pushing through that fear, trusting your equipment, trusting your co-driver, and trusting that you're not going to hit some kind of G out, trusting your pre-run. So I always have fear out there. I know, Jim, you race. Do you have fear when you're out there racing?
I think we all have a little bit of fear. If you're not actually pushing hard enough, you're probably not going to scare yourself, which means you're not competitive. So
we're going to die today.
Yeah. I try to keep the we're going to die moments down to as few as possible. But as we see big air there from one of these T1s, P1s making his way out into the desert, and already look at the depth of these washouts
look at
as
how
we
that's
see.
dug out already, and we have so much more racing to do. It's crazy.
Now this looks like one of our top cars making his way back round to come back into Hammertown.
Yeah, we actually have a time for Dave Mason Jr. We got 5:30, so 5:30. So a little bit slower than what I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to be a little closer to 5. So it is pretty, pretty technical out there.
And that's the gap jump. Look at that. It flies it. And that's a huge gap, isn't it? It's around about 40 feet, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be Grabowski there. So he's in with a 5:37. So we have Dave Mason Jr., first car back around. He started first one back around, 5:30. Jack Grabowski in with a 5:37, sitting in the second spot. So another thing to keep in mind today, all of these Unlimiteds are going out right now. Tomorrow they're going to start in the order that they finished today, no matter what their class is. So if a B1 qualifies, say, 5th overall today, they will be starting 5th tomorrow. So they are mixing all the results, and that was the same with the limited race. And you start off where you qualify, which I think is the way that it should be done, honestly, because if somebody in a B1 is faster than most of the T2s, they should start in front of them. If someone in the T2 is faster than most of the T1s, they should start in front of them. So they do a good job out here with how they do the qualifying.
You shouldn't punish a driver or his or her vehicle just because of that's how to make them line up in their class.
Yeah, this is a great way to do it, and I think it really it gives you a reason to go for it if you're in a T1, because if you do good qualifying or in a B1, you're going to start in front of all those slower T1s that you beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we watch more races heading off out into the desert, Fish, talk to us. If you're sitting at home, how can people stay in touch with the race results? How can they stay on top with live timing?
So the live timing is at ultra4, the number 4, racing.livemotorsports.com. And then you can see the scoring on there. The results will be on there. And you can also go to live on there, and it'll show you the exact same screen that we're looking at here. So just go to ultra, number 4, racing.livemotorsports.com. and the timing and results and everything will be right there. And we're going to have split times out on the course later. So I'm pretty stoked that we have this live timing system back this year. This is a really good timing system. Score uses this in Mexico this last year, and it worked really well. It's really cool. It makes our job a lot easier sitting up here having this, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much to Hammer King for making this happen. There's another car heading over that massive jump there.
All right, L. Thomas Coons in the 155 is in with a 5:39. This is going to be third place there so far out of our 3 that have finished. So you can see we already have a 9-second gap between Dave Mason Jr. in first and then the third place B1 there. And out on course right now we have the 149. Christopher and Rob Parsons in the 284. That's our first T2 that's on course. And then Kyle Washington in the 223 is headed out on course.
Yeah, we've got lots going out there. And look at this now. We've got one of the big hitters out on course now. This is none other than Ryan Arciero.
That's actually his buddy.
Oh,
that's
that is
Kyle.
yeah,
Kyle
that's
Washington.
Kyle.
Yeah. So that's the T2.
Thank you for pulling me back. That, of course, is the 61. Well, the T2.
It looks the same as the T1, so it's pretty hard. It's pretty easy to mix them up there. So we'll see what Ryan's truck looks like, but it's usually the same color scheme there. But Kyle Washington's the one that pays the bills on that team. So Kyle's out there today in the T2 getting some time in there.
Well, we've got a lot of people out here in front of the live show booth, hanging out, watching all these trucks go off the line as the qualifier here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are right in front of the KOH General Store, which is pretty cool. You can get anything that you have forgotten. If you need it, they've got it down here at the General Store. The wind is picking up a little bit, but the weather's really nice. It should be in the 70s today, so with a little bit of breeze and a little bit of sun, it should be a great day for racing.
And here we go. We're looking at some trucks leaving Hammertown as the T2 leaves and a B1 comes in. So that is Sheila that we were talking about earlier. So we made it around. Got his new owner there, Christopher, coming around. Going to come back into Hammertown. And that's the over jump that we're talking about right there. Everybody today is going to take that. It's a gap jump. There is a gap, so you don't want to check up. You definitely don't want to come up short on that. But as you can see, it's pretty easy. The cars just go right over it.
Yeah, it's one of those. Unless you've done a gap jump before, it's a real sort of... literally kiss the seat of your trousers before you send it.
Yeah, the first time you do it is a little bit sketchy, right?
Oh,
Then you do it and you're like, oh, that was nothing.
But that's always the way, isn't it? It's watching how these things have changed over the years, particularly at King of the Hammers. And you see those first cars and everybody that was jumping sort of like 3-4 feet and they were like, wow. Yeah. And now we see cars throwing themselves off a back door, you know, that sort of 7-8 foot high drop in off of the waterfall, and nobody cares anymore.
Yeah, and here's Jason Coleman headed out in his Eibach truck there in his T2, another one of the Herb Smith Fab or 19 Industries now as they're called trucks. You got Brady Mellon, usually rides in there with him and also preps the truck. So Jason Coleman headed out on course. These guys are fast as well. I expect definitely a top 5 or so qualifying time from them today, would be my guess.
Yeah, they've been doing great things in the last couple of years. Be interested to see what they can do. Now, have you ever had a chance to get out around this course and have a quick look?
I did not this year. I actually just got out here about an hour ago.
That's actually you and me both, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a wisdom tooth that got infected. I wasn't even sure if I was going to make it out here, so I had to have that pulled out the other day. So if you guys are listening today and I start slurring a little bit or anything, I'm not drinking, I promise. I'm not allowed to drink for 5 days.
Likely
so
story.
I'm just glad I was able to make it out here, and hopefully my mouth holds up so I can
I know
talk.
the one side of your face looks like, oh,
it's a little
like
swollen.
you're a little swollen, maybe a little numb there.
Yeah, but it's all right. That's nothing. We're out here, we're having fun, and we're going to watch some great racing this weekend.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, welcome to Hammertown. This is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and this is the unlimited desert qualifying.
That is Kyle Washington headed out on course in his T2 right now. The 19 Industries T2.
So we've got lots going on today if you're just joining us. And so we have the unlimited qualifying, and later on we also have the limited race that will be starting at 10 a.m. And we'll also have the extreme rock crawling. And we'll be trying to keep you up to date with all of the results as they come in. But right now, our fastest car on course is Dave Mason Jr. with a 5:30, but I don't think that's going to hang for very long as we watch Jack Grabowski crossing the line with a 5:37.
Yeah, and the Sheila car is in with a 5:40, so 5:40 for him, for Christopher. So he's new to that car, so it's going to take him a little while to get used to that car. So I'm sure he just wanted to go out and not don't mess it up in qualifying. You know, you can't win the race in qualifying, but you can definitely lose the race in qualifying. And something a little different that we do want to note this year, unlike years in the past, qualifying actually counted towards your race time. It was a little bit longer qualifier. It was called like a prologue in the prior years here, but they changed up the format this year. And today's qualifying does not count for your time tomorrow. So it just places your start order for tomorrow, and everybody will start at 0 minutes and 0 seconds tomorrow. So if you do have a bad day today, it's not as bad as it was in years past, where you're starting at the back and you're already down hours. Today, you just start in the back and you're at 0.
Yeah, I quite like that. That's a nice change that they've made this year. We've got to say a massive shout out to our Hammer King production and the people who make these races work. They listen to the races. They make the changes as required to give us the best racing you will ever see here in Hammertown.
And looking at the line here, this is Justin Bean Smith, going to be headed out in his Camberg truck, his T2. He's been around a long time. Justin Bean started in the 16 cars back in the day. He drove limited buggies for a long time. He preps cars. He knows how to work on every kind of car. He builds cars. He preps Tracy Graff's T1, and he's out here in a T2. He got his own T2 a couple years ago, so pretty cool to see Bean moving up throughout all the years. Real nice guy and really fast driver too. He's driven for the McMillans before in T1 in Baja. A lot of experience out there, so I expect to see him.
Yeah, when I would see him out in 1600, I'd be like, all right, well, Bean's here, so I'm not podium when Bean's here.
Yeah, he's always.
He was so fast in 1600.
Yeah. So Kyle Washington coming around. He made it back into the infield. Going to see him go over the. Oh, he's going around it. That's the first person that we've seen go around it. So Kyle decided not to take the over today.
Well, he just wants to do things a little bit different. I can't say I blame him.
Yeah.
And it's a confidence thing. If you've never done a gap drop before, it's quite scary.
Yeah. I guess after you watch all the other guys do it, then for tomorrow you'll be like, all right, we got to send it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
So
do
Kyle
it.
Washington crossing the line there in a 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Our current leader is Dave Mason Jr. with a 5:30.
So right now, Rob Parsons is at a 6:18 right in front of Kyle, so he could have beat him if he would have taken the over jump, so he cost himself one position there.
Yeah, but Kyle
Yeah,
Washington, he's here to enjoy the time.
Yeah.
And look at these amazing cars here lining up in Hammertown.
I know, it's so great to be able to hear all of the rumble from the stage. I love it. I love it. We got Householder lining up there. All these great giant 1,000 horsepower trucks bringing the heat here to Hammertown.
Now this is going to be quite interesting because this is a really short sprint for these big cars. Now are we going to see people doing anything different? Are we going to see, particularly on the T1 trucks, Fish, are we going to see people removing spare tires, removing co-drivers to try and save a little bit of weight?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to remove a co-driver probably because, 150, 200 pounds is not going to make a big difference in these trucks. But, yeah, for sure, you're going to see some guys run probably one spare tire. I don't think I would take off both spare tires today just because it throws the weight off the truck a lot, and it is kind of a rough qualifier. So you want the truck to still work well. You've seen, there's 2 spares there. You're not going to go with a full fuel tank. You're probably going to put about a quarter to a half at the most. But you want your car working the way that you know how to drive it, because you can take all the weight off the car. You go out there, and then it works like crap, and it costs you more time than if you kept the weight on.
Exactly. And if you're not used to seeing these cars racing, these cars put hours and hours into prep time, setting up suspension and making sure the cars run right. And it's worth noting, these cars, how much fuel do these vehicles use most of the time? It's 100 plus gallon.
120 gallons in some of these cars. That's a lot of weight. 7 pounds a gallon, or 7 pounds per gallon. That's over 700, 800 pounds of fuel in the car. So that's a big difference.
That's like half the weight of my race car.
Exactly. That's nearly, over a quarter of a ton of fuel sitting in these vehicles. So you start removing that and your tuning changes. So it's very interesting.
Which some of these cars, if you have the live valve technology from Fox, they can kind of adjust that a little bit. They can do settings in the cab where they can literally push a button and it changes the shock settings. So that's kind of cool. You're able to do stuff like that. There's Adam Householder's spec truck actually there. I think that was probably his dad. His dad races the spec truck normally, the T2.
No, I can see Terry's still in the lineup at the moment. So.
And those G-outs
yeah,
there.
he was on the camera a minute ago.
Oh, okay.
Those G-outs there through Heartbreak Hill, that can get really, really rough and rocky.
Yeah, there's definitely some big rocks out there, that's for sure.
So there's Justin Bean Smith there making his way across the whoops. And coming around the bottom of King Hill here, making his way up towards the Bronco
look how dug
Arch.
out that is, you guys, already. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's going to have one of the, he'll probably have the top time so far with Jason. Oh, it looks like Jason Coleman is in. He's got the top time so far with a 5:41 in T2. He is still behind the 5:30 of Dave Mason Jr. So the B1s are going to be faster than the T2s today, it looks like.
Oh, huge leap there.
Now, we did have some snow out here at Hammertown last week on Monday. So there's some mud still out on the lake bed, and I know that part of the race course, they've got a deviation out by remote pit 1 so that they can not have to go through a mud pit. Although yesterday at the drivers' meeting, Ben said that if people wanted to go through the mud pit, they're more than welcome to. But they do have a course correction so that they can just get right through that and not have to worry about getting bogged down in all of that mud.
Well, let's not forget that less than a week ago, there was 3 inches of snow sitting on the ground.
I know,
here,
that's
so
what I'm saying. Like they were calling it vanilla thunder.
And that was perfect, by the way. That snowstorm they had here made the ground a lot wetter, because there hasn't been rain out here in forever. You know, this place has been, it's probably been a year since it rained out here. It seems like it's been forever. So the dust would have been really out of control. So it was nice that little bit of snow got some moisture on the ground the other day. I'm sure it'll all be gone by the end of today and tomorrow, but the moisture that was there.
Yeah, I saw a truck coming out of Hammertown today that was literally every surface was just covered except for where the windshield wipers were. And I was like, dude, I don't know where you've been, but it looks like it's a lot of fun.
So you can see our lineup of T2s there is still pretty deep. There was about 24 or so entered in this race, so we'll see how many qualify, but quite one of the bigger classes out here.
Yeah, it's great to see so many vehicles from the desert world coming out to join us here at Hammertown.
We got almost 20 T1s, so about 40 cars between the T1 and the T2s, so pretty decent entry, along with some big names in there like we talked about earlier.
And Justin Bean Smith just came in. He's now our current leader here with a time of 5:16.714. So
there we go.
congratulations,
And that's,
Justin.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's massive.
That's 14 seconds ahead of Dave Mason.
I'm liking my 5-minute time then for the T1s. If he did a 5:16, we will be at 5 minutes. That's what I thought. I was getting a little worried there with the 5:30s earlier, but there we go. So
okay,
straight to the top.
Now this is a car that needs no introduction. Is one of the Grabowski vehicles hitting out onto the track?
He's got his bedsides on. Let's see if they make it 6 miles or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you reckon they've got an ejector button on there?
Yeah.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, the Grabowski brothers have a fantastic wing on the back of their car, and the rear fenders just seem to just fall off, exposing that wonderful wing halfway through the race.
Yeah, there's no rules on aerodynamics in the class, so the more aerodynamic you can get your car, you know, the rule is you have to start with all the body panels on there. That's the rule. So you start with the body panels, and if they're not there at the end, I mean, you know, stuff happens, right?
Absolutely. It's racing. Now, that's something you were talking about the innovation with these trucks, particularly what's been changing in the last sort of 5 to 6 years. Now, we're saying, you know, where's the next innovation coming? Are we going to start seeing aerodynamics as these cars are hitting consistently speeds of over 130 miles an hour?
Yeah. I mean, the aerodynamics at that speed, this is a 6,000-pound brick, basically, moving through through the air. So anything you can do to get a little bit more, to get a couple miles an hour is huge. You know, even, you know, the light bars, if you look at the light bars, you used to run the big circle lights up there. Now, you know, if you go, you're taking 10 miles an hour off your speed running those things. So now you see more of the LED light bars that are a little bit lower, more low profile, a little more wind resistance. But yeah, aerodynamics is huge. Some of these people have actually taken their cars to a proper wind tunnel and done wind testing on some of the bodies too. So.
I bet that made them cry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess if you can afford one of these trucks nowadays, you can go do that, but it's still very expensive. Yeah. There's Neil Drickey, it looks like.
It is indeed. So Neil Drickey, the 6116, making his way out across the course. And our current leader at the moment is Justin Bean Smith in the T2 with a 5 minutes and 16 seconds, a massive 14 seconds ahead of Dave Mason Jr. in the B1.
And looking at the second T2 is Jason Coleman at 5:41. So that is a massive difference, 5:16 to 5:41. It's actually
25 seconds.
I'm very surprised by that, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason's pretty fast.
That seems like a really fast time for Bean. just saying, that's what we're showing on here, but it seems like a really fast time compared to these other ones. We'll see what some of these other guys come in at.
We're still
Yeah,
early
right
in the
now
morning.
we're waiting on Alex Marmou. Ooh, that's a French last name. You're European. How do you say that?
If you think that's French, I'm Dutch.
You're closer to France
Alex
than I am.
Maramanu.
Marmuronu? I'm so sorry, Alex.
Maramunu.
But in the,
We'll go with
the
that.
6110 truck.
I think what you meant to say is it's Alex racing in the 610
You're
or
right,
6110
it's
truck.
Alex
There you
racing.
go.
Exactly. That's what I do
6110
when I don't know. That's what I do when I don't know the names half the time. It's Alex.
I want to try. Come on, I want to try it. But
Hey.
we should be getting them through the line here pretty soon.
It's the second curse of the commentator.
You can see someone taking their time coming down the hill right there. There's some big rocks there. Do you guys remember a few years ago when we saw, was it Brock Dickerson that came flying over that in the Class 1, the B1, and just absolutely demolished the car on one of those rocks right there? I think everybody kind of has that in their mind as they're coming over the Ford Arch there.
Says Alex Maramenu crossing the line there. And he's posting a time of 7:16, just taking his time out there, picking his way through. And out on track somewhere is Dustin Grabowski as we watch another one of the crowd favorites. It's the Eisenhowers.
Now, Eisenhower's one of those racers as well that switches back and forth between classes. I know he's got a Class 11 bug that is pretty darn fast, and it's really cool to see that thing rip around. Him and Blake Wilkie are usually pretty close together. And there goes Eisenhower off the line in that cool Heatwave truck.
I wish we could hear it. This car sounds like
Yeah.
no other car out there on this track.
Yeah, it has an 8-in-1 header on there. It sounds really good. It's funny, that's actually a 1400 legal truck too, because it has a steel cab and working doors. So sometimes at races like Rage of the River and some other races in the States, they'll race that in the 1400 class because it is legal, which it's also a 6100 truck, legal for both classes. T2, same thing, legal for the class.
It's a door slammer. We love a door slammer.
Yeah, door slammers are definitely cool. That's where we all grew up out here racing those things back in the 1400 days in Lucerne, and it's cool to see these guys back out here.
And the Eisenhowers are always fast, but they've always got a smile as well. Hugely competitive.
So Dustin Grabowski, when his time comes around, we're going to see if he's close to Bean or not. If he's not close to Bean's time, then something's a little bit weird there. he should be very, very close to that time if that's a correct time. And right now he's at 4:57, so within about 15 or so seconds, we're going to see if he comes across or not. Have we seen him yet on the camera coming back in yet? I haven't seen him.
No, not yet. I mean, as I say,
see.
you'd be expecting to see him coming through the arch at any moment.
Is him coming back? Nope. That's a Brenthal truck.
That's the Brenthal. So that must be Jordan Brenthal out on track.
There he is. All right. See how fast he's going? You know he's going
There's the
over
big
it.
jump.
No question. All right. His time's going to be pretty close to that. So, I don't know, actually. He's at 5:30 already.
So Dustin Grabowski crosses the line with a 5:20.
5:20.
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so he's 4
Oh,
seconds. Those are correct times. We're looking good. So 5:16 for Bean and then 5:20 for Grabowski. Those match up. That's about where I would think they would be sitting with each other.
Absolutely. So in third position and first in the B1 class is Dave Mason Jr. In second right now in the T2s is Dustin Grabowski. And in first place, and quickest man on course right now, is Justin Bean Smith. As we watch Terry Householder leaving the line.
Yeah,
His
so
son Adam, of course, has won this race twice.
yeah, Terry and Adam come out here. They both have another team that has two trucks that look very similar. You have to look at the number pretty much to try to tell which one is which. They're both 19 Industries trucks. This is the T2 for Adam's dad.
I always tend to look on these ones, who's got the most roost coming off it.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit more horsepower in Adam's truck, about double. Adam is one of the ones that has the Gibbs engines in there that are pretty high horsepower.
Yeah, very distinctive, the Householder trucks. Been running that livery for at least sort of pushing 10 years now, I would have said.
Yeah, actually, when Adam was racing, he was out here, first came out here in the mid to early 2000s in the 1400 class. Adam's another one of the old 1450 racers. Same thing, had the blue truck back then, had a blue Chevy, and it's always just stuck with the same colors. So Jordan Brenthal should be next in, it looks like. And then Nick Eisenhower behind him.
And out here from the stage, I can see one of the Terrible Herps trucks. They just got a new livery that came out with the red. I think it looks really, really good. We've got another Brenthal truck out here, and they're still going. I can see Blake Wilkie in that little trophy bug thing that almost killed me last year when I was in the off-road Miata and got stuck, and he came around the corner and he didn't hit me, but man, I saw my life flash before my eyes.
That's just the positive attitude of Blake Wilkie that you saw.
Well, listen, it was one of the best pictures that Pink Design has ever taken. I was just like, hey, look at that.
All right,
capturing
so we got
almost death.
Jordan Brenthal is in with a 5:30. So I'm going to try to find out if somebody texts me or somebody let me know who is driving that truck today. Is that Abdali? Yeah, so that's Abdali Lopez in there. So that is Abdali Lopez in the 273, one of the fastest off-road drivers. That's why I was, as soon as I saw the time, I was wondering who was in there. So Abdali in there, 5:30. So he's currently third in the T2.
It's great to see Abdali back out there racing again. I mean, right the way back in sort of 17, 18, he was the man to beat.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. Won a championship in Baja in the trophy truck class, so definitely has lots of experience. His dad's pretty fast too, Juan Carlos in the pin truck. Been around a long time.
Yeah, good to see him back out here racing. And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Hammertown out here in Johnson Valley, California, and this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And right now, it's all about the unlimited desert qualifying. And then at 10 o'clock today, we go live with the limited racing. So qualifying yesterday, and that is going to be a fantastic race, Fish.
Honestly, that limited class is the most stacked class out here. The UTV class, the B3s, that class is stacked. There is everyone from every organization, every manufacturer, everyone is in that race. That is the race to be in this year.
That's going to be the one. But who's going to beat Nemo? So many people are talking about Brock Hager, of course, coming off the back of that massive win in Dakar.
Yeah.
That's going to be huge to see him out here.
All he does is win. That's that's Brock or broccoli.
Okay, this is Nick Eisenhower now picking his way down through the Bronco Arch. Going to be interesting to see what sort of time they can put it in. This is one of the older cars in this class. Over the gap jump. And will be posting a time any second now.
A gap jump's actually a really set up jump. It's really well set up. You fly really good over that. I haven't seen anybody kick or do anything weird over that. I wouldn't be worried about that in any vehicle today. I would just send it.
So Eisenhower comes in with a 5:46.654, putting him currently in ninth place. Currently in ninth place.
Yeah, and fifth in class.
There you go.
So a tidy run there.
And Jason Coleman is sitting in fourth in class right now, 8th overall. That's where I thought he would be in the top 5. We'll see if he can hold on, though. We got a lot of cars left to go.
Indeed, and this is one of our superstars out on track now. This is Cowboy Cerrone. First started racing out of the Mint 400 in UTVs, making his way up through the fields and then now into the 6100 cars, or the T2s. Now this is a man who's really impressed me, actually, the way he's made his way up through the field. Just picking his line, learning how to drive, learning all about the sport. And here he is right now in this T2. What sort of position do you think he's going to come up?
That's one of the best things about off-road racing, and also one of the worst things is that we don't have like a licensing or a feeder series or anything like that. So anyone who wants to come out, who has the money to build something, can come out, build it, and race it, right? So if you're smart, you're going to start with the limited class. You're going to start with something that teaches you car control, how to take care of your vehicle, how to read your lines, and then you're going to move up from there. Some people, however, will just buy a 1,000 horsepower trophy truck and come out here and roll it in the first 5 miles. But you know, it's not like road racing where you really need to get those licenses in order to move up in the classes. Here we're just kind of the Wild West free-for-all, and I love it.
Yeah, do you know what? One of the wonderful things about desert racing, and particularly I think UTV really sums this up, is it really shows that, you know, the difference between professional drivers and non-professional drivers. Used to be in UTV particularly, they used to give a UTV to a professional 4400 class driver or to a professional T1 driver, and they'd go out and they'd win. That doesn't happen anymore. The professional UTV drivers just tear those other guys apart. It's really impressive to see, and it just shows how much effort and time goes into learning these vehicles. As we watch Terry Householder there, coming in and crossing the line. And Terry Householder is 8th in class and 12th overall with a 6:05.
So actually, I was just looking, I pulled up the times from yesterday, and believe it or not, these guys that are out there right now, they got beat by guys yesterday on the same course. So we had UTVs did 5:10 was the top qualifier yesterday. So 5:10 for a UTV yesterday. That was a Polaris Pro R. And then today our top qualifier so far is 5:16. So those UTVs are just so light and nimble, and the horsepower to weight ratio actually is better than a lot of these T2s. You know, you got 500 horsepower to 5,000 plus pounds, or you have 250 horsepower to 2,500 pounds or less, you know, 2,000 pounds, not very much. So the horsepower to weight ratio is better in the UTVs.
And they're so capable right out of the box. I mean, I've been on a lot of press drives for a lot of the UTVs that are coming out now, and I'm just like, I can't believe that I can just, from the factory, 70 miles an hour in the whoops.
It's actually they're going even better than that now. They're so fast now, and they're going over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's unbelievable what the factory is doing now with the cars.
It's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, so if we look at that,
that was a good one right there. Is that Cowboy?
Yeah, Cowboy.
Yeah, it is.
Coming back in over.
And everybody thinks that kind of thing's really easy, but it's actually how you feel the car, how you set the car up to be able to hit the terrain at that right moment there to get that leap absolutely perfect. It's a great skills here from Cowboy.
You know who preps his car, right? Is Bean actually preps his truck. He's actually, Justin is the one that preps his truck and actually gives him a lot of tips out there for Cowboy. Cowboy actually raced in Baja with me out in the UTV and stuff, so he's came a long ways and he loves the truck.
Superb.
Is he racing UTV this weekend too, or no?
Yes, he's doing that and the Class 11 too.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's what's cool about this event. The way it's set up, you can race multiple classes on different days. You know, like Cameron Steele's famous for doing 7 or 8 different races out here, right? I think he's raced every single race one year. He wanted to do every race, and it's easy to do because it's a different day for everything. So it's cool. You can come out here and do, as long as you have a car, you got to get a car for each, right? Or rent one or buy one or whatever. But it's fun.
Cameron's crazy though. That's one thing. He does the bikes and everything out there. But Cowboy was telling me he had to go out. He's qualifying right now. After this, he gets back in his UTV, goes to the UTV race, and then he gets back in the Class 11 right after that and goes for that. So he has a full day of racing for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I need a bunch of Aleve and an ice pack after racing one race. I couldn't go back and be like, oh, I'm going to get into Class 11 now. That sounds like a great idea. And we've got a lot of spectators out here as our qualifiers are running around there, getting up through the back door wash, and then they will be coming around again. I love having all of these cameras out here. You know, now that we've got Starlink, it makes everything so much easier getting all of the information, all of the visuals out to you guys. And of course, we're also on the YouTubes, and I've kind of been going through some of the comments through here. Give the drone pilot a raise, says LJ's Fishing Things, which, I mean, our drone pilots are second to none, right? I love them. We've got people listening or watching here through, I've seen Baton Rouge. We've got some live parties going through here. Like, it's just really cool that you can watch it all right here on YouTube and get all of the information that you want, and you can see the exact same thing that we're seeing here in Hammertown.
We have, yeah. I've got to say a big shout out to our crew as well. We've got a new desk. Look at this. It's all very posh up here this year.
Yeah.
No duck blind for us. And they're doing great things, so I'm really looking forward to the main races. I think the coverage is going to be the best we've seen here at Hammertown.
Yeah, and I had a couple of people text me and ask me what the difference on the coverage is. So if you pay for the premium, you get to see all of the cameras all the time. This view that is right behind us, it has over, what is on here, 32 cameras or something.
Yeah,
you
that's
get
only
to see this.
That's
the
only
whole
a few
time.
of the cameras. So that actually is a rolling page. If you go to production, there's actually even more cameras than that, and they'll be pick and choosing the views as they work through the races.
So if you guys would like to see all of the views, not just the one screen, you can do the subscription thing and subscribe to it. And you will, I believe you have less commercials on that one too. So
yeah, and those views also include in-car stuff. So that is that's really cool. We can always get it from the outside, but from the inside is awesome.
Absolutely. As Cowboy Cerrone is just crossing the line there. So let's see what sort of time that he can post as that just pops in. And it's worth noting that this year we're going to see some changes as well. Cowboy Cerrone is coming in 12th in class and 16th overall, so a solid run there from Cowboy. With the advent of Starstream, we're going to see a lot more in-car footage this year, and I think the battles that we're going to see developing, particularly in the classes in next week, is going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, speaking of that, here's Pierce Herbst right now, his in-car. This is the Herbst. They've always, they were one of the first ones to actually dial in all their cars and get them working pretty well. Brian Moore over there did a great job getting all their camera systems working. Pretty high definition. You can literally read the speed on the GPS there. If you're looking at the screen on the right there, that's the GPS, and in the top left, that is the speed. So it's always fun to see what that number gets up to, especially in the high sections. You'll see 115 or so probably in these T2s. In a T1, you could see up to 150 miles an hour on that thing. Ryan Arciero's truck would be one of the highest speed trucks out here to watch this weekend. His has a little bit higher end speed than the all-wheel drives do.
And a lot of times it's difficult to see how rough things are, especially from the outside when you have a long shot from the outside. But having that in-car camera, you can really see how much that cab is moving and how much the driver is having to just do little input, little steering corrections to keep that truck moving straight. I love these in-car views. Yeah,
there's pluses and minuses. The bad part of the in-car view is now everybody's watching you the whole time. So if you hit a rock, or you go the wrong way, or you roll the car, you can't come in and blame it on something else because everybody just saw exactly what happened. So the driver can't be like, oh, a cow jumped out in front of me. They'll be like, actually, we were watching and you just effed up. You know, there was no cow. So there's good and bad to it. And the one thing that's really funny is when people turn on their audio, their in-car audio.
Oh, I love the audio
Highly suggested to do that for our entertainment purposes. Highly not suggested to do it if you are the driver or co-driver in the car.
That's a true statement there, Fish. I tell you, I've been watching some of the ones on TV and some of the guys talking in there. They're talking about everything out there. Well, we went the wrong way. We did this. Oh, look at that bump. You know, it's crazy what you hear on the in-car.
It's definitely interesting. It really makes me appreciate having a good co-driver, because having a good co-driver makes a huge
Big
difference.
Yeah.
If you listen to somebody who's winning races, what their co-driver is doing, will show you what your co-driver should be doing, honestly.
Well, and it's so much trust, right, between driver and co-driver, because, I mean, you both have pre-run and you have all your notes, but still, when your co-driver is telling you, no, man, flat out, you're like, is it right? Okay, well, I have to trust that person, because the co-driver is really the boss in the vehicle, and I don't think that they get enough credit. They're the ones that they're basically telling the driver what to do, right? And if that driver, if they have that symbiotic relationship, then they're able to really work together as a team. And someone's going to make a mistake first, and it's having that grace to be like, okay, I as a driver just made a mistake. Please forgive me. I, as a co-driver, just made a mistake. Please forgive me. And no, you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I was going to say,
maybe you need
to speak to Robbie Gordon's co-driver, because I don't think that conversation happens.
I would never in a million years.
Robbie Gordon doesn't listen to his co-driver. We all know that.
I talked to Kellen Walsh at the Dakar, and he was like, "Yeah, well, I used to co-drive for Robbie," and I'm like, "Did you get him to listen to you?"
No.
I'm just kidding, Robbie. I love you. I don't really know you that well. I know you're a great guy.
Robbie doesn't need a co-driver.
Yeah, he just goes for it. That's the way he always is.
His co-driver is to change his tire. That's what his co-driver's for.
Mop his brow.
Yeah. Max has taken he's taught Max the same thing, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just looking at this list here, we had a couple more finishers. So Matt Winslow, a name that I'm not super familiar with as much. Matt Winslow jumped up to 5th overall position in his 61.87. He's in with a 5.31, so just 1 second behind Abdali Lopez driving the Jordan Brenthal entry there. So new entry into our top 10 there.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic.
Forest land, feet twice the size of a penny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
To see what Kyle can do. He usually qualifies first at every race that he goes to, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him knock Bean off. If not, he's going to be right there with Bean, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, we're coming down to the last 5 of the T2 trucks now here for the unlimited qualifying at the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
Another one to watch is actually Trey Gibbs, one of the names that's kind of newer, used to be short course racer. He went out in Baja this year and qualified first for one of the races, and everybody was like, who the heck is this guy? Like, he just bought Christopher Polvardi's old spec truck, his T2, and went out and qualified first, his first time with it out there. So it'll be interesting to see. He's out on course right now. He's the last one. He's at a minute 30 right now. He could very well have a very fast time too, if his other qualifying time was any prediction or preview of how he drives in qualifying.
There's a lot of words there, Fish.
Yes, I was just trying to say he's going to be fast, I think.
Okay, crossing the line now. It is EJ Hurst. Can it be faster than the other Hurst car? We're just about to find out. Pierce was sitting in 12th position.
Looks like he had 2 spots. 10th.
Yes, nice run there with a 5:43. We're seeing a lot of very fast cars around that sort of 5:40 mark, which just goes to show how fast Justin Bean Smith is with that 5:16, nearly 25 seconds behind, ahead of the baying pack.
Yeah, I am really surprised by those times, the 5:16 and the 5:20, to be so far ahead of everybody else. That is a big gap for a spec truck. Like I said, we still got Kyle coming, though. Kyle Jurgensen is one to watch, and Trey Gibbs that's out on course right now. Those two guys could both very well have something to say about that top spot.
Now, we talk about this a lot. As a driver, do you want to know those times? Do you want to know where your fastest guys are before you go on track, or do you just want to hit it?
No, you want to look at it, which is cool with the timing nowadays, because all these guys are sitting in their cars. They have an iPad or they have their phone in their hand, because they all have Starlink. So everyone in all these cars is connected the whole time. They're watching these things live. Even during the race now, when you're in there and you have the split times at the miles, your co-driver, if you have a good co-driver, he's pulling those up on an iPad or a phone, and he's looking at them every lap, and he's seeing exactly what place they're in. They're seeing if they've gained on the car in front of them.
Well, I would imagine. I mean, in this day and age, I'd imagine that we're not doing that. I would have thought that would be race ops, then your team that's doing that, and then feeding that information back to you via Starlink.
Yeah, you can have both, obviously, but me in the car, I always want to rely on the person in the car the most. You know, your team definitely is good to do that, and you can do that. But having it in the car, you can ask them every second where they are. You don't have to keep asking your crew, you know, and hope they relay it to you.
Yeah, it's something we've been doing for years now out in Europe. Rally Breslau, you literally cross the line, in the middle of nowhere, hit the scoring, and see where your nearest competitor is, and see how fast you are.
Yeah, definitely. Like we were talking about earlier, technology. With the technology with Starlink has changed off-road racing huge in the last couple years, just between all the in-car cameras that we get to see now, and it's made it a lot safer, because no matter where you are, you're in connection. As long as your car's sitting up, if you're sitting on the roof, your Starlink's not working very well because it's pointed at the ground, right? So there is some limitations to it, but yeah, it's definitely cool to be in contact no matter where you are.
And that was Charles Durance we saw coming in to cross the line. And I think is this going to be Jurgensen?
5:59, so currently sitting in 15th place in the 299 truck.
Is this Carl Jurgensen I can see now going out on track?
Not yet. I think that's Lewis Hicks.
I think you might be right.
Another name that I'm not super familiar with, honestly.
Saw the stripes down the side of the vehicle.
That's a Brenthal truck coming in right there.
No, that's going out.
Or is that one going out? Okay, so that's the one going out. That's going to be Lewis then. So Brenthal has an arrive and drive program. I'm going to assume this might be one of their arrive and drive drivers, because it looks like their paint scheme on the side, the traditional one. So they have a rental program where if you don't want to buy a truck, you can come out, you can rent a truck from them, and you can go out and do a race like this. So it's kind of cool,
provide,
actually.
Do you know if they provide pit people as well?
Yes, it's
So
everything.
the
It's a
whole
ride
thing.
and
You
drive.
just show up.
You show up, you pay them, you get in the car, you drive it. Hopefully you don't crash it. If you do, you got to pay them for whatever you broke, and then you go home.
Do you know how much
That's
it is?
It depends on the race. So I honestly don't know how much it would be for this race.
You can actually drive one of the cars out here. They have a facility out here. It's going to be with Fox, and it's going to be about $5,000 for about 200 miles of driving is what it costs to go drive a car for 200 miles and see what you like. But if you have the money and you get in the car and you drive it, you're like, oh, you got to have it. You know, you got to go race it, and that's how they get a lot of their guys. I talked to some of them last night. Their crew members when we're getting our passes and stuff, and they can't believe how many people want to go and drive a trophy truck. There's a lot of people that come out here and do that. Travis Pastrana was out here just a few weeks ago or whatever, driving a Brenthal trucks and doing some stuff out there too.
Okay, here's the Iceman himself, Carl Jurgensen, in the Camber Kinetic truck. Moved back there last year.
We just got to tell the official to move out of our way. There we go.
And there's the green flag. The beast is off the line. Now, what can Carl Jurgensen deliver? Justin Bean Smith is our current pole sitter with a 516 in the T2s.
Well, like I said, same truck, same build, same crazy driver. I would expect nothing less than a top 3.
I agree with you there.
Ooh, got a little high there.
Oh, he's just settling himself in. This is going to be a great run. I'm looking forward to this. But that 516 is very fast indeed. Justin Grabowski sitting there with a 520 in second. And then first in the B1s is Dave Mason Jr. with a 530. In third position, we think it's Abdali Lopez driving for Brenthal with a 530. So we've seen some great qualifying here so far. If you're just joining us, we are live here in Johnson Valley, California at King of the Hammers for the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And this is the unlimited desert race qualifying. At 10 o'clock today, we will be going live with the limited classes, which were qualifying yesterday.
I can hear these T1s revving their motors, getting ready to line up for their qualifying run. I've got the householder number 24 truck here in my sights with that blue and orange livery. It looks great. The number 3 Falcon truck was Real Racing.
Yeah, Team Real Racing. Michael Scafuto.
Yeah, Michael Scafuto.
But it looks like there's not too many. 2, 4, 6, 8 trucks are lined up here still in front of the stage, and I think we have a few out just staging on the course. So
there's a bunch back there that need to pull up too.
Oh, okay.
So should be getting more.
Yeah, worth noting that these the big guns will not want to start those motors and sit there idling. They want to leave it right until the last minute.
So 6194, that might be a late entry. It wasn't on my list. There's Vincent
6194, I got a Vinny Muniz.
Perfect. So Vinny's another one of the original 1450 guys that has now moved up throughout all the years. Now he has a real spec truck out here, so pretty cool. Always rooting for the old school guys here. The kids that we're not kids anymore, we're all like 40 now. It's kind of crazy. We were like 20 when we were out here racing.
Yeah, it's quite frightening, isn't it?
Yeah.
I used to be young. Okay, and that is, of course, Vince is the last of our T2s heading out on track. And right now it's all about Justin Bean Smith with the with a 5 minutes and 16 seconds.
Ooh,
in second position it's Justin Grabowski. And then first and third overall.
Up to somebody here? What's going on?
Yeah, this could be Jurgensen, actually.
That is Kyle. Okay, so
wow.
this is not ideal right here. This is going to mess with Kyle's time. Kyle's not very happy right now, I'll tell you that.
But he could get a
I don't want to be in the car right now. They're yelling.
So-
He's yelling.
But he can get a redo, can he?
Oh, no,
I don't know
terrible.
if they're going to give him a redo or not.
I think they have to.
Honestly,
They have to.
they should on this because
Yeah.
he's losing a lot of time right here.
Yeah, lost a lot of time.
No, that's not
him.
Jurgensen.
That's not him.
No, who is that? That's at the end of the lap. Okay, so that's coming in. Oh, that's Gibbs. That is Gibbs, I believe. So I was wondering what happened to Trey Gibbs. Here's the thing, he didn't catch him because his time on the timer here is 9 minutes. So that car may have been the one behind him. So yeah, Trey Gibbs actually just finished in a 9:18. So that would put him in last position right now.
That would suggest a flat tire.
Yes. So he was the second truck that you saw right there, but he didn't catch that guy.
Right.
He had a problem and someone passed him and then he got going again and was right behind that guy, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So he's not going to get a redo. It was his own fault. He had something wrong before there.
Yep. So our best guess there, looking at the time difference, is a flat tyre probably. And this is what you were
Yes.
saying earlier. You can't afford to have a flat tyre in this kind of racing anymore.
No, now you're starting in the back. He's literally in last place right now.
Yeah.
So that's no good.
So he's going to be playing. Let's look at the weather and see if we've got some wind for tomorrow.
Yeah.
It was windy this morning, but it looks like it's still windy right now.
I think that's Vincent there.
Yeah.
It's Munoz.
That's a pretty soft hill climb right there, too.
It is, and you can pick multiple lines out here. It really is pick your poison as they go across the top of
think that's
Baldwin's
Baldwin's
lead.
jump, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
Baldwin's
indeed.
lead.
Okay, this is the first of our T1s out on track, and this is last year's 4400 King of the Hammers champion. That is none other than JP Gomez.
Yeah, JP Gomez first out there in the T1s. Gomez brothers are having some fun out here, huh? They do pretty good in the big race, and then they come out here and drive a T1 around. I mean, that's a good warm up.
No, they're always so much fun. There's such great interviews, and they come in with such just fantastic energy, and they're out here having a good time, hanging with their family, and that's really what it's all about. Is being able to come out here, spend time with your friends and family in beautiful Johnson Valley, California, and do what we all love doing, which is getting dirty in the dirt.
All
Yeah,
right,
I think that was Lewis Hicks there crossing the line.
Jurgensen needs to be in here within about 5 seconds. There he is. Okay, he's got a shot at the top. He's just over 5 minutes right now, so how soon can he get back in here?
He's close.
Oh, Carl Jurgensen comes in second position.
Oh my
Whoa,
God.
by
Oh, my word.
0.02,
Look at the time.
0.002.
Top time is Justin Bean Smith, 5:16.714.
Wow.
And Jurgensen is .716.
Wow.
2 1,000ths
Two
of a second.
1,000ths of a second
Wow.
difference. that is
We
the
only
closest.
see that stuff on road
that's
racing. We never
possible.
see it out here. That's crazy.
You have to go
Oh,
to
we
the
do.
third decimal of the second to get
That's
a difference there.
amazing.
That is insane.
Okay, so let's just have a look at our unlimited classes. The T2s in first position is Justin Bean Smith with a 5:16.714. In second, we just saw him crossing the line, Carl Jurgensen with a 5:16.716. In third is Justin Grabowski with a 5 minutes 20. Then first in the B1s is Dave Mason Jr. In second is Jack Grabowski. And in third is L. Thomas Coons. Awesome session of qualifying, and now we move into the big guns. It's the T1s, and JP Gomez is live on course.
Yeah, and these guys were going to be ahead of the T2 times for sure. So, right now Justin's sitting in first. That's not going to hold up for very long. You're going to see some of these guys go ahead. So the first finisher usually gets to start by themselves. I believe we're doing the same thing this year, I would assume. We'll have to get some confirmation of that. Usually the top guy goes by himself and everyone else goes 2 at a time.
Right,
So you
right.
do really want to get that top spot because you have a guaranteed pole position basically. Because everyone else, if you get second or third, it's not that big of a deal because you're starting at the same time. So the difference between first and second is much bigger than second and third.
JP going through some of that rough stuff there by Heartbreak Hill, getting some air in that truck, looking really, really good.
Now, I'm just curious, is Gomez, isn't he the one that actually gives a truck or helps Robbie Gordon? Robbie Gordon borrows a rock crawling truck.
Robbie's done that in the past. He's driven one of their pre-runners, one of their cars that they go pre-running in prior, and then Robbie will race it.
Okay,
and
so
then
this is the person then.
Yeah, it's one of the Gomez brothers.
Got it.
JP and Raul.
Yeah, so we've got 3 Gomez brothers. We've got JP Gomez, who won last year. Then we've got Raul Gomez, who won the previous 2 years. And then, of course, we've got the big brother as well. And then we've got Raul Gomez's son, Darian, who's also racing. So it's a whole family affair.
Yeah. See, let me look at the list. Who was the other Gomez? Yeah, Raul's going to race the T1 as well. So we have 2 Gomez's in the T1 today. You got Raul and JP.
Yep. And lining up there is none other than Blake Wilkie in Jaws. Now, this is a very interesting car. You don't see many home-built T1s these days.
Yeah, definitely kind of cool. Built it in his garage shop, basically. It's a little easier nowadays because they get to design everything on CAD, and it makes it a little bit more, a little simpler. But still, building it in a garage is pretty cool. Definitely cool.
Now, Blake Wilkie, of course, is a social media superstar, and this is a car that is so famous, been in so many viral videos online. Let's not forget that Blake is a driver of great talent. In Class 11, he is almost unbeatable. Whereas I see him running out in other classes as well. Just looking there, that is Vince Kloss going across the top of Baldwin's Leap. And it just shows you where the technology's going. When you look at Jaws and you see what Blake's done to that car and you follow him on social media, it's an absolute weapon. And then you see it out here on the track and you're expecting it to win and it kind of doesn't. And you're like, well, why is it not winning? And it just shows you how incredible these other vehicles are and the talent of these drivers.
I think it's because Blake can't see over the hood of that thing personally.
Yeah, it's
That
not
is
an easy view.
there.
And this is JP Gomez coming through the Bronco Arch.
But his time is currently 5:24, so he is not going to beat. He's not going to beat Bean and Jurgensen.
No, he is not.
Yeah, those guys' times are going to be faster than a lot of the T1s, honestly. They're just not going to be faster than the fastest T1s.
Yeah. So JP Gomez coming in with a 5:25. So solid run there from JP.
Puts him in 4th position.
And it just goes to show what a difference there is in between these motorsports, between the 4400 Ultra 4 style racing and the T1s in the desert racing. Very different driving style. And this is Vince Kloss. Do you know much about this car, Fish? Just to throw you under the bus?
No, I'm not familiar with this, actually. Not familiar with the driver either. That's what's kind of cool about Hammers. You get some different drivers from different parts of the world that come out here just for this race, and then they enter in these other races. They might not be here just for this race. They might be here for the 4400 event or the Everyman Challenge or one of the other races.
Absolutely. As we watch our next car going off the line right now, which is Michael Scafuto, we've got the event director joining us in the booth. It's none other than Ben Napier from Australia. How you doing, mate?
G'day guys, thanks for having me. I'm doing really well. We've got some great qualifying going on this morning, and it's amazing watching these T1s slaying our course out there.
I thought he was from New Zealand.
I wouldn't say that with him sat next to you.
Yeah.
That's like saying that you're from Canada.
Yeah.
I've been listening, Fish, this morning. You were comparing today's times to yesterday's times.
Yes. Is it the same course or is it different?
It is the same course, except when I ran the course 2 days ago checking everything, it was fairly groomed, fairly flat, you know, pretty easy to drive. I took the Can-Am around and it just handled it brilliantly. I went around at about 4:40 last night just to check it out, and it is just super deep, super dug out, torn up. It is. I was dragging the belly on the Can-Am. I was bouncing off stuff. There were rocks showing through. It was just brutal. So this course has changed. They were out there pre-running yesterday afternoon, and all the T1s and T2s were just ripping it up. And it's going to be pretty cool, because this course that we're qualifying on this morning is also the course that the Class 11 Bugs are racing on tonight.
No.
So
Good luck.
it is going to be an epic course for those guys. And some
How
of
many
these channels
recovery
out there-
vehicles are we going to have for the
All
Class
of them.
11s?
All of them.
Every single
Yeah.
recovery
All of
vehicle is
them.
going to be out there.
Yeah, and once you get into some of these ruts, you cannot steer
Yeah,
out of them.
yeah.
You can't even see out of some of them. You're that deep in the ruts. So that's why we're seeing some different times today, because even though they're racing the same map,
Yeah.
it's a completely different course to drive now.
No, that totally makes sense. And, you know, it's actually good that the pre-running wasn't open until Thursday at noon, because if it was open any earlier, this would have even been way worse than it is
Oh,
right
hello.
now.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
Michael
we've got a problem
Scafuto, I
out
think he
there.
must have a flat tire.
Uh-oh.
Co-driver's getting out the car.
I saw him pointing around in the cab a minute ago, so he knew something was wrong, and he looks like he's got a rear right flat.
Okay, now this is interesting. You'll see that from under the center of the vehicle, there is a hydraulic jack.
Yeah, definitely it makes it a little easier. The only problem is I don't think he pulled off on a spot that'll get it high enough.
It is
So-
super soft out there,
Yeah.
Fish. It's so sandy
Yeah.
and soft. That jack's probably just pushed through the first few inches of sand.
Co-driver,
Still going up.
he might be able to get the tire off, but watch when he goes to put the tire on. He's got to make sure that thing is high enough, because the new tire has
Well-
air in it, so it's going to be a little bit taller.
But
Yeah.
if it's soft enough, he can dig.
Yes, yeah, I think we're
Soft
going to see
enough,
some
he can
digging in
dig
a
pretty
minute. Probably.
easily. But what's the, I mean, at this point, what is the point of actually changing that tire? You're going to lose so much time. You're probably going to be at the end anyway.
Yeah, you still want to be. It does go off your time though. So if you beat 2 or 3 people, that's
Okay.
or if somebody DNFs, you're still ahead of the person that DNFs.
Yeah, well,
so you
an
still want to
official
finish.
finisher is going to start ahead of all of our DNF and our DNSs, because there are a couple of people who strangely have chosen not to qualify this morning. They're just happy for a restart.
Yeah.
Work their way through. So getting the finish is important for these guys. And if you don't change it, he's a fair way out. He's around near Baldwin's Leap. He's got a lot of that cross-grain, nasty stuff coming back into Hammertown. He could destroy a brake caliper, you know, bunch more stuff. So he's made a decision there.
Yeah, you definitely want to change it. And, you know, nowadays, the top co-drivers can change a tire in a minute, you know, in these T1s. It's pretty impressive. You can do it in a minute.
Okay, we've just seen Blake Wilkie crossing the line there, and he is second for the T1s, but 8th overall with a 5:36.
Now, that's an alternate line right there, Ben, right? You get to go either left or right there?
You can run any line on our qualifying course. Once you clear the backdoor wash, and they were all told in their drivers' meeting last night, once you clear the backdoor wash, you can drive one of hundreds of lines out there. You've just got to get all the way around this mountain. And if they cut the course too much, they're going to end up in Resolution and some of the qualifying area that we used for the rock course last year, which is pretty gnarly, and wouldn't want to do that. The faster line is down the valley a bit further. If you go down the valley a fair way, it gets a bit flatter, but you're going a much longer course. So it's choose your own adventure on this, and it makes it really cool. If you don't have the horsepower to do the jump, you can go around it.
We're going to have to get Roxy to put that on a T-shirt. Choose your own adventure, King of the Hammers.
All right, so headed out on course, we have Big Booty Judy here. This is Dale Dondell in a converted to all-wheel drive, one of his trucks.
Oh,
so
really?
All-wheel drive is what I was told. So I didn't walk down there and see it myself, but I was told that Big Booty Judy is now all-wheel drive.
No, that's good. She's one of my favorites as we're looking at a crowd favorite here. This is none other than Adam Householder. Adam, of course, is a 2-time champion here at King of the Hammers.
This is one of my favorite bits of the course, Jim, when we were out setting this out. It's really rough, but some of these guys are riding this almost like a motocross track, doubling some of the gaps. Like he just doubled that one, and it's super cool. This is coming back into Hammertown through the saddle, and they're really carrying some speed out there. It is brutal out there.
Adam Householder is one of my most improved drivers of the last 3 years. To watch him develop into the driver that he's become right now, absolutely fantastic, and he's really doing great things. You certainly would not bet on him to taking a 3rd-time title this year.
Absolutely. With that, guys, I'm going to sign back off and head back into race ops. I'll catch up with you later in the morning once we get the limited race going. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you very much, Ben. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Ben. Everybody's very satisfied with everything, so thank you.
And the next of the T1's going up across Baldwin's Leap. And you might think, well, why is it called Baldwin's Leap? Well, if you go back onto YouTube and check out when BJ Baldwin came to the Hammers, and he absolutely sent it off there.
I think that's the last time BJ raced. No, seriously.
Oh, in Hammers?
No, at all.
Oh, at all?
Maybe. I don't know if he's racing.
No, I haven't seen him anywhere.
No, he was. I think he was at the Mint a couple of years ago, wasn't
he? Maybe. I don't remember. That's the last time I remember seeing him somewhere because of that, basically. Big send. Yeah, so Scafuto hopefully got his tire changed. Did we see him going again yet? He's going to be back a little ways.
Well, I see Polvorde and Arciero lined up here in front of the stage. Those guys always put on a pretty good show, so we're stoked about that. Cameron Steele is here as well, so we're going to get those guys out pretty soon on the qualifying course.
Yeah, we've got some big names.
We're kind of finishing up here.
Yeah, we know. We've got some big names out there still, but Dale Dondell. Now, Dale Dondell is a very fast driver, so it's going to be interesting to see. But I love the fact that Big Booty Judy, which has got to be my favorite name ever for a trophy, for a T1 truck, is out on course, and it's been converted to all-wheel drive, so that's very interesting indeed.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why it's called that, just look at the rear of the car next time, or the rear of the truck next time we see it, and you'll see why.
But the whole point of Big Booty Judy was that he built this huge 2-wheel drive truck to take on the 4-wheel drives as we watch Adam Householder crossing the line.
That looks like a fast time coming in.
It is. Adam Householder coming in with a 5:19.
Oh, so he didn't beat the spec trucks. That's a little bit surprising there, actually. He's in 3rd behind Kyle and Bean. By 3 seconds.
Justin Bean Smith really laying it down.
So the thing is, those trucks have a big engine, but it's all the same suspension. Both the trucks, the T2 and the T1, it's all the same. It's the same chassis. It's the same truck. It's just a different engine and transmission in there. So not every course is going to be that much faster. You know, if you can't use that top speed of 130 plus miles an hour compared to 115, there's not much difference.
It's going to be interesting to see once we see the all-wheel drive trucks taking to the course.
Yes.
Will that make a difference? Will it pull them out of the corners faster? Will it pull them out of those little deep trenches quicker?
Yeah, they have a couple inches less travel to be able to work in the big holes, but out of the corner speed is huge, and that makes a big difference. You know, every single corner you pick up a second or two and you add all that up, it makes a big difference.
So I believe this is Thor Herbst out there on course right now.
As you can see, the turns are pretty soft, so yeah, four-wheel drive definitely going to feel a lot better in the turns.
Now I've got to give a little bit of a yay, because we've just seen car 19 go round the car 19 turn without falling on its side. So well done, Thor.
We have a different driver. You know, it's the kids driving. The kids took it a little better, I guess.
And again, that's another bit of Hammer's history for you. Car 19 has rolled on that corner twice.
So just looking through some of our times here, we have Blake Wilkie's in 9th place. I don't know if we announced it earlier, but Blake's in 9th. Who else? We have JP Gomez is in 5th. Adam Householder's in 3rd. So that's some of our first finishers in the T1 so far.
Now we're just watching Jordan Brenthal there. Now, is this the all-wheel drive Brenthal truck?
Yeah, I think that all of their trucks out here are all-wheel drive. The T1s. I don't think they have a two-wheel drive. T1 out here, right?
Is Abdali racing that down too? I think Abdali is driving that car right now.
I did see Brenthal in a driving suit down here a little bit ago.
Okay.
And I don't see him now, so he might have got in.
Because it looks like he's doing a pretty good.
Is Abdali in the car right now? No. Okay,
No.
he's not. It is Jordan or Jonathan? Jonathan. Jonathan's in there, yeah. That is Jordan right there.
All right.
Jonathan is in the car.
Well, Jonathan looks pretty good right now. Looks like he was moving along pretty fast.
Okay, so that is Thor Herbst.
There's the Herbst helicopter. One of the coolest painted helicopters too, gotta say. The scheme on the helicopter looks good.
He is flying.
This is a good pace there, but now it's all about car
this is
37.
a cool truck. This is a cool truck right here. So for those of you guys that might recognize this truck, this is Jason Voss, one of the all-time winning U.S. trophy truck drivers. This is Jason Voss's old Jimco truck right here. So John Webster, the guy that's driving this, actually was one of Jason's prep guys and worked on this truck for Jason, and then he bought the truck off Jason more recently. So pretty cool to see this truck back out here.
Yeah, I love that.
That's some real history.
This truck has won some races before, that's for sure, especially in the U.S.
And how great that you've put together every single nut and bolt on that truck, so you know it so well, which is only going to make you a better driver.
Definitely. We'll see how he does in it, right? It's cool to see it back out. That's not Jason's newest truck that he had. He did have a couple of them, so that one Jason still does have. He's probably out here driving around in his rock crawler nowadays. I know I've seen him in there a few times. He comes out here. It would be cool to see Jason back behind the wheel again, but he had a pretty gnarly crash a few years ago, and we haven't seen him back since then.
So this is Michael Scafuto. Now we saw this car stopped on the side of the track, changing a tyre. Now, the question is he going to become a problem for cars behind him?
He definitely could, depending on when he pulled back out and who's coming behind him. That's what we saw earlier, right? It was Gibbs that was kind of caught up to somebody after that.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be pulling out on track and ruining someone else's qualifying.
Seemed like Cameron, I went out there, gave him a little hand pump, and he was pretty pumped up to get behind his truck and ready to qualify for sure.
So we've only seen one truck take those S-turns through and not do the gap leap.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be surprised if we see anybody else. I mean, it's pretty, after seeing this, I don't think anybody would not take it. You just go over it. Oh, we have Big Booty Judy is in. So the third spot for Dale Dondell, 5:17.6. So about a second behind Kyle Jurgensen in third spot there. I'm a little surprised those guys are still holding on the top there.
That's amazing,
I want to see the lines that they took out there. That's some pretty fast times right there.
Yeah, get us those race files, please.
Yeah.
But Dale Dondell proving why he is one of the favorites. Always fast. Great to see him back in the driving seat again.
Yeah, the top T1 time so far, but like we said, it doesn't matter because tomorrow you're starting mixed. So whoever qualifies first out of everybody today is going first.
And that's going to be very interesting because the actual race course itself is very different and a lot faster than the qualifying course. This is Raul Gomez crossing the line right now. Now we didn't see much of his run. Raul Gomez also a two-time king here. I know, crossing the line to start. So it looks like he's
going.
It looks like he's running out of position.
So he's got to beat JP Gomez, who's in the 6th position. So he's got to beat a 5:25, or I'm sure they've already lost one of their side bets.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, to be fair, they would like to be first, but they really don't care so long as they beat each other.
Exactly.
Some great imagery here.
Yeah, that's a cool view from the back there with the Max Tracks and the BF Goodrich tires.
Yeah, that's one of the Herbst trucks there.
Got to say a massive shout out to Starstream. awesome images coming through, and I love how the technology is changing and able to bring us these live stream videos.
So that number you see above the steering wheel on the left is what gear they're in. So that's the gear they're in right now. Oh, a little bit got out of the groove there a little bit.
And it really is a leap of faith as you come off the top of that Bronco arch. And you can see the size of those rocks. They are absolutely huge.
Here's the crossover jump. You
Keep
really
your
can't see anything coming up to it. All you see is the sky, right? You can't even see the ground. So it's a little intimidating.
And the co-driver will be sitting there going, keep your hands straight, keep your hands straight.
Oh, he's got to keep going. He's got to keep going.
Oh, no, he's already crossed the time loop.
Are you sure?
Yeah, time loops literally as you come over the jump.
Okay.
So that was Thor, right? So
that was Thor Herbst coming in. Just
came in
waiting
at
to see a time.
5:25.8.
Yeah, so he's currently sitting 4th in class and 7th overall.
Was that Thor or was that Pierce?
Sorry.
No, I'm pretty sure the timing loop
No,
is
that's
underneath.
that was Thor Herbst.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's
'cause
car
Pierce
19.
Herbst's time is down there a little ways in 20th.
Yeah, no. Thor Herbst, car 19, sitting in 7th position overall, 4th in T1.
Perfect. So 5:25. Yeah, I'm surprised these T2 times are still holding up there at the top.
Yeah, they're really
It's pretty
looking good.
amazing. I'm
Yeah,
so
it's
excited for
surprising.
them.
The heavy hitters are still to come. There's still big heavy hitters in the back. You got Luke
Yeah.
out there in the back. I saw him. I talked to him real fast, and he's definitely going to be one to watch today.
And Polvardi, who's out on course right
Chris,
now,
yep,
should be
I
in a
saw
second
him out
here.
there with Mike.
Yeah, and Ryan and Luke are going to tear it up too. So
Actually, where is Polvardi?
Polvardi is
He's out
he
there. I
hasn't
did
started
see him.
yet.
No, but is he on my list? He
He's on
should
it.
have been started, and he's
Yeah.
not started on the time.
Well, this is
He's
what,
right here.
just what I was saying about Raul Gomez. He started late as well, which
Yeah,
put me
that's
out a
right.
little bit. So, here's Polvardi.
There he is. Okay.
Nobody panic.
Isn't this kid like 12 years old?
Yeah, that's about what it is.
Right?
So him and Chris just switched starting spots on my list because Chris was
Gotcha.
after Polvardi, but he obviously went before him already.
Yeah, as I say, Raul Gomez is also out of position on the starting order as well, or
Yes.
our starting order.
Yeah.
One thing about Christopher, he pre-runs a lot, does a lot of homework out there on the track, and does a lot of pre-running. So you're definitely going to see this guy put the time down here. He's no slouch.
So this is John Webster in Jason Voss's old car coming in across the line. So we'll just get a time for him.
Adam Householder's time is in as well. Did we mention that one earlier? In 4th place?
Yes, we did.
Mention him? Okay.
Yeah, he's sitting in 2nd in class at the moment, is
Yep.
Adam Householder.
So
4th
John
overall.
Webster came in with a 5:33, sitting 5th in class and 11 overall. So good
That's
on
not
the
bad.
prep guy, man.
Yeah, 11th in a newer-ish to him truck for
Yeah.
driving. He's probably driven it quite a bit in testing before. A lot of the head mechanics usually drive the truck in testing too.
Yeah, at the moment, our top 4 in the T1s is Dale Dondale in 1st position. In 2nd is Adam Householder. In 3rd is JP Gomez. And in 4th is Thor Herbst.
There goes Polvardi.
But the
headed
big
out on
news
course.
right now is that Justin Bean Smith is our lead qualifier in a T2 car, and he's holding up against the big T1s.
Oh, there would be a lot of smack talking if a T2 ended up holding that
It's
top
gonna
pole
be
position. Let me
amazing.
tell you that. But the guy on course we're looking at right there, I have a feeling, is going to have something to say about that top time.
And he qualified first at the Baja 1000 in Bryce's truck.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive.
Now, Christopher is a short course guy, very, very fast. He started in the trophy carts or whatever it was when he was a little kid, worked his way up, did it correctly, didn't just jump straight into a T1.
Yeah, this is what we're saying about, how you come into this style of racing. And as you say, he made the journey. He's made the transition right the way through the classes and has been picked up as this huge talent that he is, and he's now in one of the top performing T1s and delivering at every single level.
And he has one of the best co-drivers out there too. Mike's in the car. The Fox Tech is in the car with him.
Yeah, there
So
you
he's
go,
got Mike Kim with him.
Mike's
Yep.
with him. Yep.
Yeah, Mike Kim is absolutely fantastic. He's co-driven for so many amazing drivers. Just look at the size of these whoops as he makes his way up towards Baldwin's Leap.
He's going pretty good through there. That's probably the fastest car we've seen go through there so far.
Now, are we going to see a leap off of Baldwin's Leap?
We may.
As we cut back to Raul Gomez, the second of the Gomez brothers out here on course right now. He takes the leap.
Well, that was a
crossing
good
the
one.
qualifying line.
He cleared the whole landing there.
So we're just waiting for Raul's time to pop up. JP Gomez qualifying in 6th position, 3rd in class with a 5:25. And just looking to see where Rao has finished.
21st.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
JP's going to like that.
There's a bottle of something just gone one way, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
there's going to be some
Yeah.
sibling smack talking when they get back to their pits for sure.
Oh, that's why we love to see the Gomez brothers out here.
All right, so out on course right now, we have the 66, Chris Hirsch. We got Christopher Polvardi. And Cameron Steele is also out on course right now. I believe Cameron Steele is driving Tracy Poole's truck, the T1. So Cameron Steele out there. We got 3 cars on course. We're getting towards the end here. We only have about 6 or 7 more on our list here to go today.
Let's not forget, though, we've got lots of action still here to go. The limited race starts at 10 a.m. this morning, so do not go anywhere. And if you are just joining us here live in Johnson Valley, California at King of the Hammers, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And today it's all about the unlimited qualifying and about the limited class race, which will be starting at 10 o'clock. I'm Jim Marsden. Sitting in the booth with me is Fish from Fishgistics, Emmy Hall, and we've got Mark sitting over there as well. Welcome, guys and girls.
How's this weather, huh? It's turning out perfect today.
It is.
Gotta take my jacket off.
I
It's
already
getting a
took
little
off
warm.
my wearable
Yeah.
sleeping bag. I was
It's
like,
nice.
I'm getting a little too warm here.
This is nice. We got a little bit of breeze to move the dust out of the way, so the racers like that. It makes for great racing.
Yeah, it's perfect as we look out here from across our booth. The dust isn't sitting heavy across Chocolate Thunder. Everything just looks fantastic.
It's a 66 going across the leap there.
Fish, you got a compliment on our YouTube chat, Bearded Trouts Files.
Oh.
Yeah, he says, it's awesome to hear Fish on here. He is the man with the knowledge.
Even if you don't know, you're just gonna make it sound like you do, and then nobody knows the difference.
Absolutely.
All right, so 516.
I'm guessing this is Ryan Arciero.
Polvardi at. Polvardi's at 4:30 right now, so in about 45 seconds, we're gonna see if Polvardi can knock Justin off the pole position.
That is so fast on a 6-mile course. It's so fast.
And Cameron Steele's out there, and Ryan Arciero. There you go. That's who we're looking at right there. Ryan Arciero has been having a good streak going. Like we said, at Vegas Reno, he's won the last 4 in a row. That's the last time I think he's raced this year. Was Vegas Reno was last year. That I remember.
All right, here we go.
Polvardi. Here we go.
This is Polvardi right now making his way down across.
He's at 5 minutes right now. He's got it for sure.
Oh, this is
He's got
massive.
it.
Perfect
Yeah.
jump.
Yeah, and Chris Polvardi, he
There it
crosses
is.
the line with a 5:02.906. That is a massive 14 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. You called it, Fish.
Yeah, we knew that was coming. 5 minutes. I was off by 2 seconds. I said 5 minutes. So, Christopher, you got to pick up the pace, making me look dumb, off by 2 seconds.
Yeah,
up
you
here.
look,
Well, you
when
got
I,
Luke
when I
still.
think about
Oh,
you,
Luke's
Fish, I
still to
think
come.
Luke's
Luke
good.
won't let me
He'll
down.
get- he'll let you
Luke
down.
will set it at 5.
And let's not forget, we've got Ryan Arciero out there.
Yeah,
Another
we do.
very fast qualifier.
Cameron Steele's currently at 3:30.
I'm just looking down here on my list. I see Adam Lunn. Now, Adam Lunn came from the Buggies, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Adam Lynn is the trophy tractor truck or buggy, usually the B1. He is actually driving the Carl Beal all-wheel drive Mason truck. That is the 001 truck. It is the first all-wheel drive truck that Mason built. It was originally for Larry Connor, the Team C team back in the day. So Larry Connor actually was kind of funded the start of the all-wheel drive program. So that truck right there is responsible for all of the other Mason all-wheel drive trucks that have been built after it.
Okay, now I've got some top news. Live on course right now, it's none other than Luke McMillan. So this is exactly what we're talking about. Mason all-wheel drive T1 truck.
Yeah, it's good to see Luke back out here. He hasn't raced in a couple years out here, so good to see Luke back. He's driving his brother's truck. That's actually Dan McMillan's truck. Luke's truck is under the knife right now. He's getting a new engine package installed in there, so they had to cut a bunch of tubes and redo stuff on his truck.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Luke has driven hammers in an all-wheel drive truck.
I believe so. I don't think he had his all-wheel drive out here. He did one in the two-wheel drive the one year, right? And then
He
I don't
did,
think
yeah.
he did again after. I think Bryce won the next year.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Where is Bryce Menzies this year?
He's here. He's gonna do the desert race.
Oh, it looks like we got another flat tire
Oh,
on
no.
course, or something is happening here.
Oh, that is Ryan Arciero.
Yeah.
No, Ryan.
He doesn't look like he's in a hurry either. That's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
No, what that means is we've got a real race on our hands tomorrow.
Yeah, that just
Ryan
means that
Arciero
Ryan's
starting
got,
at the back.
Yeah,
Ryan's
that's
gonna
the
have
good
a-
thing is they have all day today to fix the car, right, if there is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, but it means he's going to be really fighting through dust and through traffic to get up there and to get close to our current leader, Chris
There's
Polbordi.
Cameron.
That'll make some good in-car video, though.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, absolutely. And was it last year that Ryan had a problem with his leg, or was that the year before?
Yeah, I think that was last year. He had like
Yeah.
a knee or something that was probably couldn't break, right? It was his left
That's it.
foot, I think. He was using
And
his right foot for both.
and I got a
which is
feeling
good.
there was a problem in qualifying, and then Kyle actually drove the big car during the main race.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Cameron just finished. I think he got 6th in TTs, 11th overall.
All right, there you go. So Cameron in 11th position.
Yep, Cam with a 5:30.9.
Is there a reason why he's not driving his truck?
I don't know.
I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's cheaper to drive someone else's truck.
Yeah, a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like we might have our final T1 out on course at the moment. Just trying to catch a number on that.
I think he's probably getting ready for San Felipe, honestly.
Yep. Or the mint. The mint's up too.
Yeah, I don't know if Cameron's doing
Oh, that is John Bowers, 184, car number 184.
Yeah, I've got John Bowers.
And he's
on
got
my
a fan
list.
out here, someone out here, and oh, there she is, she's waving at me. All right, go John Bowers, truck number 184. The fans out here at Hammertown are just amazing. I mean, not only do you have your family and friends here, but then you've got, you know, people that just love the desert, love off-road racing. They find their favorite driver, and then they can just follow them around here on the live show, and just they can get close to the trucks. They can go visit them in the pits. It's just a really, really cool way to experience racing.
Absolutely, and right now it's all about this man, Luke McMillan, hot off his win. Look at the flames there coming off the back. Hot off his win at Baja last year.
Yeah, he's got one of the best top co-drivers in there too, Jason Duncan.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best co-drivers out there. He runs SDG Shocks with Todd Tenbrook. Those guys know how to dial in a car to work, that's for sure.
And I love looking at that. You can see the dark dirt and the clean dirt, and you can see the difference how far these cars are leaping through the air as they touch the ground. And it's the all-wheel drive that have the honours at the moment with Christopher Voldy holding with a 5:02 in first position for T1, but in second place, it's all about the guy who was holding the lead for so long, Justin Bean Smith with a 5:16.714. And you might wonder why I mentioned the 714, and the reason for that is in third position and second in T2 is Carl Jurgensen with a 5:16.716. The racing is so close out here.
Have we seen if Arciero got going again or not? I haven't seen him anywhere.
I haven't seen him
Wonder
yet,
if they're
no.
still sitting there, if they were able to get going again. He's at 6:30 right now, just about, so he's obviously hasn't finished yet.
So it looks like truck number 53, Adam Lunn, is out on course now.
And that is actually RJ Anderson driving that truck right there. So that's the truck we were talking about earlier. That is the Mason 001, the very first all-wheel drive. Carl Beal owns that truck. Adam preps it, and he's letting Adam come out here and race it, and Adam's letting RJ drive it right now. How's all that?
That's a lot of merry-go-round drivers and truck owners.
That's what's happening in that truck right now. So RJ's never driven an all-wheel drive TT or T1 in a race before, so this will be interesting to see what kind of time he can set today. RJ Anderson, one of the fastest drivers always in the UTV class. You know, won a lot of UTV races and fast there. Let's see how he does in a truck.
And of course, he's no stranger to Pro 4 in the short course scene.
Yep, there's Luke coming back into town. All right, he's at a 5:07 right now, so Luke is not going to set the top time. Christopher Polvardi is going to hold the top position there so far.
Yeah, he's come back through that Bronco arch. So difficult to see as you come across there. It's an absolute
he
blind.
took that.
Around it. He might have a
okay.
have a problem. Does he have a problem with the truck? That's kind of surprising.
I don't see any flat tires.
I can't tell. Does he have a flat? That might be a reason to go around it.
No, the car's sitting down at the back.
Definitely interesting.
I do wonder if that rear
Rear
flat.
flat.
Rear
Yeah,
flat?
it's got a
yeah,
rear flat.
okay. Because he wouldn't have done that. There's no way he does
No,
that unless he has a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Luke finished 9th. So he's not that bad, not too bad. Still top 10. So 9th position for Luke. with a 5:26. So who knows what his time would have been.
Yeah, and I wonder when he got that flat.
That's a good question. Yeah, how early was it?
Yeah.
And this is the question we're talking about. Ryan Arciero stopping to change. Michael Scafito stopping to change.
Yeah.
Are you actually better just to beat on the car and run with that flat tire, particularly if it's on the rear, or do you have to stop and change?
That's something you would take into account on when it happened on the course, right? How far do you have to go? And if it's a front flat, you cannot drive these cars on a front flat. You can't steer. But rear flat, you definitely could drive.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. Yeah. I was surprised when I saw Michael Scafito stop. Most people are going to continue driving, but that is also a gamble in itself. If the tyre starts to delaminate, if you get something tear up a shock absorber, that could end your race as well.
So I think Luke actually had a double flat there.
Oh, really?
You think both rear front tires were flat?
Yeah, they're on
Both
the
rear
right.
fronts?
The right.
Oh, the
right
whole
side.
right side?
Yeah, so it may have clipped something that took out both tires.
So can't steer it and also can't jump it.
That would explain going around the jump.
Yep.
Yeah, but then going through that S, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
trying to get to control that truck through there. It'd be crazy.
And still coming 6th in class and 9th overall.
I got to
Shows
update.
how good
It's
this
actually
guy is.
Rogelio that's in there with Luke this race, so Duncan wasn't able to make it out here.
And that's the 184 truck, John Bowers, going through some of those whoops, getting that truck through this qualifying course here of the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. He's currently sitting at 5:27.
Indeed, and if you're just joining us, we're coming to the close of the unlimited qualifying here at the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, sponsored by Monster Energy. And the big story right now is all about Christopher Pavoldi coming in with a 5:02, first in T1, but lining up in second place alongside him. First in T2 is Justin Bean Smith with a 5:16. Next to him is Carl Jurgensen with a 5:16, 17.16, literally 0.02 of a second separating them. And then second in T1 and fourth overall is Dale Dondell. Then third in T1 and fifth overall is two-time winner Adam Householder. My word, Fish, there are so many great cars at that front end of this race course.
Yeah, and the only one left that could have any say on that is the Adam Lunt entry with RJ Anderson driving it. I mean, like I said, he's really fast, and that's a fast truck. I don't know how hard he's going to push it his very first time out for a qualifying event when it's not his own vehicle, you know. But he could be in the top five. We'll see. Otherwise, if it holds up right now, actually, this start is kind of cool for tomorrow because we're going to have Christopher Pavoldi go by himself, right? He's just going to check out. And then in second and third is going to be Bean and Kyle next to each other with the exact same trucks, same build, same everything. So that's going to be pretty cool. And they were only 2/1000ths of a second apart today.
Oh, exactly. And then lining up behind them, we're going to have Dale Dondell and Adam Householder. I mean, just how cool is that?
Definitely great matchup there. Two T1s.
And they're starting every two abreast every 30 seconds for the race, I believe.
I don't know on the gap. We'll have to check on that.
It's usually 30 seconds. Well,
Yeah,
20
it's
to
usually
30 seconds, isn't
Yeah.
it? Okay, so one of our final finishers coming in now.
There it is. That's the RJ Anderson driving. He's looking pretty fast. Where is he at on this time? He's going to be up here. Oh, there we go. Second place. Second place. All right. 5:11.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic stuff there.
Well, that screws
from
up our
RJ
start
Anderson.
for tomorrow, dang it.
I know,
We're going to have a T1 and a T2 next to each other on the second line. That's not as much fun. Way to go, RJ.
Well, wait. Maybe we'll get somebody else coming in third, and we can still get Bean and Kyle
In fact,
together.
if we actually look at that list, this is going to be very cool indeed. So it's going to be Chris Pavoldi up on there, starting on his own. Then in the second row of the grid, it's going to be RJ Anderson with Justin Bean Smith. In the third row of the grid, it's going to be Carl Jurgensen with Dale Dondell.
That messes
Fourth
it all
row-
up, though. We have all-wheel drive versus T2 now. That's no fun. The all-wheel drives are going to smoke all the T2s off the line.
Hey, having seen this qualifying course today, I am not so sure. Let's see what happens. But let's talk about tomorrow's race. How long is the race course out there? I've thrown you under a bus there, haven't I?
No, it's 65 miles, and they do 5 laps tomorrow. That one's easy. Everybody does 5 laps tomorrow, and it's 325 miles total. So there you go. Now today, depending on what class you're in, they do 4 laps for the B3s and the T3s. The B4s do 3 laps, and the T4s do 3 laps, and then 1450 only does 1 lap today. So today, we're going to have to keep an eye on who's on what lap, because depending on what class you're in, you might be a finisher, you might have 1 more lap to go.
I'm pretty excited about the UTV race. It's going to definitely be a big thing out there with all the guys, top guys from Polaris, top guys from Can-Am. it's going to be for me not racing out there to see all these guys. It's the first time to see both top guys out there of both teams. It's going to be a great event to see the race today.
Okay, well, if you're joining us here live at Hammertown in Johnson Valley, it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. We've got perfect conditions here for our limited race, which will be starting at 10 o'clock today. But it's all about the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And we've just seen the unlimited desert qualifying. It's been absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Emmy. Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Mark. We're going to pop out for a short commercial, but do be back for 9:45 so we can get the start of this limited race going here. We'll see you shortly.
I think I definitely have a target on my back. We've had some really good results in the past few years, so I think regardless, there's a target on my back. You know, winning it last year is just fuel the fire to that, and yeah, just looking forward to getting out there racing with everyone and see how we do. Dakar is something you look at and you've always wanted to race in. It's a very unheard of thing for an American to go there and race. There's not many of us that go there and do it, and to be pretty much one of 4 drivers and riders to go there and win it is cool. It's something that a lot of Americans don't get the opportunity to go, and luckily I did, so it was cool to go there and not only be my first year, but get a trophy. After the Dakar win, everyone's like, how was that? I assume you celebrated and did all this stuff, and for me it was, at this point it's just kind of been another race to me, and obviously with King of the Hammers coming up shortly after, it's been a full turn focus just to get ready for King of the Hammers and be ready to compete here. Hoping we kind of have some good results. Everything we can do up to this part is as good as it can be. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a push. I think that race is gonna be a sprint. The desert loop's pretty short this year, and I think everyone's gonna be pushing.
Forest land, feet twice the size of a penny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, How was your weekend? Or what have you been up to? Or just what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
Jags.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Okay, and welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 King of the Hammers. This is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And right now, we are going to be getting the limited class races going. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics and Emmy Hall. Fish, we've just seen some incredible qualifying for the unlimited race.
Yeah, we did. We saw some fast times out there. We saw our fastest time of the day was Christopher Polvardi, so great job to him. And now we have the limiteds ready to go out. They did their qualifying yesterday morning, so they had all day yesterday to repair their cars, get them ready to go, get them re-prepped, and they're on the line getting ready to go.
And there are about 1,000,000,001 side-by-sides that are racing out here with the limiteds. We see a couple of buggies. There's a couple of 1,600 cars, and then the 1,400 trucks are out here as well. I think I saw a Jeep Speed on there. But in theory, this is a golf cart race, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them today, that's for sure. We got a full course here, all 144 out there, the maximum you can fit on a golf course at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's incredible to see so many runners and riders out here. But let's just talk about how the qualifying went for this race yesterday, because there was a bit of an upset right at the top end.
Yeah, definitely. We had Chase Carr came out yesterday, and I saw a couple comments. People are like, who the heck is Chase Carr? Well, we had a short course driver that came out and had short course drivers usually do well on short courses, right? So a 5-mile qualifier, Chase Carr came out and set the top time. He actually knocked Brock Hager off of the top spot. So that's a pretty big name for Chase to have beaten. Now, he's got a lot of pressure starting first today. Chase is a younger guy. I think is he 16 or something like that maybe? A little younger, so we'll see how that pressure, how he holds up under the pressure today.
Yeah, and of course, in second position, we've just seen Brock Hager come back from Dakar after the successes out there. So good to see. But I'm looking down through this list here. So in first, we've got Chase Carr. In second, it's Brock Hager. In third, it's Cody Bradbury. In fourth position, it's Braden Baker. Then we've got another short course specialist, none other than CJ Greaves. Then it's Tyler Gibbs, Doug Mittag, who's going to be an animal out there. Then Caden McCachran, a man who's won Baja. There are so many loaded names in this field, and it just keeps going. Max Eddy Jr., Phil Blurton, Brandon Sims, Cash LaCroix, Vito Renito, Joe Charana, Blake Wilkie. It just goes on and on and on. You were saying this earlier, Fish. It really is a who's who of UTV racing.
Yeah, you have everybody out here from every big manufacturer. You got all the top Polaris guys here. You got all the top Can-Am guys here. I mean, there's Hondas out there. You have everybody here. So this is the race. If you win this race, you can definitely say that you were the best this year. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll give you an idea of some of the quality of the people we've got driving. Dustin Battleaxe Jones qualified in 27th position alongside 26th Wayne Matlock. That gives you an idea of the quality sitting ahead of them, that names of such huge magnitude are sitting far back as 26th and 27th.
Yeah, definitely. And remember this year, like we said earlier, your time from yesterday does not count for today. So everybody's starting at 0. So even if you start in the back today, you are at 0, just like the guy that's starting on the pole position. So it's a whole new day today.
Yeah, it is indeed. And just looking down through, we've got nearly 110 UTVs going to be racing out here. The growth of the UTVs and the UTV market has been absolutely massive. And the factory teams that we see here fully supporting at King of the Hammers, absolutely remarkable. And I can't wait to see this race unfold.
Yep, those B3s are going to have 4 laps. The B4s, T3s, and T4s are going to have 3 laps, and then the 1400 and 1450s, those are 1 lap guys. Those are our rush guys. So it's going to be a lot of great racing. I believe they have until 3 o'clock to finish. We're not doing a Grand Prix finish. So you will still, they will close the finish line at a specific time. So if you don't make your last lap by that time, you will be off the course. But it's not a Grand Prix finish this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just talk a little bit about this, because the UTV classes are being classified as a B3 class, which includes the UTV Opens and the UTV Pro Modifieds. Now, what does that mean for these vehicles, Fish? Does this mean that this is a mixed class?
Yeah, there's different classes inside of the B3 category. So the Unlimiteds are going to be the top ones. The UTV Open basically is what they're called here. Those are all the Pro Rs, the Maverick Rs, some of the X3s if you want to run bigger tires, stuff like that. There's not many limitations on them. You can run more than 1 shock per wheel. There's different things like that in that class. The Pro Modified is a little bit less than that. Honestly, there's so many UTV classes nowadays, it's kind of stupid. I don't even remember what they all are. Everybody wants to go for the
Let's
overall.
drag that back, actually, because they've actually limited some of those classes and pulled them back in. It's becoming a smaller field right now, but yeah,
yes,
it's still a lot of classes.
Yeah, there's 7, 8 UTV classes in some of these races, which is ridiculous. Here, I like it. They just do B3. There is classes inside of it, but honestly, everyone here is going for the overall. Like, there's the overall, and then there's everybody else.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If we have these UTV Open, we have the subclasses, right? UTV Open, UTV Pro Stock, naturally aspirated. Are each of those going to get their own trophy, or they just get an overall for that B3 class, even though there's still subclasses within there?
You had to throw me a question I couldn't answer.
Oh, I know I look at it and I'm like, we're on the live show and I'm a little bit confused with how this goes, just because like Fish said, there's just so many within that class. So
everybody gets a trophy nowadays, right?
Absolutely.
No, not at King of the Hammers, you know that.
No, I know. Yeah. If the class is listed here, I think there's going to be trophies for that class, because there is like the stock class, for example, the pro stock class. That class obviously is not going to be the UTV Open class. So those guys are racing against themselves. So yeah, there is trophies for each of those classes. Now, keep in mind, this is also a Best in the Desert race today. So these guys, some of these guys race the whole Best in the Desert series. They are going to get points from their finish today that's going to count towards their Best in the Desert series points. So whatever classes they race in Best in the Desert, that's the class they're going to get points from here.
From here, okay. And this is the first Best of the Desert race for this year, I think.
This is the first off-road race this year, really, out here for anybody. So yeah, this is the first Best in Desert / King of the Hammers combined race.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the other classes that are racing in this limited class race today. We've also got the Desert Vintage Buggies, we've also got the Desert Stock classes, and we've also got the 1400 and 1450 cars as well. So there's going to be a lot of fantastic race cars out there on this track, and it's going to be interesting. Are we going to expect to see some of these these hard-hitting, very fast UTVs? Is lap traffic going to be a problem for them?
Yeah, definitely. Some of the back markers are going to be, going a little bit slower here. There is it's a short enough loop that by the fourth lap, you're gonna catch some guys for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Jeep Speed that's going to be out here. That guy's going to be pretty slow. There's a couple of 16 cars, a 12 car. So we do have some much more limited vehicles. I mean, I remember when I was racing 16 and the side-by-sides first came out, I'm like, oh, they're never going to catch us. They're never going to be faster than 16. And now they smoke us. They smoke those air-cooled Volkswagens. So those guys are going to have a little bit of traffic and a little work to do out there.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see what happens, that's for sure. As we are making our way, it's a 10 a.m. start this morning. And if you are just joining us, welcome. This is Johnson Valley, California, and we are here for the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And we're just about to get the limited race underway. First off the line this morning will be the 913 of Chase Car. Young man, come out here from a short course background, and he's laid it all down, and he's going to be leading out Brock Hager and Cody Bradbury, who are going to be on the second line of the grid. On the third line of the grid is going to be Braden Baker and with CJ Greaves. But right now, I'm going to pass it across to Emmy, and Emmy, you've got something for us.
I do. I have something special here for Hammertown. We've got Jasmine Tomaso. Now, Jasmine is a local from Morongo Valley. She's the owner of Spaghetti Western. If you haven't been to Spaghetti Western, I'm telling you, they have the best meatballs on the face of the planet. And they also have a booth here in Hammertown. That's booth 102 on Can-Am Court. But Jasmine is going to do something special for us. She's going to be singing the national anthem. So please rise, remove your hats, find an American flag around you so that we can pay respect to this great country that we're lucky enough to live in. Jasmine, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Jasmine. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing.
Where's our kid that tells everybody to start their engines?
Well, I was going to be that guy, but I thought I'd leave it to you.
Yeah, they're already on now.
That's the trouble. You can't hear them with these UTVs. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's nearly time to go racing here. We're now watching Chase Carr and Brock Hager lining up. There's the 913 of Chase Carr. What a moment for this young man. Absolutely incredible stuff. And alongside him is the 1896 of Brock Hager. Now, Brock has been traveling around the world racing. I mean, we've been watching his career in the last sort of 5-6 years, and this is a guy, he's checkers of records, isn't he? Absolutely. And in the last few years, though, it's just been checker after checker after checker.
Yeah, Brock is, he's from Imperial Valley, one of the fastest drivers, if not the fastest driver from Imperial Valley. Hopefully I pissed off some people saying that. But there's some fast drivers from Imperial Valley, actually. But yeah, he's pretty much won everything that he's raced recently, including the Dakar, by over 2 hours, which is just crazy to go over there. His first time ever over there, and wins the thing by 2 hours.
Well, it's also worthwhile noting as well, it's a very different UTV they drive over there, so they're heavily restricted as well.
Yeah,
so it's a very different kind of driving style. And also joining us in the booth right now, we've got none other than Mark Burnett. Mark, how you doing?
Good. I'm really good. I'm excited to see this race. This race is going to definitely be a big race. I have never seen so many great UTV competitors all in one spot.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We were just saying this is a seriously loaded field. We've got the top guns from Polaris. We've got the top guns from Can-Am. Then we've got a smattering of absolutely all of the best individual drivers as well out here. It's going to be a mind blow. And we were just saying, you know, we've got Wayne Matlock and Justin Battleaxe Jones down in 26th and 27th. Wow, that shows you the depth of talent here right now.
And I went out and talked to some of the drivers out there and stuff, like Phil Burton. He said he messed up really bad in qualifying. Don't count him out. He's a little farther back, but he's going to definitely be a competitor. He's a champion in multi-places he did.
Okay, so Phil Blurton says he makes a mistake. Now, to us, that would be, you know, we'll be near the back. Phil Blurton is actually still starting in 11th position.
Yep.
So he's only going to be on the 6th row. So I wouldn't say it's that bad.
Well, you know, in desert racing, there might be dust, rocks. They're gonna, you know, these guys are going to be going at a good click. You know, both these, like I said, both competitors. You got Polaris and Can-Am going head-to-head today, and it's going to definitely show who's the best out there.
Now, you've been racing over 40 years. You've been there, you've seen it, you've done it, you've raced, you've won in Baja, all over America. You look out there now, you can see the flags are moving. There's wind, there's breeze, they've also got sunshine. Is this not perfect race conditions?
No, by far, it's perfect. It's not too hot, not too cold, and the wind is blowing, and that's going to be the best thing out there for these guys.
And here we go. They're off the line. We got our first 2 cars off the line. You got Brock there in the yellow car, and then you got Chase in the orange and blue car, and they're going at it.
Fantastic. So it is go time here in Hammertown. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we are here for the limited race. And right now, it's all about Chase Carr and Brock Hager, and Chase Carr has the whole shot as he makes his way around the short course.
Now, Chase, if I'm not mistaken, Fish, he is actually from short course, if I'm not correct.
Yeah,
right?
he's from short course. This is one of his first desert races that I remember seeing him at least a bigger desert race.
100%.
Yeah.
And like I said, he's next to the best guy out there right now. This guy is a machine. Brock is just, look at him. He's just head-to-head, neck and neck right now. These guys are going at it right at the beginning of the race.
Now, this is kind of interesting. He didn't get to start by himself. I'm not sure in years past the first car got to start by themselves, so that was a little bit different this year. Kind of interesting.
But interestingly, also, we're making another change where the qualifying time doesn't count towards the main race time either. So, hey, I'm down with the changes. Let's see where it takes us.
Well, for our tomorrow, that would put us back in a good starting order if we did 2 and 2 again. Remember how we were off by 1?
I was going to say, that's going to make you happy.
Yeah. So hopefully we do that again tomorrow, actually. Christopher might not be so excited about that, though.
Okay, we're watching over this is the back end of, or the bottom of Backdoor that we're watching now, heading out towards Baldwin's Leap as we got the next cars off the line. This should be Cody Bradbury and Braden Baker.
Yeah, Braden Baker, another one of the short course guys that has now been in desert for the last, I don't know, maybe year or two. Very, very, very fast, usually very fast qualifier. Honestly, another one of those checkers or wreckers guys. He kind of, he's either winning or crashing usually. So,
that is true.
Yeah, checkers or wreckers.
Now, this is very interesting. Out where, once they come past the wash, coming out the back of Backdoor, they can choose their line, and there is multiple lines. Ben said it earlier, choose your own adventure. So we've got more cars starting off the line. It looks like we're looking at a 30-second gap between the vehicles. And you can see how evenly matched they are as they make their way through the short course and into the desert.
Well, he's holding pace with Brock right now. It's pretty amazing. He's right there on his bumper right now. He's ready to strike any time. And as you said, Fish, these guys were qualifying super fast, faster than most of the trucks, the spec trucks out there.
Yeah, definitely. The course, you know, like we talked about earlier, it was a little bit smoother yesterday, but now it's going to be interesting to see when they go out there what the course looks like, because last time they were there, it was a lot smoother than when they're going to go out there on it right now, that's for sure. So we got some good head-to-head battles here. So the first turn is actually, on the inside is going to be the left lane, right, coming into that one, but then on the next one, it's on the right. So it is pretty fair, you know, you get one inside, then you get one inside. So no one really has much of an advantage, which is why we're seeing this be so close together coming out of the infield.
One thing nice about a Can-Am, you can shift down, you can shift up, you can get a little bit more, like you can see right there. The players came out a little bit faster, but at the end of the day, it was a Can-Am pulling out a little bit farther ahead.
Here's some cool drone shots we got here. So once again, this is 4 miles these guys are doing today. It's 65 miles each lap, and they're going to do 4 laps total for the B3s.
Yeah, we were just watching. It looks like they're actually sending them every 10 seconds, I think, by the looks of it.
It's pretty close together.
Yeah, it is, because that was, we just saw there Phil Blurton and Brandon Sims, which would be in 11th and 12th, so which means we've now got the young man, of course, Cash LaCroix, going out with Mikey Kelly. Now, Cash LaCroix, of course, comes from a rock bouncing background. Very talented young man. Great to see him on this lineup. Been nurtured by the greats, such as Timmy Cameron. Oh, and speak of the devil, there is Cash LaCroix. I love to see that driving style there. Hands at the top of the wheel. And the difference between these UTVs, and we were talking about this earlier, how sort of 5-6 years ago, every year the top suppliers were bringing out a new model every single year. But now we've really settled onto sort of 2 platforms, that Pro R from Polaris, and of course from Can-Am we've got that Maverick R, and these seem to be the platforms that are developing and really are pushing at the front of this field.
Yeah, the UTV level has been raised the last few years, and like you said, those 2 are what all the top guys are racing right now. You kind of pick the brand you want and you go with it, and there you go. Up on the bike
roll over in the infield.
It though, saved it, was able to save it. That's what's nice about these things. They're all-wheel drive, so if you get up on the bike, you get on the gas, you turn the right way, it'll suck you right back down. You just got to make sure you do it quick enough.
That's the 1553 there of Colton Krychek.
And then it's Caden Wells next to him, I believe, there. So Caden Wells in the Bilstein car there. Caden's been around a long time, raced all different kind of vehicles, had a Polaris before, he's raced the Can-Ams, he's raced a little bit of everything.
And he's still young.
And he's still young. He actually, just got engaged on top of his car not too long ago after a race when they won.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
That was kind of cool. His co-driver, Emma.
But some of the times he was doing the stock class, and he was faster than most of the guys out there. He's definitely a competitor.
Yeah, definitely a wheelman. Super cool family. They're from Utah. They come out and they have fun, and they do it right.
Yeah, now next up we're going to be seeing Josh Rao and Mike Slauson. Mike, of course, brother of two-time king Randy Slauson.
Well, you know, Josh Rowe, I should say, his dad, Greg Rowe, used to ride quads, and his son picked it up and actually used to drive with Madlocks and them on their team. And so he's definitely a well-known person out there and definitely a big competitor out there.
Yeah, and you'll see some of these guys, like you just said, 4400 racers are now coming out and doing this race because they do get to do the same course, right? So it's almost like another pre-run. They get to do the same first
Mike would
lap
normally
at least.
co-drive in 4400, but he is a driver in his own right in 4800, which is our Legends class.
So all of the other classes, just so you guys know, they're all doing the same first lap, right? This is the desert lap, so every single race this whole next week is going to do this exact same course, at least on the first lap.
Now here's interesting because there's a car going out on its own, which means there's either a non-starter or somebody's had a problem on course.
I think they're just a little bit behind them here.
And I think that might be...
Matlock?
It looks like Wayne Matlock.
Yeah, that does look like Wayne Matlock there.
And, you know, I just
So
talked...
does that mean that Cameron Steele maybe didn't go out?
No, there was another car. They were just behind him a little
Right,
ways.
okay.
They were a little slow.
I did see Cameron's car out there before he went off.
Maybe
but-
Cameron had it in two-wheel drive again. He forgot to put it in four-wheel drive. That's what he said his problem was yesterday. He forgot to push the four-wheel drive button. So maybe he forgot again.
One of the problems.
Yeah.
I talked to Wayne out there. I go, hey, man, don't let your wife beat you out there, man, again. Don't do that, man. And he goes, yo, I'm not.
Well, let's talk about the Matlock dynasty because they were two of the first drivers that... big squeal there.
Squirrely.
And of course it was Wayne and Kristen who picked up that Pro R and were two of the first drivers to actually take that Pro R, put it out in the desert and really push the limits. And they've really helped to develop this platform, move that differential issue on, move that front suspension issue on. And their development has really helped other drivers then come in and do incredible things. So the Matlock's doing a wonderful job there for Polaris.
And then they love racing. They go down to Baja. They go everywhere out there. I used to race with his dad, actually, back in the day. And, and actually for Wayne, he used to ride quads, and that's where he came from quads to UTVs. And he's definitely got the talent to be out there driving, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think we missed him off the start, but Dustin Battleaxe Jones, another crowd favorite, will have started by now, and he would have been alongside Dylan Schmoke, and they will be making their way out into the desert. And I believe that this might now be Jeff Martin and Dallas Gonzalez.
And that was Kristen Matlock we just saw go by there.
Right, okay, so we've already had them. Yeah, and that's Caden Zant and Kristen Matlock. Well picked up their fish.
Oh, we're getting information that Dustin Jones' car is currently stuck in park, last that we've heard. So we don't know if Dustin Jones actually started the race because the car was stuck in park.
Oh, wow.
That's not the gear to be stuck in.
No, that is not very helpful whatsoever. And there is car 10, so that's Aaron Ampuda. I believe that Alan might be sitting next to him as a co-driver.
Yeah, that is a new Doug Matag build.
Yeah, and he just told me, I was actually talking to him. You see, finally, it's Alan actually the co-driver, and his other brother is driving, which he never races, and he's out here right now racing. So it's really awesome.
I love the fact that we're getting the best from Mexico coming up here into Hammers. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, Rodrigo is out there in his too. He had a bit of a problem yesterday. I think he broke a drive shaft yesterday, so
and
had bad qualifying.
But, and we've got Abdali up here as well. So yeah, superb stuff.
Yeah, we got a lot of them. That's what we're saying. This race is stacked today. This is going to be this is a good one. This is the one you want to win. You know, anybody could go to a race and there's a couple cars there and win, and
That's right.
cool. But you come out here when everybody's here. That's one to brag about.
This is by far, after all the years I've been racing stuff, to see the best of the best in one spot. It's right here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, let's think back a few years when Dave first announced that he was going to bring desert racing to King of the Hammers, and there were a few people. Big bicycle
B2s.
there.
These are B2s right here. So this is a class 10 car is what we're looking at right here. So we're at the end of our UTVs, or at least not the end of them, but these are they all mixed together.
Yep.
So these two qualified pretty close together because they're right going off next to each other.
And so when Dave announced that he was going to be bringing the desert classes out here, there were a few people like, hey man, I'm not sure this is going to be a fit. And just look at this now. Absolutely incredible. Nearly 150 cars here for the limited race.
Oh yes, and it's unbelievable. The race is getting bigger every year, and it's just great to see all the competitors come out to one place.
Absolutely. Now, we're just watching there the B2s, or as we would know them as the Class 10 cars.
Yes.
Now, it's not that long ago. We're sitting there going, UTVs will never catch and pass those Class 10s.
Well, a few years ago, they had the big shootout out here, remember?
Yeah,
it was Class 10s
$10,000.
versus, they had money. It was the Class 10s versus the UTV, and it was actually really close, and it was kind of 50-50 on which one you thought was going to win. Nowadays, the UTV is actually winning in most of these races, so it's not even that close anymore.
No.
That's how much faster the UTVs have gotten.
But look at 1 second, just so you know, Brock Hager, Baja 1000, 7th place overall.
Yeah.
I mean,
and there he is. That's him on screen we're looking at right
unbelievable.
now.
This guy is a machine.
Well, also we have to look at going to Dakar. We had a UTV in the top 3.
Unbelievable.
So I'm looking at Brock right here, and I don't see any dust in front of him. So that either tells me that Chase Carr has either checked out or Brock has gotten around Chase Carr.
I would say it's most likely to be the latter of those two statements.
I would think so
Is
as
that
well.
Chase Carr there?
Do you see a car in front
Yeah,
of him
there was a car just behind. Literally
behind him.
bottom of the shot.
There you go. There he is.
There we are.
All right.
He's still staying at pace. That's pretty still good.
Now, this is the interesting thing, though. But Brock Hager, he has had time out here in this desert. He knows hammers. He's
Yes.
raced the 4900 class, but now he's racing here in the desert class. That does give him an advantage over Chase Carr, without a shadow of a doubt.
Now this is where Chase should be sitting if he was smart. He should do exactly what he's doing right here. He should follow Brock Hager. He should not try to catch him. He should not try to pass him. He should just stay pace with him. If you have Brock in your sights, you're going fast enough.
That's right.
You don't need to go any faster.
Yep.
But the interesting thing here, Mark, and you're going to be loving this and all over it, is look at the lack of dust. He can see clearly the back of that car and do exactly what you're saying, Fish, which is pick his time and just stay there. You know you've got good pace.
And he looks like he's actually catching him a little bit
did,
too.
Yeah. Brock's not going to be holding you up. So if you can sit right there all day, that's
what
your
I would
best
do.
bet. And wait till the last lap and then see what happens.
But we go back to that Class 10 UTV thing. The thing with Class 10, it's almost like they're in a bubble. They haven't changed in 25, 30 years. Okay, there's been very little development in Class 10.
Yes.
Whereas UTV, every day it's a new day. Every day there's something new happening. Every day they're pushing the boundaries. And that's why we're seeing those UTVs now overtaking the Class 10s.
Yep. UTVs, it's unbelievable what they've come after from racing them starting in 2013 to now. It's unbelievable, as they call them, golf carts. You know, they're not golf carts anymore. They're going super fast.
Well, they are. They're just really fast golf carts.
Yeah, okay. They're going over 100 miles an hour. I mean, some of these guys with the Evo tune on the car, they're going 118 miles an hour in a UTV. That's faster than a spec truck.
Exactly. When you think about it, there was you have Robbie Gordon and a few others trash talking about how fast their UTVs were going. I think some of the guys were like 118 mile an hour or something. Crazy.
It is crazy out there.
Yeah, and the reliability, once again, the reliability has come way up. Before, the UTVs used to blow belts all the time. They would break axles. They would have all kinds of problems, right? Nowadays, you don't really see that many problems anymore. The belts aren't an issue. You have a sequential transmission in the Can-Am, not an issue as much. You know, the axles hold up most of the time now. Everything's just gotten a little better.
It's all from the racers, though. I think a lot of the racers put a lot of input into the manufacturers, just like factory Polaris has their own team, and they're coming out now, as you talked about. We talked earlier about that brand new car out of the box. You can buy a full-blown race car, 140 grand. And you think about it, 140 grand, it sounds like a lot, but at the end of the day, it's really not that much.
Oh, it's really not. And when you know that it's coming, and it is literally a carbon copy of the cars that we see Caden Mack and Brock Hager winning with, that's a no-money car, really is. But then also, I love other vehicles we've got out there. Let's take a look at Speed UTV, for example. They're doing some big moves and making some cool things happen. And the whole thing about UTV is it's exciting, but also it's accessible for every man, and that's what I love about it.
It is, and you can buy them at the store, local store, and buy them and take them out and go beat them up.
Yep. I mean, you come out here at King of the Hammers, and there's UTVs everywhere. They're almost like locusts.
It is.
Yeah, which is good and bad.
Yeah.
It's also bad because anybody can just go buy one and get in it and think they're Robbie Gordon driving around out there, which is not good. So there's pluses and minuses to it for sure.
But what you can do is you can add the appropriate safety equipment, register for a race, and actually line up alongside those racing greats.
Yep. Yes. Yep. Which we're seeing here today. So is this? Let's see. Who's this going to be coming? Is this third place or is this like a bluish car? All right, so this is either going to be...
That's Romo right there, it looks like.
Is that Romo with the pink?
It looks like it. I don't know.
Oh, car on its side.
Or is it Wayne?
Yeah, they're giving it a thumbs up.
Was that a pink car?
Is this
or red on the side?
Yeah, that was a red one. Is this not Kristen Matlock?
I think this is Sierra Romo.
It's Sierra Romo or Christian, one of the two.
Yeah. I mean, we're saying this because we see a shocker pink, but there we are. So our two leading lady drivers out there right now are Christian Matlock and, of course, Sierra Romo. Both unbelievably fast.
Look at this racing. This is pretty cool right here. There's nowhere to pass in here.
Yeah, no passing.
So the first part of the course is the most technical, which is what we're seeing right here. The first 16 miles, whatever it is, to the first pit. That is all the technical stuff. After that, it gets much faster, and then you get out on the lake bed and stuff, and it's just foot to the floor as fast as you can go. But this right here is where a good driver can actually make up some time if you're fast through this, because anybody can be fast on the straightaway stuff. There's Kristen Matlock. Okay, so Kristen has a Simpson logo on her arm right there. So let's remember that on her right arm, she's got a Simpson logo. And she has a Stilo helmet.
And she is fast. I mean, really fast.
Well, both women are. Sarah is too. Both those women are great drivers. They've been driving for a while now, and they're definitely fighting with the boys.
So it's Tyler Stewart and Kurt Grafton there, picking their way out into the desert. As you were saying earlier, Fish, this opening lap is going to be the same for all of the classes all through the week.
Yeah, exactly. So this is basically pre-running also. If you're racing another race, you're pre-running but in a race. So I know some people that are racing tomorrow are actually racing today just because they wanted to go do another lap out there and see it kind of at race pace a little bit. Well, in a different vehicle, but still.
It's definitely going to get a lot rougher here the next couple of laps. The whoops are going to get deeper. You can see where it's wet. It's going to start digging in a little bit more. The UTVs are definitely going to feel it in the next few laps. There's Brock right there leading, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who that car was on their side. So actually that Cameron Steele is showing at 0 miles an hour on the tracker. So that may have been Cameron that we saw earlier, but it looked like a red car, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a red car.
Yeah. So Cameron's at 0. I'm trying to see who else is at 0. I don't see anybody else.
So which car is Cameron racing today? I get lost.
I don't even know. He's got so many different ones.
Exactly, and so many friends that he can borrow from.
He's right. I think he's in the All-Sap car, right?
It's probably an All-Sap car. Which one, right?
I don't know which one. It was white. I saw it out there.
Is it red?
Fast. It was white. I know it was white. I can tell you that. I can tell you it's white.
Yeah, he's the only one showing it 0 on the screen right now. So maybe they got flipped back over, whoever it was, and they're going again.
Yeah, let's not forget the trackers ping every 2 minutes. So it is actually possible to roll your car, right your car, and that's the other beautiful thing about a UTV. They are not heavy. To do a self-recovery is not a big job at all. You can either use a jack, sometimes depending on the position of the vehicle, you can literally push it back onto its wheels.
Well, we've been pushed over before, Baja. You know how that is. Yeah, all the Mexicans come up and they all help out and getting a tire changed or something out there. You never know what it's like.
So if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And right now we're watching the limited class race, nearly 150 racers. And we're around about halfway through our starting grid. Our current race leaders are Chase Carr, and we think that leading him right now is Dakar winner Brock Hager.
They're neck and neck, it looks like, right now. One thing really cool about the Polaris factory team, they all have different colors for each driver.
Yeah, and they have a new color this year, the orange. Is this orange right here?
Yeah, that might be smoke.
Yeah, that is. That's Dylan. So this right here, Dylan's an underrated driver, honestly.
Is.
Dylan is a really good driver.
Yep.
He got a couple shots last year with Caden McCachran as a backup driver. And this year he got his own car, and I'm stoked for Dylan. He's a really good dude. He's does awesome stickers and wrap. And it's going to be fun to watch Dylan out here this year in the car.
Yeah, that Polaris program's really moving on at great pace. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's a new program compared to how many teams have been out there for years. And yet already what they're doing is remarkable.
I think they've won every single race that they've entered. So I'd say that's a pretty good start.
Absolutely.
They have great drivers. Like, you got Rad Max Kid, you got Brock. I mean, there's so many Max Eddies out there. They got a great team.
Yeah, I'm stoked to see how they do in the rock race later too, because I mean the desert race has kind of been dominated by Polaris. It really has here, right?
Yeah.
This desert race has been dominated by Polaris, but then the rock race has been dominated by Can-Am. Totally. So it'll be interesting to see if some of these newer Can-Ams can have something in the desert today. And then when it comes to the rock race, can the Polarises have something for the Can-Ams? It's cool to have competition like that.
But if I'm not mistaken, last year for the desert race, didn't Joe Toronto win the desert race in a Can-Am?
No, it was Brock last year, wasn't it?
I thought it was Brock.
Sure. It was Brock?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Okay.
I would need to check with my Oracle, but
well, it
Miles
has to be
is in the pits
because
right now.
they've won every race they've entered, and they entered last year.
Okay, because I saw
the
a post
SCI
Joe,
team.
Joe said back-to-back wins on is it open or
different
turbo?
class?
There
probably.
you go.
There you go.
Why. There you go. It was in the turbo class.
Yeah, and they would be in the open class.
You got it.
Which is another silly thing, like I was saying earlier, right?
That's a whole different deal.
Now there's interesting. Did you see those cars took different lines there? So the car on the left who's just coming in through there, he took a completely different line. Now whether he made a mistake, which I would suggest he probably has, as two other vehicles went on that slightly shorter line. And there is a course modification out there on course today. There's a lot of standing water down on the lake bed, so event director Ben Napier has given them a course alternative so they don't have to go through the deep mud. And it's hard to believe when you sit here right now with the sun shining and everything looking so wonderful, but less than a week ago and there was 3 inches of snow sitting on the ground here.
It was amazing to see that. Yeah, I've seen it really cold, but I've never seen snow here before.
Awesome.
Sadly, I have.
It would have been cool to race in that, honestly.
It would have been cool.
It would have been cool.
It would have been. Not cool to pretty much announce it, though. It would be pretty cold, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we got heaters, but that would be. Okay. When's the last time you saw off-road racing in the snow?
Never.
Right?
I haven't seen it.
The Red Bull Rush, maybe?
No,
where you're from.
Where we race, we race in the snow.
That doesn't count. Yeah. I mean over here. When's the last time you saw racing over here in the snow?
To be absolutely clear, Fish, off-road racing happens in the rest of the world as well.
Well, you know what? Actually, speaking of that, I saw you went to Walmart the other day real quick. What did you think of Walmart, your first time in Walmart?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting place right there. Let's leave it at that.
You see all kinds of people there, let me tell you.
Yeah, to be fair, we came out of there with some real random stuff.
All right, looking at the tracker, we're still showing Brock Hager in first, but Chase Carr is right there with him on the tracker still. And then behind him, we got to go back a little bit, and then it's CJ Greaves. So shout out to CJ Greaves. This is actually his first desert race out here in a long time. He did like part of one in a Class 10 car about 10 years ago, he said. Yep. But this is his first desert race in a UTV. The car that he's in is Max Eddy, one of the SCI cars from last year. So it's one of the Polaris factory race cars from last year. They're Gen 2 cars. He bought it, and he's out here racing. He qualified 5th overall in his first desert race, and he's in 3rd place right now.
Yep, and I actually talked to him just a little bit ago to ask him how things were, and he looks like he's going to do another race this year in desert, and he was talking about doing a couple races this year, and he's happy to be out here driving the car.
That's awesome. I mean, he got a very good car to start with, so you might as well go do some racing if you're going to pick up that car, right?
Yep.
So cool to see. It'll be interesting to see how he does today. Behind him, it looks like Braden Baker is up there, Doug Matag, Michael McFadden. We have Max Eddy Jr., Tyler Gibbs, and Caden McCackeren. That's about your top 7 or 8 right now on the tracker, which is unofficial, of course. If someone's tracker stops working, we wouldn't know where they are, and they could be literally winning. As far as people stopped on the course, I'm just looking real quick. I don't see too many stopped right now. That's always a good thing. It looks like Colton in the 1553 is at 0 miles an hour, though, so not good for Colton. Cody Bradbury's also at 0, so that's a bummer.
He's out?
He's off the side of the course quite a ways
Okay.
at 0 miles an hour. We still have cars leaving Hammertown. This is how many we have on the list here today. It's been half an hour, and we're starting pretty quickly, and we still have cars going out. It's just a stacked entry.
Everybody's here. The best of the best are right here at King of the Hammers.
We have 133 on this list that I have here. That's crazy in this group.
Yeah, it's incredible. But we keep talking about the growth of this class and how accessible this class is, and that's what makes it so great. I mean, you look at the cost of, say, a T2, for example, which is considered to be an entry level into certain kinds of desert racing, and it's, you know, you can buy 3 fully prepped UTVs for that kind of money.
Yeah, those are 500. They're 500,000
Exactly.
for a T2 approximately. And then one of these, like we said, the Polaris one, you go buy it for 140. So
Yeah, exactly.
there
So you
go.
can buy yourself an entire race team rather than just a car.
And not to mention the prep on these things is way, way less than a T2 or a T1.
Yep.
You could prep one of these cars for the same price that it costs you a whole season in one of these that would cost you 1 race in a T2 or a T1.
Yep. I was talking to a brand new build. The kid used to race for factory Honda and stuff on his car, Michael McFadden. He has a brand new all-sap car. And he's definitely an upcomer. He's driving really good, and he's up there right now in 9th place. So we'll see how he does out here today. He's a good kid. I'm amazed that Joe is not up higher than he is right now. I thought he'd be up a little bit farther forward. He is definitely a go-getter out there, and definitely going to be seeing him move throughout the laps, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, he's always very fast. Wins a lot of the races that they enter.
Yeah.
Is Jason Montez in there with them today? Do you know? Is he riding with them?
I think I saw him in the car. He gave me a little hand pump, so yeah.
Yeah.
Blake Wilkie's racing this too, I see.
Yeah, he is. He's in there. Qualified really well.
Yeah.
We saw him qualifying earlier today in Jaws. And we will see him racing tonight as well, because he will be in the Class 11 showdown.
Yep.
I've got my Class 11 t-shirt on. I can't help. I am a massive Class 11 fan. And that's another class that is so fantastic to see the growth of that class.
It is. It is. That's one class I do after my career-wise. I want to definitely race one of those cars. I've been wanting to do 1,000. A lot of people came up to me and said, hey, you know, we want to use the car, drive it. I was thinking about buying one and doing one for one of the Baja 1000s.
One of my biggest regrets, I was offered a drive in a Class 11 in 2014, and I just couldn't make it there in Baja, and I still am upset about that, but hey-ho. Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are now watching the limited class race right here in Johnson Valley, California at King of the Hammers. We've got a whole week of racing ahead of us. But right now, it's about these incredible UTVs, about the B2s, the B3s, and of course we've got the 1400s and the 1450s going out, the door slammers. Now, Mark, the 1400s and the 1450s, we're going to be seeing them taken to the track very soon. I mean, that's, again, one of the older desert classes, isn't it?
It is. It's definitely an older class. It's like Fish says, it's the old school trucks now. These guys are still out there racing them and stuff, and it's great. You know, if you don't have a lot of money, you can still go out there and race and have a good time with your family and friends. And
yeah,
it's
and
a cool event.
This is a real family class, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, all of the drivers they all sort of hang out together. They all sort of josh around together. I love this class.
These guys mostly prep their own stuff too. They don't have
Yeah.
prep shops do this. A lot of them. Most of them are prepping it in their garage with their buddies and their family. You know, after school, after work, on the weekends. And you know, a lot of these trucks are from the mid 2000s. You know, that's when this class was really big. When we were racing in 2005, you look at these. There are a lot of Ford Rangers, Toyota pickups from the mid 2000s, and that's what they are. That's what they are, and they've kind of been the same. You don't really see many of the newer vehicles in this class, just because I don't know. You can beat on these cars pretty good. You know, like an old I-Beam Ford. It's super sloppy travel, and it looks funny as hell going through the whoops, and it's all over the place. But like that thing, it goes good in the whoops. You know, the I-Beam trucks are three-wheeling around every corner. It looks fun, but yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's cheap. Like you said, it's not as expensive.
Oh yes, that's for sure. And most of the, you know, like Larry Rosler, he used to pre-run in a vehicle like this. His truck was an I-Beam truck in the front. He used to pre-run some of the big races in Baja for sure.
The Herps had those. Remember, the Herps had those big Chevy pre-runners with I-Beams on them
got a
forever.
ride with one.
Yeah, that's what they were. So that was an old school 1450 truck basically. Just a very nice one.
Nice one. It was really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking back on track right now, we're just seeing some fantastic imagery, but this isn't again.
That's a single-seater there.
Yeah.
A 16 car, maybe?
I was just about to say, this is one of our vintage classes, isn't it?
Maybe. That's a UTV.
That's a UTV
no, that's
right there.
a skinny UTV. Yeah.
That's a UTV.
And that's the thing, is there's so much innovation out there. People, you buy these platforms, they then strip them down, build their own frames, and do completely random and different things with them.
All right, so I just got a corrected time. It doesn't say where this is at, but if I look at the map, Brock just passed mile 21, and we got a time there, so I'm going to write that down so I remember for later. So 21, and Brock is there in 26:42. Braden Baker is actually second on corrected time at 28:05, and then CJ Greaves is third past there right now on corrected time at 28:11.
Now, the interesting thing about that is, where is Chase Carr?
So yeah, he's down after that. So
yeah, now that was
Chase Carr is at 0 miles an hour. There you go on the tracker. He is just past mile 19. He's about mile 19 and a half, sitting at 0 miles an hour.
Okay, now let's just talk about that tracker fish. If people want to be following at home, they want to check out the live scoring. Live scoring, they can go to ultra4racing.com and then pick up the live scoring from there. But if they want to follow the tracker, how do they do that?
That one.
You
Thanks.
We're throwing it right to you,
It's
buddy.
maybe the guys can put it in the chat for us. It's a little bit different URL. I mean, I'll tell it to you guys right now. So if you're at home, write this down. It's cf.yb.tl/KOH2025. Go to that, and then you should be able to select the limited class race up top, and then that's the tracker. It's the Yellow Book tracker. If you're on your phone, download the YB Races app, I think it is, and then you can load it on there on your phone.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Fish. Really appreciate it. Now, look at that car out there, Mark. That was a taste of the past, wasn't it?
Oh yes, old school right there. That was like one of my old camper truck. It was basically that, but they put it in the class 7 or 6. It was.
Right now, we're into the 1450s, 1400s and 1450 cars. Huge leap there from this vehicle as it makes its way around the Talladega.
Now these guys, you know, the motors they have, Fish, as you know.
Yeah.
The motors they're using, they're V8s, most of them in those things.
Most of them nowadays are, yeah. Back when we were racing, if you showed up with the V8, we kind of talked crap because you were kind of like sandbagging a little bit because we all had either 4 cylinders or V6s.
That's what I had,
But then it kind of it's a lot cheaper to get a V8 nowadays. You can throw an LS in there for cheaper than it is to put a built V6 in there. So yeah, most of the classes running V8s nowadays.
Yep.
Mostly stockish LS engines.
Yeah. And they're really reliable, and they're pretty much bulletproof.
Yeah, throw a Turbo 400 on there and
Yep,
run the thing,
ready
and
to go.
you're good to go. But I think 2 pedals are for bicycles, and it's always better to have 3 pedals. It's more fun. When we were racing, we had real transmissions with a clutch pedal in there.
Yep. Hey, as you can see right now, it looks like Brock's still leading, but Vito's right there, and Phil Burton. Like I said, man, Phil Burton's a master out
So speaking of that, Vito just jumped up to 2nd place on the corrected time spot at mile 21 there, and Phil Burton jumped up to 3rd. on corrected time at mile 21-ish, whatever it was there.
Yeah, and Ezra Eberts is making moves as well. He just moves up into third overall, but first in class. And let's not forget, we've got different classes going on here. So Phil Blurton is also holding a first in class for his.
Yeah, the top 4 drivers right now, 3 of them are first in their own classes.
Okay, I'm going to say this. You know, you were saying earlier about, like, we need to simplify the classes. If ever there was a piece of information that tells you that we can just shove them all in one class, that's it.
Right? You have 3 leaders from 3 different classes in the top 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Pretty much the same
But,
thing.
but in the future here, they're supposed to go all back into one deal. That's what I was heard and told, and we might see it here in the future.
Obviously, you need like a stock class, right? But then other than that, open and stock. Run it.
Because you want to be head-to-head with, you know, the open one and the turbos and stuff like that. So it's gotten so clustered with the whole program that they want to bring it back together and the manufacturers beat each other up.
I would really love to see that. I mean, we had that time, of course, where we had turbo cars and non-turbo cars. I don't think you can even buy a UTV without a turbo these days.
Pretty much.
So, not that's a racing car anyway.
Well, the Pro Rs are naturally aspirated.
Oh, that's true.
But they're bigger. They're a 4-cylinder.
Yeah, the 4-cylinder.
So that's where you make
Can-Am
a difference.
does sell a non-turbo too, just so you know.
Okay, as we make our way down through, we are pushing out into the last of our vehicles in this limited race. Such an interesting assortment of vehicles, from stock class cars to vintage desert history.
So I'm going to see when we get our next split and see if any of these times move around. But Brock Eager, like we said, is still number 1 at mile 21. We got Vito Renault in 2nd, Travis Sally in 3rd, Ezra Eberts in 4th, Phil Blurton in 5th. Now, Ezra Eberts is in 4th in a 10 car. So that is a Class 10 car, is currently running 4th overall.
Now, I'm being told that we're seeing on screen right now, this is our 2nd place car. So I believe this is Vito Renault.
No, I don't think that's Vito, right?
No,
there.
that's not Vito. Definitely
that's
not.
car. That's.
Well, we'll pick that up.
Polaris,
but we've got good news, gentlemen. As this race continues, we've got our pit superstars sitting out there. We've got Miles down in main pit. But right now, it's all about Tiffany Stone, who's out there on a remote pit. She's got some news for us. So, Tiff, welcome to the party. What have you got for us?
That was Braden Baker, by the way.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys. Down here at Remote Pit. Now, since this is only about 13 miles away from the start and from main pit, a lot of the race teams, I've talked to them about strategy. With that being said, they are using this more of a safety. They do have tires, they do have a splash of fuel out here, they have everything they need just in case if any of their drivers need to come in. However, since the start of the race, we've seen every single driver not make a stop here at Remote Pit yet. But if something does happen, I'll be back, give you guys the scoop, and keep you updated all day long. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Great to have you out there and great to hear your voice. It's been a while. Now, Fish, this race is really starting to evolve, and we're seeing that Brock Hager is really pushing hard and pushing into a lead, but Vito is literally right behind him. Where do you see this panning out? Where do you see this going? Are we going to see some big moves from maybe something like Dustin Battlett Jones, although he's had problems, we know.
He's got to get out of park first.
Up? Yeah.
He's not going to be moving very far.
Hey, when he starts, his clock will still be on 0.
Yeah. So I think Brock is in the perfect position right now. He's out front. He's just going to set the pace. Nobody's going to catch Brock, honestly, unless he has a problem. And, you know, he's going to know where he is. He's going to get split times from his guys. He's going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we've got moves as well. In 3rd position moves Travis Sally, pushing Ezra Eberts down.
Yeah, the top 5, 6 is pretty stacked. You got the top guys there. You know, Phil Blurton's up there, Brock's there, obviously. You got Vito Renault, and you got Cash LaCroix, CJ Greaves not too far behind them. Doug Matag up there, Max Zeddy. You got a lot of guys in the top 10. I'm not surprised by any of these names in the top 10 right now.
Well, I mean, they're just massive hitters, aren't they? I mean, Joe Tarana's in there, Brandon Sims, Caden McCachran, Blake Wilkie, to Dylan Schmuck, to Wayne Matlock. Wow. I mean, just absolutely stacked.
Joe Tarana, like you just mentioned, is in 11th right now. What's that tell you? He's usually at the front,
crazy.
Right?
It is. That's crazy.
Yeah, and he's probably not even had any problems either. That's where he is right now.
Exactly.
It's just a stacked field.
And you can see, if you see the videos and stuff, it's getting a little bit more dusty out there. The wind's still blowing, but it was pretty dusty right there if you're on somebody's back.
This looks like one of the 1450 class cars right here, or a T4 or whatever the hell they're called out here.
supposed to be 1 lap for those guys, right?
If it's 1450, yes, they're doing 1 lap. So
Okay.
65 miles for the 1400 cars today.
Got it.
One lap. They paid a much reduced entry fee also to just do 1 lap.
Got it.
Which is cool because it's like a budget class, right? So you don't want to charge them a full entry fee for a budget class.
Yep.
They get to go do 1 lap. It's still fun. They don't beat up their car as much.
Yeah,
You know,
as much.
keeps it more budget. Yeah.
No, it's great to see them out here. Well, we've got some great racing unfolding here. And what I love is that we have got time checks out there. So at the first time split, which is at the 21-mile mark, we'll see Brock Hager with 26 minutes and 42. In second is Vito Raniero with 27.45. So quite a gap there. Then in third position is Travis Sally with a 28.01. In fourth position and first in class is Esbert Eberts. In fifth position and first in class is Phil Blurton. In sixth position and fourth in class is Braden Baker. In seventh position and second in class is Cash LaCroix. In eighth overall and fifth, CJ Greaves. In ninth overall and sixth in class is Doug Mittag. And rounding out our top 10 at the moment is Max Eddy Jr.
Had a little talk with Max Eddy out there, just telling him, you know, I didn't think he would be the main guy, but as you know, Dakar is, it's all about the co-driver. The co-driver is the main key of the success out there for your driver, because knowledge of the course and stuff, and he was very on it. I have to give him credit, man. He did a really good job out there, and it's not just Brock, it's definitely him too.
Yeah, absolutely. And co-driving out there. I mean, co-driving is a massive thing in any kind of desert race, in any kind of off-road racing. But at Dakar, you have to understand that FIA road book and to be able to pick your way through it and understand the tulip diagrams and at the glimpse of an eye work from over 1,500, you heard me right, 1,500 different symbols and know exactly what they mean to the second and keep you on course. It's a very unique skill.
Totally different from what we have here, just reading the GPS and dangers and stuff. So hats off to Max Eddy for doing a great job out there.
Absolutely, and there's no pre-running on Dakar.
I know.
It's absolutely, you hit the course, it's the same for everybody.
Yep.
Okay, now, in-car there, and I'm loving these in-car shots that we're getting. Thank you very much to our production crew and to Starstream for allowing that to happen.
Yeah, that's one of the things we were talking about earlier. This is pretty rad to see all the different in-cars. Like I said,
yeah, and that looks like Blake Wilkie there.
Yep. Looks like Blake Wilkie in his new car. That was a Mittag-built car also. You can always tell Doug's cars because they sit real low.
Yeah,
they look real wide.
Yep.
It's got its own little style to it.
Yep, but Doug's a great builder out there. He's definitely came a long ways, and his dad used to build trucks and cars and stuff, so he definitely knows how to build a car for sure.
Yeah, this looks like one of the X3 platforms, would you say? Hard to say.
X3, yes.
Yeah. I always find it very interesting watching the drivers' different positions. Some drivers want to be long arms, some drivers want to be short arms.
You notice some of them how much they work the wheel compared to others too, right? Some people are actually like making themselves work harder because they're turning back
100%.
and forth so much. It's like, hey, stop turning the freaking wheel. Just let the car go straight.
That's right.
And also you're bleeding speed. All the time you're doing that, you're just creating little bits of drag. You're also creating tire wear and also steering component wear.
Yeah, I wish we had an in-car in Brock's car because you'd be able to see the difference between, you know.
I love watching, if you ever get the opportunity, watch Kyle Cheney. He looks so relaxed. He's just literally, the hand just flicks through his fingers.
Yeah, he's a machine too.
Yeah.
A real big machine. But Brock is another guy. I mean, tell you, the guy, hats off to that guy. He's killing it for sure. His driving style is next to none.
Now, this is out the exit of Spooner, so really pushing on across that course now.
Yeah, so these guys are getting to the faster part of the course now. So Brock and these lead guys, they're out past through the technical stuff now. They're going to be moving up around mile, let's see where Brock's at. He's just about to mile 37. So I'm keeping an eye on our tracker. We'll find out together when our next split is, at what mile it's at.
Yeah.
I mean, that's car right there, I think.
Well, when you look at the pace of these cars, it's absolutely astonishing, isn't it?
That's Matlock.
Yeah, that's one of Matlock's, yeah. That's Kristen, sorry.
I think that's Wayne.
Is that Wayne?
Kristen's is white, I believe.
Yeah, it's 71, whatever that one was, the last number.
Yeah, Kristen's has white on the side.
1871 is Wayne, yep. Kristen,
now, when they get on the
1854.
When they get on the more on the desert straight, you know, I would have to say that the Can-Am might have a little bit more advantage because they do have more miles per hour. So, you know, that might gain a little bit there on the straightaways. You know, the Can-Ams will do 118 miles an hour versus Polaris maybe 109.
Yeah, Brock is doing 83 knots right now, according to the tracker. The tracker's set on knots.
Okay. No,
He's just sailing his
he's
Can-Am across the
yeah.
seas.
Yeah, he's on the lake bed there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Brock, I know the tractors don't all update at the same time, but they're pretty close here, and he has over a 5-mile lead right now.
Wow.
This is insane.
Well, we said it before, the man is an absolute machine as we're watching the 1077 there.
What did we start? Did we say 15 seconds apart? Is that what they did, or was it?
I don't know.
Forest land, feet twice the size of Penny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
The pits at the moment, she's got some information for us. Tiffany, what have you got?
All right, guys, down here at Remote Pit. Now talking to Rhett. Rhett, you are pitting for the 913 Chase car. We've talked to him. You guys had communications. He's out right now at road mile 19. What is exactly going on?
So apparently we have a uniball pin that's broken. We're trying to find someone to get him one. I just radioed in and said maybe it'd be better if we just change the whole upper arm. If it is in fact the upper, I'm not really sure, but we're just waiting to hear some more.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. And like we were talking about, we just seen a bunch of other drivers take this ridge right over here as we're looking outside of Remote Pit. A ton of drivers, none of them have actually even stopped in here yet, but we are seeing some carnage happen out on the race course right now. We'll be back with updates and back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiff. Always good to hear from you. Now, that's interesting. Normally, we'd expect to see a few cars stopping at Remote Pit 1. Normally, there's the odd guy dropping in, get a spare wheel, stick a new tyre on the rack, do something like that. So it's interesting to me that we've got nearly 150 cars out there in course, and she's saying they're just blowing by.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean run so far. And some of that is due to today. You know, it's the dust factor out of this. So yeah, they started really close together, but as we could see earlier, dust wasn't really a factor. So you're not running into rocks trying to run the guy down in front of you. You can literally drive right on the guy's bumper and you can still see. So that helps out a lot for sure.
I'm guessing that they're definitely pushing and trying to get position right now. That's why they're not stopping the pit. These guys are neck and neck right now, and they want to gain as much time as they can ahead of the next guy. So those guys are pretty much going to make it all the way to the pit where they have to get fuel. I don't see them stopping unless they have a flat tire.
Oh yeah, the only thing they'd stop for is to get a replacement, right?
Yep,
or,
that's it.
If they have a flat on the car, that's it. No one's going to stop for 16 first lap.
No. I wouldn't. I mean, you got the best of the best in this class, and I wouldn't want to lose 30 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever that might be. Like I said, these guys are going at it right now.
All right, we have another split time. I'm going to call it mile 43. So 43 is going to be our second split time of the day. Brock Hager's first by there at 44:45. He's the only one by there so far. So we'll see what time we get. We should have a Braden Baker time in a second. He looks like he's almost to about where Brock's split time popped up.
Yeah, no, this is going to be very interesting indeed. See if anyone can start to catch or reel in Brock Hager. I'm also wanting to see what happened to Chase Carr. Is he up and running again?
Well, that's who they were just talking to in the pit. So they said something with the upper arm had some kind of problem with it. They weren't sure exactly what they were going to have to do yet, whether it was going to replace the whole arm or have to do something else.
But whatever that might be, you might as well forget it because you got the best of the best out there, and to win the race, you can't have any downtime.
Oh,
whatsoever.
you're done.
You're done.
You're
done for the day.
Yeah. Even if you get a flat tire today,
done.
you'll be lucky to win
or
this
a belt
race.
or whatever
Anything.
it might be.
You're
Whatever
anything.
it might be.
Now, this is an interesting race we got going on here between these two cars.
That's what. Oh God.
Is that Caffro?
Yeah,
Mike
Caffro.
Caffro?
Yeah,
Exactly.
that is.
It's Mike Caffro.
Another Matag car.
Yep.
So Mike Caffro going by there.
And he's no slouch either. He's still there and going at it.
Whose car is this right here? This is a Maverick car.
Yeah, Miller. No.
Oh, we just got passed by
look at
somebody.
that. Oh.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa.
It's a little dusty when you get past, even though the wind is there.
Just got to hold it to get
So
the look at the way that
74,
car's checking out.
72. That's the mile per hour there down in the bottom or the middle left.
It's definitely a Can-Am driver, probably whoever it is. You can see the emblems on it.
Yeah, that's a Mav R because you can tell by the dash.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Look at that little GPS the guy has. So whoever this is, it's probably not normally racing desert. It's just he's just going out there having a good time.
You wouldn't have the GPS in the middle. You'd want that thing right in front of the co-driver,
you
right?
got it, 100%.
You get a sore neck and get car sick real quick with it in the middle.
Or he's looking at it, the driver's looking at
Yeah.
it. But I didn't see nothing on the right, so he definitely is. It's something.
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay, just looking here, we've now got Braden Baker, by the looks of it. Have we got a time on him coming through?
Yep, 47 minutes. So 44:45 was Brock, so 47 is going to be Braden.
So Brock is extending his lead.
So he's got, what is that, 2 minutes, 15 seconds he's got?
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see where Vito, let's not forget, this is on adjusted time. It looks like we're going to see the overtake once more.
Look at that coverage
Here he
right
comes.
there.
Oh, about to get nerfed.
Here comes the
Can-Am
left tap.
hitting it.
Yep.
Get out of the
That's
way.
one of the most fun parts of off-road racing, in my opinion, is being able to nerf somebody. It's just, it's awesome.
Oh, it's awesome. Don't you love it?
Yeah.
No, well, it's
It's
great
the
fun
best
until
part.
the person in front of you just wants to be a trail tampon and doesn't
Well,
actually
that's why you
realize.
got to be able to hit them, right?
Yeah.
Some like Nora, you're not allowed to hit anybody, and that was so frustrating because you'd come up behind them and they just won't move.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, get out of the way.
No, I had a real problem in Portugal this year, and it didn't seem to matter how much of the 2.5 ton I threw at the guy in front of me. He did not want to move. Poor racing etiquette from people who do that. If you get touched, if you get caught, pull out the way. You've already been passed.
100%. If I got caught, I'd pull out of the way. It's not even a thing. And I've had people run, I hit people, hit them again. And the third time, it's on.
The third time, you just take them for a ride.
Oh, you take them for a ride. And there's a couple people, the racers will tell you that, yeah, Mark will take you for a ride out there for sure. So good luck with that.
I did that to a guy in Portugal last year. We all got blasted out in the dust completely, took him off the track. I mean, the guy was just came back on the track. He still carried on in front of me. It's like, really?
Look where we're at right now. Like I talked about before, Michael McFadden, second place.
Where's
There
he
you
come
go.
from?
Brand new car.
46:58, so 2 seconds ahead of Braden Baker right now on corrected time.
Yeah, he started in 9th position.
Phil Blurton, 4th, 47:01. 1 second behind Braden Baker. And then Doug Matag, 47:12. Max Eddy, 47:13. CJ Greaves, 47:51.
They're
Look
right
at how many
there.
cars are within a
I
minute
know.
or less of each
Less
other
than a
right
minute.
now. This is
You
great
can
racing.
touch them almost. That's where they're at pretty much.
And they're all, like we said, they're all in the same type of car basically nowadays. They're all competitive.
Yep.
All of them.
That car right there, it's in second place. That he just got that car. It's a brand new Can-Am R, and the kid, he used to, like I said, race for Honda, for the factory Honda team, and now he's in a Can-Am again, and that's an all-sap car, and he's doing really well.
Yeah, so all of those cars in the top 7 at the moment are UTV Open, apart from Phil Blurton, who's in a UTV Pro Modified.
Yep.
So we have Polaris first, Can-Am second, Polaris third, Can-Am fourth, Polaris fifth, Can-Am sixth.
Is that crazy?
Every other
Is that
car
crazy?
is a Polaris or Can-Am. Every other one.
Yep.
Yep.
But isn't that wonderful as well? That's given us
It's awesome.
incredible racing that we've got
That
right
makes
now.
the racing great. Yeah, it's not just one manufacturer out there dominating completely.
So let's talk about tyre size, because obviously there's always been that thing with desert racers are going to use a smaller tyre than, say, rock racers. What sort of size tyres are they running on these cars now?
They're all running 35s. Everybody's running
Most of,
35.
most of them are running 35. So other guys are running 33, still the older cars maybe, but 35.
Maybe a
is the-
stock class would maybe run a 33, maybe, but yeah.
It's
the
incredible.
The older cars, the X3s with the belt, you have to still run pretty much a 33.
Yeah.
Versus a 35, it won't handle it.
Oh, look at this. Joe Tirana just jumped up into second place on corrected time. He's
Wow.
46:54, so 4 seconds ahead of McFadden, but he's still over 2 minutes behind Brock.
Yeah, and that's one of our 1400 or 1450 cars there, pulling over on the side of the track.
Tyler Gibbs, 926, just came to a stop at 0 miles an hour at about mile 41. So not good news for the 926.
So a great view there from Michael Mack. I do like this when you can see back into the car, see hand positions.
Speaking of Mack, Caden McCachran, 0 miles an hour.
Oh,
really?
Bummer for Caden. Right at about mile 31 and a half, sitting at 0 miles an hour.
Do you remember last year, was that the where Caden actually flipped it on his side?
Yes. Yeah, I just talked to him down there. I was like, hey, don't do anything stupid. He's like, what qualifies as stupid? I was like, you know. He's like, all right.
Hanging out on your side's fairly stupid.
Hopefully he didn't do it again.
Wasn't last year Phil Burton, he like rolled and got back on his wheels and going, was that qualifying? Phil Burton actually was in a turn, he kind of rolled, they showed a clip of him. Phil actually showed it the other day.
Yeah, and then it was on the lake bed, right? And then landed it?
Yeah, landed it and kept on going.
Yeah.
That's the other beautiful thing about these UTVs. They're so lightweight, but so well built.
Yep.
They can take hits like that.
Yep.
Whereas a big car is probably going to damage them and take them out of the race.
100%. And they're so, like I said, like we talked about before, they've came leaps and bounds throughout the years. They're so good right now. You know, Fish, you drive those things all the time. You have a new one all the time. I see some different cars you always have, getting something
Yeah,
fixed.
they're so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, you love it looks like, too.
Yeah, they're awesome. I mean, like I said, we used to race those trucks, the 1450 trucks that are out here.
Yep.
But now, any of those UTVs will smoke those 1450 trucks. And we used to think that we were so fast back in the day in those trucks. And we were compared to a lot of stuff. But now, yeah, you can go buy that thing off the factory and go out there and race it. The Pro R that we raced at Nora was almost stock besides safety stuff. It really was. And we got 6th or 7th overall at Nora. I mean, it was so much fun, you know. Look at Kristen here. She's just cruising along, and they're not getting out of shape. You know, they work so well.
You know, you're talking about hand speed on the wheel.
Yes.
Kristen is a perfect example of that. She's so relaxed.
Exactly. Look at only how much the wheel's moving. Just little bit of movements here and there, but mostly it's just staying straight.
Just letting the car do its thing. She's not overworking the car.
No.
Right, okay, now I've got some interesting stuff coming right through now. Caden McCachran is running. Okay, I'm showing him in 16th position at the moment, just crossed the line with a 28.32. In 15th is Travis Sally. In 14th is Mike Kelly. In 13th is Blake Wilkie. In 12th it's Brandon Sims. Now it gets silly. In 11th is Cash LaCroix. In 10th it's Ezra Eberts. In 9th it's CJ Grease. In 8th it's Max Jeddy Jr. In 7th is Vito Raniero. In 6th it's Doug Matak. In 5th it's Phil Blurton. In 4th, Braden Baker. 3rd, Michael McFadden. In 2nd, Joe Tarana. And still out front, it's Brock Hager. Any one of those names in that top 12 you're used to seeing at the front and leading races.
Like I said before, you got the best of the best here at King of the Hammers, and it's awesome to see. I wish I was out there racing with these guys. You always want the best when you race out there.
Yeah.
I love to see. I'm not a sandbagger. I like to be racing with the best out there, and these guys, they're racing with the best guys in the world right here today.
Absolutely. There's no point racing against yourself.
Nope.
And so it's so cool to see this.
This looks like maybe one of our Jeep speed entries, possibly, or it looks like a Jeep, or is that a
That's a Jeep
vehicle?
It's a Jeep.
Yeah.
It's a white Jeep came up. I saw it start.
Oh, here we go. Someone's going pretty good here.
Oh, look at this. This is some pace going on. Can we see the GPS?
No,
that's 80 mile an hour plus.
Yeah. Brandon Baker, there you go.
Braden Baker. And that's a new car, I believe, that Braden just built for this year, too.
And he does all his work, too, from what I was told. And
yeah.
I met him a few times, and he's
At
definitely he actually works on Score. Roger Norman's car actually did this.
Oh, really?
Work. Yep.
Now, what I'm loving about this, you can look in there, you can see the PDM, you can also see the PDM control switches. So what does that mean? That means that most of these cars these days, they don't have fuses, they don't have relays. It's all digitally controlled.
Yep.
Using a power distribution module, and everything's done by little electrical fairies inside your vehicle.
Fairies, I like that word.
Oh,
fairies. Yes.
Got a report on Caden McCachran. He broke a tie rod, so Caden McCachran is out of the race.
He's out of the race, right? Okay,
rod,
so he must have just pinged on that tracker, is that? Ah, that's tough luck.
Yeah, like at this race, like we said, you break something like that, you're done. You're not winning the race there. And then that team's not racing for points in Best in the Desert. They don't race Best in the Desert, so there's no reason to really, continue going on the car.
Yep. And Joe's still running, 2 minutes behind, a little bit more, a little bit over 2 minutes behind Brock. It looks like. But still, look at McFadden, Baker, Burton. Doug, they're all within seconds.
Now, one thing I do find interesting in this, looking at how things are moving on, is that Ezra Eberts has actually moved back into 10th position. Still first in the 10 class, the B2s. But, yeah, really dropped back down the field a little bit. Interesting to see. I don't think there's an issue. It certainly hasn't dropped enough time for it to be a flat tyre. But I think it's just where the course has changed, and they were now opening up a little bit, and these bigger cars can just really start to push that speed.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the tracker, this is a typical 1450. I see the most stopped cars out of any class in the 1450 class right now. Of course, most of them before mile 10 as well, by the way.
Yep. Now,
I have 4 of them stopped before mile 10 on the tracker.
Someone was actually suggesting to me the other day that in a 1400 or a 1450 car, that by law you should have to carry a cooler full of drinks.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if this is true or not.
I mean, we have Ruslan. Ruslan is stopped just past mile 9. We have Bill West is stopped just by mile 4. We have Ken Knudsen stopped at mile 3. We have Cordell Weaver stopped at mile 1, and we have Mike Abbott stopped at mile 2. So not a good showing for the 1450 class so far today.
Just looking now at our split times. At Brock Hager, he's at the moment, he's running a really good pace. He's got about a 2-minute lead, but between the second place and the, where are we going back to? Let's go from second back to 10th. There is pretty much little over a minute separating those vehicles, which is absolutely, in fact, it is exactly a minute from second place to 10th. Incredible.
Can't have any problems whatsoever. If you have a problem, you're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see that in the rise. I mean, the 4900 class, which is the UTV class here for King of the Hammers, it's exactly the same. You cannot afford to have any mistakes whatsoever. And we keep talking about the rise of the UTV, but in the rocks they're unstoppable. In the desert they're unstoppable. And we've seen people like, I mean, in fact, one name that is missing here is Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I thought he was going to be here.
I wish
He'll be at the rock race, the UTV rock race. He'll be here.
But he's not racing the desert race today. Why is that?
No, I don't know why he's not racing the desert. Well, honestly, his car is a little bit more of the rock car, kind of the way it's set up.
Yeah.
But he's not racing it. And same with Bryce Menzies. He's not racing today, this one, but he will be in the rock race. So it'll be interesting. We got a few fast guys coming out for the rock race.
Okay.
So
which I'm looking forward to. But Mitch Guthrie Jr. is one of the few UTV drivers that's actually won a desert race outright against T1 trucks.
Yeah, in the best of the desert, probably you're talking about. Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Remember that
Silver
one time?
Silver State.
Silver State. It was Silver State. BJ got second, I think it was.
It was BJ second,
Yep.
yeah. That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt.
That hurts pretty bad.
It was a B1 car that beat him for the overall, or he would have had the overall. I think he was second overall. If I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
It was a Class 1 car that beat him for the overall. Yeah, but he beat the trucks.
He beat the trucks. He beat BJ.
He beat all the trucks. All right, look at this. So we got some not lap traffic, but some traffic coming here. It looks like UTV or a buggy's getting caught by a truck. Moved out of the way.
Yeah, that's a good call. You don't want that sitting on your bumper.
No, that's a lot of weight behind you.
But what with the turn of that? What if the UTVs are behind the 6100 trucks, which happens all the time, and those guys do not want to move out of your way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to move a truck with a little car, right?
It is. It really is, and it's horrible. They don't want to get passed by a UTV.
No.
No, but also there's race etiquette, isn't there? I mean, just because you've got a bigger bank balance doesn't mean to say that you have more right to be on that course than anyone else.
But
if you get caught, move.
Move, 100%. You move and get out of the way. That's the way it is.
All right, we're going to see our first car coming back in pretty soon. There he is right there, I believe. That is Brock Hager right there. Yep. First car coming back through Heartbreak Hill, going to be back into Hammertown in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. Now, what's going to be the sort of fuel strategy for these vehicles? Are they going to be taking fuel at all, or are they going to be looking to push all the way?
No, they can't make it the whole way. They definitely don't have enough for that. They're going to have to stop one time. I would think probably after the second lap, which is when you'd see most of them stop, unless they're trying to do something where they went short and splash and then splash again. But I would think most just stop at the end of the second lap.
Yeah. Now, we saw Cowboy Cerrone earlier. He was qualifying in the T2s, and good to see him out there in his UTV. Now, is there anything, now these cars are so light, they do get upset by weight. Is there any kind of fuel strategy there that they might want to run with, like a two-stop strategy? Because they are very fast filling, aren't they?
Yeah, you'd probably not. I think everyone's probably just going to start pretty full. As we see, this is Ruslan here pulled over with another problem there. But I think you just run it full and run it.
Yeah, full. You run it full. And my car, like some cars work better if the fuel is full versus lighter and you're going through the rough at the beginning, or you know, you don't want to stop because the competition's so strong. It's who's ever going to get to the pit first, get their fuel, and get out and go the longest distance is what you want. These guys, like we talked about again, these guys, top guys in the world, are here head to head. You don't see that much, and they're definitely going to go the distance of what they have. And their tanks are they're only 30-gallon tanks, 32-gallon tanks probably in these cars.
Now, are there any restrictions on fueling in this race? Do we know? Are they allowed to use Power Pros for filling, or are they gravity feed only?
Where's Ben?
That's a very good question. We'll need to get our event director in here for
What
that
about
one,
Miles? He might know that, but
I believe that they are allowed to use them.
Yes.
Yeah. They have to be in full gear. I know that. They have to have full suits on, gloves, helmets. They have to have everything on. But I believe they're allowed to be used. They were allowed to be used last year. And I didn't hear any
Baja,
change
we
there.
use them too. So
And all these cars are set up for them now.
Yep.
So for them not to be set up and everyone to come out with new equipment.
Oh, you see that? They just cut into it. These guys are going neck and neck, and he was about to ready to go for a pass.
Maybe we can get a replay of that. If we can get the production to replay us that in case you guys missed it. Try and find out who that was there.
I was watching it.
It's one of those, it's all going so well until.
So let's see if these next cars, hopefully they stop and at least get a thumbs up real quick here. That's proper race etiquette. Make sure they're okay.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like there's somebody out of the car already.
Yep, they're out
so
of the car.
hopefully he'll be giving a thumbs up. So again, let's talk about race etiquette in that situation. So the guys have rolled their car. If they're all okay and everything's looking good, they should be thumbs up. Let the guys behind them know. If there's a lot of dust, and there wasn't, thankfully, you'd run further back up the course and make sure they can clearly see you to get the thumbs up.
Yeah, definitely. And here's Brock at the end of the first lap. He's in with a 1:02.55. So 1:02, 1 hour, 2 minutes for Brock. So that means the race is going to be right around 4 hours today.
And that means they're averaging over 60 mile an hour, which is insane.
Yes, because it's a 65-mile course and did it in about an hour. So yeah, right above 60,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's pretty easy.
Did you like that? That was quick math.
Yeah, that's a good one there.
And then you can see that he didn't pit. Okay, so that's his first lap. He's definitely going to do it probably in his second lap. That's for sure.
Yep.
And then he's done because after that, you only got 2 laps left and he can make it the whole distance.
Yeah, these guys can make it 120 miles.
Easy.
At least the full race car ones can make it that far. Some of the stock ones, if they don't have quite as big of a cell in the car, they might have to stop at the pit a little more often.
Yeah, we saw that with Robbie Gordon last year, having to stop on multiple times, didn't we?
Yeah. That's Braden Baker right there.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic lead from that car. Now it's going to be very interesting. Braden Baker, before the last split, was sitting in 4th position overall and 3rd in class.
Got your Dustin Jones update. They got it out of park and they're headed to the start line.
Fantastic.
So the question is, does their time start now or did their time start when the last car went off the line?
That's going to be a question for our events director.
I would think that the time would start when the last car went off the line because that's the correct way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see both people out of the car now.
That's a good sight there. They're checking the tires. That tire still looks pretty good.
No, the whole tire rod broke. You see it flangling out.
Oh, the tire's good.
Oh, it's good. That tire is really good. Yeah.
All right, we got the replay. Let's see it. Let's roll it like they did.
See, he's neck and neck right now.
All right, so it's the second car in line right here.
Clip the tire, I think, right here. Let's see.
It's hard to see because they were right behind the mountain. Oh,
there's
yeah,
no-
he did.
Yeah.
Because you see the first car went sideways.
Yep. Axle's out. Tie rod's out.
Oh, man. Yeah, that
Arms
was
out.
I don't know where he was going on the inside right there because there was a mountain right there on the inside, too.
But when you're in a race car, everything looks different, and you want to push, you're trying to overtake. Sometimes you just got to be patient.
Yeah, that one was self-inflicted there.
There's
it is.
That's a
these
bummer.
guys right here. There's Michael McFadden and Phil Burton right there going at it.
Yep. That's what we call racing suicide.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Okay, so now Emerson Ridge. Now this is an interesting one. There is so much hard-packed rock up on the top there, and the rocks are almost polished where people have been driving over the years. But they're also nasty, very sharp rocks. It's so easy, and you see the cars going slow there, and you're thinking, why are they going slow? Honestly, it's almost impossible to go faster than this pace in that particular part on the course.
Yeah. And there's nowhere to pass, like you said. It's one lane
there's
going
nowhere
down the
to pass.
mountain. Yeah.
What you've got to do is got to mind your tyres, make sure you don't get a flat tyre here, because changing a flat in this place is an absolute hell.
And it's funny, some people might think that, T1s or T2s or whatever, they just go fast all the time, right? But even those guys would be going not quite that slow there, but they would be going slow there as well.
In fact, it's actually more difficult for a T1 in that environment because they're so much wider than the UTV, so they have to really be careful. And we saw some top guys today, Ryan Arciero, Luke McMillan coming in with flat tyres.
Yeah.
Tells you everything you need to know.
So here's Braden Baker. This is going to be our second car.
Look at the size of that jump as Braden crosses the line.
He's in with a 106,
He's
so about a
second
3-minute lead for Brock right now at the end of the first lap. 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So Braden's looking pretty good. You know, he used to come out and be really fast and then
And
kind of
break.
have a problem or break or crash or something, but he just had a pretty solid first lap right there. So
Yeah.
if he can keep up his pace, we'll see what happens. You never know. Brock could have a problem. Anything can happen.
Yep. Well, we're going to be, you know, it's going to be, what do you reckon, lap 3, we're going to start getting into traffic for those cars?
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Brock is going to hit some on this lap, just looking at the map right now.
Yeah.
Some of the slower vehicles out there, he's going to catch them on this lap. He's not that far behind a few of them.
Okay, I've got some interesting news for you. It looks like that Doug Mittag has moved up into second place.
There we go, 5:36. Or 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 36 seconds.
Yeah, so he's running there 24 seconds faster than Braden Baker on overall time.
It's about 2.5 minutes behind Brock.
Well, I think we might see a few changes here. So all of the top 3 at the moment are in the UTV Open class.
There's Michael McFadden right there.
Yeah,
Coming
Michael
down.
Now this is going to be very interesting because Michael McFadden
And Phil's got to be right there with
started
him.
in 9th position. Yeah, Phil Blurton moves into 2nd position with a 105.21. So just under 2.5 minutes behind Brock Hager.
Oh, he's pitting.
Who is?
Interesting.
Phil?
Is that McFadden?
No, McFadden's white. The side of the white. I didn't see the.
That's McFadden
Then
there,
McFadden is
but he's
gonna
also
pit.
pitting.
So Phil and they're both pitting.
Wow, there must be an issue.
Maybe their tanks aren't quite big enough to go 2 full laps. I'm kind of surprised by that, actually.
I don't believe that.
I'll be very surprised. I mean, these are desert cars. These, if they were 4900, I'd probably say yes, but not with these guys.
Yeah, most everybody's going right by. So that means we're going to
That's
have
hard.
a few position changes once we
Big.
get to the next split again, too.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just talk about that. We've got Brock Hager. He came through, checked out, and moved out into the desert. We've got Phil Blurton, who's coming currently in 2nd position, but he has stopped in the pits. We've got Doug Mittag, who's also come in sitting there, but I believe he blew through. But Michael McFadden came in 4th position, 3rd in class, but he is also stopped in the pits. And Braden Baker is actually out on course now. So I think at the moment that it is going to be Brock Hager, Doug Mittag, and Braden Baker.
So Michael McFadden already left a pit. He's right there on the screen right now. He's on that screen. And
So what do you reckon he's done? Splash and dash?
I don't know.
I wonder what kind of, honestly, I don't know what kind of fuel mileage those Maverick
5.
Rs get.
About 5.
5? Okay, so
About 5.
the Pro R is not much different than that.
Yeah.
So they're both about the same. I'm surprised, because both of those were Mav Rs that we saw stop.
Yep.
Okay, let's go the other way. What if they are running a we'll run less fuel strategy? So they are running exactly what I said earlier, which they're
I
going to
don't
do.
see that strategy, though. How does that do anything for
Well,
you?
if you, in theory, if you're running lighter and you can get ahead, then that works really well for you. You can do a splash and dash. But if it's not working for you,
Not with the pits. I think the pit's going to kill you. These guys
Look how
are
many
going-
spots they just lost in that pit.
Yeah,
What did
no
3 or
way.
4 drivers went by him right
Dust,
there?
everything else.
Yeah.
I would just go for it.
Okay, here we go. We've got some news. We've got Joe Tirana has just moved up into 2nd in class and 3rd overall, crossing the line with a 105.27. So he's 6 seconds behind Phil Blurton, but let's not forget Phil Blurton did stop in the pits. And Vita Renino has come in with a 105.47, 3rd in class and 5th overall. So it's all change at the top, but right now it's all about that man, Brock Hager, Dakar winner, and he's giving us a masterclass right now.
Yeah, he's over 3 minutes or so ahead.
Yeah, he's absolutely killing it. 2.5 minute lead over Phil Blurton.
Yep.
Oh, drone down. Another one of our lead vehicles coming in. And it's also worth noting when you come through that Bronco arch, you're unsighted, but there's some really big rocks either side of you. So, yeah, big.
Big rocks. It's gnarly. And there used to be like 2 lines before, like the years previous. You can go down, and man, it's really rough there. You get a flat. It's really
easy to get a flat.
Very easy. And these guys are running tire pressures somewhere in the 20 to 23 pounds, somewhere in that area. Depends what tire it is.
So Max Eddy through, Brandon Sims through, CJ Greaves through, Cash LaCroix through. So we have 11 cars that have come through on the end of their first lap so far. And there's just going to be, looking at the tracker, we are just stacked up. There's going to be cars coming every second here.
Most of the guys you're going to see not pitting right here. I'm blown away by the 2 cars that did go into the pit, the 2 Can-Ams, and I think that really hurt them a lot.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if it, you know, maybe they went full. If you're saying anything like what you're saying before, maybe they went full now and they'll go 2 laps without pitting, and they'll get a couple spots back next lap.
Well,
maybe
that's the only thing I could see with that strategy. Was
but
trying
then you're
to run
gonna have
light.
to pit again for the last lap. So
it's not really working.
Yeah. Because none of these people can make 3 laps. I don't think. I don't think you can go 180 miles on a tank.
On a 32, it'd be very close.
It'd be really close, right?
Yeah,
it'd be
it'd
risky.
be right there. It'd be risky.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Blake Wilkie now dropping on down. So Blake, he's doing a lot of driving today. So he was qualifying earlier on in the unlimited truck. He's now racing here.
And then the bugs.
And then he's got, the Class 11s this evening.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to be sore tonight.
Well, Cerrone's the same way. So he's going to be in the same boat.
Yeah, of course, yes.
You know, but he is a UFC fighter, you know, so he could handle it, you know.
You'd like to think so.
Yeah. He kind of was a little baby, though, in Baja when we went down there. He cried a little bit. I got some great footage of him crying about how cold it was.
Yeah, I feel for that. I suffer in the cold terribly, so.
Yeah, raining. He didn't like it very much out there, but hey, man up.
Yeah, sometimes got to put your big boy pants on and just get on with it.
Yep.
So that's Blake Wilkie there. Oh, and that's car 27, which is Cash LaCroix. Fantastic stuff there.
It's amazing to see CJ. Is he out, or is that what happened there? Because normally he was up front. I mean, he was up there, and he kind of fell pretty far back, 8th.
Yeah, he's at 107 was his time. I mean, not too far back. He might have just been cruising it a little bit more. He doesn't know if you think about it, this is his first race, right? So he has no idea what first race in this type of class. He has no idea what the pace is.
No, but
so
his foot
right?
does know. His right foot is pretty.
CJ's raced out here before, but normally in the 4900 class.
Yeah, which is not anything like this.
This is true, yeah.
He's qualified in those Yamahas back in the day, you know, top qualifier in the
short course
rock,
stuff.
Short course, or the rock stuff, actually.
Yeah, and the rock stuff. And the rock stuff, they were winning. One year, him and they were really pushing hard, and then they had problems right at the end of the race.
Yep. There's Brock again. That is our overall leader right now. It's Brock Hager out there. Easy car to spot, the black and yellow. I like it.
Yeah, we say it every single time. If you're looking to build a race car, then always put a big number on your roof so that we can see you. But I'm getting some information. It's the man with the mic, the voice of King of the Hammers. It's Miles Hasselquist is down in the pits. Miles, what have you got for us?
On the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It's a lot of fun down here in the hot pits, lots of action. The cars are coming through. We got Ryan Thomas over here. We're going to bring him out and have a quick chat with him. Brock Hager on the pole and still out front.
Yeah, well, we kind of expected. I mean, it's Brock Hager.
That guy's an absolute madman behind the wheel. Sounds like strategy. You guys are going to stop about one time or two? Or, sorry, just one time?
Yeah, it's a one-stop race for us. The way the course is laid out, we're kind of right at the threshold, but we've got 2 years of data, and I mean, we get right down to the last usable bit of fuel, and we know what that is, and so, yeah, it's a one-stop race for us.
And we also have the remote pit where Tiffany Stone is, and that sounds like it's kind of a safety pit for you guys. You have tools, you got fuel, but you don't plan to stop there.
No, it's a disadvantage when you have to do that the whole 25 miles an hour, so it's way better to plan your primary stop here. We do have a fuel rig out there. If they've got to stop to do a re-rack or anything mechanical, it makes sense to only stop once, and we can fuel there as well.
Absolutely. Well, Ryan, always a pleasure. Thank you. Good luck, and we'll see you here. Lap 2, maybe 3, we'll see.
Be here, yeah.
All right, buddy. Well, thank you. And again, thank you, everybody. This has been so much fun down here. The cars are flying by here. Main race. and they're cruising. When they get off the course, it's 25 miles an hour for safety. Again, it's a lot of action down there, a lot of moving parts. But Jim, Fish, Mark, you guys have been doing a great job. Thank you. So I'll send it back to the Optima Battery main booth. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Oh my, look at this. That is Blake Wilkie there. Three wheels on his wagon, trying to sort things out. Now, Ryan Thomas. Let's just talk about Ryan Thomas. He started up or was brought in to head up the Polaris factory race team. What a job this man's doing.
Yeah, he's doing a great job over there. I mean, it's kind of tough if you think about it. You have 4 drivers who are all top drivers, right? They all want to beat each other. They're teammates, but every single one of those guys wants to beat each other, right? Caden wants to beat Brock every single race. He doesn't want Brock to win.
No.
You know, I mean, they all want to beat each other. So that's quite a job of having to manage 4 drivers, keep them friendly, keep them on the same team, and want to play together, right? No offense to anybody, but I'd always want to be the one that would want to win, right?
Yep,
you know?
that's for sure.
That's a tough job.
But there is no, I mean, the way I understand it, there is no team orders. It's like, go out there, do the best you can.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever's winning is, going to get the same support as the other guys, but each one of them wants to be the guy that wins, I mean, Caden won the one year when they made the car that looks like his that they're selling, right? The purple car. That was whoever won that race. Polaris was going to make that car for sale. So Caden won that race. They're selling the purple car. If Brock had won, they would be selling a yellow car. So it's kind of a little incentive there.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Travis Clark did a great job. He's in charge of that team. He did the team there. Craig Scanlon, they're their teammates, kind of like not teammates. They're partners on the deal, and they brought a great team together. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the factory effort, coming out here, and hopefully other, teams follow suit. It'd be cool to see a full-on factory Can-Am team out here, a Honda team out here, Yamaha, Kawasaki's coming out with a real car soon. It sounds
they got
like.
a new one.
So
Yep, supercharger.
It's going to be cool to see the competition. It just makes everybody better.
Yeah, I agree entirely. And to get back to those days where we had the manufacturers going up head-to-head with real manufacturers teams, it would be great to see. But right now we have some fantastic racing. If you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and this is the limited race, although there's nothing limited about the action that we see out there on track right now. So we're watching Braden Baker.
This is one of the more technical spots of the course, same spot we saw earlier. You got to kind of pick your way through there. You don't want to hit any one of those big rocks there, rip a corner off or anything. That is the Freddie Willert entry there. One of the B2 cars, Class 10 cars that we have entered today, Stan Potter. It's a single seat car, actually, so you're the only one in there. No one to talk to. Probably gets a little boring. No one to yell at either. No, it's always your fault.
Let's go back to that. We just saw Blake Wilkie pulled off on the side of the track. Now, he's just come through main pit. To pick up a flat tire at that point, that's a real kick in the teeth, isn't it?
Is that what it ended up being? I wasn't watching for a second.
I'm guessing it was a flat. Yeah.
There you go. Well, there you go. He's in the pit, right?
No, he's already gone through.
Oh, okay. So he's in a new car, too. That's the first time he's racing that car.
I believe you said that's a Doug Mittag frame?
Mittag car also, yeah.
So we're just looking into the pits. Now the pits are laned out all the way along the short course here.
Yeah, real easy access for the main pit. You come in and you just pull off to the side.
There's Doug right there.
Yeah, I like the way those cars look. They just look so cool.
Yeah.
Just the way they sit, they just look mean.
Yeah, they do.
They are a proper mini race car, aren't they?
Yeah.
Doug Mittag is sitting in second in class at the moment and fourth overall after he crossed the line to complete his first lap.
And definitely, he's no slouch either. He's a short course guy, and he's been racing a long time. And to come out here in the desert race and do well.
Yeah, I think that's Brad Lovell. The first time we've seen him today. He's been there, seen it, done it. If there's something to win, Brad's probably won it. He's out here in his Ford Bronco. Big kick there for this car. And this looks like coming out the bottom of the back door, heading out toward Baldwin's Leap.
Looks like Matlock. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
One of the Matlocks, let's just say that. Who's doing faster? Which one is it, the wife or the husband right now?
There's Brock going around some lap. There's your lap traffic answer there, Jim.
Yep.
That is a slow lap traffic. Didn't look like it held him up much. He was able to actually catch him in a good spot to go around.
Looks like Wayne's ahead of his wife at least.
Yeah, Wayne's sitting in 11th in class and 13th overall. And Kristen, I'm sitting in 25th at the moment, but we'll see. Yeah, Kristen is coming at 1:10 to complete first lap. And Wayne came in with a 1:07.
Look who's in 11th.
You would wait until I put my mask down. Didn't smoke. Very nice.
Told you, underrated driver.
No, he is. He is, definitely. He's driven with Austin Whelan in a Can-Am a couple times.
Well, let's have a quick look at our top 10 at the moment. In 10th position and 8th in class is Dallas Gonzalez. In 9th position and 7th in class is Brandon Sims. In 8th overall and 6th in class is Max Eddy Jr. In 7th overall and 5th in class is Braden Baker. In 6th overall and 4th in class is Michael McFadden. In 5th overall and 3rd in class is Vito Raniero. In 4th overall and 2nd in class is Doug Mittag. In 3rd and 2nd in class is Joe Tirana. In 2nd overall and 1st in class, Phil Blurton. And of course, it's all about the man of the moment, Brock Hager, as he makes his way out into the desert to start his second lap. 2.5 minute lead. But this has still got another 2 laps plus to complete this one. There's a lot of racing to do yet, Fish.
Yeah, we're only 25% done there. We got
Absolutely.
4 laps for these lead cars, right? We got a long way to go. Anything can happen. This is desert racing. It is never over until you are across that finish line. So we heard Ryan Thomas talking earlier. He confirmed that they are only pitting 1 time. They are stopping once at the end of the second lap. They also have fuel monitors in those cars, so they know exactly how much fuel is in there. So if they do need a little bit extra fuel, they can stop. But the problem with that is the pit is at mile 16, right, on the lap. So if you get by mile 16, you better be sure you got enough fuel to make it all the way back. Because if you get to mile 30 and you're like, uh-oh, then you're screwed.
I honestly think that they know what they're doing. I don't think they're going to have any problem whatsoever. For
Oh, hello, we've got a rollover here.
Rollover.
Uh-oh. Who do we got there? Is that McFadden?
No, that's what I'm looking at.
I think that's McFadden, the yellow with the white.
You did see yellow. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's McFadden.
Well, if that is, this is going to be top cars trying to get pushing past
right
here.
No, DRT.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yep, McFadden.
I'm pretty sure it's McFadden.
What did he do? I missed it. Did we see
I
it live?
didn't see it.
No.
Maybe production, if you guys caught that live, I don't know if you did or not. Can you get us a replay? That'd be awesome. If
but
it was
look
on
what this is. This is Heartbreak Hill. So
All right, we're
I
going
would
to check and
suggest
see
that
if
he's
we got it.
Yeah, I'd suggest that he's probably stuck the nose in. It's spun right round on him and then flipped up over.
I think he just came over too hot, it looks like, huh?
Yeah. Well, he probably stopped in the pits, got into his brain, and what it's saying is Michael Lee. But I think that's
It's
McFadden.
211. Yeah, it's it.
Yeah.
Is McFadden a DRT on the side, or is it
No,
Michael Lee?
he's Yokohama and Allsap. So
Okay, so it might be Michael
It
Lee
is
then.
Michael Lee.
It is Michael Lee.
It's Michael Lee.
So many of these cars look
sorry
together.
for all the McFadden fans out there
Yeah,
that we've
no.
just terrified.
Yeah, he's still good. You got to put numbers on the skid plates. That's going to be a new rule.
That's scary, though.
Well, we keep saying
It's
every
like
year,
jinxing
can you
you.
please put big numbers on the roof, please?
Yeah, we got them on the roof, but when we can only see the skid plate.
Man. I don't know if I'd want to do that, that's for sure.
As it looks like one of the Eberts cars right there, the Class 10, Ezra Eberts.
Interesting, because Ezra Eberts has actually dropped down. He's into 14th, but first in class.
Yeah, that was him a minute ago there. This looks like one of our stock class cars, probably. I think that's a Yamaha there.
Yeah, it's Brooke Harper, 734.
I can't believe Phil is still in first place, second overall, pitted, kind of.
Oh, first in his class?
Yeah, first in his class, but second overall, it looks like still. Is that right?
I just got a physical split time. So at remote pit 2, which is mile 16, Brock Hager has a 3-minute and 56-second physical gap to second place. So physical, not corrected time.
Got it.
But a 4-minute gap between first and second at mile 16.
He's out.
Oh,
That's
so we
his
just,
dad.
Yeah, we just got confirmation from Phil
Senior.
Blurton Senior
Yep.
that Phil is actually out of the race.
Wow,
so
that's a
big
bummer.
bummer for Phil Blurton. He was running in the second overall position there, only a couple minutes behind Brock, but we just heard he's out of the race and headed back to the pit.
Oh.
So bummer for Phil.
Yeah, he's one of the best out there in the desert. Great team, great guy, great co-driver. Sad to see.
Yeah, this is Aaron Ampuda coming into there. Now, he's got Alan sitting in the co-driving seat, if I'm not mistaken.
Normally with Phil Burton, he has Bo in there, and he's actually a wheel driver too. He can drive too, but I didn't see him in the car when I talked to him.
So these guys, looks like they're looking at something on the back right there. Maybe he's feeling a little something weird in the car.
Do we know
That's a Pudio's truck car.
It is, yeah, that's a brand new
That's
car.
Alan, if I'm not mistaken. His car is out there. He's actually getting a drive, which you don't see him at all really at the races. He's more of the pit guy, and one of the brothers. He's like the middle brother, I should say. Or no, that's youngest, I should say. He's the youngest, and he's out there driving.
I think that is the first Maverick R that Matag has built as well, because most of his other cars they've been the Pro R platform.
You're
so
correct.
This is
I think about that too.
Can-Am Maverick R is his first one there.
Well, they're not looking in a hurry, that's for sure.
It's cool to get your brother in there. You know, Alan is co-driver for him. It's pretty awesome to see, you know, both brothers in the car.
So at 10 a.m. this morning, we had nearly 150 cars start this race. And before that, we had the unlimited class qualifying. What a qualifying session that was. And we'll be seeing those cars racing tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. here in Hammertown. And joining me in the booth, I'm Jim Marsden, but joining me is none other than Fish from Fishgistics, and of course Mark Burnett. Mark, what do you think of the race so far?
I think it's awesome, man, to see all the teams out there and head-to-head. I mean, definitely would love to be out there with these guys, and you know, to see them all in one spot, you don't see that anywhere else. I've never seen it anywhere, and I'm sure Fish will back me up on that, and to see them go head-to-head all in one spot is awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely. This is the most stacked UTV field we've ever had in any
By
race,
far.
for sure.
In a desert race, I'd say.
In a desert race, yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see him in the rock race too. You know, Brock's going to be out there in the rock race too, which he doesn't have that much experience with. I mean, but again, look at him. He went to Dakar. He went there, no experience whatsoever, and smoked him. You know, with a car that killed it, which is unbelievable. You know, you got to give him credit.
What I find absolutely incredible about that, as I say, it's a limited car as well. When we say limited, it means that they are actually speed limited, and they're also limited for power as well. And you might think, well, that's not that difficult. No, it means that you have to be able to get every last ounce of that car at all times. And you might think, oh, well, that means you just stand hard on the loud pedal all the time. No, not at all. It's very difficult to get in and out of the corners and hold and can maintain your speed. You mustn't brake too much, but equally you can't accelerate too hard. It's a real balancing act, so a real driving masterclass from Brock.
Yep. With a belt, and you know, he had a belt in that car too, so it's unbelievable. And the sand and the temperature, one it was cold, one it was hot, you know, depends what day it was. It's pretty awesome to see, you know, a champion coming over from Dakar and, you know, out here racing this weekend.
Here we go, some more in-car. Miller Richmond, that's the car we were talking about earlier. So what do they have hanging? What's hanging there on the thing? Is that a little stuffed animal? What is that thing?
I don't know. I see it hanging on the right-hand side.
No, that's the tracker.
No.
Yeah, it is. That's a yellow brick. Yeah, it's
right
yellow
there?
brick. Yeah.
No way.
That would be annoying as hell.
He might be right about it because it looks like it has a zip tie at the bottom. Maybe broke or something.
Yeah, I think the yellow brick's just come undone. It's just flapping in the breeze.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The top half is falling off, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It looked like a zip tie or something. Or maybe,
Yeah, it's a broken zip tie.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it. Well, if that thing falls off, that's not going to be very good.
This is the car with one GPS in the middle.
That's
That's sweet.
They're getting it, though. They're moving.
Yeah.
The steering wheel is...
Oh, we look at him. He's telling, go right, go right.
Yeah, there they go.
There, he's got it.
So their steering wheel, they hit something. Look at the steering wheel. Like, that thing seems like it's turned to the right quite a bit, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Like when they're going straight right here?
Yeah, a little bit. Can't really tell because he's still going to the right a little bit.
It looks like he's always going right, but he's going straight.
Yeah. That looks like basically a stock Can-Am.
It does.
With a top half cage on it, and it's going for it right here.
But this is what we're talking about, you know, the accessibility of this type of racing for absolutely everybody.
Yeah, that's a stock dash. Stock, yeah, you don't need to do a lot of stuff to the car to come race the stock.
No buttons, no nothing. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just running it. That's what great. The manufacturers came so far. The Can-Ams are just unbelievable out of the box, and that's why people, you know, love them, especially the automatic. No belts, that's the best thing in the world.
Here's our single seat Class 10 car again.
Yeah, Miller Richmond currently running 17th in class and 58th overall.
Was that the in-car we were just watching?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
There's Stan Potter in the single-seater. These guys are always fast.
Who's Fish, who's the guy normally in the Class 10 and always kills it? What is his name? He's a really good guy. He has a green, white, and black car. I thought he'd be out here. He's normally out here before. I thought it was Carr. Someone Chase. It was Chase or. It was,
well, the one car was the one that was in the UTV now, right?
Yeah.
That broke earlier. I'm not sure which one.
It was a Class 10 I'm talking about.
Okay.
The guy kills it all the time. I forget. He's normally out here killing it.
I forget.
You're not talking about Potts, eh?
No, not
No,
Potts. That's all
Potts
green, yeah.
No, Potts came from the other one up in, yeah. But he races in a green and black and
yeah.
What's crazy is how these UTVs are doing in the overall in the 4400 race out here, right? Like,
crazy.
Is this the year that a UTV is going to win the 4400 race?
Well, let's talk about that. There's been some rule changes there. So now for a UTV to actually enter into 4400, they have to have a 37-inch tire, and they also have to have a 2-inch roll cage as well to conform to
Okay,
rules.
so since you just said that, Can-Am R, you could barely fit a 35 with the arms.
Yeah, you can't fit a 37, no way.
So how are they going to do that then? And Kyle Chain's the man.
Yeah.
Big bicycle there. But, well, no, this is what they were talking about last year, and I'm waiting to see if anyone's come out. They were saying they were about making a billet upper so they can get that 37 in there, but who knows. I'm looking forward to see what happens, but if you're going to see them, I think you're going to see people racing on the X3 platform because it's easier to get that 37 in there.
37's a huge tire, and I just don't see a clutch. I don't see a clutch and a belt doing well with that.
Well, they ran them last year, so
they ran 37 last year.
Yeah, they ran 37. So I believe it was.
And that Kyle
Hunter
ran
Miller,
that?
and I believe Kyle Cheney did as well. But I need to just refresh my memory on that one.
I thought that was a 35, and he had a flat tire, and he barely made it to the finish with a broken spring or something like that in the 4400 class or whatever he raced.
Ooh,
remember the car was slipped to the side?
I'm going to have to go through my notes and check on that one.
Oh, Chase Warren is who you were talking about. I was just told probably.
Chase Warren, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't seen him race in a little while.
That guy.
He was very fast in Class 10.
Very fast. That guy's a
Duncan.
Very good guy. Pre-ran with him before, and
he's actually into competitive shooting now. I see.
Oh, really?
He's doing that. He's winning everything that he
Wow.
does in that. So I'm not surprised. He used to win everything in the Class 10 car.
Yeah. And I thought he would be out here because he did win one year out here. I remember that.
Yeah.
Hand-eye coordination.
So let's see. Where were we at the first lap? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had 8 cars in front of the. Actually, where's the first Class 10 car? Because Brandon Sims is 1069.
That'll
he's
be
not Class 10.
Ezra Easberts, and that was back in 14th.
Yeah, so there was 13 UTVs that were faster. Or just a couple years ago, remember we were talking about which one?
Yeah.
Maybe one would beat him. Now there's
Exactly.
13, 14 cars in front. That's insane.
And all those guys, let me tell you, they're all thinking, you know what, we're going to go to the UTV.
Yeah.
They're definitely thinking that. I heard a lot of teams are going to start maybe using those too.
Yeah, I mean, for the price that you're racing, paying to prep a Class 10 car, I mean, just the transmission on a Class 10 car, a rebuild on that thing is so expensive
100%.
compared to, you know, racing a UTV, and you're going the same fast. It's faster than a UTV.
So we're going to see, are we going to see in the future classes such as Class 10 becoming very much vintage classes?
Yes.
And people running those cars just for fun rather than for competitive?
I would have to say that. What do you think, Fish?
I mean, overall, yeah, the Class 10 is not quite as fast anymore, but if you get a bunch of them at the race, it's still fun because they're competitive with each other.
Yeah.
The thing is, there's just not as many top guys out there because they've moved to a different
Correct.
class. A lot of them even gone to spec truck.
Yep.
You know, if they want to step up a class, you go to spec truck. And now you're kind of in the same spec-ish thing, but with a truck that goes a lot faster and still smoother.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like 1600 cars, for example, are some of the best racing there ever was or still is, but you don't see them at any races with very many, right? You get them at Rage of the River and Battle of Prim, you get 50 or 60 of them at those 2 races. That's it. Like out here, I don't even know if there's one 1600 car today on this list.
I believe there's one 1600.
And it's running right now by itself, right?
Yep.
So that class has kind of died, although it's one of the most competitive classes that there is. It's just no one races
in
it
fact,
anymore.
just looking back, we've actually got 2 16 class cars. We've got Cole Brandon and we've got Bob Stewart. And we've got 1 class 12 with Ricky Cook.
Yeah, so all those guys that used to race those, if you look at the UTVs, probably a bunch of them are racing those now or something else.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying. Are those classes going to be, pushed back into becoming vintage classes and, passing down into different style of owner? Maybe making the cars slightly less competitive, but maybe easier to afford to race.
Yeah. I mean, most of the races you see out there, 6100 class has the most dominant numbers pretty much, and UTV is probably second. Or actually, I shouldn't say it, trophy trucks are right there now too. They're 30 plus in a class now.
There's our leader right there, Brock Hager. Look at how fast he's coming through there. So smooth.
So smooth.
And what's his corrected time? Because it doesn't seem like it updated. Oh, it did.
Yeah, we're just looking
at 131 would be at mile 21 probably.
Yeah, it looks like
131.
Yeah,
and
it
then
looks
Doug
like
Matag, second.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got a top 5 have already gone through the first timing split for the second lap. In 5th position is Michael McFadden. In 4th, Max Eddy Jr. making some moves. Then in 3rd is Brendan Baker. Then in 2nd is Doug Matag. And in 1st is Brock Hager. Now, this is all talking about one class right now. As the UTV Opens are starting to push ahead.
Yeah. And we have the first 4 cars now are Polaris, and the first Can-Am is in 5th place now. So instead of every other one, we have a little bit of a shakeup now.
I can't believe right now you haven't seen Joe, since Phil's out, which he's still ahead of him, it says here on our tracking. But if he's out, where's Joe right now? He says second, but I can't believe Joe wouldn't be a little bit farther up ahead here, up above, in the top 5 at least.
Well, he hasn't come by that checkpoint yet. So Joe is at mile 18 and a half right now.
Got it.
So once he comes by 21, he's going to jump up here on this board somewhere. So he could very well go to second place up here in just about a mile, 2 miles.
Now, Doug, he's definitely pushing now. He's probably getting the rhythm, checking the car out, going, and he's in second place right now. We'll see what he has, but again, Brock is still out there, and he's probably not even going as hard as he needs to go. He knows he has a lead, and he's just milking it through probably right now, or taking it a little bit easier.
At 3 minutes, he's got a spare tire in the back pocket, that's for sure. So if he does get a flat, he's almost certain that he'll be able to change a flat and get back on track and before second place comes through.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, when you have a lead like that, no lead is ever too big, right?
That's right.
But you also don't want to push too hard to cause a problem. So it's tough. You got to be smart to know how hard to push to just kind of give yourself a little bit of a cushion for a flat tire or anything like that.
But also, we talk about this so much. These cars are designed to race. If you back off, if you start running at a slower pace, the car doesn't behave correctly because you spend all that time working to tune the suspension to actually race it. So if you start trying to drive safely, that's when things happen.
Correct. And then you could feel the suspension works better at a higher speed, or you're in between somewhere. And same with fuel. Fuel's a critical thing too, because the car has my car, the fuel tank's in the rear. The car will, kick more after it gets lighter.
Yeah, so actually, sometimes it's better to not attack, but certainly drive at a good pace, rather than try to save yourself.
And they know the car now. Those Polarises, Can-Ams, they're both doing so well now. They're they can go pretty hard on their car now. They know what they got to do.
There you go. Joe just came through. He's in 7th. So Joe Tirana in 7th place overall right now. First place in his class.
Now, did you see this? This is Doug Matag we're watching right now, and he's just doing his housekeeping there. He's on a long straight. He's just keeping his foot down. His co-driver passes him a microfiber cloth. He wipes his dashboard. He wipes his visor. He had one hand on the wheel. Just grabbed himself a bit of a breather, and now he's back into a full attack again.
Does it look like he has dust in front of him right there?
A little bit, maybe, yeah.
Don't forget, we're going to have lap traffic out there as well.
That is true.
But, certainly not going to be catchy unless there's a problem with Brock. There's a 3-minute lead, so I'll be very surprised if he's seeing dust. Plus, also, there would be some adjusted time there as Doug Matag started in 7th position and Brock Hager started first on the grid, but we're talking about less than around about a minute of adjusted time.
Yeah, it's actually really close physically between Doug Matag, Braden Baker, and Michael McFadden right now. They're all within about a half mile of each other on course. So those three are running really close together. You can see here's one of them right here. I believe this is Braden Baker, right?
Yeah, it looks like
It
Brad.
is. The yellow car.
Max Eddy Jr. is actually right up there with them too.
He's came up a lot. He was way back in the back a little bit.
Yeah, he started a little farther
Yep.
back and been moving his way
Yep.
up.
Ex-motorcycle rider. Right, racing UTVs now.
Yeah, the dirt bike guys always are really fast when they get into cars because they know how to
Yep.
pick good lines usually,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, we've got a few people making moves now. Let's not forget we've had a couple of cars drop out, most notably Phil Blurton. But Ezra Eberts has pushed back up into 9th position, first in class. And we're just looking at our top 10 right now as they come through the first time split of the second lap. In 10th position is CJ Greaves, who's 8th in class. In 9th position, and a first in his class, is Ezra Eberts. In 8th overall and 7th in class is Brandon Sims, who's making good moves there. Nice to see Brandon moving on up. In 7th position and first in class is Joe Tirana. In 6th overall and 6th in class is Michael McFadden. In 5th overall, it's Max Eddy Jr. And 4th, it's Vito Ranero. In 3rd, it's Brandon Baker. In 2nd, it's Doug Matag. And, of course, the man of the moment. In 1st place, it's none other than Brock Hager.
And that's not a good sight there, seeing someone go off the course.
No,
kinda
that looks
slow.
like they're coming into remote pit 1.
This guy's going pretty good here. Is this Max Eddy? It looks blue, maybe? I'm not sure.
Now, if there's someone going into remote pit 1,
Yeah,
that's got to be
Max
one of our
Eddy.
lead cars.
I think that was here because I saw a bunch of tractors and stuff, unless there's a bunch of tractors out of the remote pit.
That's true.
That's Max Eddy right there, though. So Max Eddy Jr. making some moves.
Yeah, you're probably right there, mate.
Max Eddy. So behind Max, I'm trying to see who we're going to see next, probably.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here at King of the Hammers, and it is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is the limited race, and the action has been absolutely...
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
But it wasn't okay at the Mint 400. So
yeah,
they changed the rules. So it's just, you never know what it is, you know?
Yeah.
And it sucks.
A couple more lap 1 finishers. They went for it. Oh, that was almost a little short there.
That was a little close, wasn't it? Yeah.
That looked a little close on the front wheels.
Breathe in.
Yeah, you got to get on it if you're coming down the hill there and you're going to go for it.
You're
you got to
go for it.
Yeah.
No letting off.
The trucks were making it look easy earlier, but they were coming in pretty hot.
Yeah. There's a lot of people, more people I thought would be pitting right now, putting fuel in.
Yeah, I think a lot of these cars just don't have as big of tanks in there. They probably have 25 gallons or something like that, you know, and they're not going to be able to make it 2 laps.
Yeah.
Or they have an issue with the car and they want to check it out.
Well, that gentleman right there, he's getting his 2 gas cans, not just 1, so he definitely has a pretty big gas tank.
Now that we know that, you know, Phil Blurton was out of the race, I'm going to suspect he might have known something was going on with the car, and maybe that's why he pitted. Because we would not have thought he would have pitted there.
No,
probably.
not Phil Blurton, dude. He's a professional. His team's professional. They're definitely an A team out there to be out there to win the race.
Yeah, he probably wanted him to check something because he could feel something going out.
And he normally has a really good crew, and they find it and they fix it faster than anybody else out there. I know that for sure. Had to race with him many years, and his team is a great team. So he's like, Doug is still 3 minutes or so behind. It's not, all it takes is 1 flat tire, and he could be right there, you know, knocking on Brock's back door.
Yeah, we should be getting some more split times for Brock in a second here. He's about a half mile or so from where we got a split before, so we should see another split from him. His gap is just increasing though.
Yeah.
Looking at the tracker, you know, it's just it's amazing.
And he's probably like, he's not pushing right now. I wouldn't think he would be pushing much. He knows where he has to be.
Yeah, he knows where he is. See, this is when you got your guys on the Starlink coming over, telling you the gaps, you know, telling you where everyone is, or your co-driver in the car looking at their phone, telling you exactly where everybody is.
100%.
Well, so, I mean, by my reckoning, we're going to be seeing Brock coming in to complete his next lap in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's just about at mile 43 right now.
Yeah. Just looking at the times, he completed his first lap in a 102. I'm expecting the second lap, what do you reckon? Fraction slower? I'm reckoning around about the 104. But you never know with Brock. He might be picking up the pace as he gets more comfortable.
I think he's going to be a little slower. I think the ruts are going to be deeper out there. I think the car, he knows where he's at, doesn't want to break. He got 2 laps left, and you know, he just wants to bring the win home for sure for Polaris.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, we'll see him pit in at the end of this lap, so we'll see how the pit stop goes.
I definitely wanted to see a Can-Am up there to battle with these guys, but right now it looks like the top 3 are all Polarises. You got Vito right there on 4th, and he might be the guy that can do it.
Still a long way to go yet. We're not even at 50% of this race. They've been racing now for just a little under an hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, I'm amazed I didn't see the Miller brothers or Kyle Cheney race this race. I thought maybe they would go out and race the desert race and come out here. You know, these guys can do it.
I got an update for them on, that was something we were talking about earlier, how you can run the 37-inch tires on the Maverick R.
Got it.
So CT Raceworks is making custom spindles and uprights that clear 37s on those cars. So those guys are running the rock race with 37s on their car, with the Maverick R's, with CT Raceworks parts on them.
Wow.
So there you go.
CT, man, they're a great place. One of my guys used to work with me. He works there, Daniel, and he does all the engineering, welding, and stuff like that. And he's one of the guys that probably came out with the thing and welded it together and made it work. And Kyle's really tight with CT Racing.
It's going to be fun to see Brock in the rock race, because remember last year he came here. He was in one of these desert cars, basically. He was in like a stockish car, not even the full desert car, but like a stock pre-runner Pro R, and got second in the rock race. So now this year they built proper rock cars. They modified some of their Gen 2 cars into rock cars. And him and Bryce Menzies are going to come out here and drive in the rock race. So that's going to be
It should
fun
be
to watch.
interesting. Yeah, it's going to be really good to see. But don't count Kyle Cheney. If I'm not mistaken, he's like a 3-time champ out here.
Oh, Kyle's the man in the rock race, right? Obviously.
He is. He's
yeah,
badass.
he's the one to beat.
Yeah, and Miller, you know, Phil Burton, all those
Yeah.
guys out there, they're top guys out here at the rock races for sure too. And you know, like I said, Brock is definitely be in the top 3, I'd have to say.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see how everybody does. What day is that on Wednesday? Or is it Wednesday? Thursday?
The rock race will be on the Thursday,
Thursday.
4900s.
Okay.
And then on the Friday, we'll have the Everyman Challenge, and then on Saturday, Race of Kings.
Perfect.
So they're going to race, most of those guys will race the UTV race, and then a couple of them will race, 3 or 4 of them will race the 4400 class, right, too? Are they going to be still entered in that, too? Are they going to be racing, like Kyle Cheney is going to be racing the 4400 class, right?
But we'll have, I haven't
Usually
actually
they do, right?
Yes,
yeah.
usually
he does, yeah. Same with Miller's usually, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually one of the Millers will always race in the 4400.
Yeah.
And they've been so consistent in the last few years, always pushing up into the top 10. Also, the new rules, they're safety related. We don't want to see, cars with insufficient roll cages going up alongside the big 4400s in the rocks when you've got 40-inch tires flying around the place.
I think the 4400 guys just don't want to get beat by a golf cart.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's getting a little windy out here.
Knock that door, hit the close. Yeah, it's definitely windy, which is good for the racers right now. The wind is a big factor out there, and it's nice to get some wind blowing and no dust in your face. Looks like Brock is still out there leading. Doug is second still right there.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to see Brock coming across the line in around about sort of 10, 12 minutes to complete his, what would be his second lap in this 4-lap race.
Which he definitely will be pitting.
Yes.
Now, this is going to be very interesting, and this is when you're going to see the power of that Polaris team come to play, isn't it?
Yep.
They're practiced, that they do this all the time. Oh, hello.
Look at that. Oh, it's Evo car. It's probably Todd.
This is the big jump.
That's right here in the infield, right?
That's a brand new car.
Did he not make the jump?
Didn't make the jump.
Oh shit! Look at that. That is not good.
That's Todd, actually, from Evo. He's one of the owners right there, and that's one of his cars, if not him.
You know, we said about the lawn dart.
Oh man!
Look at, they're getting out right now.
Yeah, I hope they're okay there. That's a quick stop.
Wow! Look at that.
Now this is interesting. We got the lead cars coming in around about 10 minutes time.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to jump right over it.
Yes. Yeah, someone's gonna be flagging the people to go around there.
I'm almost
We have the best course marshals in the world. They're going to be over there very quickly and recovering that vehicle.
I'll tell you. Let's see.
The action continues here at the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is the limited race. 150 vehicles started this morning at 10 a.m. and we are into the second lap, or just about to start the third lap. And our current leader is Brock Hager. But we're seeing all kinds of action already out there on course. Some of the race favourites. Dustin Battleaxe Jones is having problems. Phil Burton has already retired. And we're seeing other people's having problems as well.
So that's for sure. I would have to guarantee that car was just built the night before last.
Really?
He's been building a brand new Can-Am R, and that is probably the owner of Evo. His name's Todd, and I would guess it's him or his son driving.
It's Todd's car.
It is Todd's. Okay. And he's a good friend, good driver. You know, he must have came up short, didn't feel it, and cased it, I guess, and went backwards and over on his lid.
Yeah, there's Kristen Matlock. Kristen Matlock going by. So Wayne and Kristen are actually in the same SCI Polaris factory cars that the SCI team is in now. So they bought those right before the Baja 1000. They bought a couple cars, so that's cool. But before they had their own builds, they were at New Line builds. They had a couple different people do builds for them. But now they're in the same factory cars. So we got at least 6 or 7, 8 factory cars that are now out here in this race. It was pretty cool.
Yep. And they're still getting used to the car. They're still dialing it in a little bit for them and getting it dialed in. And you know, I'm sure when they come down to Baja, they'll definitely be a threat for sure down there.
Here we go. We got a little race action going on here.
That's a speed car right there, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like it, huh?
Yep.
The white car in the back.
Yeah. 8:15. Is that what it is, or 6:50? 8:15.
Making a pass. Yeah, so Robbie and Max didn't show up today, but I did hear that they're going to come out to the Rock UTV race. So we should be seeing the Gordons out here for the other UTV race.
For the 4900s.
Yeah, I talked to him the other day, and he said he was going to be at the desert race. So what happened there?
I don't know. He probably changed his mind yesterday.
Last night, right? He said, I ain't going to go out there.
That's a Class 10 car we're seeing there, so one of the B2s.
I think that's Buckley.
It is indeed. Justin Buckley making his way off into the desert. And we're not going to be far off from now. Seeing our lead cars coming back round to complete the end of lap 2.
I actually was thinking that it would be out here. They've done a lot of work on that speed car. Max out there is pushing hard, and they got some new clutch work done to it by KWI. And hopefully, and with Gates belts out there in the car, and hopefully that they would be out here. But I just can't believe they didn't come out. There they go. There's Todd right there. Doesn't look that bad for a new car. A little dented on the roof. Starlink's a little damaged.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Yeah. It probably might still work. You never know.
Did he have an in-car running for that?
He
He
has an in-car.
right?
He did have one working.
It's tough nowadays because so many people have Starstream and the Starlink that it's hard to know which one to be watching at what time, right?
Yep.
Because everyone's got one. So.
Yep.
Yeah, the innovation of Starlink is quite remarkable and how it's changing desert racing, particularly from a communication point of view. The safety that it's bringing to the racing is fantastic.
Yeah, and honestly, if anyone's out here and you're racing this whole next week and you don't have one yet,
buy one.
Shameless plug. PCI right over here has Starlinks ready to go, Starlink Minis with the race kit, Starlink Go kit. You can go over there, get one, and you can do just what these guys are doing.
And the Mini,
and you can watch.
And the Mini actually works pretty damn well. The Matlocks run the Mini on their cars.
It does. That's the one to get right now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. A little more expensive, but you can run the little battery packs and all that stuff to them, and you don't have to run it off your car.
Here goes one of Allsup's cars. Is that Mitchell right there?
No,
that's Cameron.
Cameron. No, Cameron's in a white car, so that might be Mitch. What was the number?
They all look close to the same now.
Yeah.
Well, we keep saying it every single year. Big numbers, please. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley, California, and we are back for King of the Hammers. That once-of-a-year extravaganza. And right now it's all about the desert racing, and we are here for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is the limited race. It's the unlimited race tomorrow. And right now, it's Brock Hager who is in the lead and looking to come around to complete the end of his second lap. We should be seeing him in around about 5 minutes' time, making his way back towards hammer time. And joining me in the booth is...
Bigfoot roams throughout his forest land, feet twice the size of any man. Rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
He's on his second lap. He's one of the... Oh, and we have another car just stopped. Braden Baker also just stopped.
Oh, wow.
So that was two of our top cars have stopped right now. We'll see if it's just a tire, if they can get going again, or if they're going to stay stopped.
But that's why we love this kind of racing, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen.
You never know.
And that's Ryan Piplik's pulling off to the side as well, so that's another big name.
Yeah, we're really starting to see some carnage here on the second lap. Some attrition. Oh, no, another one didn't make it. Wow. What? Did something happen with that lip? Why are so many
look
people
at that
out
car.
front? That's a
That's
truck.
a truck. Look at the front of it.
The whole front is demolished.
Demolished.
Oh, that's
Tires
a hard hit. I hope their back is okay.
Does anybody video that?
Now this is going to be an interesting one. We've got the lead cars due to come in any minute now. I'm looking here. Brock Hager's currently running at 2 hours and 1 minute. His previous fastest, or his first lap was a 1:02. So I reckon he's going to be literally any minute now coming towards Hammertown.
And you can't go around it, okay? Meaning you can't go the zigzag through under by because the truck's in the way, I think. I
think he's probably got room to get around the back of it. Let's see what our safety marshals do here. The safety crew here at King of the Hammers are absolutely first rate, and they'll be working that out right now. And that's Brad Lovell picking his way through. A name that so many of us know. Off-Road Hall of Famer. No stranger here.
Is he pulling over too?
No, I think he's just getting out of the whoops.
Oh, yeah. Stock class. Yeah.
He's like, my back says no more. Now, interesting. Are we going to see the lead cars catching Brad here?
Pretty soon, yes. I don't know about right here, but very soon. I mean, Brock is at mile 60 right now.
Yeah.
And he's coming back into town, so he's only 3 miles out.
Yeah, we're just looking at the adjusted time here on that final.
Here we go, going around.
Now, what's going to happen? How are they going to route these vehicles?
It's going to see what's going to happen right here. You're going to find out.
They're going to have to go around probably just on the side of it, I would think, at this point.
And that truck is not going to be easy to tow out because it's all bent up in the front. Wheels are all jacked up.
They're just going totally around it on the left.
Totally
That's your only option right now because that truck's and the recovery trucks are stacking up in the inside of it.
But that's okay. As long as it's consistent for everybody, there is no drama there.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
There's another Speed UTV.
You should see right here. We're just going to go around on the left. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I don't know where he's going.
He's going back to the pits or going home. What's he doing?
That wasn't ideal. He just missed the start-finish.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not going to get credit for that lap unless he figures out what just happened.
So this is the bottom of the wash, making their way around the bottom of the back door, heading towards Baldwin's lead. But it's not going to be very long now until we see our racers, leaders coming back into Hammertown to complete lap 2.
I'm curious to see if the times have changed between Doug and Brock.
Well, let's just have a quick look here because I'm just going back down through my list. We're just going to do the current top 10 before we get into the, oh, look at this, race traffic here. But before we get into the lead cars coming back into Hammertown, our current top 10 as it stands at the moment after the last time check is Dennis Schmoke in 10th. In 9th is Wayne Matlock. In 8th is Brandon Sims. In 7th is Braden Baker. In 6th is Dallas Gonzalez. In 5th is Vito Renero. In 4th is Michael McFadden. In 3rd is Max Eddy Jr. In 2nd is Doug Matag. And in 1st is Brock Hager. But what's really interesting about that is all of those vehicles are in UTV open.
Yeah, I don't know why Brandon Sims is running the 1069 number. He does it out here, and he screws us up all the time.
Yeah,
you think just looking through the numbers real quick,
class 10.
It's a 10 car. Yeah.
Or you'd say a B2, I'd say.
Yeah.
Brandon Sims is many things, but definitely not a 10 car.
Yeah, it's an interesting number choice.
I wonder if there's some history there.
How far are they away from the coming into the pit area for Brock right now? Is he just a few
He's going
minutes?
to be here any second.
Any second.
Yeah, he should be on one of these camera angles any second.
So this is heading out back towards Spooner. So this is towards one of the further ends of the course.
You could see the wind blowing pretty good up there too, moving the dust out of the way. It was kind of nice to be behind somebody. It's not that bad.
Yeah, well, we keep saying it, but it really is perfect race conditions
It
here
is.
in Hammertown.
Yeah, it really is.
If you said to me, right, okay, what can you have? I'd go, well, this, please. This is absolutely where I want to be. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Yep.
Plenty of wind.
Yep.
Great day for racing. I've got in my bag, I think, every pair of long johns, every pair of...
You brought them all.
I've got it all.
I
I've
got
got
like 6
absolutely
jackets
everything.
in my bus, and I was like, you know what, I'm bringing everything. Never know what's going to happen. Boots, coats, everything.
Yeah. I got out the knee-length socks this morning. Thank God I didn't put those on.
Yeah, because it's warm now, right?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Tomorrow's going to be even warmer.
I know, I heard that.
It's supposed to be 77 tomorrow out
That's
here.
awesome. Great. Now we just have the wind tomorrow for those guys. It'd be good.
It's lining up to be another great race day.
It's like a B2 there, Class 10 car, catching a UTV. Or the UTV just passed him.
One of the two. It looks like the UTV is pulling away. There's another speed car right there, it looks like.
Yeah, I wonder if that other car went back and got credit for their lap or not. That was kind of
Yeah, it was
interesting.
kind of weird.
Oh, what do we got here? Oh, some media guys. All right, so Brock is about 1 mile out from town right now.
I
So
reckon
we're
he should be
definitely going to
due.
get to see a pit. Hopefully, Miles, if you can hear me, why don't you get over there to the Polaris pit if you're not over there yet, because we're going to see a good pit stop in a minute here.
So we're waiting for our race leader to come down into the pits, but still the action continues here at the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And this is the limited desert race. 4 65-mile laps, and our current race leader is Brock Hager.
What's really cool is to see these guys, you know, for as rough and gnarly terrain it is, these guys aren't getting as many flats as you think. The tires have came so...
Well, this is another thing. We're talking about
Progressive.
technology. We're talking about things that are moving on.
Yes.
And tire technology is one of those things as well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You could see it. I mean, look at the rocks these guys are going through, and they're hitting rocks. I've hit so many rocks with my ATP tires, and I can't believe that they stay together and I have no flats. And these guys are thinking the same thing.
They're so light, they just kind of bounce off
They do.
everything.
Yeah.
You know, they don't drive into it. They kind of bounce off of it.
Okay, here we go. This is our current race leader. He takes the jump. He's coming in round now.
All right, so Brock is going to be pulling in his pit for sure. He's going to come in. He's going to take a full fuel load. I would not expect to see any tires changed unless they think something's wrong with them.
Okay, we're just looking there. His first lap was a 1:02.55. His second lap was a 1:05.38. So giving away nearly 3 minutes there, but he doesn't need to push.
Yep, no tires. Tires are all still good.
Now, if you look here, everybody's touching the car. They're all in full race suits. They're all wearing helmets.
The biggest thing in the car right now, these guys are looking at all the axles, making sure the axles, that's the most important thing on a UTV, is checking the axles on the car.
What was that, 15 seconds, 20 seconds?
We were talking about this earlier, and there was a schooling there from the factory Polaris team on how to do a pit stop on a UTV.
Yeah.
Are we watching desert racing or Formula One?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty fast, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, he just did 2 laps on the same tires. They didn't change any tires. All he did is put fuel in the car. They didn't touch the car. They put fuel in it. That's it.
Amazing.
And he's got a big lead.
I wonder if my pit crew can take some lessons out there. If you guys are listening at home, take a look at these guys at pits right here. Just killed it, 15 seconds. That's what I'm talking about right
Yeah,
there.
absolutely.
Get my pit crew to be like that guys right there. That's what I need.
Your pit crew probably wants your car to come in the same condition that his car just came in too.
You're probably right about that. There's always something wrong. Me driving hard or something. They're laughing at me right now, and they're also F-bombing me too at the same time.
Exactly. Well, that's what's funny is like a lot of people think you have to drive really hard to win or be out
Yeah.
front. I guarantee you that Brock is not even driving that.
I agree with you.
know,
I
he's
agree
not
with that.
beating that car up. They haven't done anything to the car,
No.
and he's winning. That you just have to be smooth.
Yep.
Be smooth and consistent.
Yeah, and that's what he does, and like I said, I praise that guy. He is doing a great job right now.
And it's one of those things. Once you learn how to win, it opens the door to you. And it's the hardest thing to try to explain. But once you know how to win and you know that pace and you know how it feels to be there, once you have that knowledge, it changes the game entirely.
Yep. And you got to give hats off to his mechanic, too. I want to say that because I think he has a new mechanic, too, out there, and he's doing a great job.
But let's not be premature. We are only at halfway through
Yep.
this race.
Yep.
So as this race continues, we've just seen Brock Hager go through, and I believe that Miles is down in the pits at the moment with the Team Polaris.
Go and he's back out halfway through the race.
Yeah, just quick fuel and eyeball the car. Car looked good. He's going on his third lap. He's got about 3.5 minutes, I think, corrected time on second. So halfway done, and we're in a good position.
So the race is going to plan. I was talking to Ryan earlier, and yeah, he's saying just one fuel stop. Other than that, have you heard anything else? Any creaks and crannies, or is he just on the gas looking forward?
No, he's on the gas looking forward to finishing. He really wants to win this race. We had a little bet going in that he could three-peat the 1,000 Dakar in this, so he's got one more to go. He did 2 of the 3, so he's doing good.
And then we got some rock racing later on the week, and this is a perfect test going into that. And Brock Hager is a man, and he hasn't done a lot in the rocks, but I think wheelman's a wheelman. What's the strategy going into that?
Yeah, he's a wheelman. You know, we raced in the Pro Stock class last year, and he was running top 3 most of the day in the stock RZR. So we built a new car for him. We built a second car for Bryce Menzies to come out, and I'm really excited about it. We've always been doing the desert thing for a couple years. The rock stuff's a challenge for us, so we like to win. So we're going to put all into it.
Absolutely. I love the battles, the Polaris versus Can-Am. I mean, it's there, and it's real. And we've got a lot of heavy hitters here at King of the Hammers, and it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Oh, yeah, Dave does a phenomenal job, the whole team, putting on a great race. It's really fun to come and see the OEs actually battle it out. It's one of the few sports classes out here where the OEs can battle out and see who's the king. So we're gonna do it all to make sure it's Polaris.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how it shakes out. I like your style, but again, a lot of heavy hitters out there. It's been a great day. We are at the halfway mark, and we don't anticipate to see Brock stop again.
No, it was a one stop. We were kind of, depending on where the race was, we'd stop either lap 2 or lap 3. So we stopped them, and next stop will be the checkered flag, hopefully.
Awesome. Well, we'll see how it shakes out again. Travis, thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Ryan and the whole team, you guys have a lot of cars out there. It's going to be exciting to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. 6 cars, so a lot of moving parts.
Awesome. Well, thanks, everybody. The Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy has been a lot of fun to watch, and it's getting heated up out there. So we'll send it back to the Optimum Battery main stage. Take it away, guys. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Great to get your insight and great to hear there from the Polaris team. Now, Fish, where's the second place car?
He's still not coming.
Exactly. This lead is just growing, isn't it? This is remarkable stuff here.
He actually did. Doug Matag just came by.
Yeah, he was in pits right now.
Yep. So and he's got it's a 2:08:34 and 2:11:42.
Yep.
So about a 3 minute, little over 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Yep. And that's with him already. That's not with him pitting because his time stopped before the pit.
So it'll be interesting to see what Doug Matag's team can do there.
And then just so you know, the guy was talking, Travis Clark, you know, he's one of the owners of the team right there. And, you know, he's actually an Class 10 driver. He's an off-road racer too. So owning the team and doing what they're doing out there. And, you know, they've just been starting this program and killing it like they're doing it. It's pretty amazing what they're doing out there.
Yeah, we just seen Doug Matag pitting there. Now, it's considerably longer than Brock Hager's pit, but he's back out on track, and he's going to be trying to hunt down Brock Hager. This race is at 50%. There's still a lot more to come.
This is Max Eddy coming in right here, so another one going to go to the Polaris pit there. So Max Eddy in third place. He's in with a 2:12, so he's one of Brock's teammates, and he's currently about 4 minutes behind him in third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to pop out for a couple of minutes. Emmy's going to jump in, and I'll see you on the other side.
And there is Michael McFadden right there, so he was not the one that was rolled over earlier, like we figured out. Yep. Oh, they got the jump cleared, so you can see he just made it across. There's a big old shovel. Looks like it dug out the face of that thing. Did you see that thing now?
Yeah.
That's not good, yeah. Definitely got to get a little bit more speed. Make sure you clear that thing.
Just think, there's 2 cars already that actually hit that thing and didn't make it.
I'm surprised, honestly.
I'm blown away by that.
Yeah. I would have liked to see what happened. Did they lose momentum, or what happened there?
I'm going to get Todd to give me some footage of his car and see what it looks like from inside. I'm sure he has it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's nice to be back with you. Thank you, Jim, so much for leading this broadcast here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We've all got some Monster Energy branded water up here. I'm going to crack my own personal one.
Yeah, that's like that 4th one, isn't it?
The third. This is my third Diet Dr. Pepper for today. But I'll be at 6 by the time we're done.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the first ingredient is water.
Okay.
But the second ingredient is cancer, so it's all good. All right, boys, what did I miss? We got Brock Hager has come through, and second place is pretty far back.
It's
3
about
minutes.
3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes on corrected time. Doug Matag, Max Eddy's in third, and Michael McFadden just came through. He is sitting in 4th position right now. So it's Polaris in the top 3, and then we got McFadden in the 4th position in this Can-Am.
All right.
Halfway through, we're going to definitely see everything what's going on.
So I've got our YB tracker up. I think that updates every 10 seconds, so we should know exactly where people are as they're coming around the course. If you have not been able to find the tracker, if you just go to ybtracking.com, I believe there is a link on there. You just want to make sure that you're at KOH 2025, because I Googled it and got to KOH 2024, and I'm like, this is not the right, this isn't the right path. What is going on?
Yeah, so we're halfway through. This is a 4-lap race today. Some of the classes are doing 3 laps, so a B4 and a T4 are doing 3. The 1450s are only doing 1 lap, and they actually should be finishing pretty soon. I think we're going to bring the first couple cars in the 1450 class up on stage for an interview once they finish.
Remember last year when I raced the Miata in the 1400 class? That was fun.
Miata.
Yeah.
That was hilarious right there.
It was hilarious.
It was.
I finished. Took
You
me a
got a
long
lot
time,
of
but I
TV time, I
finished.
think, on that thing, too.
I don't think we've had a finisher yet, right? Looks like we
No.
have. I'm trying to see. It looks like the 1455 might be the first one. That's only a couple miles out of town. Todd Bushell. Let's see.
Yep, that's what I got.
Or do we have? No, we do have a couple, actually.
We got a 1600 car that's going to be coming in here pretty soon.
Vincent Munoz actually finished, it looks like. Vincent Munoz, if my tracker's right. Vince Munoz is going to be first. Justin Miller second. Brett Michael third. Ducker Connor fourth. And Brent Downing fifth. So we did have 5 finishers. They just didn't show up because they only did 1 lap. So I had to change it to their class to see them.
Got it.
So it looks like Vincent Munoz is the unofficial winner of the 1450 Rush, according to our tracking here.
And they didn't come up on our podium.
They were supposed to send them up here, so maybe they're still coming.
Oh, they will.
They're
Okay.
coming,
We got confirmation from stage management that they're going to come up here.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. I love to see those. I love to see those door bangers up close. They're so cool.
Got definitely a great crowd out there. A lot of people came out to the King of the Hammers this year, and going to get some awesome racing right now. And
Looks like Miles has got something for us in the pits. So Miles, let's hear it.
Like Hager, fuel and go. Everything's going good. I'm going to run down here, try to get a quick chat with everybody. I do believe Dale Ebert is driving. Shotgun seat. So it's going good for Ebert's first in Class 1, I do believe. Here comes CJ Green. A perfect little shot for him too. So quick and easy. I'll grab Dale here in just a moment. So a quick fuel and go. Out of the Ebert's car, and again, Ezra hopped from shotgun to driver's seat. Brooke perfect hop. And it's looking pretty good for another one here at King of the Hammers. Dale, how you doing, buddy?
Good. That was fun.
Yeah.
Fun course.
And how cool is it to have your son ride with you, and then he's hopping over and his girlfriend's hopping in? I mean, it's just the whole family's here having fun.
Yeah, 2 additional laps of pre-running for Ezra, so yeah, he knows the course now, so he should be doing good.
Yeah, you've been here, you've done that, and you're here to back it up once again.
Yeah, hopefully. We won the overall 2 years ago, 3rd place last year, and yeah, try for the overall and for the UTVs keep making more power, better suspension.
Are so good. Thank you, Dave. Well, in and out, we saw CJ Greaves just a moment ago come through hot and heavy. The top 10 are really out there running strong. It's been a lot of fun down here, but I'm going to let you guys get caught back up at the Optima Battery main stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Now, if you saw some of the, that is Chad Hall did not take the gap jump, went ahead and went around. That's in a Chevy. I'm not sure if it's a Colorado or ZR or Silverado, but it is a ZR2. It's the new platform. If you guys know Chad, if you see him, offer him some chapstick. He really likes that.
Chapstick, huh?
He did. I tried to bribe
That's
him once
funny.
for some driver's time in the
That's
truck
funny.
with chapstick, and he wasn't having any of it. But it looks like Chad is going in there to pit. Now, if you guys looked at some of the pitting here that we had on the live show, you might have seen people working on the vehicle wearing a fire suit and a helmet. That's because if the vehicle is being fueled, everybody who's touching the truck in that moment needs to be suited up. If they're not fueling, then you don't need to be wearing a fire suit or a helmet, but if they are, you need to be all suited up. So that's why everybody looks a little like, who's racing? Which one's the co-driver? Which one's the driver? I don't know.
And here we go. Here comes Dylan. This is Dylan Smoke here coming in. Oh, he's coming in hot, coming in the pits. He should just be taking fuel as well. Another one of the Polaris factory cars out here.
Now, is he driving for factory, or is it just they're
Yes.
just pitting him?
No. He's
So
driving
the
their
new
fourth
driver.
car. Yeah. Craig Scanlon is not driving this year. He's driving the fourth car instead of Craig this year.
Okay, and why is that? Why is Craig not driving? Do you know? I haven't talked to him.
I don't know.
Okay.
There he goes. So he's having a good run as well. He's actually in, let's see, what place is he in? He's in 10th overall at the end of the second lap. So looking pretty good. 10th overall, 9th in class. We got Brandon Sims also came through. We saw CJ Greaves, like Miles said. Michael Kelly came through, and that's all so far. So we have 12 cars through at the end of their second lap and out onto 3 of 4.
I also see we've got, and I'm sure this is just a mistake, but Fish, since you know everything, 1177, Mikey Kelly. Why is there an 11 branded vehicle out there on our tracker?
Well, same thing as we were talking about with Brandon Sims earlier. He has a 1069 number, but he's not a Class 10 car. King of the Hammers doesn't really care what numbers you run. It doesn't matter to them in their system, so you can choose whatever number you want.
Well, that doesn't help us or the fans that much when we're trying to figure out who's who.
Well, if you look at CJ Greaves, he's running 33.
I know, I
so
saw that
normally
too.
That would
I'm
be
like-
a trophy truck or a trick truck number, right? But
Yeah.
he's a UTV too, so it's kind of all mixed up. You can't tell who's in what class by the numbers out here.
Yeah, I'm like, Sierra Romo does not run a 9 car. Very confused.
Yeah, or Doug Matag, a 9 car,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help us out. That was one of the other things that would be nice, is every series had the same numbering system
Wouldn't that
for
be
every
nice?
class. That would
You
be
think?
bitchin', right?
And then
that would be really cool.
You
It'd
wouldn't
be
have to go
nice.
get new vinyl numbers every
Yeah.
5 seconds
Yeah.
and like have a
Yeah.
fortune of Goo Gone in your garage so you could get all that stuff off.
Which is
off.
cool that King of the Hammers lets everybody run the numbers
Run the
like they
numbers,
are,
yeah.
because you can just run whatever your normal number
Yeah.
is, and then out here it doesn't matter. Just run your normal number.
Yeah, but nowhere else.
Nowhere
Sorry.
else does that. So
Everybody has a 4 number or 3 number or something like
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
especially UTVs.
Well, and even classes, especially for sportsmen, because with the off-road Miata, obviously I'm not. That's a tough class to be in. So in some places I just run sportsman, and then in other places I'm running like sportsman truck. But looks like we have 1494 coming up on the stage. I believe that they have taken the
win.
unofficial win.
That is Vincent Munoz.
We'll
He's
give
our
him the
winner,
unofficial
1450.
win. And Pam Hall is going to be interviewing here. She's always awesome with her interviews. And Pam, you ready down there? Give me a thumbs up, baby.
I think so. I am ready. You hear me?
We hear you.
All right, here we are. All right, Vinny Munoz are up here in the number 1 spot unofficially. You took a year off from winning, but you're back up here in the top spot right now. How you feel?
Pretty good. It was challenging out there. There's a lot of rocks, and I'm so glad we didn't get a flag. It's a nutritious race, and so you just got to keep the ball rolling.
Well, that's a bonus, obviously, to not have any flats
think it's
out there.
mine, yeah.
But overall, what do you think about the whole entire track?
The track's really, really tight at the beginning, in the first 20 miles, a lot of rocks. But other than that, it's all fast after that. It's old, camp rock pile jump. And it's pretty awesome. We like racing out here.
Well, it's awesome to see you up here in the top spot right now. Unofficially, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
It takes a lot of work to get out here. I got to thank everybody at home, family, the wife, the prep guys, Dean, Roy, Dad, MCC Pipeline, Mom, everybody. It's just team effort.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully we see you back out here next year.
Yeah, we're running in the spec truck. So yeah, I had a flat this morning. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Exactly. We'll see you tomorrow, but hopefully again next year in this 1400 in your 1400 truck. So congratulations.
Thank you guys. See you guys next year.
All right. Next up will be our unofficial number 2 spot. The 1417 of Justin Miller. All right, unofficially in the number 2 spot, how you feeling right now?
My elbow's killing me, my thumb's killing me. I lost power steering at about mile 22, and we just pushed through it and hit 110 on the straightaway, and overall it was a good race, and wish we had more laps.
Well, you know what? You guys did that one lap out there. It sounds like it was pretty rough on you, but no issues otherwise.
The truck is flawless. It was a brand new build. We tested it yesterday, brought it out here. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Well, that is awesome to hear if it's a brand new build and you haven't even tested it till yesterday. So congratulations on that number 2 spot unofficially right now. Who all would you like to thank?
Thank all my friends that came out, my parents, my wife Amber, my son Ryder, all the guys that built this truck for us. Couldn't ask for anything better. Have a great team and look forward to the next one.
Well, congratulations. Now you get to go relax and hang out and watch everybody else.
Party time.
All right, congratulations. Looks like we have a line of our trucks over here. We're going to get some quick sound bites with the top 3. All right, the 1419 of Brett Michael making his way up here. All right, let's see if we can open the door up so I can chat with you. Brett Michael, you're up here unofficially in the number 3 spot. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling good, just happy, no issues, and we finished.
I mean, that one lap was rough out there for you guys, but so far, all of you, nobody having any issues, no flats, no nothing, and there was a lot of rocks out there.
Yeah, there was quite a few other trucks with flats and issues and whatever. We weren't even going to race. We just came out here to have fun, and co-driver talked me into doing it last minute, so we signed up, and glad we did. We pre-ran in a side-by-side and was a little worried about some of the rocky stuff for this thing, but it handled it, no problem.
Well, unofficially in that number 3 spot's got to feel pretty good. Who all would you like to thank?
King Shocks, they worked amazing, and Sunrise Ford, Clutch and Coffee. My dad, my co-driver, he does a lot for me. Yeah.
Well, congratulations up here in the unofficial number 3 spot, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
All right. There we have it, 1419. All right, we're going to get quick interviews with the rest of our drivers so we can get back to the racing that is going on course. Zach Connor. Hi, how are you doing today?
Amazing. Had a little hiccup at the big jump, but got back on the wheels and finished the race. Truck feels fine off of everything else. We'll drive back here. Had an amazing time. I think we're leading in 1450, not 1400, but physical 4th. Had an amazing time. Had a battle with the guy in front of me. So much fun. Thank you to my sponsors, XComp mainly. Everybody, I'm blanking. I'm still kind of recovering from this role, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, but it was an amazing time.
But you made it, exactly. Co-driver saying you made it, you had fun, you have a smile on your face. Congratulations on finishing.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Zach Connor.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
In the pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
Jags.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
In the class 11
Yeah.
because you've got the engine in the back, so you can skip over some of the whoops a little bit better.
Yeah.
Mine with the engine in the front, it's just, I do have my Fox shocks are a little bit more dialed in now than they were last year for sure. So got a good shot there of Emerson Ridge coming down. They said they were going to have plenty of recovery vehicles out in that section for these guys just in case.
Pretty much a one line all the way down that
Yeah,
hill.
yeah.
Till you get right where they're at, pretty much.
Yeah, because again, this is a no help race. You can't. It's not like down in Baja where you can have a spectator come in and help you change your tire or do whatever you need to do. You need to, or a fellow racer needs to help you. So if you're broken out there and you can't move, then you're there until the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And there's only one pit, too, so you got to keep that in
Yeah.
mind. You know, there's the main pit, obviously, and then there's one pit at mile 16 or whatever it is, and then that's it. You got to make it the rest of the way.
Well, you see in the years past in the rock races and stuff, you've seen people run in to get gas or something. I don't think that's legal anymore or anything like that on the course. What they used to
Oh,
do.
really? You can't send your co-driver out to
That's what we were told. I heard that was a new rule. So.
Oh, we got a pass going on there through Aftershock. You know, and that's the thing too. When you've got a bunch of different classes that are out here racing, and some are shorter, some are slower than the others. Always making sure that you're looking in your rearview mirror, and then your co-driver is looking in the rearview mirror, so that you can make sure that you are not ending someone else's race who's just faster than you. Right? You hear a horn, you see a light, you get out of the way because nobody wants to get nerfed.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's definitely coming into play for Brock right now as he's getting to deal with a bit of lap traffic on this lap. And he just passed, let's see, he should be passing any minute here. He should be passing mile 21.
So we'll be getting an update for sure on times,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we should get another split in just a minute here from Brock. Then obviously we have to wait for the other cars to come by before that tells us anything.
Yep.
His second lap was considerably slower than his last lap. Well, not considerably.
4 laps, 4 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So slow down a little bit. Course is getting a little rougher.
Look at that.
taking a
There we
little
go. Look at
easier.
that.
Uh-oh.
He just did it too.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Again.
wow. He went for it, didn't
Oh,
make it.
No. Was that live? I was looking down at the
I don't
timing.
know.
I
it
was
wasn't
looking down
live.
too, but his radiator is done.
Yeah, they slammed right into it.
If
that
was
is
live,
Jimmy
let's
Horn
get a
in
replay.
the T47309. Yeah.
That thing's claimed some vehicles today.
Man, I am really surprised.
So we're working to get a replay on that for you guys.
Oh.
That's oh man.
I mean, that's a little ballsy
So-
going for it in a stock vehicle like that. Like
Yeah.
that was, I don't know if I would have done it in that vehicle.
No, I wouldn't have done it.
No, I
No
would
way.
have gone around it because
No
there's
way.
no reason to really.
No.
You're not racing a lot of people in a couple seconds isn't going to
Yeah.
make a difference in that
None.
class today.
I mean, I think he.
All right, looks like we're working on a replay. Hopefully we'll have it in a minute for you guys. I don't think there's going to be much of a second lip there if they keep doing this.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a landing.
I think we need to give out an award for whoever messes up that gap jump the best.
Yeah.
It's definitely been it's pretty damaged right now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's dug
that
out.
Jeep's not moving.
Yeah.
No, the Jeep's not. The jump's getting pretty damaged
But
too.
you saw
is it?
the Jeep went into it like this because you can see the radiator got hammered.
Yeah,
so it
yeah.
definitely nosed into it.
Man.
Oh man,
Maybe
those
that's
guys, their necks are gonna hurt. So I mean,
Oh,
even
yeah.
if I
Yeah,
know
that's a
everyone's got head
stop.
and neck restraints, but sorry, I feel like I should.
Okay,
right.
Here comes a replay. It sounds like we got it. Let's see what happened here. All right, so here he comes.
Way too slow.
Yeah, that's too slow.
No.
Snap.
Oh,
Man, they weren't
dude.
even close.
Physics
Not even close.
hurts, man. Oh.
I wonder if they knew that was a gap there or not, right? Like,
maybe they switched drivers or something.
That seems a little weird.
Because that was not even remotely
close.
fast
no,
enough.
not even close.
Yeah.
Wow, man. I hope they're okay in there. Both their necks and everything. That's a hard stop.
Oh man. All right, who do we have here on the side outside of Aftershock? This is why you put numbers on your roof, please.
Yeah, it's so hard to see. They're definitely working on the car. It looks like
Yep.
maybe the front left
Brian
or something.
Marion in 181.
They definitely don't look like they're rushing, that's for sure.
No, well, he started running out. I don't know where he's going. Maybe that was a bathroom break. Hey, man, you never know. I've had people come into our pits and say, like, can we use your bathroom? And I'm like, are you racing? Go get in the car.
So they're making the people right now, you can see they're going around it right now to make sure they don't hit each other.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay,
recovery
that's
crew is getting good at recovering people from that spot. I can say that for sure, huh?
If you saw the front of that Jeep, that thing the wheels were tucked underneath and folded under.
Oh, I didn't even notice the wheel
yeah,
at all.
they were
Oh,
hammered.
wow.
That thing ain't going nowhere.
I feel like I should walk out there with some Advil and be like, you guys, do you want
I
some
think
to
you're
leave?
going to need more than Advil. I'm still blown away, Fish, that there's 3 cars that got claimed by that. 3 or 4, is it 3? I think it's 3.
Yeah, I think
At
that
least
car
3.
honestly didn't know that was there. I don't think they knew that was there or something.
What were they saying when they went off that jump? Great to hear that.
I know what the last words were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On board.
Well, they were probably like, oh, man, look at that. We're coming into Hammertown. We just got the short course. That's so cool. And then, what the?
Yeah, what the? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they said more than that.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got a little athlete check-in package with Eric Connor. Kind of interested to learn a little bit more about this guy. So let's roll that and learn a little bit more about one of our King of the Hammer athletes here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
This is my 3rd year racing, but a little different. I'm behind the wheel this time in my own truck. The other 2 times I've been co-driving for my son. Last year in the 1450 class, he got 1st place, which was the highlight of our year. It was awesome. If he passes me, there's a problem. We're gonna probably have a little beef at home. I've been doing suspension for 22 years, and I really got into cars in the beginning. And I didn't know anything about off-roading. 9 years ago, I started doing a lot of off-road installs and putting long travel and suspension kits on trucks. And so I decided to build my own Bronco. You get to have the fun with the build, but then you get to go have fun ripping it in the desert with your friends, and then break it in the desert, fix it again, break it again, fix it. It's just so much fun. So I got hooked, and I'll never go back. I'm always gonna be an off-roader for the rest of my life. It's crazy. The first year I came was maybe 8 or 9 years ago, and I just came as a spectator. I didn't know anything about it. And I think the biggest thing that hooked me is seeing all these vehicles you've never seen anywhere else but King of the Hammers. Home-built trucks, exoskeletons, cages. I just sat out there for 3 days and just people watched, and I go, man, from every year on, I'm coming to King of the Hammers. I think it's just a camaraderie with all your friends. I have a shop in San Diego. We do suspension, so I bring all my workers out. So it's just where we bond, and we all love it, and we come every year, and it's those memories. Every year we talk about it, you know?
Welcome back, everyone, to our limited race here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. You know, we both were saying, like, I don't know who that guy is, but then when they came up on the screen, I was like, oh, no, yeah, I know those guys. Like, I recognize the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely recognize the truck.
Yeah.
I've seen him before. I don't know him personally, but I've seen him before.
Definitely.
Right now, Brock Hager is still leading the pack, it looks like. Still, as of right now, we're probably still 3 or 4 minutes ahead of Doug. I'm pretty impressed right now with Michael Faden. This guy, you know, brand new car, Allsat built it. It's a brand new Can-Am R. He just went from factory Honda, went back to Can-Am, started building a new car. The kid's a young kid, good driver, definitely getting in there, and man, he's in the top 5, and it's pretty impressive to be out here and
Yeah,
run
that's
top
awesome.
5 for him for sure.
That's awesome. I mean, the Honda Talons, they're pretty. What I like about them is that they have an actual gearbox.
Oh yeah.
And now that the Maverick has come in
Yep.
with the actual gearbox, it's just so much more. I think it's so much more enjoyable to drive than having that CVT.
Yep.
And plus, you're never going to throw your belt.
Yeah, that's the best part about it. That's one thing that's really cool is, and it's only a matter of time. Polaris is going to come in there. They've been developing a transmission for that car, and it's going to be coming out soon. And you'll see that perspective in a Polaris 2 soon.
Yeah, and then then manufacturers are going to have to figure out another thing that's going to differentiate them. First we had the sequential transmission, and now what is it going to be? Is it going to be power? Is it going to be suspension? Is it going to be tires? Is it going to be everything? I mean, the innovation that's happening in that space right now is really, really cool.
It's going so fast, and they're changing so much, and it's progressing so fast. It's crazy to see all the stuff out there. Look at, you got another guy out there. Looks like he changed his wheel or something. He's working on probably an axle or something. Who knows what he's doing right there?
Yeah,
And he's
definitely
looking
something
up
on the
at-
front end of the car for sure.
And
Steering maybe.
He looks up at the drone like, you guys, come on. Come on, you're getting me at my worst, man.
Well, I had to look at it real fast, but that's Vanessa, okay?
Yeah.
Now, she races for rigid lights and stuff, and, that's a new car supposedly out there, and she is definitely broken down right now, and looks like they're working on something. I don't know exactly what, but she's, used to be a Red Bull driver. If she still isn't, I think she is, but she's out there right now racing her new car. So you can see the number on that car real good. The number on top of that, 73. It's right there.
Exactly.
All right, so we have a couple times. We have Brock here at 2:37, and then Doug Matag at 2:40. So still 3 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
they're consistent. They're right there. I mean, he's not gaining. Yeah, that is Doug right there. That's second place for sure. You can see the Bilstein on the side of it.
Oh, yeah, looking good.
And he's moving.
He is.
He's trying to push. He wants it. And
Whoa, that was a little sketchy.
Yep.
That was a Code Brown moment inside for sure.
One thing really cool about Doug's cars, like you said, Fish, the cars are really low to the ground. They look really cool looking.
They look like they'd be very stable.
It
right?
does. It looks wide. Feels like it
Yeah.
looks wide to me. I don't know what it feels like in the car. I haven't driven one, so.
Yeah, but with some of these ruts dug out as much as they are, you're that low to the ground, and then you're trying to always be up on the side of the ruts,
Yeah,
and then it'll
'cause they're
drag you
bottoming
back
out
down.
in the crown of the rut. There's Christian right there. Matlock throwing it down.
So Kristen came in to the Rebel Rally this year, which is a navigational rally. It's not a rally for speed, and she got Rookie of the Year. She and her teammate.
I did see
Yeah,
that.
it was
Yep.
pretty awesome.
Normally she's ahead of her husband, but the husband is better. He's in 8th right now, 9th overall, and she's in 16th overall and 13th in the class. I'm pretty amazed right now, Fish. There's a lot of guys, see out there. CJ, would be, he's in 10th. It's a new car. It's like you said, he bought a car. He's probably working the bugs out of it, making it work for him. But
Yeah,
I
first
really,
doesn't race in a while.
Yeah, I thought he would be up there a little bit more because he's no slouch either.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stacked field. Like you said, these guys that are up there are these are seasoned UTV drivers out there. You got Brock in first, Doug Matag is in second, as we just saw. Then, actually on corrected time, we got Max Eddy showing as third place now. So Max has been making his way up all day, right? Every time we get a time, he's moved up a couple spots. He's all the way up to third now. He is only 4 minutes behind his teammate right now, which I think is what he was at the last time.
Yep.
And then we got Dallas Gonzalez.
He's about a minute off of Doug.
Yep, a minute behind Doug. And then Dallas Gonzalez is about a minute, not even a minute, about 30 seconds behind Max. So really close racing in the top 5. You got McFadden. He's only 18 seconds out of 4th place. He's sitting in 5th place. You got Vito Renault. He's about a minute behind them. So, yeah, this is anybody's race at this point. So we got a long way to go. We got almost 2 full laps to go.
Now, Dallas Gonzalez, if I'm not mistaken, he also did short course and the little cars and stuff, and now he's in the big cars.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that name, but I
Yes,
do believe short course is where I've seen it before mostly.
Yeah, and I know I met him dad because I have a son that's about the same age, and if I had to take a guess, he's probably right around 14, 15 years old, if that's the same kid I know, but I'm pretty
Probably
sure
is.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, so he's hanging in there. You
He's
got
hanging
Wayne
with-
Matlock right there with them.
I mean, just think, he's hanging in there with the big dogs, and I mean, there's some big names. Brandon Sims, he's in 8th place, 9th
Yeah.
overall, you know.
Rodrigo Ampudia, so he's moving way up.
He
so
is.
he had, remember, he broke a drive shaft during
Yep.
qualifying yesterday. He had to start all the way in the back behind everybody that qualified, and he's all the way up to 11th right now
but
on
he's
time.
First
on
in
time.
turbo.
Yeah, in his class, the stock class, right? He's in the
He's in the turbo
or pro
class.
modified, whatever the hell it's called here.
Pro turbo. Yeah, he's in the pro
Yeah.
turbo class.
All right, so he's first there, 11th
Yep.
overall from starting in the back. That's pretty impressive. But Rodrigo's done that before. He started at the back at some other races and drove all the way to the front.
Yeah, and he's also been to the front and went back in the back too. So there's a lot of things there with that.
Yeah, but haven't we all done that?
Yeah, we all have done that. Yes.
That's what I do most often.
You know, I'm amazed. You know, Matt Burrows now has moved up a little bit. He's 20th, but he's 3rd overall. You know, he's a Monster Energy guy too. Old teammate right there with mine. I honestly thought Sarah would be a little bit farther forward. You know, she must have had some problems.
Which one?
Sarah Romo.
Oh, Sierra Romo.
Sierra Romo, yeah.
Yeah, Sierra. Yeah, she's out there. She's good.
Yeah, the last lap's really going to decide a lot here.
I think it
because
is.
With
I
it
think it
being
is.
so close here, we're
Yep.
going to see. We got a couple more pit stops for some of these people potentially coming. And most of the top guys we know should be done with their pit stops. Who did we see? Did Matag, did we know when he pitted last? I don't remember when he pitted. I think it was the same lap, right?
It's same lap as Brock did. I saw
So
him
he's
coming.
good. He should be good to go the rest of the way too, you would think.
Yep. But there's a lot of big names. I mean, Ryan Piplick, you know, he's not in. He's back, pretty far back. You know, Dustin Jones, not there. I mean, there's a lot of big names in the back there, you know.
Yeah, we know Dustin Jones had that problem earlier. His car was stuck in park for a long time, so he literally didn't even get to start the race until, what was that, like an hour after the race started or half an hour or something?
Yep.
So
You
that's
got
no
Phil
good.
Burton out. You know, he's not right. He's not there.
Yep.
There's so many guys that have been.
Caden McCacherin out earlier, broke steering.
There's a couple other ones. Wasn't it Cody or somebody broke too? Or yeah, Cody. Let's see here.
Well, in Class 10, we have pretty much it's just the 1077 Ezra, and then Justin Buckley, the 1064. He's 240. Let's see, 219, and I gotta wait till he hits the next time. Not sure how close together they are yet. They haven't synced up. But we have 7 UTVs that are ahead of the first Class 10 car right now.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, also Cody's out too. Bradbury.
Oh, I haven't even mentioned his name today. He must have been out early, huh?
Yeah, it was out in the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
And then Chase Carr, you know, he's out. He was right there, neck and neck with him. Like we said, Brock's got a pace right now. He knows where he has to be. He knows what he has to do. He's doing really well right now.
Dealing with a lot of lap traffic right now, too, just looking at the tracker.
I'm amazed that Max Eddy is up in 3rd place because he was pretty far back.
Yeah, he's just been working his way up all day.
Yes. But you can't, you know, the Polaris team, I mean, they did a 15-second, maybe if that pit for Brock. I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, just fuel.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, the Pressure Pro systems are pretty cool how they work
They
nowadays.
are.
I mean, the amount
They
of
are.
gas you can transfer, and it's relatively safe, you know, the way it's done. It's not too sketchy, at least. Not like the old days where you're trying to just put some pressure in a drum or something. You know, it's a little more sophisticated than that
I just
nowadays.
have bladders, you know, I have those little bladders that it's gravity feed, like
yeah,
old
the
school.
tanks, in the air.
It's better
yeah,
than
the
a
fuel tower.
Yeah, fuel tower.
Fuel tower, yeah. Where you got the dead man valve.
Yeah, I don't have $10,000-$15,000 for a Pressure Pro each one to go do that. So
yeah, they're pricey, but man, when you look at how fast they can do a pit
they
stop,
do.
that's the difference between winning a race or not.
It is.
You know,
it
it's
is.
crazy.
Now it is. It is. Now.
Nowadays you have to because the top guys have it.
Yep. I don't think there is a Can-Am driver that has one of those systems. That's for sure.
I don't know. Does Blurton not have one?
No.
No.
I can almost guarantee he doesn't have one.
Well, how much fuel can the Can-Ams hold?
They're about 32 gallons they run. Everybody's different. Phil's maybe less than that. He likes to run a smaller tank sometimes, so he could be somewhere around the 28 to 25 gallons for him.
Pretty much if you're going to race Baja, which a lot of these guys are, you have to be able to go at least like 120 miles at minimum, right? Yeah. Just because there's nowhere to pit sometimes in between there, so you got to have a big enough cell. But you don't want too big because you don't want to carry too much extra weight with you all the time when you don't need it.
Yeah, but you do want to get out in front and keep going and get out the dust, all the problems, because there's, we're starting now behind all the trucks and stuff, 6100s. You're catching those people,
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's only 8 6100 trucks that are halfway decent, and the rest are just guys renting trucks from Brenthal.
And it's hard to get around guys in a UTV when you're in a truck. It's hard to get around them.
No, and there's a lot like Brock. Like I said, for the Baja 1000 getting 7th overall, that's pretty impressive. And I shouldn't say it's pretty impressive.
It's very impressive.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of his finish there, and I was pretty impressed.
And looking at the tracker right now, Brock is approaching mile 41, so in just about 2 miles, we'll get another split time from him. And then we'll wait until Matag and Max Eddy come by and see where everybody's sitting at. It does look like Brock did slow down a little bit, just based off the tracker.
Yeah.
The gap between him and Doug Matag is a little bit less physical on the tracker. We had about a 4-minute lead before. 4 minutes and 10 seconds was last, so we'll see if that's how we're sitting at the next spot in a minute.
I'm impressed with the footage out here that King of the Hammers have. It's unbelievable, the live footage out here, the drones, the in-car cameras, and amazing how the Starlinks work in the cars so well.
Yeah, look at every car. You see a little white square on the top. That's all that's Starlink, right? Almost every car has that white square on the top, or some have a sticker over it. But if you really look close, almost every car has one nowadays.
We look at the 1450s right here.
They all had them
too.
They
had two.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yeah.
At least half of them did.
Yeah, you can go get a Starlink Mini with a mount for $800 or $900.
Yeah, done and ready to go.
And done. Yeah, you're ready to go.
Yeah, and they have internet, and they can talk and do everything, and they can vice versa that, everything.
Even just the comms, using there's a program called Zello that everyone's using now, and it's a push-to-talk program, and it works awesome. We used it at the whole Nora race. Like you can have guys. I mean, we were talking to people in the United States when we were in the middle of Mexico racing. There's no limitation as long as you have Starlink and internet connection.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. You still want a VHF radio. There is a little bit of a delay in it. So like coming into the pits and stuff, you still want to have a VHF radio so you can say like go 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 go, as soon as the fuel's done and stuff like that. But otherwise, we use the satcom, or not satcoms, but the satellite communication through Starlink the whole race.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
I use
pretty
both,
awesome.
and I have the push-to-talk phones and the Icon phones, and we love those things. It's amazing what they do nowadays.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can just do it on your cell phone now.
Yep.
Okay, counterpoint. Does it make it too easy? I mean, I know it's not easy, but the communication used to be part of the thing with racing, right?
Well, you used to sit in your pit and not have any idea where everybody was.
Yeah, but now you've taken out one of the challenges.
Yeah. Well, it's not a challenge. I think it's a safety thing now.
It is a big safety plus,
big
for
safety.
sure.
It's
for sure.
So good to have safety. Tell your friends, hey, there's a car burning. There's a thing, you crash, something happened. Number 255 is on the side. You can relay that to score. I think it helps the sport a lot.
I mean, you can even FaceTime and call a medical person if you need to, and they can tell you what to do over your phone.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's
if you
amazing.
Have to help somebody.
In the middle of nowhere, you can talk to a doctor instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes a big difference. It really is huge. Yeah. And just the crew being able to see the car, watching the same thing we're watching here, with the Starstream, being able to watch the car and see what it's doing. They know if something's broke before the car even comes in.
Right.
They know if they got a flat tire.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
They're like, oh, they got a flat. Get a tire ready. They're going to need a spare. Before they even call it on the radio. Like right here, we're watching this car. We know what's going on before they call it on the radio.
Yep.
Looks like, is that one of the Matag cars possibly?
That's Doug Matag right there.
Is it Doug? Oh, there you go. Doug
there
Matag.
You go. And I think right now, Doug is definitely pushing now. I think he knows where he has to, step it up, bring it out.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're going to try to win this race, you've got to turn it up a little bit and take a little bit more chances.
Yep, and you can see it's rougher in the car than it was earlier. Some of the shocks are going away a little bit, I'm sure.
For sure.
They're getting down, He's running Bilstein's on there and definitely feeling a little bit more. I think every shock's going to do that, not just Bilstein's, but every shock out there.
Yeah, they're just getting heated up at this point. And most of these UTVs, they only run one shock per wheel. There is a couple people out here that have like a dual shock setup.
Yep.
I know that the Vito Renault has a dual rear shock setup, so that's something a little bit different. So maybe his rear shocks are a little bit happier right now because he's got a big bypass back there with him, where these guys just have the single coil over a lot of them.
And they might even have a bump stop on them too. Some of the guys are running bump stops now, so it helps out a lot. So you're not clapping out the suspension so much. There's our Jeep.
There's our Jeep. There's our Mojave that took it in the front, took it in the nose, man.
Oh, it took it all right.
Yeah, that thing is done.
Yeah, it's done. Forget it.
Oh, we're sorry, Jimmy.
Oh, that's taken apart. 2 wheels?
That is way taken apart.
Holy cow. That's Vanessa right there.
Yeah.
She is so bummed her guy's working on that thing right there. And she's a good driver too, you know. She drives, like I said, for Rigid. And it used to be Red Bull, but I don't know if that's what's going on. Actually, I'm going to take that back. It's not Vanessa. Vanessa lives in our area in San Diego, and she just got that car, and she is not a Red Bull driver, but she's brand new car, and she's had some issues, and I think they have some more right now, just trying to figure thing out.
There's our live view there from the 1077 car. Ezra Eberts.
He's the leader, isn't he?
I believe
Pretty sure he is. Yeah, he's leading the race in Class 10 right now.
Yeah, he's flying, man. Look at that. He's even got his number back there on his jack so we can see. Oh, well, that's for his own, for his recovery. I guess it's not just all for the live show.
It's kind of cool, though. You can see it really good. Right there in the front, too. On the front, right where the camera is.
Yeah, it's smart.
It is a smart thing. He definitely knows his deal.
They're going pretty fast there. That's a good speed in a 10 car there. And that's where they have a little bit of an advantage back on the UTVs, is they can go a little bit faster in some of these spots.
I don't know about that.
Like on the top end.
You think so? Because the UTV is doing 118 miles an hour now. I don't think a Class 10 will do that.
I don't know. I think they do that, don't they?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm almost positive. I bet some money on that deal.
Yeah, I wonder how many of the UTVs are really doing that speed, though. I know the top guys are.
Yeah, I know that the
Polaris team is, and Phil probably is, and those guys. But that's fast.
Polaris is probably top speed about 109, 110 probably, but I don't see them going over. The Can-Ams are really going down on that road.
Pam's over there telling us she did 115 in a golf cart.
Really?
Oh, in Class 10.
Okay, so there you go.
Oh, that's right, because
Okay.
Pam
There
used to
you're
race a Class 10.
So I didn't think they went over 109. Okay, that must have been a really fast. Was that downhill in a wind blowing hurricane? Because the spec truck only does. If I heard that from Chris, that the thing only does 115 or so. That's an average speed for a spec truck. What do you think there, Fish, on that deal?
The spec truck, yeah, you're lucky to do. What do you say, 115?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're lucky to probably do that.
Chris is trucks. I used to.
The problem is it's the wind drag with those things, right?
Yeah,
That's what's slowing you down the most.
Yeah,
they don't
you're
have enough
driving
power to get over that last little bit, so you're really limited there.
Yeah, you're driving a big bread truck practically.
Yeah. Where you put a real motor in that thing, they're doing 150. RCR will do almost 148, 149 or whatever.
That's crazy.
Yeah. On a lake bed.
This looks like a Can-Am right here. Who is this?
See, it's an aftershock there. Is it one of the all-sub cars?
It's a monster car, so it might be Rodrigo.
Oh, I think you're right.
No, it's Matt Burrows.
Oh, Burrows?
Matt Burrows right there. He's a Monster Energy guy.
There you go, Burrows.
Yep. I think he's running third right now.
In his class?
In his class, that's right, in the turbo class. He might have somebody else driving too. He switches out probably, maybe. Matt has championships in Baja too. He's won a few championships there. He's no slouch on his car.
I want to watch one of these buggies go over the gap jump.
They don't do it? I thought they were doing it.
No, I know. That's what I mean. I just haven't seen it.
Why are they not letting them go? Are they pushing them around it now or not? Are they doing
No,
it?
they got the Jeep out, so I'm assuming they're going
Maybe
back
they
over
cut it
the
off
gap
and
jump.
said, hey, no more until they get the thing built up again.
I don't know. I wasn't watching. Did they just go around it?
No, we didn't see it. But that's what I'm just. I would really like to see one of the buggies go over.
Yeah, they may have closed it because it was getting kind of messed up.
Kind of.
Oh, come on, you guys safety 24th. Come on.
You know? I'm still amazed. No, Brock hasn't had any flats. He's running a pace he's running. Top guys probably haven't had flats either. They're still going at a great pace right now with these guys. The tires are amazing from the manufacturers that they're definitely making a better tire now for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. That makes it, and a lot of these tire manufacturers have a specific UTV designed tire now too,
they
right?
do.
You either
They
have
all
the
do, most of
BFG
them.
that has the,
Yep.
you know, the specific UTV tire. I'm sure everybody else has a UTV tire nowadays.
Yokohama, they have one right now.
Yes, you don't have to have quite as heavy of a tire, correct? Because it's a lighter vehicle, so you can save some rotating weight there, rotating mass, and dial the tire back a little bit. But you don't want to go too far back because you want to make it strong still.
Yep.
But you want to take some weight out.
Yeah. Still hasn't. He's still that time thing right there. You have Fish. Where are we at now?
We have, let's see, so Brock came through 256. Is that what I said last time? I don't remember. Is that still the same?
No,
So
it's different.
It's different? Okay, so 256.30 and then 259.23. So there you go. He gained a little bit because remember he was 4 minutes?
Yeah.
So that's what I thought. The tracker was getting a little bit closer together. So Brock slowed down a little bit or Matag picked it up just a little bit.
And Max is right
Max
there.
is right there on his butt. And
Right there.
Yeah,
McFadden
301.
is right on Max's butt too.
Yep.
I'm impressed with the kid, man. He's doing really well, especially a new built car right out of the box, just getting it and doing well here at King of the Hammers.
I had a
Mike
couple
McFadden.
people text me. You guys were right. What you were saying, the Class 10 cars usually do about 105, 110 at the most. Is what
Okay.
it seems like most of them. So
Yeah.
top speed is pretty much the same then, I guess, on
Yeah.
the Class 10 and the UTV nowadays, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Because the UTV never used to do 110,
no,
right?
Oh, no. No, you'd be lucky to get 100 out of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, when you're doing 95, you're hoping, you're just, wow, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But out of the box, a Can-Am will do 100 miles an hour out of the box.
Yeah,
Almost.
that's
90,
crazy.
8
It's so
miles an
nuts. And we sell those to just regular people. Like anyone can
Isn't
go
that
buy
scary?
one. And
That's pretty
have-
scary. It's like back to the ATCs and the quads.
Yeah,
and stuff
no,
back in the
I
day.
wish that, a lot of the truck manufacturers, like if you buy a Raptor R or if you buy a Bronco, you can go out and you get with the purchase of your vehicle, you get some training.
Well,
whether
that's
it's
funny you say that because I told already that a couple manufacturers, I'm not going to mention their name,
I've
but
been-
they should have a class.
They need to have- they
you
need to
buy
have
a
you-
car, you get a free class, learn
Yeah.
how to drive because the people that buy them at these dealerships, and I go to the dealership all the time, used to be a salesman there, the people buy them, 20 minutes out, they go out there and roll the
Yep.
car at
Yep.
the dunes thinking that they're Robbie Gordon's out there. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
And it's so easy to do because
is.
keep in mind too that these vehicles that are out here are specifically race prepped vehicles, so they're not quite as tall.
Yep.
You get a golf cart from the factory, it's
Yep.
going to have way
Higher.
more
Yep.
headroom, way higher.
Yep.
So they're much easier to roll. You can't do what these drivers are doing in something that comes from the factory. You can get close, but you can't get all the
Yeah,
way.
they're pretty
so
close.
being able to have a like 1 or 2 day driving course that is built into the price of your vehicle, I just think would really benefit the community.
For sure. That looks like Wayne Matlock, if I'm not mistaken, right there. It is Wayne Matlock right there.
Yep.
And he is running probably around 12th. He's actually running 7th overall in his class, 8th overall. Like I said, Wayne and his wife, they've been racing forever.
And 0.3
The family, the dad raced in Baja back in the day. We used to race bikes together, and then Wayne actually comes from a quad and now into a UTV.
In 171
Yeah, he's definitely been around, done a lot of
He has.
racing in a lot of different classes, huh?
And he is,
PCP24.
if I would have to say in Baja-wise, his knowledge is right there with me, if not more. I mean, the guy is my biggest competition in Baja for knowledge-wise. For all you'd say, Fish, cheating lines and stuff, certain things, he knows all the lines down there.
He knows all the Honda lines?
He knows all the Honda lines. That's where I came from. I came from Kawasaki, then Honda.
Yeah.
I rode bikes. That's what I did. I rode the bikes. So,
all right.
yeah.
Well, we're gonna see some of our third lap finishers in here pretty soon. Brock is gonna be, what's he, about 5 miles out or so, maybe?
I've got Max Eddy on the tracker doing 94.8 miles per hour.
Wow.
And is that knots even?
Yeah, is that knots? Because they had
it
it
might be going
knots.
faster. Did they
No,
fix
they
it?
didn't.
They did. They said knots earlier.
I haven't refreshed my page. Maybe it is. Let me see.
Okay, tell me what it is.
See if they
That's
changed
amazing.
Does it say mile per hour on yours?
It does, and I got McFadden at 104.9.
Oh yeah, they changed it now. Okay. They updated. They must be listening to us.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are hustling through that section of the course there.
That's fast. And as we said,
Doug Mittag.
Migtag,
thank you.
Yeah.
96.9.
Yeah, Brock is only a couple miles out, so he's going to come in. It shouldn't be stopping. If we see him stop, it's an unplanned pit stop.
It is. Yeah, he won't stop. He's got it down. He's probably going to crank it down a notch when you see where he's at. He's 3 minutes ahead right now.
Yeah, they'll get him a split time here, and then he'll
Yeah.
get another one at the pit.
Yeah, and they're going to tell him, hey, and he knows he can crank it up, turn it down, whatever he has to do. And, I mean, he's professional. The guy's a badass. Like I said, I'm pretty impressed. Like McFarland, he's the first Can-Am. You know, it's up in the hunt there. He's 4th overall.
Yeah, then that's a new car too, right?
That's a brand new car, like I said, from Allsap. They just introduced it, just got it out, and it's impressive. I'm impressed. You know, Allsap put a car together. It was really good and out of the box and prepped it for him. And as you can see, it looks like he did a damn good job. Now Wayne Matlock, you know, he moved up to 6th place. He's definitely moving too. He's pushing too. He was pretty far back, and he's definitely moved up.
Yeah, Wayne's definitely stepping it up. And he's, once again, another new car. He only raced the Baja 1000 in it, and he didn't race the whole race. Obviously, he had other people driving some of it, so not a lot of seat time in the new car, still getting used to it. But it must be nice to be, you know, on the same, you have the same platform as the other guys. So
it's top guys.
Yeah, nobody has an advantage anymore with a platform or anything like that. They're all in the same cars pretty much. Obviously, tuning and everything makes a big difference too.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, the main platform is the same with everybody.
Yeah. And as you can see, they look like they have their cars pretty dialed in and doing well.
And there's Mittag again. This looks like Doug's car. He's driving pretty hard. You look, he's working the wheel.
I would say that's
going pretty good, right?
For the first lap.
Totally.
Yeah.
He's picked it up.
He has picked it up. He knows where he has to go. He is definitely foot to the floor.
Yep.
Pushing hard right now to see where he's at.
Yeah, Doug had a big crash at the Baja 1000. He went for a pass and got tangled up, and they kind of hit a fence, and that was a big crash. So it's always interesting to see. It's always interesting to see how hard people drive after, you know.
But it's also like that's knowledge, okay? So he hit the fence post in this one section that he was in the dust, didn't see it, and that's what happened. Similar to just recently, you posted the motorhome accident where the UTV.
Oh yeah, what the hell was that guy doing parked in the middle of the?
It looked like
that was the motorhome's fault.
Was,
sorry,
but
sorry,
still, he went off the course, passing the dust, can't see shit.
No.
Yeah, it's definitely it.
We got a race here coming in to the short course.
That looks like a pro stock vehicle, maybe, class?
1910.
Well, those looks a little smaller.
Pitting like there.
I mean, that's so awesome to actually get to have a race when you come into pits because you're like, everyone can see me. As opposed to being out in the middle of the desert, you're like, I just did something cool and no one's here.
That's Brock right there. That's our leader. There's a look at our first place car right now. Coming back into Hammertown. Going to finish his 3rd lap. Let's see if we see him do the jump or not, so we know if it's open or not still. It's just outside of Hammertown.
Car still looks really good. Everything's there on it. No damage.
Spare tire looks like it's full of air still.
Yep. Like when you're feeling the car, you're knowing that if it's working and he's got it down, I'm sure that he knows, hey, this is where I have to be. This is as fast as I need to go. I don't want to go over my head. If I have to, I have it. But right now he got the pace going. He knows what the car will do and what it won't do right now. And he's definitely feeling it. He's a professional, as you can see from all the race wins he's out there. But he has a good thing going right now.
Well, and also coming from the Dakar, where there's so much more strategy over a race like this, because
100%.
It's 14 days, and just knowing when you need to push and when you don't need to push, it'll be interesting to see how he is able to translate that win and that experience in the Dakar over here to racing in North America.
All right, let's see what he does right here. Stay on this shot. Does he go over it? Is it open? Yeah, it looks like it's open.
He's going for it.
Oh.
That's it.
Oh no. They changed it, huh?
They changed it.
Or did he just go around?
I don't know. It looked like there was.
But why
nothing
would he
there.
go? Why would he of all people go around?
Yeah.
Just not to take a chance maybe at this point.
Oh, okay. Actually, Caleb just told us that he did take the bypass, so I guess the jump is still open.
Just playing it smart, not going to take an extra
Let's see.
chance.
He doesn't know pit, just going for it.
Yep.
All right, so there's your race leader right now, headed out onto his final lap. He's going to be headed out onto lap 4. He's in with a 3 hour and 15-minute time to this point. We'll wait to see when Doug Matag comes through what his time is. He had a 3-minute lead over Doug Matag about 20 miles before the finish line. We'll see if Doug's made up any time or lost it in that last 20 miles back into Hammertown.
And what's that mean? If you're looking at the times right now and you divide that, what's that, 57, 56 miles an hour?
Oh, you want us to do math?
I mean, it's pretty close to 60. It's a 65-mile course, and they're just under an hour.
Okay.
So pretty close to 60.
Last year's average speed was 61.7 miles per hour, where Brock won that again, and that was his average speed, 61.7.
Wow, so he's definitely on the pace.
Yeah, so last year was Brock in first, Max Eddy Jr. in second, and Wayne Matlock in third. And but they only did 221 miles, so they've definitely got more race course to cover this year.
Yeah. I just got some info that new Doug Matag car that Ampudia is driving. Oh, they are waving them around right there. I just saw it.
Oh, they are?
They're making everybody go around it. So there you go. Not an option at this point. That Matag car that Ampudia had, that brand new Can-Am, it has a 49-gallon cell in it.
Oh my God. 49
gallons.
Oh my! Where are they putting all that fuel?
I don't know. That's a lot. So you could do over 200 miles in that car
Well
if
over
that thing was
200
full,
miles.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's probably the biggest.
That's a lot of
fuel tank
weight.
a lot of weight.
That's got to be the biggest.
Yeah, that's 300.
tank.
That's almost 350 pounds of weight.
In a
and then you
UTV.
figure.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A rough day. For the first 10 miles, truck was on the rails, doing super, super good. And then we just got coolant all up in our face. We ended up popping a little vent line right here off the radiator, got that back on, filled the truck up with water bottles, and then we just kept overheating like 5-6 times. Got to remote pit, fixed it, worked for like another 10 miles, cut a tire, fixed that. Then we ended up just creeping for the past like 40 miles with the truck overheating the whole time. So we just thought we'd pop the hood off and see if the truck would cool down, and it helped. And we're bummed for the outcome, but we're still super stoked we get to stand on the stage.
I think right now you're 7th overall for the day. We know, not sure exactly in position with your class, but I mean, hey, finishing it and with having some problems like that is definitely a win in itself.
Oh yeah, well I'm pretty tired. Gotten out of the truck like 15 times so far. But yeah, we're just super stoked to stand up.
Forest land, feet twice the size of any man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
What's that?
You know what I love the fact that nobody gives up.
Yeah,
just
you always
don't
got
give
to
up.
finish, right?
You know, it's just so great. I think that there's so many facets in our life where it's just so easy to give up, and this sport really teaches you that you just keep going no matter what, because you're going to cross that finish line. It doesn't matter when, and it doesn't matter how.
Yeah, you just got to get to the finish, and,
Yep.
and the race is never over. You know, you got to get there.
That's what it is. You got to finish the race to finish, to get first.
Yeah, to finish first, you must first finish.
There you go. Yeah.
So
yeah, I always say it's JFF, just F and finish.
That's it. You see that truck too? I fished. We talked about it earlier. Starlink, top of the truck. You saw it there, big old Starlink. So easy, so cool. Everybody has them right now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can. The other good thing is when you have it on your race car, if you do happen to break down, you can sit out there and watch Netflix or YouTube or whatever other kind of service you want to watch to make you happy in the middle of nowhere. You know, it's a big plus.
So I've been looking at here. So Rodrigo and Pudia was leading the race, now in 4th in the class, in turbo class. And there is a new leader. Matt Burrows is in 2nd, and it looks like Nate Morgan is in 1st place, 9:55. 17th overall.
Oh, in the
turbo class, or what do you call that class now here?
Yeah, UTV Pro Modified, I guess.
Whatever.
Is it turbo or not? Can you enter a non-turbo in it? I don't know.
But it's most likely a turbo. But
I would assume
there's so many different classes.
You guys were the worst.
Sorry, B3, whatever.
Yeah, B3.
Yeah, B3. But that was like we said, Rodrigo, has the ability. It's either he's pushing hard or whatever, something happened, got a flat maybe. He's only on lap 2. He's still pretty far behind. He might be broke.
Well, he started pretty far back, right?
He did, but he was leading the race. So
what's his number again?
36.
Let me see if I can find him on the tracker.
He is
he's
4th overall now.
Yeah.
22nd.
I'll see where he actually is though.
Nice to see Matt Burrows up there in 2nd place. I don't know Nate very well, but I thought I saw him on the TV. It looked like an old style X3 was in 1st place.
Well, added out on lap 4, and then we have 4 cars, right? We have Brock Hager, Doug Matag, Max Eddy, and Michael McFadden. Those are the 4 cars we have through right now, and it's still really close. You got Brock at 3:15, Doug Matag at 3:17, Max Eddy at 3:19, and then McFadden at 3:20. So that's 1 minute separating, 2 minutes separating, 1 to 2 minutes separating most of the
tire.
One issue, one flat tire, one belt, one anything. Yeah.
Yep. And I guarantee you Brock's thinking that too, and Doug is too, but Doug is somebody that...
Doug can push a little harder right here, right? He's got to.
And there's Brock right there going at it.
There he is, going through spooners.
And I think Brock is, he's getting times and stuff right now, and he's just definitely working it.
It was me.
All right, so we're going to see some more. So any of the B4 or the T4 cars, let me see, how many of those did we have here? Because they're only doing 2 laps. So we had, looks like about 5 or 6 T4s, or they're only doing 3 laps, I'm sorry. None of them have finished with their 3 laps yet, though.
But right there is the 10 leader, actually.
Yeah,
B2.
they do 4 laps, and then there's Brock again.
Now, what do you think? You think he's pushing? It looks like he's slowed down the pace a little bit. What do you think?
I mean, he's got to push a little bit more because you need a little bit more than a 2.5 minute cushion, just for anything little to happen. But you don't want to have something happen also, right, by pushing too hard. So it's tough. I don't know what I would do right here if I was Brock, actually. Honestly, just drive the same way I did the last 3 laps.
Yeah, just keep your pace. Just run your race right there. What you've been doing has been working, so why bother trying to change it? And your team will let you know if Doug is getting closer to him, right? And then he can start making those decisions as he gets closer to coming around and finishing. But for right now, he's got a decent lead. We all know anything can happen. But, just drive what you're doing, drive what you can see, take care of your vehicle. Bob Bauer, the famous Bob Bauer, told me once that if you're comfortable and if you're putting the car exactly where you want it to go, then you can go a little bit faster.
Yeah, Brock's he's going to have a little bit of lap traffic, but not a ton on this one. Maybe about 5 or 6 cars right in front of him right now.
I tell you, the best thing out there is the wind. Right now, the wind is blowing. You can see the
dust
it's
perfect.
Blowing. It's
yeah,
perfect.
It's so nice.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's awesome.
What is that? Is that just it's just smoke coming up there? That Matlock coming through?
It looked like it. Can't tell. I have to get a little closer. It is one of the Matlock's cars. I can't tell who it is, but I'm guessing
it's gonna be Wayne because it's black.
Yeah,
Kristen's is white. We're on the side of the door.
Yeah, and last time I checked, Kristen was on the other side over there by Emerson, or coming through the saddle probably. So.
And Wayne's still running 6th right now. He's
5th.
7 minutes.
Or 6th. Yeah, sorry, 6th. Yep.
Yeah.
6th there.
He's roughly 7 minutes or so behind the leader.
About 2 minutes behind the car in front of him, and only about 30 seconds in front of the 10 car that's behind him. Not that he's racing him necessarily.
Yeah.
But that is a little bit of bragging rights. If you are in a UTV out here and you beat the first place Class 10 car, you get to say you beat all the Class 10 cars.
Yep.
It's a little bit of bragging rights there.
Oh, look at her. She's still over on the ground. That sucks for her.
Yeah, that's
a new car for her.
Yeah, but you know what, though? They're not giving up, and they're going to try to get that thing fixed and bring it around, even if they don't get all of their laps. But at least to be able to take a checkered and get it through, and have this race as a finish, even if you're not, even if you didn't do as well as you wanted to. It's all about never, ever, ever, ever giving up.
Well, they look like they're doing either an axle or a lower control arm. It looks like something happened there. That's what they're fixing. Maybe the axle went bad and they had to replace it.
Yeah, something there.
Most of the time, you just run it out until you get to the next pit.
Yeah, or just pull the axle and run it, because those hubs will stay on there. That's a one-piece hub, so you don't have to worry about the axle holding it together.
Well, a Can-Am you do.
Yeah, that was a newer car there, though, right? That was a Pro R, I think.
That's a Pro R, yeah. That's totally different versus Can-Am. So Can-Am, you got to have A
stub.
The stub on the axle, so you just grind it off, or have a grinder, pull it out of
And
there.
then just run 3-wheel drive.
Three-wheel
tag.
whatever.
Oh, he almost looked like he was going to stop for a second there. That was kind of weird. All right.
Oh, he's taking the little shortcut right there. That look at that.
That's
a
pretty technical section right there.
Line right there. What was that
It's
about?
definitely burned in though.
Yeah. Because there's a line right there to the left. I thought it came up over.
Yeah, but I feel like every time they've shown this shot, everyone has gone to the right.
Right? Because we saw some people on the left. They did it earlier.
Oh, really? I don't know. That looks real pretty, though. I want to come back in like a week and do this on my own.
In the Miata?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, right on.
I mean, I'll bring a 4-wheel drive truck with me.
You might want to bring your lunch and your cooler in there, too.
You know what?
Okay.
I don't need to hear it from you.
Yeah.
There's no taco trucks out there or nothing like that. Get food on the road out there.
You know, I got
It gets pretty cold at night, too.
130 ponies at Japanese Power, man.
There you go. This is a line right here to the right. Let's see if you take it. Didn't take it. Look at that. There's another line right here, too, on the right. Let's see if he does it. See, now Brock took that line right there.
Which one? That one right there?
That on the right, there. He took that one. It looks like Doug's
Oh,
having
I'm
a problem. What's
I'm
the
surprised
deal?
he didn't take that line right there, because that does cut off quite a bit.
Yeah.
Why is Doug, like, hesitating there? That's not normal for him. What happened? Yeah, Brock took that line right there. I guarantee you Brock's put some time on him right now. There's a class 10.
Yep, that's our 10 liter.
Yeah.
Going up there through that back door wash. That wash is deceiving because there are some hidden rocks in there, and also trucks that are stopped.
Yeah.
There's some hidden rocks in there that as those vehicles come through with their big tires and churn it up, there's rocks or day enders that are buried underneath there.
Well, look at how big the holes have gotten just from people running through there today.
And
Those are
how
big
narrow
holes.
it is. So if there's something on that like that right there, if there's something on the side, if you're a big wide truck or something, it's really tough to get through there.
There's your race leader once again. That's Brock in Aftershock.
I like the color. You can see it really well.
You really can.
You really can. It
Yeah, all he
stands
needs
out.
is his number on his roof, and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Well, luckily I think he's like the only yellow one, right?
He is.
Basically, so it's easy to know right away.
Fluorescent yellow, yeah.
Which is weird because Can-Am's colors are yellow, so you'd think that there would
This is
actually
like
be a lot.
fluorescent yellow, kind of. It's a little different.
Yeah, you can definitely read the razor on the side really good.
Yeah. He's definitely pushing. I would have to say he's up on 2 wheels. Let's, go bicycle a little bit right there and kind of, he's definitely going at a good click. I wouldn't say he's pushing, but I'd say that he's going at a good click.
That's one of the cool things about racing out here is all the camera shots that they have, right? The
They do.
access to be able to
They
see
do.
all this is pretty
Yeah.
awesome. I mean,
The
we can
drone.
see almost
Our
the
drone
whole course.
operators are just
Unbelievable.
They're second to none, man.
I think
Really
the whole
cool
crew
shots.
is unbelievable.
That looks like a 1600 car right there.
That looks bigger than a 16.
Or maybe a
That
10
looks
car.
like 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 10.
That's a single seater. That's why it always throws me off.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of single seat 10 cars.
Nope, no more.
That's the Willert and Stan Potter entry. That's a big hill right there. It doesn't look as big as it is in
No, that
person
looks
on camera,
really
right?
steep.
That is really steep coming down that. You would not want to lose brakes coming down that thing.
No.
Looks rough too. Like there's a lot of
It
rocks
is.
right there. Looks
Yeah.
like a lot of
Yeah.
rocks come up.
When they first did the map and I first saw the map, I was like, I don't want to go down that.
Yeah, that was the same part he ran down last year. Ran down there last year or the year before, one of those years.
I mean, at least they're not going up.
No, that would probably not be good
No.
for some of the two-wheel drives.
Yeah, that would be. Wow, that's beautiful. Look at that.
Look, there's our 2 lines right there. So the one car is going to go all the way to the right, and one car
There
is
you
going
go.
to the left.
And one is just rougher, yeah?
Or the one going to the right is going kind of slow, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
real
is.
slow. He's almost stopped. There's a Can-Am right here. This looks like McFarlane. It is McFarlane. I'm sure that's who it is right there.
Michael McFadden.
McFadden, that's it. Yokohama. All sap car, new car.
And is that Matlock in front of him, or who's that?
I don't know. No,
Let's see.
well, he's catching whoever that is. I think it's a lap car.
Yeah, there's a couple lap cars.
Yeah,
right
he's
there.
gaining too fast for that to be.
It's either Haley Yorba or it's going to be Brian Marion, one of those two. And Max Eddy is just ahead of those guys.
Well, the guy better get out of the way because he's coming. He's in it, and that is a Can-Am in front of him too. Oh, he took
Oh,
the
takes
line.
the line.
See ya.
Yeah.
See how fast that is right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't you take that one there?
Yeah.
I don't know, but he just put a world of hurt on the guy.
That's a great line.
Great line. There's another one farther to the right too. Another one.
So there is some VCPs on this course. You do have to make sure you hit the VCPs, but they were on the pre-run file, so everybody knows where they are when they're going around. They at least get to see what they need to hit.
Yeah, and as long as you're within 150 feet from the VCP, you'll get it.
Well, every VCP, is it different? Like Baja?
It's the same thing. Every VCP and every organization, it's all different. I don't know.
One's 150, one's 50, one's 20
one's
feet,
45,
whatever. Yeah.
But 150 feet is a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
That's right. They're still bypassing the jump there still, thinking that maybe they'd do it.
I think they probably shut it down for the day at this point,
Yeah.
it seems like, huh? They're probably
So
gonna
who's
fix
this
the
right here? Is this is a Razor car, number 3. Oh, it's not, that's CJ
CJ Greaves?
Yep.
Yeah. So that is Max Eddy's old car. That's the car that Max Eddy raced last year.
Got it.
Still blue.
They didn't change it, huh?
Not too much. Well, those carbon fiber bodies are kind of expensive, so if it was probably good, they probably just kept it.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, overall he's running 9th, and he's 8th in the class.
That's going to be Buckley right there.
Yep.
All right, we should see some times pretty soon here.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, we're almost to, oh, we got a little ways. Brock's at, what's he at?
Looks like Vito
17.
also fell back too. He's in 12th and 15th overall.
Yeah, I think right now the race is really most interesting between Matag and Brock, right?
It is,
At this point. But McFadden and Max Eddy are both right there. Those top 4 are very close together. And Dallas Gonzalez is actually there on corrected time too. If you're looking at the map, he's a little ways back physically, but he must have started pretty far back. Let's see, where did he start? Oh yeah, he started 30th.
Oh, wow.
So that's why Dallas Gonzalez, he's physically on the map, he's far back, but he's actually on corrected time. He's right up there. Yeah, 5th place. Only a couple seconds out of 4th place.
Yeah, so right now we've
sorry, 4th place.
I have 4th place.
Yeah, 4th place.
Right now we've got Brock Hager at 3:15.16, Doug Middag at 3:17.52, Max Eddy Jr. at 3:19.52, Dallas Gonzalez at 3:20.04, and Mike McFadden at 3:20.27. So it's still pretty close. And even then, Wayne is only 2 minutes behind Mike.
Yeah, we're really close between the top people here still.
It's definitely pushing time right now. Their guys are pushing from anywhere from 3rd on to 6th. I'm sure they're pushing hard.
Doug has gained on Brock on the tracker again a little bit. He's not that far behind him. Brock's tracker isn't updating quite at the same time, so it's a little tough to tell exactly.
There's Madlock right there. That's Christian. Well, at least it looks like it. I'm sure it's her right there.
Look at that divot.
I know. Now I just saw that. I was like, oh, that's
that's it right there.
Yeah.
That Jeep did a world on that thing too.
My back hurts just looking at that divot.
Oh yeah. Oh, she definitely doesn't want her husband to beat her, but it looks like that's going to happen probably. You can see the course is definitely getting a little rougher out there. The berms, everything just getting softer. These guys are just it's getting rougher for these guys for sure. I wonder how fast you think they're going fish on the straightaway down there on the lake bed or whatever they got going on down there. What do you think?
What did we see earlier? So we saw 108 or something?
Somebody said 108.
Yeah, we can. I'll watch next time they come around that section. We can see what their trackers hit.
I mean, that's fast. In a UTV, 108 miles an hour.
I mean, a short wheelbase.
Yeah.
Scary.
That thing gets out of the. And those cars, they don't stay perfectly straight. Those things bounce around a lot.
Yeah, you definitely have to drive them a little bit.
Yeah. Class 10 has a little bit more wheelbase, a little bit more stable. Two shocks per wheel, bigger suspension, a little bit more stable.
As you can see right here, the leader. Is that the right? Isn't that Ezra right there?
Yep, that was first place. Yeah, that's not Vito.
That's not Vito now. It says right there 10 something on there.
Yeah, 1077.
Man, look how rough it is right there in the sand. The hoops right there would look pretty gnarly.
We have a lot of broken cars just looking at the tracker. There's a lot of stopped and broken cars, like 50% or more. They are all over this track right now. It's a good thing we don't have much of a race. Like the Class 11 cars are just doing the qualifying loop, right? So none of these will
Yeah, they're just doing qualifying.
However,
but even that,
those holes, what we were just looking at, are they supposed to go?
Yes.
Is that the course?
I think that's the course.
Up by back door?
That's what they're supposed to do.
Ooh, I don't know.
Brutal.
I don't know if they're gonna make that.
I think they're gonna have.
Did he just stop? Is that live or did that freeze
That's
up?
pulling off. The bush is moving.
Oh, he just pulled off.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. That's our 1077 Ezra Eberts.
Let's see if we
our
see the
leader
car
in
move.
Class 10.
Is it getting? Let's see if they start jacking up a corner or not.
I didn't see anything move, but I do see the bush moving, so it's live footage right there.
Yeah, is this the race course coming the other direction on the other side there? That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
Let's see. I don't see any corners of the car going up yet either, huh?
No.
It might take a second to get the jack.
I don't even see the.
I don't even see it like moving as if they had gotten out or anything.
Yeah, the car's not shaking or anything much.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. That's a little bit of a development there. That's our leader in Class 10, B2.
Hey, James, did you see a white coffee mug down there?
All right, looks like Brock updated right now. You see that? Looks
Yeah,
like,
342.
Yep, we're waiting to see what Doug is right now.
Yep, that's going to be the big question. Did he gain or not? He was
Yep.
about, what did we say, 3 minutes last time?
Yeah, it was less than 3 minutes.
2.5.
Yeah,
2.5 minutes, right? 2.5.
So he's got to be within 340 or so if to be, you know.
On his overall time, yeah.
Yeah. Is he getting close to that mark there on the tracker?
Let's see. He's at mile 17 right now, and it's at 21.
Oh,
but
wow.
that might have updated 2 minutes ago, so he's probably a little bit closer. So yes, we should be within probably 3 minutes of a time. And then behind him, it's going to be Max Eddy. Max Eddy and McFadden.
You got Gonzalez in there.
Yep, he'll be a little bit till we get a time on him, though, because he's back a little ways physically.
All I can say tomorrow, the race is going to be a little rough for the trucks.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's why they run this race the day before, right?
Yeah,
so
you
that
don't wanna
these
use
guys
TV.
don't
No,
have
that's
to
the way
go
to
on
do
the
it.
torn up track.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty torn up right now, but wait till after tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal.
And there's
Full-wheel
racing
drives.
every day on this. The rest of the, well, not every day, but they still have 3 more races that use this, right? You got the Everyman Challenge, the UTV race, and the 4400 race.
We got another Polaris right there. And it's one of the factory teams. Who's that?
That's Brock right there, isn't it?
Nope.
No,
Brock's
he's-
yellow.
no,
This
he's
is
the
a
yellow
black
one.
car or something like that. That's Razor on the side of it.
Yeah, that was Brock, I'm pretty sure. That's kind of an interesting looking car.
I know. I'm like, why is it so stout?
What is that thing?
That's a 12.
12
Oh, that's
car.
the 12 car.
Okay, that's a bit of a vintage car there.
Yep. Ricky Cook.
That's Brock right there.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Or no,
That's
no,
not
it's
Brock
green.
with green wheels?
Yeah, sorry. This monitor over here is not the same color as the TV.
Holy cow.
Oh my God, would you want to be going down that with someone behind you? No.
And the thing is, you can't, a lot of people, you know, I give the guy benefit of the doubt. I can't hit him because you're not going to go anywhere.
No,
All
right
you
there,
gotta
there's
do is
nowhere to pull over.
There's nowhere
Yeah.
to pull over. Give him a little time, and then you hit him over here. On the
Right now
sixth
he can
straightaway.
pull over. Yeah.
Yeah, or you hit him
Yeah,
on the
so if
straightaway.
he's not getting over now you're completely well within your rights.
Yeah.
But
But you have to, you know, show that you're behind him, honk the horn,
Yeah.
push to pass, whatever
Yeah.
you want to do. But, you know, I wouldn't do that down that hill. No way.
that's dangerous.
No. I'll give the guy a benefit of the doubt.
Or did he just get passed?
Oh, that guy might have got past, yeah.
Front car's checking out a little bit.
It is. That's where that other car rolled over. What's that?
73 car of Tyler Stewart.
Stewart right there. Oh, the Robbie Gordon car.
Oh, that's the one that didn't complete their lap before. Oh, coming in hot.
Oh, passed him in
What's
the,
his
in the
name?
bypass there.
Come on, name his name. I can't remember it.
Do we just have one speed UTVs out there?
We've seen a couple. We've seen a
Couple of them?
2-door and a 4-door one.
Yeah, I see it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely not very many of them.
Oh, he's pushing now.
All right, we should be getting a time for Doug any second. He's just about to go by.
That was Mike Cafro going over there.
Area.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
4 minutes.
A
well, 3.
little bit less, yeah. But he definitely gained about 30 seconds at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Brock gained a little bit of time back there. Doug did look a little bit slower going through where we were talking about before the multiple
Yep.
lines, right? I think he did lose a little bit of time through there, most likely.
It looked like he was going to stop.
I don't know why he didn't take that one line
Yeah,
either and
that
went all
was-
the way around the corner, because that cost him a few seconds
It
for
did,
sure.
for sure.
And it doesn't look like that line. I mean, again, we're here watching it on TV, but it doesn't look like that cutoff line is really rough or anything that
No, it
would,
didn't look
It just
sketchy.
looked like it was super like bloop, and then you've cut off that corner.
Yeah. Maybe he's dealing with some slight issue in the car.
Maybe.
There's Brock right there on the left-hand side coming in.
Oh, this will be a good shot right here.
And he's
Is he going to
moving.
get him?
Nope.
No, he
Well-
will in a second though. Watch, he'll stay left. He'll stay on the left side of that screen probably.
Oh, this is, remember what happened earlier here when the guy tried to pass and ripped the tire and flipped over right up here. Isn't this
Yeah.
that spot?
Oh, man.
No, but he's gonna
It
pass
is.
him, no problem. It is a spot.
right
His
here.
line looks way more
And that's a
whoopy, though,
Can-Am.
doesn't it?
Got to be careful
That
right
looks
here.
like Vito.
Got to be real careful.
Oh, it's all sap.
There we go.
So that's Cameron Steele maybe. Oh, he's on him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's gonna give him some bumper.
Oh, boy.
Oh, give him some love.
Did he get around him right there? Oh, man.
I don't know.
I'm assuming he went to the left right there. Kind of looked
That's
like
what it
he was
looked
going
like he was
left.
doing.
I think that was Cameron Steele's car.
Was
all
it?
Was it?
sap. Yeah.
Could have been. And it's all
It was.
white, you said, right? Or it was mostly white?
That's
Yeah.
what I thought it was white, but that maybe it wasn't his then because that car was black. So. Eddie still hasn't passed also either in that section. We're gonna see what
For the
Max
time.
Eddie has.
Yeah, he's getting close. Yeah, McFadden is actually right on Max Eddy. They are literally a quarter mile apart, maybe at the most, it looks like right now.
See all the lines? Those guys still go the long way around. So maybe there is a
There's got to be something there.
virtual
'Cause
checkpoint right there.
Why
and
wouldn't
have
you
to
take
go-
it?
Yeah, you have to go left. You see it wide open every time, 4 times around that lap.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you
Well,
just go
I don't think
to
it's
the
a
right?
checkpoint, though, because what's
Not
his name
checkpoint.
went around it.
A virtual. You don't think it's a virtual checkpoint?
No, because what's his name would have
Brock
missed
did
it.
Brock did it, yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't have missed it.
I'm just curious why the other drivers aren't paying attention. and
Maybe
there's a
the
line.
transition into it looks way worse than what we can see or something really
Yeah.
weird, because I don't know why you wouldn't take that one either. Or that other line they're following is just the track, and some people just drive what their GPS tells them.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. 766. Isn't that Brad? Yeah. Brad Lovell and one of our Broncos
Is
here.
that a
Ford is a big
Broncos?
supporter
Yeah.
of King of the Hammers. It's cool to see those Broncos coming out. I just got to ride with Brad out at the Dakar. He was doing a program, and they had the Bronco DR out. and we got to take a little spin in that. It was really fun.
Is that the race one you could buy?
Yeah, yeah. It's like 300 something.
Yeah, 350, 360, somewhere around there.
Yeah, something like that. You know, the easy money. I got it right here in my wallet.
Yep. You could trade that Miata and get one of those.
Never.
You could buy 2 UTVs and smoke it every race in both of them. Just saying.
Look at the footage right there. So we have a helicopter going on. There's probably us that has it. That's definitely a Class 10 right there, I'm sure, right? Fish?
It looks pretty wide.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
It is.
Yeah. Yep, 1076. That's Alex Welch.
All right, so Brock is about mile 30. He's about halfway done with his last lap. About 35 miles to go for our first B3.
And we got updates here. Max Eddy Jr. now at 3:49.06 and Michael McFadden at 3:49.31.
Wow, it's right there. 30 seconds difference, roughly.
Yep.
Yeah, really close for 3rd and 4th place right now
Definitely.
for that last podium spot. So he lost a little bit of time to Doug Matag, though, right? Max Eddy? Wasn't he closer than that before?
Mike McFadden, not McCachran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I say McCachran?
We've been saying, some of us, we've all been saying McCachran the whole time.
Oh, I didn't think I said
McFadden. But yeah, but we don't know what's going to happen when Dallas Gonzalez gets there. Because again, he started way far back, so.
Yeah, he's the one to watch for the 3rd and 4th place spot for sure.
Yeah.
But we're going to see halfway through the lap or so. Oh. That's the Evo car. Is that the one it rolled? It's the one it rolled right there. That's Todd's car. He's got to go in again. Looks like he has the left front tire is flat. It's on that car. That's the Evo car. Brand new car. He just got it done a couple nights ago out there.
That's one way to break it in.
Oh, he broke it in all right. Right on the roof.
Well, see, but now you don't have to worry about it. You know what? It's happened.
That's
It's
kind
out
of
of
like
the
a helmet.
way.
You got to drop it on the ground first.
As soon as you get it.
Yeah, he dropped the car on the ground.
He did.
There's McTagg right there.
Oh, he's looking fast, right?
Dougie Fresh is pushing.
Yeah.
He ain't going slow. I think he knows those guys called that he's, 4 minutes out or whatever it was.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed with this car is it sits quite a bit lower, right? So you see it kick a lot more because it doesn't have as much up travel. So that's one of the sacrifices of having your car sit lower like that. You're losing some of your up travel.
Correct.
So it's going to be a little bit more unstable in the bumps.
As you can see there.
Yeah.
That was a better time. The first one he came out, kicked
even
pretty
worse.
bad. Way worse the first lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, see the Evo car is going to come in. It's definitely, hopefully going to pit because he's definitely flat.
Brad coming through the short course there in that Bronco.
Brad's been around for a long time. Done a lot of stuff there.
He has, I know. Yeah. He's great. I'm sure, I know he's racing an Everyman Challenge as well. Just a great driver, great all-around guy. Drives for Ford Performance.
I think he came down to Baja and raced a couple times.
Yeah, just a few times.
Yep.
Just a few times.
A few times, yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like a four-seater right there. That.
The one in front? Yeah, it
looks
really long.
Definitely looks long. In Matlock, it looks like that's Matlock right there catching him. That hill is brutal right there, the rocks.
We got an update from Dallas. He is now sitting in 3rd place with 3:47. Max Eddy Jr. is sitting at 3:49. So Dallas Gonzalez moved up to 3rd place in that last timing check.
Yeah, he's about just under 2 minutes behind Doug Matag. So Dallas Gonzalez making a statement today.
I love it. I love it.
So it's 2 p.m. right now, and the racers today initially had until 3:30 plus adjusted start time to complete the course, was the initial notes that I have here. So everybody towards the front's obviously going to be very well within that time limit there.
Right, but if they don't go out on their last lap by 3 o'clock, their finish line is closed, their race is over.
Yep, there you go. So you got 1 hour from right now exactly. It's 2 o'clock right now. You have exactly 1 hour to go start your final lap, whether that be your 3rd lap if you're a 3-lap class or 4 laps if you're a 4th lap.
I also had written down that it's a 6.5 hour time limit total.
Perfect. Or 5.5.
Maybe I mistyped. It's entirely possible.
And then after this, we're going to have our Class 11 race later today, right?
And then what course are they going to do for that? Just
They're doing the qualifying course.
The qualifying
That's
course.
why we're like, how are they going to get through that with those ruts? The ruts are deeper than the bugs themselves.
All I know is I've seen those Class 11s go up stuff that I'd never ever think, the silt beds and the things I've seen in Baja, and they pull it out every single time, man.
Yeah, I know. They're crazy what those guys do. And they're fast, actually. If you get them on a lake bed or whatever, they're faster than a 1600 car. Just they have a bigger engine in it, right? And it's, you know, it goes, but it doesn't handle the bumps, obviously. But if you get on a lake bed, those things will do 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Like, they go.
There's Max Eddy right there.
So that race is going to start at 4 p.m. was on the schedule. It was 4 p.m. for the
So do they go into the night then? No.
No, they just have to do I think is it one?
They will race for 35 minutes plus 1 lap.
Okay, so that's what, 2 laps then?
So if it starts at 4, yeah, right?
I mean,
no,
probably.
seriously, maybe 3, 4, maybe at the most.
You think?
4 laps?
They have an hour?
It's only 6 miles.
Yeah, but we all know what it is. They're going to be getting. I can't know. It's
What do you
gonna
think their
take them
time's
longer.
going to be?
For
lap?
1 lap going through there?
6 miles. On that course, though, yeah.
I think it's going to take them at least
15
20 minutes a lap. 15, 20
20
minutes a lap.
So probably 3 laps, I'm going to say. Because they get to do plus 1 lap.
Right.
So they'll do 2 within 35 minutes, maybe, and then they'll do 1 more.
Yep.
So at the most, it'll be a 3-lap race. It might only be a 2-lap race.
But the point is, it's going to be a really fun race.
Yes.
It's going to be the best one here.
There's some close racing right here. One of them was in the dust for a little bit. Can't see his number. 968. He's in the front of this car right here. He's definitely giving some dust. Oh, here he comes right here.
968 is Jeff Martin.
Yep, and he's going to get
past
past
getting past
right here.
there.
Oh, he's going to get some bumper.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, he knows. Come on, slap it. Inside. Bring it. Come on.
And Ryan
There we
Picklick
go.
is behind him. Nope, nope. Oh, dude.
Oh, he had to go to the
he's
pits.
gonna
That's
pit.
why.
Oh, that's what a
I
bummer.
don't even know why he's racing then.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
Taking chances to
Taking
pull in the
chances
pit.
you don't need to. LAPD, is that truck right there?
So this is still a 1400 truck out there, yeah?
Well, they must be entered in T3 or T4 probably to still be out there at this point.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, see 47, 44. That's actually a pro truck. That is a Jeep
Really?
Speed.
Old school
that is
pro
a
truck.
Jeep Speed class that incorporated the pro truck so they still have somewhere to race.
And that pro truck actually kicked ass before. I mean,
That was the 6100 class back in the day. Ivan
Yeah.
Stewart started it.
Yep.
It was Ivan Stewart and a couple other people,
Yep.
and they created them. There was a spec class. You had
Yep.
to run the same tires. You had to run the same everything in that class.
Yep.
It was a series.
And there was
that
a lot of
raced.
people. A lot
it
of
was
people
super
ran it.
fun. A lot of
Yep.
the trophy truck guys started in that, like Alan Pfluger, Scott Steinberger, Jason Voss, Vidosla. All these guys all started in pro truck back in the day. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I love having the spec racers just because it so levels that playing field, and then you know it really is all about the driver. Everyone's in the
Yeah.
exact same equipment, exact same motors, transmissions, even tires, like you said with that class.
Yep.
Really, really brings out the good drivers out there.
Yeah, and it was a 35-inch tire that you were limited to, which back at the time didn't
That was-
seem so
must've been-
small, which
Yeah.
is so funny because nowadays these UTVs are all running 35s, and that was
Right.
on like one of the second fastest classes back in the day was Pro Truck.
Yep.
You know, it was like Trophy Truck, Class 1, and then Pro Truck. Those
Yeah.
were the 3
The
classes.
fact that you can get 37s from the factory now on a Ford Raptor, like that's just it's nuts. It's so overkill.
All right, Brock's still making his way around. He is currently sitting in some lap traffic again. It looks like he's just at mile 34 right now.
And Wayne Matlock has updated. He's in a good 6th place at 3:51.59.
There we go. That's the only 6 through that spot so far, huh?
Yep. Beautiful view there with Hammertown Heights in the background. And look at those ruts where you can see the water has just come down the mountain when it rains and when it snows here. So you know in every single one of those little dips, it's going to be really, really rough.
Yeah.
There's definitely an issue right here. He's not going very fast.
Yeah.
Who is that? It's a Can-Am factory car. It looks like Max's.
504.
Stay low.
That's Miller Richmond.
Oh, Brock's tracker was actually a little bit behind. He's already all the way up at 43. So about 20 miles ago.
All right. That's an in-car with Kristen and her co-driver.
He's definitely looked like he's putting time on Doug, though.
Yeah, looks like he picked it up. Yeah, I think Doug slowed down a bit.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think the car was working quite good.
Yeah.
I mean, we could see it coming through. It didn't look like it was working as well as it was a couple of the first laps.
There's Matt Burrows right there, coming back in.
Doug's still going fast on the lake bed, though. He's doing 85 right now.
Damn, son.
I know that's not Miata speeds there, but hey.
Excuse me.
Okay.
8.5 or 85?
You know what? You and I are going out on the lake bed later. I got Buddy here. He's parked in staff parking. We're gonna go on the lake bed, and you're gonna eat those words, my friend.
Should we race in my motorhome or my car?
I'm gonna have you killed. Okay, all right. Then bragging rights. Your top speed overall. What's your top number?
Oh,
Mark?
we're talking new car or old car?
Just out whatever the top the speed that you've driven.
119.
119?
119 in a UTV.
Okay, 119 in UTV. Any fish?
I've done 125, but that was
amateurs.
Yeah.
209.
Well, that's nowhere. I'm nowhere near that. Probably,
I thought we were talking in the dirt.
This was at Bonneville, so not on pavement.
Okay.
Haven't done that. I can guarantee
That's
that.
slow for there, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was in a Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, okay.
So 2-liter, but with a very, very, very large turbo.
That's super fast for a Jetta.
Yeah, no, it was. I'm not gonna lie, it was.
That's super fast.
Yeah, you had to pull the chutes to stop it and everything. Yeah.
But I know my motorhome does 85 at least, so we could probably.
Great. No, we'll go do that. We'll do it. We'll do it on Boone Road. Boone Road's kind of torn up from the snow and everything, so we'll go out there. And
I don't know about that, but my bus is pretty big. It's a big bus. It looks like Wayne right there coming in. I can see him. Is that Matlock right there? Yep.
And
or is it the wifey?
I think that might be the wifey. It's the blue.
It is the light blue, right?
If the door's white.
Yep, that's Wayne.
Oh, it's Wayne?
No,
Yep.
yeah.
It's Wayne.
Brock has updated, so he's now sitting at 4:01.13.
Perfect. We should see Doug in a little bit here.
I'm claiming Brock pull a little bit more time on him.
I think so. Just it had to look like that on the tracker.
Yeah.
But it looked like that other time, and then it was 2.5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It just depends on when the tracker updates here.
Yeah. But they're definitely pushing right now. I know.
Oh, yeah.
Doug's have to be pushing. So.
I mean, it's cool for Doug because he's the builder of that chassis too, right? So he literally built that car himself.
Yeah.
He builds those same cars
Yep.
for sale for people, to come buy it. So it's good for him to get out there and test his car, see what it can do, what he can make better, what he can make other people's do, and continue to build good cars.
Yep. And he built the first Can-Am, like you said.
Yeah, that's his first Can-Am for
So
Amputias.
I'm curious to see how that goes.
I'm told that the fuel cell actually goes down the tunnel. That's how much they get. That's how they get so much in there.
The whole tunnel plus the seats.
Yeah, the whole tunnel is.
Okay, that's a lot of weight.
So that's why.
49 gallons of fuel.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, that's.
Yeah, but at least that tunnel, got part of it in the middle of the vehicle.
It is.
Maybe
It's
that-
nice. It is nice.
Yeah.
They also make one that does that, and then there's another one that go underneath the dash too. You can
Under
probably
the
get
hood,
your-
basically.
It's in
Yeah.
the front. It's on the side. It goes in the factory spot,
Wow.
and then you can. there's a couple different fuel cell providers that do that. So, but the biggest gas tank I've ever had was 40 gallons, and that thing went 210 miles. You know.
Yeah.
That car.
So we just had a pass there coming down Emerson Ridge as they go along the backside of the course. Oh, and Doug just updated. He's at 4:04. So Brock did put a little bit of time on him.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, he's got 3 minutes. Let's see, 1, 2, about 3.5 minutes. Just 3.5. Brock is doing 96 miles an hour right now on a lake bed. So he's going to be back into town probably within 15 minutes.
Hey, Fish, how we doing?
Hey, you're back.
I am. I've been wandering around the streets of Hammertown.
We thought you got
out,
lost.
finding some news.
Yeah, what'd you find?
Well, I actually found Ryan Thomas, would you believe? And he was just saying to me, can you say hello to Fish? So here I am saying hello to Fish from Ryan Thomas.
Perfect.
Who's the lead at the Polaris factory team and doing a fantastic job right now.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. He's got about, what is it? He's at mile 50. He's about less than 15 miles to go, and then he'll be at the finish.
Absolutely fantastic. I've got to say a big thank you to Mark Burnett as well, who's been up here on the stage all day giving us his insights into this incredible race. Now,
yeah, it's always nice to have...
I've been watching from over there and watching from over here, and I can hear all your voices around Hammertown. It's absolutely wonderful keeping up with this racing. But Brock Hager, he's absolutely slaying.
Yeah, he is killing it. It's been really great to see him out here on the course. Again, just coming back from his win at the Dakar and really pushing it. He's about, what did we say, 3.5 minutes in front of Doug here. So all he needs to do is get these last 10, 15 miles in, take care of that vehicle. We don't want to have anything break in that last little bit. He can come in here and take the finish here.
Are we talking about the commentator's kiss of death? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. So
I'm not going this far yet. That's on you.
You know what? All he's got to do is just keep it together, man. Just keep it together.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing a great job out there. Really enjoying watching this.
Yeah, I think Brock coming out here is kind of like watching the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Like all they do is win. The difference is people actually like Brock.
Now that's a very political view there. Now I don't know much about these the guys throwing footballs around the place, but I do know a little bit about this kind of racing. And Brock Hager is hugely popular.
He's dealing with a bit of lap traffic right now, actually. I'm looking at the map. There's about 3 or 4 cars that are directly in front of him right now. So he's not just wide open to the finish. He's got to get around a couple more people here.
Yeah, and he's also got to be very careful, as we keep talking about. There's still so many rocks out there, still so many whoops that can take you out. You've got to concentrate. All drivers will sit there when they're saying that you mustn't think about the finish. You've just got to lift your head up, look further down the field, open your eyes wide, and stay on the job. But he knows how to win. We were talking about that earlier as well. Once you actually understand what it takes to win, it makes the world a much easier place in a race car. I'm looking forward to seeing this tomorrow when we get to the unlimited cars and watching these images. But seeing this now is epic.
I'm looking forward for the Class 11s later today.
Yeah, look, I got my T-shirt on them.
Do you? Oh, look at you,
Yeah,
the BRP
I'm
Class 11 Showdown.
Yeah, I'm doing my...
I gotta get one.
Well, if you want one, strange you should say that. If you go and see Roxy up at the King of the Hammers merch trailer, also available online, they have an entire world of King of the Hammers merch, including these wonderful Class 11 T-shirts.
Yep, and Roxy she's so good at picking out like really great stylish things. And ladies, they also have women's sizes, so you don't have to look like this boxy dude running around in your King of the Hammers merch. You can get something that actually fits and makes you look good. So thank you, Roxy.
Now, that's the Class 12 car there, isn't it?
That is the weird looking. I look at that and I go, why does that remind me of a Cybertruck? It's just got some weird angles in it.
It's a little boxy looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were on our way out here yesterday and we actually, look at this.
Yeah.
We saw
That's
3 Cybertrucks on the road and that blew me away. I just thought there was something
Well, they'll be here. They'll show up because we have the Optima Oasis where you can actually charge. A friend of mine is bringing in a Hummer EV. And he's probably roaming around out here. I personally love EVs in the dirt because I like instant torque, but it is a little bit harder to, you can't just refuel. But so that's why it's great having that Optima Oasis here. You can level 2 charge your vehicles and get out there and have some fun no matter what your powertrain is.
Absolutely. Right, as we're coming towards the pointy end of this race, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And at 10 o'clock this morning, we saw 150 vehicles leave the start line. Brock Hager was rounding up alongside Chase Carr. But unfortunately, Chase Carr had a problem early in the race. And Brock Hager took it on out, and he has been leading this race ever since. Fish, it's been a dominating display thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it really has. He's done a great job. He's picked it up when he needed to. You know, he lost a little bit of time at one point. He was at a 2.5 minute lead. Now he's back to about a 3.5 minute lead. So just kind of staying right there. And the cars look really good and so far. Just got a few more miles. We've got about 10 miles to the finish line. He's at mile, where was I? Just had 57 right now. So less than 10 miles to the finish.
Yeah, it's also been very interesting also watching the difference between the buggies and the Open UTV and the Pro Mod UTVs. We saw a real coming together on that first lap where we saw a real mix-up of the different classes, but it's certainly the Open UTVs that seem to be dominating this race now.
Yeah, that's basically the the big unlimiteds, whatever you want to do to them in that class. You got a couple cars that have dual shocks in the back that is actually legal for that class. None of these ones that are up front here do. These are all single shock cars, but that is an option.
I said, let's talk about that, the shock technology and the way it's changed over the years. They had so many problems trying to get these light cars to actually work with the suspension because there's nothing to push back against. And so the way they've been able to develop these suspension packages so that these cars can compete and beat the bigger cars is mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. It really is. The speeds you can carry in these things through the holes of the mounted suspension that they have now, it just... and with only being how heavy they are, that makes a big difference. You know, they kind of float over everything. They don't slam through everything like a big truck does.
Yeah, I was watching Brock Hager probably 30 minutes ago when he was coming up against, I think was it Caden? And you could see that car really working hard in the wash. He was taking the harder line and was still able to hold a better pace. Very impressive.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we've got the Fox live valve shocks out there. I believe those are on the Can-Ams. And then I would think, and I'm not 100% sure, that the Bilsteins are using the E2 Blackhawk, E-squared Blackhawks, which are also use a kind of electronic, making sure that it's taking into account your pitch and your roll and what's happening and making tiny, minute adjustments like 500 times a second. So that shock technology is, I'm excited on my car that I've got reservoirs now. I'm like, look at me, I'm so fancy. And then all these guys are, the shock package is $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Oh, did you see that there? It looked like Brad Lovell coming to a halt.
Yeah, he took that long way around, and someone else took that little cutoff. We've been trying to figure out why a lot of people are not taking that little cutoff. They're going around to the left, and we haven't quite figured out why that would happen.
Well, he did go to the left, definitely, but what happened is he also pulled over and stopped. So let's hope he hasn't got anything serious going on.
Yeah.
So most of these drivers have been out there now for pushing on the best part of 4 hours, and that is a long time behind the wheel for anybody.
Yeah, Brock was at 4:01 at the last stop there, so he's going to be a little bit over that.
Just looking at his lap times.
And Dallas Gonzalez just popped back up on the last thing too. He's still in third. So we got Brock at first. We got on corrected time Doug Matag second, about 3.5 minutes back. And then about 2 minutes back from Matag is Dallas Gonzalez in third. And then about 1 minute and 10 seconds back from him is Max Eddy in fourth. And then Michael McFadden is about only 14 seconds behind Max Eddy. So really right now the closest race we have is Max Eddy Jr. in fourth place and Michael McFadden in fifth place. Only 14 seconds separates those two spots right now.
Yep, and they're going on the lake bed right now. So the tracker has got Max Eddy Jr. at 97 miles an hour and Mike McFadden is at 98.4. So that was, of course, the last time it updated. So, but they are hauling the mail across that lake bed up there on the northern end of the course.
Yeah, really pushing on hard. Dallas Gonzalez has had a fantastic race. Started in 30th position this morning.
Yeah, he made through a lot of traffic and is doing really well. We've been really surprised to see him come up the ranks. And, when that happens, you just pull for them so hard. You're just like, yeah, come on, Dallas, let's go. And he's looking good up there on the northern part of the course at 65.2 miles per hour. And it looks like he's right around race mile 45.
And still we get these fantastic images. Look at the pace of this car, picking its way out across through the desert. And holding line is so difficult now. Every single little bump is banged out. All those little bits of soft dirt in the bottom of those whoops is gone. The car is now.
Oh,
he's
see
saying,
that?
well
He's
done.
like, come on, just a little bit more.
Come on, baby. Look after me. I'll look after you.
Yeah. You got to talk to the car, right?
Oh, yeah.
You have to.
And it's very interesting because some cars are girls, and some cars are boys.
I was just going to ask that. I was just going to say that, yeah.
My friend has a theory that all his cars are female because
Okay.
they cost him fortunes and never go when he wants them to.
Oh my gosh, that's why I call my car a boy. Same thing. Now, Jim, one thing that happened while you were away was 1077 is our lead 10 car, was doing great, and then he has been stopped for a while. Ezra Eberts has been stopped, right, between race mile 9 and 10. And we had in-car on him, and he just stopped, and then we didn't see anybody. We didn't see anybody got a car, so we're not really sure what's going on there, but that is kind of a bummer because he was doing really, really well.
Yeah, he was absolutely hauling them. At one point in lap 1, he was up into the top 5 overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's something more like drivetrain issue or motor transmission. There's our leader right there coming back in.
Yeah, now this is our race leader. This is Brock Hager, and he's making his way back round towards Hammertown.
Only a couple miles to go, about 3 miles out of town or so, maybe even a little bit less. Here he comes.
Yeah, now look at the depth of those ruts. Absolutely incredible stuff. This is the Pro R Polaris chassis. Polaris Factory Racing, Brock Hager on his way back after that momentous win out at Dakar. Definitely the man of the moment. Now, who's this behind him? Was that can't have been Doug Matag, could it?
No,
That'd be
no, he's not
way
that
too close.
No, there was some more lap traffic. He's got about 2 more cars right around him right now.
Yeah, when we were watching a moment ago, you could see Hammertown in the distance. He'll just be lifting his eyes, lifting his focus. But this is a man who knows how to win.
And, you know, after a race, you're on your final lap, and you look up and you see Hammertown waiting there for you, and you know that a cold one is waiting for you at the finish line. Just makes you get in there, concentrate for those last few miles so that you can bring that car across the finish line.
Well, it always used to be the big one, is you knew you were getting close to the finish because there'd be a helicopter on one side, then there'd be a helicopter on the other side. Now you're just surrounded by drones.
Right, they're so small you can't even see them. You just hope they don't run into you.
Yeah, exactly that. But look at the terrain here. Absolutely incredible. All the rocks, everything's so dug out. It always amazes me when we go on course after a race has happened, just the terrain and just how incredibly beaten up it is.
Yeah, I mean, look at that corner, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the man of the moment. This is Brock Hager making his way back. What have we got now, Fish? Just under a mile?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, a couple more of these big holes right here. And he's going to come around, going to make that right, and then go left through the Bronco Arch. Can't go over the jump because they closed it for the day.
Well, there's one too many lawn darts out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think a couple people forgot about the gap.
Now, our man with the mic, Miles Hasselquist, is down there on the finish line. He's going to be having a look around Brock's car before we get him up on stage. Let's not forget, everything is unofficial until our event director, Ben Napier, calls the final results. But right now, it's looking like it's all about Brock Hager making his way back towards Hammertown.
Couple more turns. Got to come around the sweeping right.
Yeah, comes around the bottom of King Mountain here, and then he's going to be making his way down through the Bronco Arch. What a race this has been so far. 150 vehicles left the start line at 10 o'clock this morning, and this man has been leading pretty much from the start.
Ooh, he's got his lap traffic. Is that Chad Hall? Is that in the Chevy? Yep, it sure is.
Oh, go. There you go.
That's it. He comes round through the last couple of bends. This is Brock Hager, your race leader right now, making his way to the finish. The checkered flag, he can see it. He's just got to hold it together. We can already hear the cheers. And Brock Hager crosses the line in the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Unlimited Race. What a race.
Yeah, that's all Brock does. He just frickin' wins. That's it. He does nothing else.
Absolutely. Now our man with the mic, Miles, is down there. Miles, tell us about what you got.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, what a great-looking car Brock Hager has right here coming into Hammertown. All part of the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. Today is the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. Dave Cole gives them a big handshake. Everything looks great. That factory Polaris ride is in amazing shape. Ryan Thomas is over there chatting with them. Everything is looking good and ready to roll. I think that car's ready to take on some more action if he had to. But I'm going to do a quick little walk around. Good thumbs up from Brock Hager. It's got a left rear axle completely torn in half, but it's still there. All the grease is gone, but it made it there. Ryan Thomas is having a quick little chat. Nate Hunt here, ready to hand him some goods. But the rest of the car looks like it's in great shape here. And Brock's going to hop out of the car real quick. But don't forget, we have Max Eddy Jr. that just came through, too. I missed that one. So unofficial second. 1-2, Factory Polaris Razor Racing. Max Eddy Jr. in town. Unofficial second. Physical second. This is going to be exciting to see how this goes. 1 and 2 is here in town. Nope, that is Caden McCagran. I do apologize. So Max is here. So Brock Hager is in town, having some chats. So Brock Hager, fresh off a Dakar win. You got to be super stoked to back it up here at King of the Hammers, don't you?
Yeah, it's nice to kind of be back in home territory. Today was a good day. We started second after qualifying, and then got up there in the lead at the beginning, and yeah, we just did our thing. Never looked back. Never got out of the car. Jeez, we're solid. Our Polaris Razor was solid, so can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, you just had one stop for fuel. That was planned. The car looks great. I do see an axle that was coming apart here on the back, but you made it here. You got to be pretty relieved about that.
Yeah, that happened right here, kind of coming into the cross screen. So it was a good moment for me to say, yeah, let's just get it there. So we had a ton of fun. Looking forward to the rock race here coming Thursday. My Polaris Razor was solid all day, so I got to give it up to those guys, the whole SCI group. Those guys absolutely crushed it and giving me a vehicle to come out here and compete, and just everyone that helps us. There's a huge list of people, huge list of sponsors. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Absolutely, and you stole it right out of mine. This is kind of your home turf, is the desert. I'm excited to see in the rocks. You don't have the. There's a lot of people with a lot more experience in the rocks, but a wheelman's a wheelman. I'm excited to see what you can do against the big dogs.
Yeah, I'm excited. Last year we came here with a Turbo R, so we raced just the stock class, and I think we ended up 5th overall. So this year we're coming back with one of the Factory Razor Pro Rs, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to trying to compete for the overall. It's something I've never been able to do, and try to give Kyle Chaney a run.
Yeah, Kyle Chaney's going to be one to beat for sure. So I'm excited to see you out there, so I'll let you catch your breath. Congratulations. Unofficial, but it's looking good. Brock Hager is the man on a mission right now. So I'm going to send it back to the Optima Battery main stage to see where second place is. Jim Fish, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Well, let's talk about second place. Fish, who's this?
Yeah, well, he's not in yet. It's Doug Matag. He's still making his way in, as you can see. So here he comes, Doug Matag going through the.
Indeed, Doug Matag. Of course, he started this morning in 7th position, and he's crossing the line now and taking the checkered flag for the unofficial second place here at the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy.
3 minutes and 6 seconds. That's the difference. So Brock is in with 4:19.43, and Doug is in with 4:22.49. So Brock is looking like your unofficial winner right now. Doug Matag just over 3 minutes and 6 seconds behind in second. The big question is who's going to be third and fourth, because Dallas Gonzalez, Max Eddy Jr., and Michael McFadden are all really close together for 3, 4, and 5. So let's see who comes in next in third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a lot of racing to do out there on this course.
Yep, the last time we went through timing control, Dallas was about, looks like a minute and a half ahead of Max Eddy Jr. But on, let's see, on the tracker here, where are they?
Now, the thing that I really like about this is that Brock has been able to hold that 3-minute lead consistently all throughout the day.
Yeah.
That takes, when you've got people like Doug Mittag who are charging you down hard, they're getting that info, they're being told what's going on, being told when to push. It's really impressive that you can do that. Now, who's that? Is that Max Eddy Jr. we just see there?
No, that's someone else, I think.
No, that's the green Polaris, for sure. That's McFadden there, isn't it?
Yeah, Max Eddy is right around race miles 64,
Yeah,
65.
it could be. The trackers are not updating super quickly on them.
McFadden.
Yeah, I think that was Max Eddy Jr. ahead
61.
of Michael McFadden. I think that might have been lap traffic in there with them as well.
I think you're right, because the last time we saw them, they were right on top of each other. So this is what I'm saying. Those two guys, and then we have to wait for Dallas Gonzalez, because the results are going to show those guys ahead of them, but Dallas is behind them a few miles on the course, but beating them most.
Forest land, feet twice the size of Benny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Of this racing.
It really looks here on the tracker that Dallas the tracker just updated. It looked like Dallas made a huge leap towards Mike McFadden. So we're definitely going to see Max Eddy Jr. first. But again, the story here is Dallas making his way up from the back of the pack to come up and be doing really, really well on corrected time.
Yeah, absolutely. So are we going to see 2 Polaris factory cars in the top 3? What do you think, Fish?
We're going to see 2 in the top 4. I think.
I like your thinking.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to Max will make 1 minute and 10 seconds up on him. The closest race was between Max and McFadden. So they were only 14 seconds apart. So that's really close racing there.
Well, if they finish as they are right now, Max Eddy Jr. definitely has the win across.
He just has to finish in front, right?
McFadden just, according to the tracker, just passed Max Eddy.
Yeah, it's because the trackers.
Forest land, feet twice the size of Benny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
And it's just it's cool to come out here and show everyone what it can really do.
I mean, coming fresh off of the Dakar win, here you are now with another win here for 2025. Was it different? Did you have to get into a different mindset of coming from Dakar out here to King of the Hammers?
I mean, it's a totally different thing, but kind of felt a little at home at first because I forgot to put my file in my GPS, so I was like, oh, it's like Dakar, I don't have a trail. But overall, it was good. My co-driver, Justin, killed it there in the right seat. We kind of went lap 1, marked some stuff we wanted to know for the rest of the race, and then, never got out. BFGs were solid. Polaris Razor was solid. And, I just got to give it up to the whole SCI group. There's a ton of them. I appreciate everything they do and giving me a hot rod, and everyone that supports us. I can't thank you guys enough.
Well, congratulations. Right now you are a 2-time King of the Hammers Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. So we'll see you later on up here for our actual award ceremony.
Thank you. And it is Doug Matag's birthday, so if you guys want to do a little singing, he might like it.
That's exactly. Rosie came and told me it was his birthday, so we'll see if we can get the crowd to sing. But congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Wow, what a guy. What a winner. Brock Hager there, Fish.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even look dirty or tired over there. He just kind of cruised around. The car looks perfect. You know, it's got all the panels on it. Everything's still there. The antenna's there. It's not even bent. Like, looking pretty good. Too easy.
I was going to say, we need to make this race harder.
Yeah, this is too easy.
You guys, I think Miles had spotted something with the driver rear axle. Not really sure. I can't see it from here.
It's just a boot. Yeah. No big deal.
Oh, is that all? It's just missing the boot?
No, it's just ripped the boot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, then never mind.
Yeah, pretty cool to see him. And then we're still waiting. Max Eddy's sitting in third right now, but we got to wait for Dallas Gonzalez, who should be coming in pretty soon, because I think he's going to knock him down one spot. And I think Dallas is going to take that third spot. But we're going to see. He's got to get to the finish line first.
I don't know. We've been waiting quite a while. Is this Dallas
He was
now?
behind him a ways, though. Remember, he started 30th or whatever it was?
Yeah, that's true.
As of 2 minutes ago, the tracker has him just past race mile 64. So we should see him. Is that him coming through right now?
Yeah, probably. He's going to be here literally any second.
This is going to be very close indeed. So our current unofficial first place is Brock Hager. In second at the moment is Doug Mittag. In third, it's Max Eddy Jr. And then in fourth is Michael McFadden. Now,
he is on
look at this. Dallas is really pushing.
Yeah,
One more turn
close.
and he takes the checkered flag. Here we go.
Boom, in third place, just like I thought. So there you go.
There we go, and now we have our top three. Unofficially, in first position is Brock Hager. In second is Doug Mittag. And in third place, coming in on adjusted time, is Dallas Gonzalez.
Yep, that bumps Max Eddy to fourth, then Michael McFadden is in fifth. So pretty stacked top five there.
Absolutely. But now joining us on stage is Doug Mittag, and he is with Pam Hall. Pam, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Jim. Doug Mittag, first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you. Good to be here, spending it at King of Hammers pretty much every year for the last 3 years. So this is, it's good to end up here up on the box.
Well, I mean, what a great birthday present to yourself to have a great race and up here unofficially in this number 2 spot. How was the course out there for you?
It was fun. In the beginning, the first 20 miles were really technical, rocky, and these Rockzillas held up great. These Maxxis Rockzillas are built for King of Hammers. So they showed today. We put it through the test, and they were here. These Bilstein shocks were dialed. I've been R&D'ing Bilstein shocks for the Blackhawk, for the Pro R, and for the last 2 years, and they're freaking dialed. We have them perfect right now. I think this is honestly one of the best handling cars out there, and I just wish I would have pushed a little bit harder in the beginning, but I was trying to be smart and be here at the end too. So it's a fine line, and Brock Hager's a wheel man. You got to give it up to that guy. I mean, he makes it happen every time, no matter what.
Well, I mean, you're sitting here talking about that, you wish you would have pushed a little bit harder, but that's usually, if you push it harder in the beginning, that's when things happen. But right now, smooth and steady got you up here on this number 2 spot. So who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, it's definitely a fine line. A lot of competition in this class right now. I would say, maybe the most in desert racing. But I got to thank Bilstein Shocks. They helped me out so much. They put this car up here. Maxxis tires. Ryan, this is actually Ryan's car. I built this car for Ryan a while back, and he wanted to be my co-driver, so here we are. He did a great job all day. I yell at him every once in a while, but he sticks in there and he keeps hitting his marks and doesn't fatigue. So hats off to Ryan and my team, my wife, everybody, all my family that comes out here and helps for free. Travis did an awesome job prepping the car. Mason, everybody, thank you guys.
Well, congratulations unofficially in this number 2 spot. Let's give it up for Doug Mittag.
Thank you, Pam. Absolutely. No, we can't let him get away with this, can we?
Need to sing
Come on,
happy
ladies
birthday.
and gentlemen. Come on, happy birthday. One, two, three.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
And you, Fish.
Happy birthday, dear doggy. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4.
There's people all over the world switching
all
off
over the
right
world.
now.
Just heard that. Yep. Sorry, Mom. Told you I
Viewer
wouldn't embarrass
count just
myself.
dropped.
And here I am.
Okay, well, we're up here. Brock Hager is our unofficial first place. In second unofficially is Doug Mittag. And we just saw Dallas Gonzalez crossing the line and on adjusted time taking third place unofficially. Fish, what a race.
Yeah, you always got it. That's desert racing, it's never a land rush start, so you always have to watch the corrected time. And sometimes the people that start the farthest back are the hardest ones to keep track of because you're looking at the tracker, they come by so late, you're not thinking of them. But on corrected time, they're actually way up there, which is what we just saw happen here. We're going to see these next 2 cars pull up, and both of them are beat by the car that's behind them 2 spots. So you never know in desert racing. You got to watch the corrected time.
Yeah, we always talk about, wanting that clear air, wanting to have that good qualifying run. But the reality is, if you've got a good race day, and today we have a fantastic race day, you can actually come from any position and do really well.
Well, and I think it speaks a lot to the driver because they have been battling. I mean, we might not have dust today, but we do have other people on the trail, so it's trying to make sure that you can get around them and get into the next position for the race. But I know that we have got Pam down on the stage with Max Eddy Jr. in the 1841 car. Pam, let's have it.
Thanks, Emmy. Max Eddy Jr. unofficially in this number 3 spot. I'm hearing the course was rocky and rough out there. What is your thoughts on the race course?
I mean, it was a fun. The second half was really, really fast. I wish they slowed it down a little bit. These cars work so good when it's rough and stuff. It was kind of like a drag race the second half. But you know what? We're here. This Polaris Pro R car is amazing. It'll go through anything. Like, you just push harder and harder every lap, and you're like, man, it takes that. So these Polaris and all the engineers and everyone back at Polaris did an amazing job when they engineered these cars and designed them. And we had our BF Goodrich tires, no flats today, and just kind of kept moving all day.
Well, and you're fresh out of Dakar as well, so the mindset of going from that kind of style of rally racing to King of the Hammers, I was talking to Brock about it, it's kind of the same in a way, but a little bit different. But what are your thoughts on doing that mindset change?
This is a sprint race compared to Dakar, so we were just working on preserving the equipment and our tires and just keep the car moving at Dakar for 13 days in a row, and here there's no preserving nothing. You go home or go broke, So we had a good day. This is my son Connor, and he navigated for me and called all the notes perfect. And our cars, I love it.
Well, that's awesome that you're up here unofficially in this number 3 spot. Obviously, I mean, you looked like you were hauling the mill every time we saw you on the camera on the big screen. So congratulations. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
My mechanic Casey does an amazing job on this car every single race. All the Ensenada pit crew and everyone that supports Factory Polaris Racing, the whole SCI, Scanlon Clark Motorsports, Craig Scanlon for giving me this opportunity and continuing to believe in me, and my son, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, just our entire Rockford Fosgate, our whole time, Stilo helmets, they all do an amazing job for us, and they strive for us to be better every day, whether it's giving us better product, better suspension, better whatever. They're awesome.
Well, congratulations unofficially in this number 3 spot. Let's give it up for Max Eddy Jr.
Thank you very much, Pam. And still the racing continues out there.
Yeah, we just had Wayne Matlock come in, so another finisher in 6th place is going to be Wayne Matlock. But next on stage, we're going to have Michael McFadden, if the order is still correct here. He's going to be our 5th place unofficial finisher coming up next in a brand new car. This is going to be his first race for this new car coming up here.
Wow, that's rather impressive.
Fifth place unofficially right here.
So here we go. Michael McFadden coming up on stage right now. And all of these cars, Fish, look absolutely immaculate still. It's hard to believe that they've done so much racing already.
They really do, yeah. They all look pretty good. Honestly, there wasn't much drama out on their course today. Everybody just drove around. We didn't see anybody really broken or changing much or anything like that.
No, we just had the gap jump.
Yeah. Yeah, besides that. Yeah.
Okay, well, Pam's down there right now with Michael McFadden. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I'm down here with our unofficial 5th place, Michael McFadden. You're just now telling me this is a brand new car to you.
Yeah, this is a brand new car. This is the first race on it. I think we had maybe 100 miles on it before we came out here, and that was just test miles getting it dialed in.
Well, obviously you know how to drive it because here you are up here, in top 5 right now unofficially. But the race course out there was brutal. Your car looks good. What's your thoughts on the day?
The race was tough. The first section was very hard. The car, I was struggling a little bit getting in the tight technical stuff. But once we got out into the big, long, open, whooped out sections, this car is so fast. We were doing well over 100 in most places. And overall, it was a good day. We, for my first race in this brand new class, this brand new car, I'm very excited with how we've done.
Well, you look good out there, and I know it takes a whole army of people to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
First and foremost, I want to thank my family, my pit crew, everybody who comes out here And then the sponsors, of course, Can-Am, Raceline, Yokohama, the Desert Assassins team. They've been great for hospitality. Super ATV, Evolution Power Sports. Everyone has put in a huge chunk to get this car here. And a big part is Mitchell Alsep. We built this car in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and we came out here and got a top 5, and we're stoked.
I know you're stoked. I know Mitch is going to be stoked as well. So congratulations right now unofficially in that number 5 spot, and we'll see you hopefully next year doing the same thing.
We'll definitely be back here next year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for our unofficial 5th, Michael McFadden.
Thank you, Pam. And they said that they completed that car. They built that car in 2 weeks.
It gives us all hope, doesn't it?
That is, I mean, you know, when it takes me like 6 hours to swap out a shock, I'm like, damn, these people really know what they're doing.
I think it says everything for the teams, the builders, the way they can manufacture these cars, the way they put them together, the preparation, and also the level of the competition out here, that you can come out here and do that.
Yeah, the competition in this race was definitely awesome. I mean, look at how many cars finished within seconds or, you know, a minute of each other, a minute, even 2 minutes. We had, you know, the top 5 cars within just a couple minutes there. Yeah, so pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm guessing that next on stage will actually be Dallas Gonzalez, who is our unofficial 3rd place.
Yep.
So let's just have a look at that top 3, or should I say top 5 at the moment. In first position, unofficial. This is all unofficial at this stage. It's Brock Hager. In second is Doug Matag. In third is Dallas Gonzalez, who's joining us on stage right now. And he'll be talking to Pam very shortly.
Every single car so far has had a Starlink on the roof too. Notice that? That's awesome. You got the PCI Mini Go right there.
Yeah, Elon says thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Pam, what do you got for us? Okay, well, Pam's just sorting things out there. We'll just wait for Dallas Gonzalez to get out of the car with his co-driver. What a race this has been, but so fantastic. So these gentlemen, they started in 30th position today. And Fish, they've had you watching that tracker, trying to work out what the times are.
Yep. I think this is going to be 3rd place unofficial. We're going to get a mic battery change real quick, and then we'll get an interview. But yeah, this should be 3rd place on time right here, unofficially, of course. But this is going to be our last spot on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty good race to get a podium spot in, I'd say, huh?
Well, when you look at how many, this really was a loaded field out there. The who's of desert racing for UTV were all here, all present.
Yeah, this is it for sure.
Yeah, Pam's making her way around and she's going to be chatting to Dallas right now. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Jim. Dallas Gonzalez right now, they said you are unofficially in the number 3 spot. You're getting your hat thrown to you right now. But Dallas Gonzalez, you've been racing for a really long time. How old are you now?
18 now, turning 19 this year.
And you've been racing probably, what, since you were 5 or 6?
Yeah, it's about 12 years now. Yeah.
I've been watching your career. My son used to race with you as well. But right now, it's all about you up here in this number 3 spot unofficially. You were looking really good out there. What's your thoughts on the race course?
It was really good. We went off the start. We got lost for a little bit, lost a couple minutes. Got stuck behind a lot of cars. Lost a lot of time there for the first 2 laps. And then 3rd lap came around, started to pick it up a little bit. And this last lap, we really put it down. And here we are now.
Well, it's awesome to see you up here. I know it takes an army, like I keep saying to everybody else, to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
First, I'd like to thank everybody who comes out and helps me, from Nick to my family, my mom, my dad, my brother, Sebastian all week. We spent endless nights, and it's been a lot of work to get here. The Danberries, Danny, everybody who came out here to help me, thank you.
Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Dallas Gonzalez in the unofficial 3rd position.
Thank you very much, Pam. It's all go here. Now, someone is joining us in the booth. It's none other than event director, Ben Napier. How are we doing, Ben?
I'm doing great, Jim. We've had a great day of racing here, and it's awesome to see these guys conquer our course. You know, 4 laps of hell out there. I know it's torn up, it's rocky. We've seen a lot of flat tires and a lot of broken vehicles. But, man, it's been a great day of racing.
It's been absolutely fantastic. In fact, we were just commenting on how few breakages we think we've seen out there, considering how brutal. I mean, this is a hammer's trail. You know, there's no easy miles out here. We know that. And yet these top-leading vehicles coming in, they look like they could go and do it again.
Yeah, these ones are definitely clean. I don't know how close you've been looking, but out there's some broken ones.
Well, there's a lot of broken cars on the
No,
course.
we've been
for
looking
sure.
at the track and we're like, that guy stopped, that guy stopped, that guy stopped.
Yeah, all the top guys pretty much ran a clean race the whole day. None of these guys had any problems or they wouldn't have been up here right now.
And that's what you have to do at Hammers now.
Yeah.
In all the races, you
do.
have to have a clean day.
Even a flat tire, and you're not going to win.
Absolutely.
You know, you're not changing the tire on these things in 2 minutes most of the time. You know, they don't have automatic jacks on these. You have to actually get out, use a regular floor jack on them or some kind of jack, and it's crazy.
I mean, is that the kind of innovation that we might be seeing next with these vehicles?
Possibly, but it adds a lot of weight and a lot of other things. You need power steering fluid. These don't have power steering fluid, for instance, so there are a lot of them are electronic steering. So there's no steering fluid to run the jack, you know, which a lot of the jacks run off of. So, yeah, it's a little interesting.
Yeah, and this is Dylan Smoke, I think we see out there in the top corner, making his way back towards Hammertown. But we've got other cars that are going to be joining us on stage very shortly. I believe that Wayne Matlock is sitting down there in unofficial sixth position, and in seventh is Mikey Kelly.
And we're still waiting for our first B2 to finish.
Yes, we are.
We haven't had a B2 finisher yet, so we've had so far 7 B3s that have finished, and we're waiting for our first B2.
So again, the B3s have dominated the B2s.
Total domination. 7-0 so far. Remember, we were talking about this earlier, a couple years ago, it was really close. It was either way.
Well, that's what this whole Desert Challenge started as. It was a grudge match, right? It was B2s versus B3s and T2s versus T1s, how competitive they could be in the B1s. And
you
know, it's amazing what these B3s have evolved into.
It is indeed. I mean, I'm just looking down quickly through my field, and of the top 30 vehicles, there were only 8 vehicles in the UTVI Pro Modifieds, whereas we're looking at there was over 22 of the UTV Open classes. So a stacked field for the Open class, but they certainly, when they come through that third lap, they really have moved away from those Pro mods, that's for sure.
Yeah, pretty much everybody that was going for the overall, for the most part, is in the UTV Open. There was a couple people that were in the other class, but unfortunately they were out pretty early. Like Phil Blurton, for example, he was out early.
And didn't he win overall last year?
Phil Blurton? Yeah, I believe Brock won last year, right?
Yeah, Brock won.
Right. So
Brock won last year.
I'm thinking of the
Max.
rock race.
Looking at the hard hitters, so Tyler Gibbs unfortunately dropped out, Phil Blurton dropped out, Cash LaCroix dropped out, and Joe Tirana, which are, Caden Wells. I haven't even seen Mike Slauson.
Caden McCachran's out. Yeah, a lot of big names out.
Dustin Batlax Jones didn't even get to the start line, so a tough day for the pro mods out there for sure.
Definitely.
So Fish, Jim, Emmy, the process now, we've got 8 finishes, right?
Yep.
The USAC guys are in there doing a course review to make sure all the compliance issues are sorted, and then we can make things official. So we're just waiting on USAC. They're our independent adjudicators on that. They work with the Yellow Brick guys to review the course, review the VCP compliance, make sure we've had a fair race, and then we can award some winners later today.
So let's just talk about that quickly. What is a VCP, so for the people at home?
So it's a virtual checkpoint, and essentially it's a point on the Earth, on our race course, with a 150-foot radius, so a circle from the center, 150 feet either way. And you must hit that, okay? And as you drive down the race course, they're centered on the race course. And if you drive 150 feet either side of the center of the course, you're going to hit the VCP. We have a large number of them out there. I think there's about 30 on this course, and later in the week we're moving up to, almost 100 in some of the rock trails, and it's how we keep people compliant out here and make sure it's a fair race.
I love that word, compliance.
And the racers know where the VCPs are located, correct? It's
They
in their
do.
GPS
They're not
files?
hidden.
Yeah, they're on
the GPS files, and even people following along at home can see them on the map. They're blue on our tracking map.
And if a racer misses a VCP, it's a 5-minute penalty.
It is a 5-minute penalty.
That's extraordinary. That's a big penalty.
It is a big penalty, especially if it's only a small miss. And the guys that cut the corners and they burn in further and further into that corner. There is another rule that USAC can use as well, though, if it's an intentional course cutting. And this is a guy who drives straight up the center of the valley or something and misses a significant amount of course. That can lead to disqualification. So it can be very severe.
Well, while we're sitting here, we actually now have a complete top 10. I'm going to run through that very quickly for you. In first is Brock Hager. In second is Doug Matag. In third is Dallas Gonzalez. In the fourth is Max Eddy Jr. In fifth, it's Michael McFadden. In sixth is Wayne Matlock. Just behind him is his wife, Kristen Matlock. Then in eighth is Mikey Kelly. Then ninth is Dylan Schmoke. In 10th, it's CJ Greaves. Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely a stacked field there.
Yeah, for sure. And CJ coming, this was his first race in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Max Eddy's old car that he drove last year, and this was the first time that CJ's racing. His first real desert race in a very long time for him too. So pretty good finish there, top 10. And then Dylan, I told you guys, underrated driver right there, finishing 9th overall. That's pretty impressive as well. He's had some seat time in those cars in Baja. He's driven Caden McCaffrey's car and he's filled in a little bit, but this was his first race where he drove the whole thing. So cool to see Dylan out there have a good run.
Yeah, and the level of driving in the UTV class is just getting better and better every single year.
It is, and we actually just had our first B2 finish. So Justin Buckley just finished. He jumped all the way up to 7th overall. So there you go. So he's right in between Wayne Matlock and Kristen Matlock. In 7th position, our first B2 or Class 10 car.
He's a Matlock sandwich.
So whilst we keep getting some finishes in here, I might give you guys a quick update on how the race is going to work as we wrap it up and what's coming up this afternoon before I head back up to race ops.
Yeah, what do we got going on later?
The official finish to this race is 3:30 plus adjusted time. Okay, so if you started 22 minutes later, you can finish at 3:52 and still be an official finisher. So we give everyone the exact same amount of time on our race course to give them the exact same chance of finishing. So we're going to hit that 3:30 cutoff and pretty soon, and then we're going to move into that adjusted time, and we're wrapping up before about 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, we've got something super exciting, which I know everyone loves at home, and that's the Class 11 Showdown, the PRP Class 11 Showdown. I think we've got 27 or 28 Class 11s this year roaring around our racetrack. They're all staging in Hammertown.
Right?
Oh yeah, they're super cool. And we're going to do a rolling start on the short course style with a pace car. The Ford Bronco R is going to be out there leading the field. And we're going to do a rolling start. We're going to have a driver's meeting at 3 o'clock near the stage. So we're going to brief all the guys, make sure we've got everything covered. We're going to do a rolling start. It's a 35-minute race plus 1 lap. So I reckon...
3 laps, or what are you thinking?
I think we'll get 3 plus 1.
Okay.
For the
you
faster
think we'll
guys.
get 4? You think we'll?
I think they'll do like an 11-minute lap.
Okay.
Which is double
Really?
double what the faster UTVs were doing. If it's a 15-minute lap, we'll get a few less laps.
Even with those giant ruts out there that are taller than.
Yeah, they just roll in and out of them and just keep going.
All right. We'll see.
It's Herbie, baby.
Yeah. So when we get to 35 minutes, the next time the leader crosses the line, we wave the white flag and they go out for one more. So if they're doing 15-minute laps and they cross at 36 minutes, we'll be done, 15 minutes after that. So we'll have about an hour of racing.
I'm excited.
Which will be super cool.
Cool. Yeah, that's going to be awesome to watch. Those guys are always a fan favorite. I was just looking down the list, and yeah, there's quite a few big heavy hitters on here. A lot of guys that just raced are going over to jump in their 11 car now. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an exciting afternoon. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see you guys later for that. I'm going to duck back up to race ops. Thanks for having me here.
Perfect.
Thank you
very
very
much,
guys. I'm
Thank
really
you, Ben.
enjoying
Thank you
watching
for keeping us honest, and thank you for explaining how it all works.
Let us know once it's official on the finishers there.
Oh, we will. We'll be in touch.
All right.
Get your people to speak to my people, and I'll get my people to speak to their people.
Yeah, exactly. We've only had 11 finishers still so far sitting here. So I mean, how long have we been? We've been sitting here for what, 20 minutes, almost half an hour now, maybe. Only 11 finished. So
And it's almost 3 o'clock. So like Ben said, the finish line is going to close at 3:30, and we're going to try to get the Class 11s out here at 4 o'clock. So
is that one of the Allsop cars?
Is that Cameron?
Uh-oh.
That's what I was wondering.
That looks like Cameron, maybe.
Yeah.
Most likely is.
Tough break at this point in the race, that's for sure.
Yep, both driver and co-driver out of the vehicle. But coming up on the stage right now is 1871. That is Wayne Matlock and his navigator, Pancho Rodriguez. They have come in 6th place unofficially. We'll let them get out of the vehicle, let Pam get situated so we can hear all about their race here on the Toyo Tires 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
Thank you, Emmy. Wayne Matlock, here we are up on a podium once again here at the 2025 King of the Hammers. How you feeling right now?
Pretty good. We had a good run out there. Didn't have any issues. I think we started 27th off the line, and we got here, I guess, 6th. So we did pretty good. Never had to get out of the car. Just gas and go the whole time.
I know you guys come out here and you do your homework, and you do your homework very well, and navigators are obviously definitely key for getting to the finish line. So how was it this year's course compared to last year's?
This year's course was a ton of fun. I wish it was longer, but the variety of terrain was pretty awesome. I love the technical driving, so that was a ton of fun. It had a lot of high-speed stuff. Everything was good.
I mean, you're saying that, and I've been hearing a lot of people talk about the rocks. It was a lot of rocks for a desert race, but you have no problem with that.
Yeah, it was fun. These Yokohama tires held up great, no flats. Everything was good.
Well, here you are, though. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
First and foremost, Polaris Razor, this new factory edition car here. This thing's awesome. It's my second race in it, still getting used to it, having a ton of fun with it. And then Yokohama tires, they did great. Optima batteries, those things are awesome. Vision wheels, and Poncho for prepping the car and putting up with me the whole time too. And all my friends and family that come out here and support us. It's a whole team volunteer effort.
100% on that. And your wife, I know, is back here somewhere because she has finished as well. So you guys are awesome, an awesome team. I love watching you guys. I know a lot of people do. So congratulations, though, up here on your finish.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, let's give it up for Wayne Matlock.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always great to see Wayne up on the stage. What a race this has been, Em. This has been incredible.
Yeah, I love a limited car. I love the idea of, not that these are slow cars, but these are trying to drive slower cars fast and really get out there. You need to make sure that you're taking care of your vehicle.
Let's just talk about that. I'm really intrigued to take these lap times and think, oh, look at this. We've got a pass going on here out there on track. There's still a lot of racing to do yet today. But let's talk about that. I'm really interested in take these times that we're seeing here and then put these times against the racing that we're going to see tomorrow, because we call this the limited class racing. There's nothing limited about these vehicles. They are out and out race machines.
Absolutely. And just because what is limited is the motor size, the suspension, all of that stuff is limited, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be slower than those unlimited vehicles, because those vehicles are going to be heavier. They're not going to be quite as nimble. So as a driver, as a competitor, you have to decide, what do I value more? Do I want to be in something that's just a little bit smaller, maybe a little bit easier to drive, that can be maybe almost as fast as one of those bigger unlimited trucks?
Yeah, we're seeing this one now. Absolutely on it. He just got past, and you can see the car in front is just checked out. That's always a horrible feeling. So, Fish, we've got the Class 11 showdown coming on about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, in about an hour. So 1 hour until the start of that. You excited?
Oh, mate, I'm loving it. Look, I've told you before, I'm rocking my Class 11 T-shirt.
That's perfect. I see them all lined up down here, too. It looks like a pretty deep field. They go as far as I can see down there, so that's pretty cool.
Driving or riding in a Class 11 is just like a 6-hour car crash. It never, ever ends.
But in 1 hour.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's when you take a leave before you get in the vehicle, and then you take 6 more after you get in the vehicle, after you get out of the vehicle.
And there's no points for this. This isn't a series race. This is nothing. This is a one-off race. So
no,
you either checkers or wreckers in this thing.
Yeah,
right?
This is people just doing it for the sheer joy of racing, which I love. It doesn't mean anything.
Guns and glory. And the thing that gets me is, as you were saying earlier, the amount of drivers that we're going to see jumping out of other cars to get into a Class 11 car. Yeah, this is really serious stuff. People take it very seriously, but they all do it with great humor. That's what I love about Class 11 racing.
Yeah, definitely. And we see CJ Greaves just pulled up on stage here, so he's going to be 10th in class, it looks like, unofficial, and 11th overall for CJ. So pretty good job, and a brand new car to him.
Yeah, he's been absolutely rocking it.
And I think we got an interview down there. Pam, you ready to go? You got CJ?
Ready.
All right.
All right, thanks, guys. Here with CJ Greaves out here in your first desert race out here at King of the Hammers. What did you think about doing the desert compared to the rocks?
It was a lot of fun. The course was definitely difficult and getting really rough towards the end. And my co-rider, Jeb, and I both taken our desert virginity. So we were able to start up in the front and kind of just pace ourselves. We were surprisingly really good on the rock side and not as good on the desert side. So we got a little bit of work to do, but overall we had a lot of fun. And just glad to be able to come out here, put this one of the production race Polaris Pro Rs up here and finish the race. So we had a lot of fun, and maybe we'll come back and do it again.
Is this the first race on this car?
First race for me. It's new to me. It came from SEI. They raced it last year. So hats off just to all my guys, Jeb, all of his family, everyone that came out here to help us work on this thing. Thank you, guys. And what did you think, Jeb?
Yeah, Jeb, let's talk to you because you're a short course guy out here now desert racing. What did you think about that?
Yeah, it was definitely different for sure. It was kind of rough at times, but no, it was definitely fun. I enjoyed it a lot, and hope we can make it back out here and do it again.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll see you guys out here next year, but I know you have a lot more people to thank than what you did already.
Yeah, I just got to thank everyone from Polaris. They worked their butts off to get these things up front. Toyo tires, Fox Shocks, Vision Wheel, Monster Energy, Toyota, all my family, my crew, Impact Safety, Miller Welders, Maru, Neck Brace, Impact. I think I already said that, but we'll throw that out there twice. Thank you, guys, and regroup and be back here for the rock race on Thursday.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for CJ Greaves.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Always great to hear from CJ. Such a big name from the world of short course. And it's great to see him out here at King of the Hammers. But we've had another finish across the line.
Oh, we did? Who is it?
Oh, it's Mike Caffro. He's finishing 12th overall and 11th in class. But Fish, I just want to cut back to Justin Buckley, who's come inside there and finishing first in class and 7th overall.
Yep. Yeah, their first class 10 there.
Yep, that was a first class 10.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see. We saw obviously Esbert Eberts earlier today. He was really cutting up amongst those big top guys. Then obviously he had a problem. So great to see one of the class 10s coming back round again.
Yeah, it sounded like he had some kind of drivetrain issue. Somebody was saying maybe it sounded like the transmission or something when he pulled over on this live stream there. So bummer for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like we got Kristen Matlock up here now. This is going to be 8th overall and 7th in class.
It's
Kristen
like a
Matlock.
parade of Polaris Pro Rs.
I'm telling you, they dominate the desert race. They really have. And then the rock race, it's kind of been, the other way. So that's going to be interesting to see. Once again, now the desert race was dominated by Polaris. Can the Polarises take something to the Can-Ams later? We'll find out on Thursday, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that. And of course, let's not forget, before that, we have the qualifying for the 4900 race, and that's going to be on Monday. So Pam's down on stage now with Kristen. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. Right here with Kristen Matlock, and you have a smile on your face as always. And we were just talking because I was like, once I start doing interviews, I don't know where everybody placed, but Wayne came in unofficially 6th. You're 7th. How do you feel?
Well, he's still the fastest person in the family today, but I guess I'm doing dishes again.
Is that how you guys play the game?
Yeah. We take turns. Whoever wins, doesn't have to do dishes for a bit.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. No, all in all, looks like you had a great day, though. Your car looks great. Any issues?
No, we didn't have any issues. I mean, it was just a rough course to be expected here at King of the Hammers. I mean, it was amazing, though. Super fast, but rough. So you just had to hang on and grin and bear it. And we did the best that we possibly could. We didn't qualify real well yesterday, so we started in the dust, but we worked our way through the pack, and it was a fun time. Yeah, Dustin did an amazing job, my co-driver over there, with navigating us and staying on course. And it gets easier and easier every lap because you get to see it multiple times, which is cool. But yeah, no flats. Yokohama tires held up amazing. Vision wheels. Got to thank Polaris Razor. This is only my second time in this car. It's a factory Pro R race car, and it is just amazing, really. It's light, nimble, and it just handles those rocks and the high-speed whoops like a dream. So I've got some other sponsors I'd like to thank, like Optima batteries, rugged radios out there. Who else is on there? I know I'm forgetting a couple. Yeah, I did good. Simpson. And we've got the new CeeLo helmets, and those are awesome too. The field of view out of them, I can see everybody left and right. Nice.
Well, great job out there for sure. I love it. You always have a smile on your face, no matter if you win or come in 7th place. So congratulations, though.
Yeah, I mean, at King of the Hammers, top 10. The competition out here is just so great. So I'm very proud. When we came here, I'm like, if I can get top 10, I will be ecstatic. So I'm ecstatic. Here we are.
Well, I'm super stoked for you and your whole entire team. So let's give it up one more time for Kristen Matlock.
All right.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always great. It's a family affair for the Matlocks, that's for sure.
I know. I don't know. Wayne's got to stop beating his wife, though. You're going to get in trouble if you keep doing that, Wayne. You can't do that, though.
And in public.
Yeah.
No. No, no, I'm calling you on your bad, poor taste of jokes.
Okay, now here's an
Alrighty.
interesting car. This, of course, is the 10 car of Justin Buckley, 1064. Now let's just talk about a little bit about these cars for anybody sitting at home who doesn't realise it, because this at the moment just looks like a massive UTV fest, and then all of a sudden, oomph! Here's a classic Class 10 desert car.
Yeah, here you go. This is a two-wheel drive, the first two-wheel drive today, right?
Yeah, awesome.
There you
First
go.
two-wheel drive. And our very own Pam Hall used to race Class 10, so I'm sure she's got some great insights into what this vehicle was doing out there. So Pam, take it away.
I'm not working. There we are. Thanks, Emmy. All right, Justin Buckley right here. You are unofficially in first position for Class 10. How are you feeling right now?
I'm on top of the world right now. We took a year off from racing and come out here to King of the Hammers, race against all these guys. Even though the 10-car class was a little small this year, the talent that came with it was amazing. You know, some of the best drivers in the class for sure.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Yeah, we kind of started 40th car back. We had a flat in qualifying, so it didn't make our day any easy. But overall, like, we didn't really have any issues, so, you know, we just kept pushing forward. So we're glad to almost be on the top 10, but we'll see.
It was a long race out there for sure, but being up here, though, in that number 11 spot's got to feel good like we just talked about. I know it takes an army to get you out here, so who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, 100%. We are running a brand new tire from Obor Tires called the Tricera, and it is badass. We had 0 issues. The tires handled awesome. So that was a big thing in this race for sure. The suspension, Elka suspension, worked awesome. We're running a fiberglass coils. So they're super light. We've been running them since Vegas to Reno last year, and they work awesome. Metal FX wheels. We had 0 issues with our wheels as well. Carlsbad Brewery, they awesome restaurant. You should try them out in Carlsbad if anybody's there. Factory UTV, they supply our skid plates. And Polaris Razor, obviously. This platform is awesome, the Pro R. So everybody that comes out, all our friends and family that comes out, we couldn't do it without them. Also, Jamie Kirkpatrick, he is my partner in this whole thing. He preps this car. The car was flawless. So.
Well, that's good to hear. You have a great backing of people behind you, and it's pretty interesting. The announcers just came down and were checking out your coilovers.
Yeah, they're. We've been running them, since, like I said, since last year, and we're around in the Baja 1000, Baja 400, Vegas to Reno, and now this race. And these things are awesome. So we hope to continue running them.
That's pretty awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish here at the 2025 King of the Hammers, and we'll see you next time, hopefully.
Yeah, we look forward to this one. Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, let's give it up for Mike Caffro.
Jim, I'm fascinated by those fiberglass coilovers.
Yeah,
Or the
no,
coils.
so am I, but not coilovers. It's,
No,
the
it's just the coil.
actual springs
Yeah.
are made of fiberglass.
Yeah, like I went and I tapped on it. It seemed like it was like a hollow tube, and it's fire. I need to learn more about that.
Yeah, we need to talk about that for sure. But while that's been going on, we've got some news. Nate Morgan has crossed the line in 13th position, but most importantly, unofficially first in UTV Pro Modified. Fish.
That's him right there. That's Nate.
This is Nate here, yeah. So we're just going to wait for him to get unbuckled, and then he's going to be talking to Pam and telling us all about his day. But 13th overall and first unofficially in UTV Pro Modified. Pam, all yours.
All right, here we are up here, first place unofficially in the Pro Mod. How you feeling about being in that number 1 spot?
Kind of surprised.
Why are you surprised?
There's just a lot of fast guys out here, and we didn't do so hot yesterday, so it was, we figured a long day.
Well, obviously you did something right to get you up here in this number 1 spot, so that's got to be a good time for a party tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Well, who all would you like to thank for getting him out here?
I got to thank my parents, wife, kids, Leroy's Auto and Truck, OHV headquarters, Spencer Tires, James and Tyler for working on this thing all the time, Triple R Lights, Jared co-driving, Lone Star Racing, yeah, Duramax Diesels, Method, everybody, thank you. Brandon doing the shocks, they're awesome.
All right, well, congratulations unofficially in that number 1 spot. We'll be doing our awards later on, so we'll see you back up here.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Nate Morgan.
Yeah, I love that. So, how do you feel about that? Surprised.
There's nothing more honest than a finish line interview where you're like, I don't even know what I'm saying, man. I don't know what I just did.
Well, I mean, that's really special. But it's also really interesting to me to see that we only had 8 Pro Modifieds in the top 30 on our qualifying, which is quite surprising. But just goes to show the depth of the field in the open UTV class.
Yeah, definitely a stacked field, and this weather today made for some great racing out there. You could see the dust didn't play a factor today. You were able to drive right up on each other, and it's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, we've got something a little bit different now joining us up on stage.
This is the Pro Truck that we were talking about earlier. So this is going to be a 3-lap finisher, I believe, right?
Hold the line, caller. I'm just checking.
Yeah, he's in T4 Jeep Speed. Is his official class. This is Brett Maister.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Well found them, Em.
Thanks, I can read.
I'm glad one of us can at this time of the day. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Toyota's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Today it's been all about the qualifying for the unlimited classes for tomorrow and of course the big race, which is the limited class race, which we've seen Brock Hager winning earlier on today, with Doug Matag in second and Dallas Gonzalez in third. But there's multiple classes racing out there, and we're just looking at one of those up on stage right now. But Fish, what's happening later on? We're going to be seeing the Class 11s. But now it's back down to Pam, who's got an interview for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. Right now I've got Matt in the driver's seat of the 4744, but Brett Meister is the driver of record. Matt, you were telling me that you guys were switching off back and forth all day long?
Yeah, that's right. So I took it off first with Jordan, right over here is one of the navigators. Then Brett, who owns the truck, he took it for the second lap with Corey. And then Brett and I haven't raced together in a few years, so we race the same truck, but we're not in the car at the same time, so this is pretty special. Also, we raced here last year, and we won. We absolutely love this course, and we finished King of the Hammers. Just not a single flat. Raceline wheels worked great. BFG, Laser Star, we got King, LAPD, this is our main sponsor, Los Angeles Police Department. Thanks to those guys, big shout out. Brett, what do you got to say?
Brett's doing his own media here, but Brett, good smile on your face. I love it, though. You came in the passenger seat. How was it getting back and forth from driver to passenger seat?
It was good. I've raced with him for about 8-9 years, and Matt's amazing. So watching him work is amazing, and he goes into stuff like no one would ever do it, but he does it and he pulls it off. But big shout out to LAPD and all law enforcement that's out here. Laser Star, Susie, you over there, thank you for all the support and all of our, all of our sponsors. But really, big shout out to King of the Hammers and our crew. You guys are amazing. But King of the Hammers, this course is marked better than any course I've ever seen, so thank you. What's up, Harley? I'll see you later. Anyway, thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here with your finish. Matt, Brett's trying to leave. Matt, congratulations. Ready to do it again?
Yeah, well, we're going to be back here every year. It's not for points for us. We do it for media. We do it for fun, and the course is so well marked. And it's just, I grew up racing here back in MDR 20 years ago, so it has a lot of that same aspect. But it's just fun. It's absolutely fun.
It's a fun course from what I'm being told from all of you racers, but congratulations on your finish up here. Let's give it up for Brett Meister and team.
Thank you so much, Pam. Love seeing that. Now, that is obviously it's a pickup truck, but it is classified technically as a Jeep Speed, and they had to do 3 laps in that little guy out there.
Yeah, it takes a lot of doing. Now, what I want to know is, how do you get sponsorship from a police force?
I don't know. I need to get sponsorships from the cops. I mean, Lord knows I get pulled over enough. No, that's amazing. I love that it, bringing in a community sponsor like that. That's really cool. It's such a unique angle to your racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think how that would work back home.
Your world is different.
Tell me about it.
Your world is different.
Yes.
But do you think you can just drive that on the street? Can you drive it on the street since you're sponsored by the cops? Oh, see, he's got the red and blues. Dude, I'd just be pulling everybody over out here in Hammertown. I love it. Listen to that. So we've got a little bit more racing going on out on the course, but of course we are getting ready for the Class 11 race. Our finish line here for the limited race closes in about 8 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock we're going to see the Class 11s go out. They will do the 6 mile qualifying loop, and we'll see how slow they are. But right now, coming up on stage is one of our limited cars. This is a 1600 car. This is the class that I started in, so it holds a nice soft spot in my heart. This is Cole Brandt in a single-seat 1600 car, making his way through all of the rough and soft areas here. Again, this is a 2-wheel drive vehicle, air-cooled motor, bus transmission, and he has a dog. That's it. I'm in love. I am in love. Marry me, please. Marry me, Cole. All right, Pam, take it away.
Well, Emmy, he just said, I'm sorry I'm taken. But Cole Brandt, right now you are up here at the finish with a great smile on your face, but you said your motor's about done.
Yeah, so we tried to put a rear, I usually run a spare front. I put a spare rear in the back, and it did something. It knocked around on halfway through lap 3, and now my throttle is stuck at wide open. So they say don't lift in this class. This car turned into a Tesla and started self-driving.
Well, that's it. Emmy actually drives in 1600 as well, or used to race in 1600, so she knows all about the throttle, but definitely don't stand in front of you then since his throttle is stuck open. But you're single seat out there, but you got a little co-driver with you right now.
Oh, yeah, so it's been a wonderful January for me. I got married 2 weeks ago to my wife right there. And then the nickname for this car is Sancha. So for you Spanish speakers, Sancha means other woman. So I got to take the other woman out, drive her, spend time with my wife, and then she brought her daughter, Chugs.
Well, I know it takes a whole army to get people out here to a racetrack and to finish King of the Hammers in general. Who all would you like to thank?
I would like to thank SRD, a.k.a. Justin Herman and Heather Herman, for prepping my car and being my go-to race support, and all the high desert boys like Austin, Hunter, Jacob Guerrero, who come and be on my pit crew, my wife, and my family for getting me into this and continuing supporting me and mentoring me and coaching me. So it's a family thing for me.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully we see you back out here next year.
Oh, yeah, will do. We were here last year, this year, and see you again.
All right, let's give it up for Cole Brandt.
Thank you so much, Pam. Driving a 1600 car with a wide open throttle out here must have been absolutely terrifying. And I bet the brakes are cooked.
Now, we were saying this earlier, nobody just turns up here. Everybody has a backstory. And that one was absolutely fantastic. Love that. Married 2 weeks ago, and he's up here. So you do realise that...
That is
you do realise that he
amazing.
obviously spent most of his honeymoon prepping his car for this race. I think that wife is definitely a keeper.
Oh, man, that's great. That is fantastic.
And still, we've got more cars coming up on stage right now.
Yep, we've got 4 minutes until the finish line closes. This, however, is car number 1977 or 1971.
That's Travis Sally there coming up on stage. So Pam's just going to catch up with him in a moment, and we're going to find out how his day has been. Pam, take it away.
Thanks. I'm here with Travis Sally. Travis, I've known you since you were teeny tiny. Now you're out here racing King of the Hammers, probably taller than me, but you're laughing. It's so awesome to see you out here. How are you feeling right now?
Good. I mean, it was a little bit of a long day, but at the end of the day, we never gave up, changed a header, and really just made it through. And it's a good start to the year to just finish a race. Last year wasn't my best year, but this year I'm definitely coming back for it and hoping to win the next few races if I can. But today was just long, and it was all about consistency, and that's what we did. And had to change a few things, had a few problems on the track, had to change a header, but at the end of the day, we made it to the end.
That's all that matters, being smooth is consistent as well. But you have Ashton over there in the passenger seat. I know his sister was out in a Class 10 car as well. But what was the challenge for you on the course? Was there any absolute challenges for you on the race course this year?
Really, it wasn't necessarily any challenges, just it was like mile 1 to 15 was really technical, and that was just really where patience showed. And just if you can make it through there every lap without getting a flat, you could kind of set yourself up to succeed. But that was really it, just mile 1 through 15.
Well, here you are at the finish. Who all would you like to thank for getting you here?
I have to thank the biggest thank you of all, my mom, my dad, Polaris, KMC, Baja Design, Sparco, Legacy Ride Co., and just really everyone who comes out here and helps, and especially my family. Just, I wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah. It's definitely a family effort for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I could name so many more people, but I'm just still getting out of that zone right now. So everyone that sponsors me, you know who you are. Just, I can't thank you guys enough, and I wouldn't be here without you.
Well, let's congratulate you on this finish, because it was a good win for sure, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Travis Sally.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always great to see more finishers coming up on stage. And we've just had another finish across the line. Matt Burrows has finished in 14th position overall and second in UTV Pro Modified. So a fantastic result there for the 29.48.
Yeah, great to see the UTV Pro Modified starting to come in. Of course, we've got some other limited vehicles out there, some 10 cars. I know there's one other 16 car that's out there. Excuse me, I'm almost dying. But now up on stage, we've got the 2948 monster vehicle that has come through. This is Matt Burrows. This is second place in our UTV Pro Modified, just crossed the finish line. They haven't even had a chance to take off their helmets, their belts, or their neck restraints or anything. So Pam is ready. Go for it, Pam.
I love it. We can have eye contact right here as I get my camera guy. But Matt Burrows, you're right now. I think I just heard them say you are second place unofficially in the Pro Mod class. You weren't quite expecting that, right, just when I said that to you?
No, we thought we were third or fourth. If we got second, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a race! I absolutely love this area. I grew up racing motorcycles here since I was 12, and every time I come back here, I just absolutely love it.
So I think, did you start off the day with Corey Weller as your co-driver?
Twice the size of any man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in his seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Tyler Krepke sneaking across the line there at UTV Open, 17th overall and 13th in class. Aspen Coronats crossing the line 18th and 14th in class in the 1929. And it looks like Cash LaCroix has also crossed the line in 4th in UTV Pro Modified. So lots of action going on there. Fish, what are you hearing over there?
Helps if I turn my mic on. I was having a quick snack. Yeah, I'm hearing that we're getting close to the Class 11 race. That's what I'm hearing, right? We got half an hour until that thing starts.
That's absolutely right. I'm looking out across there now, and I can see a sea of Class 11s lining up. And you're getting very excited, Emmy Hall.
I love the Class 11s. We've got about 20, I just counted about 22 racers that are coming out here. They've obviously have been told to go back to their cars because everyone is coming back from watching the finish line, getting into their Class 11 vehicles. You know, a lot of the big Class 11 guys are out here. Some people that I got to meet when I went to Crandon this past year, which listened to their Class 11 race at Crandon on that short course, is just amazing. It's really, really fun. But we've got Chris Eisenhower is going to be out here in the Class 11 race. Blake Wilkie, Roel Solano, which is going to be awesome to see him out here. Dennis Sletton, like a lot of the oldie-timey guys, a lot of the new guys. Kind of bummed that we're not going to see Felix. We both love Josh Felix. Josh, if you're here, come up to the stage and say hi, because we would love to talk to you about some Class 11 stuff.
Yeah, Josh is always a firm favorite up here whenever we are racing this, that's for sure. But what a day of racing it's been so far, and so much action. It's been absolutely incredible.
And tomorrow we get to do it all again, but with the big trucks.
Yeah,
well,
but
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, real quick, just looking at the list while we're talking about it, there's only 19 cars that finished, right, officially on here? Am I looking at this correct? For the four last finishers?
Only 19
That's
cars
a
that
huge
finished.
attrition rate.
19.
And
there was over 100 and something. I know not all of them were 4 laps, but still, that's
140 something cars.
Yeah, and only 19 of them have finished 4 laps in the time limit. That's pretty. That's
Yeah.
pretty low.
Yeah.
So for as fast and easy quote maybe the race course was, it took out a lot of people today.
Yeah, it did. We were sitting there earlier, or I was sitting there earlier going, oh, we're not seeing a lot of course attrition. It
Yeah.
would appear that I am completely and utterly wrong as always.
Well, I think what it is, honestly, at this race is if you have a problem, you just get off the course and you go back to the pit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not seeing guys out there chase crews trying to get to the car. You're not seeing that. If you're done here, you're done.
Look, it's a class 12 and it's finished.
Yay, it's the Cybertruck. Look, you can't tell me that roofline does not look like the Cybertruck. Come
Do you
on.
reckon Elon saw that car and was inspired? He said, oh my word, we need to build one of these.
We have to build one of these. I'm sure it's better build quality. Wait, what? Did I say that out loud? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
All right, who do we have next? I hear another car pulling up here. It looks like another UTV, the 1864. Looks like they're coming up here next.
1864 is Tyler Krebs.
Finished 13th in class and 17th overall. So our second to the last finisher today in under the time limit. Just in time there, 5 hours, 16 minutes, and 57 seconds.
All right. Well, Pam is ready again with another one of her stellar interviews. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Emmy. Sorry, my microphone was not working for me right away. Tyler Krebs, here we are up on the podium at the 2025 King of the Hammers Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. How do you feel?
Tired, for sure. First lap was a little rough. We blew a belt. And after that, it was pretty clean, but it was a challenging, rough race. So.
Did you go out and do some pre-running so you already knew how rough it was going to be, or were you just not expecting it to be as rough as it was?
Yeah, we pre-run, but we have the NA cars and like 64 inches wide, so it was honestly rougher pre-running. And but I mean, you're going faster in this, so it's just rough all around. The rocks, everything, whoops, all of it. So.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish line. Now you can go relax and enjoy and watch the Class 11 race. But who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Frank's Water Trucks, most importantly. King Shocks, TPR, Vision Wheels, Vision Tires. Anybody else I'm forgetting? Family, friends. So everybody that helps us get out here. It's a stupid hobby that we have that costs a lot of money, but it's too much fun. So
It's very addicting is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you out here next year.
Absolutely will.
All right, let's get up for Tyler Krebs.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from these drivers. Just look out across there, Fish. Look out across there. This still is packed out here at Hammertown. And let's not forget that this is the Saturday before the main race. We've got 7 full days before we get to the Race of Kings.
Yeah, this is the first race out of a full week of racing, right? So this is only builds from here. To have this many people out here already is pretty awesome. All the vendors, let's give a big shout out to all the vendors that are out here. They are out here no matter what the weather is. They sit out there all day, in the rain or the snow or the wind or whatever it is, the sun, the heat, the dust, and it's pretty cool to see this place packed every year.
Now, Jim, you were coming in yesterday on Boone Road in a motorhome. How long did it take you to get from Boone Road into Hammertown?
Well, actually, it wasn't too bad for us, but what blew me away was the size of Hammertown and the surrounding area. I mean, I've been coming out here since 2013, and it's just incredible. I remember when I first came in 2013 and we rolled in pretty much at this time to race the main race, and there was nobody outside of Hammertown. Now it's just absolutely vast. The scale of it is mind-blowing, and it's just going to get bigger, Fish.
Yep. There's going to be 80,000 people out here by the time we're done with this week, man.
Indeed. But Pam's down on the start line. She got 69.61 with her. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I have Michael Mack here. He is unofficially 3rd place in the Pro Modified class. You got the cheering crew right behind me. You're super pumped. Tell me exactly how you feel.
Honestly, guys, I didn't think I'd be in this position today. I just kept telling myself, all right, I got to keep the car together. I got to drive smart. We probably spent 2 days fucking around with the shocks, trying to get them right. Big thank you to the Lone Star Racing crew for helping me get this thing kind of dialed in. It was absolutely brutal. The tripping rate, I don't even know what it was. Yeah, it was wild. I didn't think I'd be on TV right now. Honestly, I'm super emotional. Last year we broke a motor. You know, we're finally getting competitive. Hopefully some sponsors see that, because man, we got the crew, we got the co-driver, maybe the driver. We're working on the car. We're there, man. Bring it.
Well, I love it that you're up here. You're getting emotional. That's what it's all about, is finishing this race and the emotions that come with it. But who all would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my parents for supporting me in this, and my family to keep me in it. There's been a lot of times like, guys, what the heck are we doing? My awesome girlfriend that supports me in all of it and all my frustrations, and man, I don't know if I'm fast enough, not fast enough, and dealing with me on all the long nights, and then me, dumbly enough, messing around on the simulator. Lone Star Racing for the phenomenal prep. I beat the hell out of this car, and for the brand new Lone Star Racing full chrome alloy Maverick R chassis. The thing did phenomenal. Tensor tires for the best damn tires out there. I just beat the hell out of them all day. Be honest with you guys, I thought I was gonna have a flat, but god damn it, I'm so glad I have those tires. Mark, I'm sorry. Oh, Todd with Ever Power Sports. The car ripped. I was catching a lot of people. We actually catched Cash Recoy back on the straights. The car ripped all day. Method race wheels. Sorry, I'm kind of drawing a blank. I think that's about it. And really, my pit crew and all these guys coming out and supporting me. None of this is a true team sport. You know, you got to be dialed in on every single level and every time. Like, I don't know. You know, I hope to live up to their standards and bring it home for these guys. So I'm just glad I made it, and we came up third. So hell yeah.
Congratulations to you. We'll see you back up here later on for the podium, so you can go ahead and go celebrate with your team.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. And we're going to start pushing through some of these interviews now, getting these people up on stage, because in not too long, we're going to be getting ready for the Class 11 showdown. Now, Fish, I am super excited about this, and I know that you are slightly less excited about it than I am, but that's not difficult.
Fish, how can you not be excited by the Class 11?
I didn't say I wasn't excited. He said I was a little less excited than he is about it. I didn't wear my T-shirt today.
Exactly.
He did, so obviously he's more excited about it.
Next year, I'm up in the ante. I'm going to do Class 11 pants.
Now, if we had a Land Rush start again, I would be a little bit more excited.
Remember last year that was a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It was a little bit of a mess. So we want to make sure that we give everyone out here a fair shake. But it's going to be great. We've got 28 entries in Class 11. This is a PRP Class 11 race presented by MP. It's going to be so much fun. I'm very excited. But for right now, we still have vehicles that are moving through the finish line. So Pam, tell me what you got.
I am here with Ashton Chernus, and we're up here at the finish. You have a great smile on your face. How you feel?
Yeah, it was awesome out there. We ran a great race. We were really happy with. We started in 29th, worked up towards I think towards top 15. I said to myself, the only thing I don't want to have happen is a flat early in 4. And I went around and came out a backdoor wash, and I got a flat. And so we had to change that. We were digging sand, exhausting ourselves because our jack wasn't working. Got it changed, and just kind of got through 4 to make sure we're here on the podium.
Well, here you are, though, up here at the finish. That's great. I mean, unfortunately, you had that flat that you didn't want to have, but racing happens. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Really, first and foremost, my family, my brothers, my co-driver, my dad and mom, my sister, and my brother-in-law are down there. A handful of friends here that always help us out. And then just the sponsors that make it happen. Lone Star always gives us a bunch of good support. SDG does the best shock tuning around. Maxxis Tires. Who am I forgetting, Sam? PRP. Anybody else? Alpine Off-Road. Yeah, we love these guys. They make it happen, but it really goes out to the family.
Well, congratulations up here on your finish, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from these finishers, and what a race it's been. We're just wrapping up now. This was the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and this has been the limited class races. But there's been nothing limited about the racing we've been seeing today. Absolutely epic stuff. Dominated by Brock Hager. Took the lead early on in the first lap, and then just held a solid 3-minute lead all the way through all 4 65-mile laps. Finished first ahead of Doug Matag and third ahead of Dallas Gonzalez. But still, we've got finishers coming up on stage, and this is another Class 10 vehicle, or B2. And Pam's going to be speaking to him. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Stan Potter. You are the second Class 10 car to come through today in a single seat. How was it out there for you?
It was good. You know, we're off to a good start, and then we had lost about, I don't know, probably close to an hour with power steering, and I didn't have any rear brakes the whole day. But besides that, you know, that's off-road racing. You got to just persevere, and we got to the finish line. So.
Yeah, and it definitely would have been hard to finish this race without power steering. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can see by the size of my arms, there's no way that I could do something like that. So yeah, but yeah, it was good. You know, it's always good practice. You know, even when you're not in contention to win, you know, it's just good like mental practice to get out there and just race and drive as hard as you can and try to save the car. And yeah, I want to thank King Shocks and BF Goodrich, Maxima, and FJ Willert Contracting. They're the ones that make this happen. So yeah, it was awesome.
Well, congratulations up here on your finish. I know you're ready to go relax, so we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up for Stan Potter.
Thank you very much, Pam. And still the finishers are crossing the line. Very pleased to see that Sierra Romo has also crossed the line. And hopefully we'll be getting to have a chat with her. But we're just lining up now, or getting ready for this Class 11 showdown. Really looking forward to this. Looking out across Hammertown, see all the Class 11s lining up. Now, if you don't know what a Class 11 is, think Herbie, but think really fast Herbie. VW Beetles. But coming up on stage now is none other than the legend himself, Off-Road Hall of Famer. It's Brad Lovell, and he's going to be talking to Pam. Pam.
Thanks, Jim. Brad Lovell up here at the finish in your Bronco with a smile on your face. You just came from Dakar as well. How is it feeling right now to be up here at the finish line?
You know, we had so much fun out there running this Bronco Raptor. The course is getting torn up, but this one is optimized a little bit more for racing versus a factory Bronco Raptor, which is what we were pre-running in. But I can't tell you how much fun Adam and I had out there bouncing around in this thing. The course is tough. There's some big hills. I don't know how these guys are making it up in two-wheel drive. Sand, and then a bunch of high-speed stuff. We hit 106 out there on the Marine base in two-track. And I was remembering, I used to run spec truck, and I remember thinking 100 miles an hour is pretty fast on two-track, and we're doing it in a stock vehicle. So great time out there.
Well, that's super cool. I mean, you beat a Class 10 speed earlier because they went like 101, I think is what they went.
Well, I saw it. We don't have it on the Motec, but I saw 106 on the dash.
Well, that's super awesome. And Brad, I know it takes an Army to get you out here, and you have a lot of people to thank.
Yeah, for sure. Ford Performance, obviously, letting us run this Bronco Raptor out here. We have the whole team out here. They're bouncing back and forth between main pit and remote pit. Hats off to those guys fueling us up. We pitted with BFG, as we do every time we go down to Mexico. And really, I got to thank AMSOIL. AMSOIL's been a sponsor of ours coming out here ever since we've been coming to King of the Hammers. I think this is my 18th one. And that's a lot. And we've had ones, like probably the worst one we had, we didn't even start because we blew the engine out there pre-running. Second worst one was last year when we only went 3 miles. But that's King of the Hammers. We got wins out here. It's a tough endeavor. It's the toughest one-day race in the world. Yeah, we got to go over and check out the car with Ford Performance. That is an excruciating ordeal, but this is the toughest one-day race I've ever seen. It's the biggest race I worry about every year as far as being prepared.
Well, here you are, though. You obviously were very prepared to get you up here to the finish line, and congratulations.
Yeah, that's it. Bronco Raptor taking home first in class, so really excited about that, and can't thank our sponsors and our team enough. We also got to think about Fox, Method Race Wheels, BFG tires. We're beating the crap out of those things out here. So happy to be here. Happy to be coming across the podium first.
Well, it's good to see you up here with Adam in the passenger seat over there. So good job. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you, Pam.
All right, let's give it up for Brad Lovell.
Thank you, Pam. Always a pleasure to see Brad Lovell. And it's no surprise to see him on yet another podium. Want to give all of these people as much time as they can get as we head towards the Class 11 showdown. And what a fantastic day it's been here.
It's
Emmy.
been such a great day of racing. The fans have just been, the fans have made it, you know, out there spectating safely, staying off of the course, picking up all of their trash, because I know everyone is picking up their trash out here. Now, if you do care about our public lands, which I know everybody does, there are cleanups that happen. In the morning, you can meet with the Gambler 500 crews at 8 o'clock out by Gate 1, and they will lead you on a really fun cleanup tour. If you want to see some really weird built vehicles, you can go do that. And Tread Lightly also sponsors cleanups up at Chocolate Thunder every morning as well. So there's plenty of ways that you can contribute and give back to this beautiful desert that gives us so much fun and so much enjoyment.
Okay, now I've got another car coming up on stage. I've got a feeling that it might be coming up here mandrolically, but we will see.
I don't know. It sounds pretty rumbly.
So here we go. It's your favorite car. It's the Cybertruck, Emmy.
It's the 12-car Cybertruck. That guy's going to hate me for calling it the Cybertruck.
Okay, let's throw it down to Pam. Pam.
All right, Ricky Cook. Oh my gosh, they keep calling your car a Cybertruck, but I just now realized, I didn't realize that you're the Campbell crew here.
A Cybertruck wasn't even thought of when this was built.
Emmy Hall's up there laughing at it, but I know it takes the Army to get you guys out here. We're trying to get the Class 11 race going, but I want you to be able to thank your sponsors. So who all helps you to get out here?
Well, my wife, first of all, and of course Shannon, All Start Electric, and Max has helped me out a lot too, and same with ADS. And of course, Shannon, I can't do anything without him. Rugged Radios, that is right. That way he could yell at me. So, but no, I had fun. This is my first race. I only had about 20 minutes in the seat of this before I raced. I didn't get a pre-lap or anything else, so it was fun.
Well, here you are at the finish line. Congratulations.
That was the goal. I finally got one.
That's a good goal to have. But Ricky Cook, congratulations.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Absolutely fantastic. Now, let's be clear. What we were suggesting is that Elon saw this and then went on to
Right.
build
And
a
Elon was like, that is
Yeah.
such a cool vehicle. I have to take that idea. But then he was just going to take it and make it look like, you know, this terrible thing, like
Don't
it was
run
driven by
too
a
far
12.
with this, Em.
I'm
Don't
getting
run
myself
too
in
far
more
with
trouble,
this.
so I'm just going to shut up. I'm just shutting up. I just love it because it's air-cooled Volkswagen.
Yeah, it's a very cool car indeed. That's why I love these open desert classes. You can get them out here, come and race. It's fantastic to see, but it's another one of our UTVs coming up on stage right now. This is a car 21.
27, I believe.
27,
this
actually. I
is
do
Cash
apologise.
LaCroix.
It is Cash LaCroix. Now, this is going to be an interesting story.
Oh, I can't wait. Go for it, Pam.
Take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. He can't shut the car off, and we had to just stop him. He has no brakes. Cash, this isn't short course. You're not supposed to hover over that left foot braking.
That was rough.
But I bet you had a blast. You always have a smile on your face out here doing the desert. You co-drove last year, but driving this year, having fun?
It's fun, but we're ready to go to bed.
I don't blame you. I know it takes a whole army, too, to get you out here, so who all would you like to thank?
Can-Am Off-Road, these Maverick cars are so legit. Elka Suspension and Double E got the shocks completely dialed. And Raceline Wheels and Maxxis Tires, they're a good combo, and Schaefer's oil.
All right, well, Cash LaCroix will let you get going and go take a nap, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up.
I love
Thank
that
you very much, Pam.
his
and
first
Cash
thing
LaCroix.
is-
Now, Cash was dueling up the front end earlier in this race. So it just goes to show how much effort you have to put in.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
really
he's
does.
exhausted. He sounded exhausted. He's like, no, man, the first thing I need to do is go to bed. That's amazing.
Yeah, now here we go. This is a young lady we wanted to see up a little bit earlier. So let's find out what's going on. This is Sierra Romo. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Sierra Romo up here at the finish line. Always smiling. Your hair looks amazing. How is that?
Oh man, it was a long day. We had a first 2 clean laps, and then the third lap just was not our day. But that's King of the Hammers, and we're at the finish. We completed all of our laps, so that's really all that matters.
Exactly, 100%. And I know it takes an army to get you out here, so who all would you like to thank?
First and foremost, I got to thank my mom, my dad, my biggest supporters, my co-driver, my pit crew, Polaris Racer, Maxxis Tires, VP Race Fuels, Baja Designs, Chupacabra, Lone Star, Proline Wraps, Shock Therapy, Hostile, Anti-Gravity Batteries, and everybody else who gets me here.
Well, Sierra Romo, congratulations on finishing this race. I heard it was brutal.
It sure was.
All right, let's give it up for Sierra Romo.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Sierra Romo. And we're just going to keep dialing up these cars right now, pushing them through and getting ready for this Class 11 showdown. Pam, go, take it away.
Jim? Oh, there we go. I wasn't going for a second. Zach Quiros, here we are at the finish line. How was the track?
Oh, it was a rough day today, but we enjoyed all of it. We had a good, clean day today, no issues. It's our third hammers, and we finally conquered hammers, so that's a good feeling.
That's a great feeling, and I would love to know who all does it take to get you out here?
I definitely got to thank all my friends and family, my parents, my wife for being out here, my cousin for sitting in the passenger seat. You know, it's not easy being in the passenger seat of these things. My sponsors, Mirage Motorsports, System 3, Wheels and Tires, had zero issues with those things all day. Baja Designs lights, Engine Ice for keeping the car cool, KWI clutching, Voltairix lights. It takes a lot of people for sure.
Yes, it does. I always say it takes a small army, sometimes a large army, but congratulations on your finish.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Zach Quiros.
All right, thank you, Pam. As we're rolling through the last of the finishers here, again, we've got the Class 11 race coming up in just a hot second. But we've got yet another golf cart. I'm sorry, did I say golf cart?
It's another finisher. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with Victor Benedict up here at the finish line. How you feel?
Good, tired. It got rough after about 2 laps, really rough.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. It got really, really, really rough out there for everybody. But I know it takes an army to get you out here. Who all does it take?
First off, my co-dog, Ricky, he prepped the entire car, went through it. We had zero issues today, 0 flats, no belts. We took fuel. That was it. And we ran hard as we can.
Well, that's good. I mean, it's a good day. You didn't have any belts, no tires, no nothing, just fuel. That's a successful day in itself.
Yeah, I'd like to all my family, my wife, my friends that came out and supported me. Joey from Podium Shocks kept us smooth all day long. I can't say enough. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, congratulations on your finish, and I'm so excited you have that great smile on your face still.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Victor Benedict.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. And coming up on stage in a moment, we will have none other than the 968 of Jeff Martin. What a beautiful evening we have here. So Pam is going to be having a chat there to Jeff, finding out how his day's been. And then we'll get things moving for this Class 11 showdown. Pam, all yours.
All right, Jeff Martin here at the finish line, taking probably a very well-deserved drink of water. How you feel?
I feel pretty good. It was a frustrating day. We broke some stuff, but the car worked great. Car worked super good, especially through the chop. You know, there was some nasty chop out there, and we were rocking and rolling, you know, doing between 80 and 90 the whole time. So it was good.
Good. Well, you're here at the finish line. Who all would you like to thank for getting you here?
Number one, my wife for putting up with all this ridiculousness that we do. Number two, Chris Blaze and his whole team. My co-driver, I don't know of anybody who would want to just get in a car and get the heck beat out of him all day long and get yelled at and screamed at and then have to fix a car, but he does it and he does a good job. And everybody else who helps us. So.
Congratulations on your finish. We'll see you next time.
All right, thank you, Pam.
All right.
Thank you very much, Pam. Well, those are our finishers here for the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, the limited vehicles. Up next, we have the Class 11s, and these are our unofficial top 10
Let's run through that top
overall.
10. So in 10th position, we've got Dylan Smoke. In 9th,
Mikey Kelly.
In 8th is Christian Matlock.
7th is Justin Buckley.
In 6th is Wayne Matlock.
5th is Michael McFadden.
In 4th is Max Eddie Jr.
3rd, Dallas Gonzalez.
And in 2nd is Doug Matag, the birthday boy himself. But in 1st place it is
Brock Hager.
What a fantastic day of racing it has been so far. But it's not over yet. Now we're going to be switching over and we're going to be getting out there with the Class 11 showdown. I cannot wait to get this started.
Let's get it started. Yes, it is going to be such a great show. We're so excited for these guys. They are definitely the crowd favorite out here. We've got some good surprises here for you. So these Class 11s, they are going to be going on the 6-mile qualifying course. They will have 35 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, we've been debating how quickly they're going to be able to get through this lap because everything here is certainly super dug out, but you cannot stop a Class 11. They will roll through absolutely anything. Whoops, rocks, it doesn't matter. So we are going to be getting those guys out here pretty soon. They're scheduled to start in 2 minutes. And
now, Emmy,
yes.
I'm going to haul you up there. I'm looking down the list of starters that I've got here right now, and we've got some big hitters out there.
Big
we've got
people.
Brian Crofts. Now, this is a man who's won the Ultra 4 4400 National Championship. He knows what it takes to win. We've also got Cowboy Cerrone. We've got Troy Grabowski. We've got Chris Eisenhower, Chris May, another 4400 racer who switched across to Class 11, Todd Remery, Dennis Stenton, Caden Wells, and Blake Wilkie, and a whole host of other racers out there. I'm really looking forward to this.
Now, this is going to be great. Now, I saw some of these guys race out at Crandon in that short course arena, and that was super fun. This is short, but it's definitely out in the desert. I do want to call out Will Harris because I know he came out all the way from North Carolina. So, Will, thanks for making the trek across the country to come out here and race in the PRP Class 11 Showdown presented by MP. We're so stoked that you guys are here.
Yeah, so we're just lining up right now, getting ready for this Class 11 showdown. We can see that big old flag there flying. What do you call that one, Emmy?
With the big old flag? That's the American flag. I salute you.
Is that Old Glory? Is that what you call it?
Well, yes, we do call it Old Glory. What do you call your flag?
Well, let's not go there. It once flew over these fine hills. We're not talking about that today.
Ooh, right. Listen to all that air-cooled
11s.
goodness happening out there.
Now, Fish, we've been watching so much racing today.
Yeah.
But these Class 11s are something else entirely, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we just had a little bit of a change, too. Dave was just up here. They had to cut some of the course off because they weren't going to make it through that wash like we were
told
looking at
you
earlier. So it sounds like, if I heard Dave right, they're going to take them out on a sight lap in a minute and show them two laps of a new little change. So when we first see them going right here, it sounds like they might be on like a sight parade type lap.
Okay.
With them showing the course change to them or something.
Okay, that's fascinating.
Now, just checking down on our runners and riders, and we've got 28 vehicles
28
entered for
vehicles.
this class.
Yep. 28 vehicles, and like you said, some real heavy hitters that are going to be out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about famous people who drive in Class 11, I suppose they don't get any more famous than Blake Wilkie. He really did pick this class up and set it on the map, pushing it onto social media, doing all kinds of crazy things. But since that time, it has grown and grown. In the last 5 years, we've seen an absolutely exponential rise in the number of Class 11 vehicles.
Yeah, you used to be able to buy a Class 11 fully prepped and ready to race for 10 grand. That is not the case anymore.
No.
That is not the case.
You have people spending almost twice that on a motor.
Exactly. Because part of the thing is you don't have a lot of the parts from Germany anymore. So you're trying to source parts from other places. People are they're putting a lot of R&D into these motors to get as much horsepower out as possible from these stock Class 11 1600 motors.
Absolutely. Now, Fish, we've got an expert joining us in the booth. Who have you got next to you?
We do. I'm going to let him introduce himself right here. He's going to tell us about this race. What do we have going on
here
today?
All right, guys. My name is Donnie Donovan. I'm also a Class 11 racer. I'm not racing today. I got a broken collarbone, but I wouldn't call myself an expert. I've been racing a few years, but I got a good general understanding about this class and these cars.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the booth, Donnie. We look forward to hearing your
Yes.
insights during this race. Now, let's start with the basics. Who are the runners and riders? Who are the big guns we need to be looking out for?
I'll be honest. Looking at this lineup, there's 10 cars out there that are capable of winning this race. Obviously, everybody knows Blake Wilkie. He's starting mid-pack. And Ryan Rodriguez, he's been one of the winningest drivers of the last few years. He's driving the LA Armor car, sponsored by Slow Ride. And then we got, there's some sleepers that I think are getting overlooked. Obviously, Oliver Clemente, he's from Ensenada. He's been super, super fast for years. Jim York, and people look at Jim York like, he's this crazy guy, but he's
He's the guy with the
Believe it or
limo
not,
sometimes, right?
He
He's got a
jumps
limo
limos,
at some races.
He does crazy crap. But I know Jim. He's actually a calculated driver, and he has gotten really fast. He's gotten really fast. Somebody else to look out for is Eric Reinhardt. He's been my co-driver for the last 3 years. He's got about 3 or 4 races under his belt now, and I expect him to be in the top 5. He actually has made me a lot faster of a driver. Somebody else that's really up and coming is David Sanchez. He's just right here from the high desert, so this is his backyard. He's doing really well in the desert races out here. Look for him to be out front. Obviously, the Eisenhower brothers. Chris Eisenhower they grew up racing from go-karts to trophy trucks. They're incredible drivers. One person that people might not have heard of, he came all the way from North Carolina, is Will Harris. He races UTVs, but he's been into Class 11 the last couple years now, and he's a really, really good driver. I heard Troy Grabowski, that's a Class 11 car, coming from their trophy truck team. I heard it's his first race. His brothers usually drive the 11 car, so I'm excited to see what he does.
Yeah, and I'm loving all of this. But we're talking about innovation inside of this. This was a class that was kind of a bit dead a few years ago, but now it's really starting to pick up.
Yeah.
And we look at things like Raceline wheels, building an alloy wheel that is an exact replica of the steel wheels, because you can't buy steel wheels for these vehicles anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's great. This Class 11 in the last 30 years has had its ups and downs. I've heard stories about the Class 11 guys not even being able to pit with all the other classes out at desert races because they were these just oddball guys out there for fun. But there's guys like Dennis Sletton, who's been racing for 30 years now. He's racing here today, and he's one of the pioneers of this class. And I feel like him and his family have carried this class on their back through the ups and the downs over the years. And I truly believe Class 11 would not be as popular as it is today without the guys like Dennis, who have been ride or die Class 11 all these years.
One of the things that I've always loved about Class 11 is that everyone is very open and helpful with everyone else, at least in the pits. Now, once you're out there racing, then it's kind of every man for himself, but you guys are really good about sharing new ideas. I saw on Facebook someone needed an adjuster installed. And someone like Dennis went out there and installed an adjuster in the dirt, and that's not an easy job to do in the dirt.
That was a hard thing. Dennis, Mauro Diaz, who lives right across the road out here, they were all in there helping. But don't get me wrong, this class, there's guys that are professional race car drivers in this class, and then there's 5 or 6 guys that are here this weekend that are racing for their very first time. So you're going to notice that on this track. There's going to be guys getting lapped, so the top 10 group is very, very competitive now. I mean, a few years ago, I feel like Blake was winning 75% of the races. It's not like that no more. He's still...
Yeah, if someone wants to, you just said there's these new people out here. If people are coming in right now and they're watching this and they're like, you know what, I want to go do that. How much does a Class 11 car cost nowadays? Obviously, there's a little bit of difference between a top car and a middle car. What kind of price range are we looking at?
That's a very, very open question. And there's top level Class 11 cars. People are spending about $50,000 on them now.
Did you say 50 grand?
So 50 grand for a Class 11, the top guys.
On the flip side, and this is something that I'm getting ready to start in our shop at Slow Ride Garage next week, is we're going to build a Class 11 for all my friends and guys that I work with on a budget. And I'm very confident that we will be able to build a Class 11 car that will be competitive enough to compete with the top 5 drivers. We're going to try to do it for under $20,000.
Are you going to be documenting all of that on your socials and everything?
That's our goal, and that is the goal, is to really focus on our YouTube channel and focus on how we build. We're gonna say, hey, this is what I recommend, because there's ways, you could, every part you can buy brand new, top of the line, or you could find a used German, for instance, fenders. You buy a new fender, you spend a couple $100. You can still find old fenders in the swap meets for $20, $30 sometimes. So there are parts out there.
So we've got people at home, they're sitting there going, okay, Class 11, it's a VW Beetle, but what safety modifications do you need to make to these cars so they can become race cars, not just VW Beetles?
Yeah. First and foremost, all the Class 11 cars that you're going to see on the track today have a full roll cage, and most of them will meet USACs. They'll meet almost the toughest safety standards. So the thing that I always tell people about this class and why I'm so confident and comfortable racing in this class is not only are you racing a car with a full roll cage that has to be at least 1.5 inches thick, 0.95, but it's inside of a full metal car. So a UTV, you're racing a roll cage with some panels on it. In Class 11, you're racing a full metal car with a full roll cage, safety roll cage in it. So.
And it's almost like, because you can take the body off of that pan, it's almost like you have kind of the strength of a body-on-frame vehicle, right? Because you've just got that pan and then the body bolts on top of it. So, and in the front, because you've got those torsion leafs in the front, it's a little bit of a stronger thing. Now in the rears, can they run a swing axle and a regular IRS?
Yeah.
It's your choice.
I don't think there's any cars out here today running a swing axle transmission. I might be wrong. There might be one that I don't know about. 90% of people, 95% of people in this class nowadays are racing with the IRS, that independent rear suspension, just because it is, a little bit stronger. The drums are stronger and whatnot. So that is open. That is.
But you need to have the stock 1600 motor, and there's very little that you can actually do to that motor to get more horsepower. Most of these vehicles are like 50, 60 horsepower.
When you say stock 16, it is not a stock 1600 anymore. It's a 1600 cc engine with lots of factory specs, but the fact that it has to be a 1600 cc engine is what is making this class so expensive. So, to get a lighter rod that are lighter pistons and cylinders, so that's driving the cost up of building an engine. So from what my guess is, the fastest car out here might be close to 100 horsepower in their engine nowadays, and those engines are getting pretty pricey. I mean, there's a lot of good MP parts on a car to make it superior, but for half the price, you could probably get into the 80-something horsepower range, and in the desert, a lot of the races, you can still be competitive right
now.
Yeah,
and your motor, when you just try to push it to 80, your motor is going to last a lot longer than if you're going all out with 100. So it's trying to find that happy medium of what is your goal. If your goal is to win, then sure, you got to put that money in and you got to take that risk of blowing up your motor every other race. If you just want to have fun and be like mid-pack and just be part of the group, like you're going to do fine with 80 horsepower.
Yeah. Honestly, there's races that you can win in 80 horsepower. I mean, there's a lot of races that 75% of the people don't finish. So a lot of times finishing is everything, and I think that's a big reason why they changed the course the last minute. Now that we're going to be racing on the short course, is the track is just too rutted out. It's too deep, and Dave came over and told us, he's like, 80% of the guys are not going to be able to make it up the first hill and around the track.
Right.
And therefore, after the leaders come around, if they do make it through there, it's going to be a dead end.
Right.
So.
And these transmissions that they have, these are also stock bug transmission. You can't upgrade to a bus transmission like you can in other classes, and you're just 4 speeds forward and reverse.
The rule of this class is you have to run stock gear ratios. So the way to change the gearing in this class is your tire size. So it's a catch-22. Sometimes you want to run a smaller tire for your gear ratio purposes, but you lose the clearance. So it gets pretty strategic, and them changing the course at the last minute, it threw a lot of people off.
Yeah.
People who are running a desert tire, they would have been running a much shorter tire if they would have known it's going to be on a short course. So it's always interesting, and that's why I say there's 10 people out there that are capable of winning this race today.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. I mean, you look at it and you're like, well, it's just a stock bug. Like, what could go into it? And it's like, no, everything goes into it. Everything.
It's a lot. And engine-wise, I'd say there's 4 or 5 guys out there, engine builders, that have been building and tweaking Class 11, these 1600 engines for years. Tim Sletton's one of them. George Jimenez Racing is one of them. Competitive Edge is one of them. And they've spent so much time dynoing and making these tiny little adjustments to keep the car legal, the engine legal for the class, to gain just one little extra horsepower here and there.
Yeah, it's small, catch monkey, right? You gotta have a lot of little tiny small goals, and then you catch the monkey, which is the prize.
Exactly.
So how many cheaters do we have out here today, you think?
I'll be honest.
Give me a number. You don't tell me who. I just want to know who.
I honestly
Or I
don't
just
think
want to know how
there's
many.
any. There's always
None.
There's always a lot of
Whoa.
finger pointing in this class.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
It's the
like
giveaway when you can hear 8 cylinders.
It's happened for years. The guys who are winning the most, everybody's like, they gotta be cheating. I've heard that about Blake so many times. And there's tracks where he truly outdrives everybody. And in a drag race on the street, his car would not be that much faster than anybody.
But this
Ryan Rodriguez is another one. I expect him to be out front. I think he's got by far the wrong. Yeah. Yep. Will do.
Yeah.
So
do we have any kind of? I mean, this is not this race doesn't matter in terms of like points or anything like that. But is there a big prize for this race for these guys?
Okay, so what we're doing this year for King of the Hammers races, we got PRP and MP are the title sponsors for this race. They've donated a lot of parts, and we got this white bug out front that we're actually going to be parting out to the top 11 finishers. So something completely different and unique that we're doing. King Shocks donated a full set of Class 11 shocks, and those have kind of been the industry standard for years. So first place finisher today gets to choose anything off of that white bug out front, whether it be the King Shocks, the PRP seats, the MP trans case. MP donated a bunch of different parts. MP carburetors is what everybody uses, and that's one of the things. But yeah, so that's there's 11 prizes that we've created. Boxo donated a tool roll set, and the list goes on.
So whoever wins or whoever is placing, they can choose one item.
One item
off of the white
car.
bug.
Yeah.
And
so
is that your white bug?
it's not my white bug anymore. I donated the white bug to this prize. So I would put a value of the bug maybe $1,500 because it has a great perfect front end. That's a perfect core to build for this class. It's got a transmission. The body's pretty solid. The pan's fairly solid. That's one of the prizes. If you pick the car, you get the body, the shell, the front end, and the transmission only. But
okay.
My guess is the King Shocks are going to be one of the first prizes to go, just because that's.
I'm not being funny, but I'm really
$4,000.
hoping that this kind of prize echoes down into other classes.
No, this is an amazing idea.
Can you
I love this
imagine
idea.
having one of the Gomez cars where you can pick any bit you want?
It kind of happened just randomly, just Blake and I talking about ideas of what's going to happen here at King of the Hammers, and we kind of came up with this, So
It's a great idea.
It's fantastic.
Right, let's bring this on back a bit. So we've heard all about the cars, how you make a Class 11 car out of a standard VW Beetle. We've heard a little bit about what it takes to be out there racing. Fish, let's talk a little bit about this course out there, because there's been a couple of changes, hasn't there?
Yeah, I think we're going to kind of find out together once we see them start going out here exactly what our course is going to be, which they're doing right now. So here we go. This is supposed to be a sight lap, and we're going to, hopefully we can get a drone, if we can, to follow them the whole lap so we can see exactly where they're going. I don't know if they're only doing the infield, it sounds like now maybe. So let's see if we can figure out what we're doing here.
Yeah, this tracking is going to be interesting. We've got if you're on the YB tracker, you can see the road, the course that they were going to take, which again was our qualifying lap. So let's see what happens now.
It does look like we do have timing. So the timing page just reset and it says staging. So I'm hoping possibly, or that's for the race tomorrow. We'll find out in a few minutes here. We'll see if we have timing or not.
Well, it would be nice to have some kind of timing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is a race.
Although saying that, this is a physical fight for first position race.
Exactly.
So if you cross the line first,
You're the
are
winner.
first.
Correct. So there's no corrected times in this race. So it kind of, the thing that's going to be the hardest is keeping track of who's done how many laps at this point, unless we have the timing here.
Now, I'm going to play dumb here. How do they work out the starting order for this race?
He said it was a random draw.
It was a random draw. They walked down the line, a row of cars with a hat and numbers in it, and everybody picked.
Hey, if this was me, you could put me straight at the back. I am rubbish at those things.
Yeah, we'll see. I see Chris Eisenhower second to last, so he's at the back of the pack. But I would guess within a few laps he's in the top 6 or 7.
Now, we were chatting to our events director, Ben Napier, earlier, and he was saying that we're going to be racing 3 laps plus 1. Is that correct?
Well, no, we're going to do a lot more than that now if it's on the infield.
Gotcha.
Because we're doing 45 minutes is what they
Okay,
said.
yeah, just being here in that size. 45 minutes, then the white flag. So what's going to happen? 45 minutes of racing, and then after that, they're going to see a white flag, and they're going to get one more lap.
So it'll be whoever has finished the most laps in 45 minutes.
I'm going to get dizzy.
45 minutes is the longest short course race in the history of Class 11.
Especially if they stick just to this short course area, because
endurance.
it's not very big. It's not very long.
Do all these guys have enough fuel in their car for that, do you think?
I think so. Because
Yeah?
they were anticipating a desert.
More miles,
yeah,
right?
A desert
Okay.
race for.
So everybody should be okay on fuel.
Everybody should be okay.
Okay.
All right, so they are taking out, this is their little sighting lap, so they all know.
So that's Dave Cole in the front, I believe. They're leading them around in his Bronco.
I love that.
And
so this is that. None of them. They're going to have to be marking this on their GPS right now if they want to, because this is not the file that they had before. It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, co-drivers are like, how do I use this? How do I use this?
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like they are going to go up into the desert at least a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're
they'll
gonna
go
go
up to
around
the backdoor wash.
Okay, so
No,
they
they're
are
not
gonna
going
get
to backdoor wash.
They're not? Okay.
Yeah.
So wait, they're going up.
They're going to
no,
go
this is round the
straight
back of
here,
King
and
Hill.
then they're going to turn left and come back in, basically.
Awesome.
No, they're
Okay,
still
so
going up the
not
hill,
just-
dude.
I know. They're going to go left around the hill and then come back in.
Dave's freestyling.
Oh, I see what you,
He's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
go
yeah.
left around the hill and then
Yeah.
come back in, and then they'll be back in on the short course by where the over-under jump was.
And have we fixed the gap jump? Because I would like to see that.
I don't think they're going to be
I
doing
doubt
the gap
they'll
jump.
have
Be
everybody in the
amazing.
gap
Just
jump.
once,
It
just
would
once.
not surprise me if Jim York and Diesel Ryan Rodriguez hit that gap jump.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
They should.
So from what I heard is the 40, they just finished, Tim Sletton just finished their brand new car, and if I'm not mistaken, they drew number 1 or number 2, so they're all the way up at the front. So it'll be interesting to see what they get.
This thing, you can just see there's a slight climb on the right-hand side of King Hill.
Yeah, and that can get pretty rocky and gnarly back in there. I mean, I don't think anybody has raced there for this, but there's still a lot of obstacles to get through. And then when they're going to come back around, I mean, it looks like they're going to avoid some of that area that's been dug out. But if they're racing in there, somebody might actually get pushed off into that line.
So they're going to go straight right here and go back through the over-under jump. So they're not going to be lined up to be able to hit it. Someone would
Right.
have to go wide there, basically, to be able to hit
You'd have
it.
to go really wide to get enough speed for
So
that.
you have to be literally committing suicide to hit
I
it.
predict somebody's going to try to hit that.
I hope so. That would be awesome for all of us watching. So that's it.
So
That's
this
you
is
just
a-
saw the lap there.
This is a lot more than a short course race. It's going to be a fun track because going around that mountain, there's some deep whoops.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a little bit of everything in this race, from short course to the Talladega turn to whoops to some sand, some rocks.
There's going to be some the fenders are going to be left out.
I think that was a good call, honestly, because that wash, it could have just ruined the race. Remember, like if Baldwin Hill did a couple years ago when only 2 people made it over?
Yeah.
That was, that would have been dumb. So I think good call
Look
here
at
by
that.
Dave Cole
That's
changing
the
it up.
That's
And
the
we gotta
Starstream
remember-
in-car of Blake. And
We've got to remember that these cars are mostly over 40 years old.
More than that.
Exactly.
I
That's
would
what I'm saying,
say
more than 40 years old. They're
most of
two-wheel
them-
drive and running very small tires.
Yep. And running on very, very old technology. This is what kills me, as we were talking earlier about all that shock technology and everything. And then these vehicles, the technology is from, 1930? And it's still compatible. It's still
similar to the very first Volkswagens. And the German engineering on these things was brilliant and far ahead of their time. And there's a reason why this became the best-selling vehicle of all time. And, okay, the race started. Look at that.
Did they start?
No,
Did it?
when the
Okay.
pace car pulls off,
Oh.
I think that's when they're going to be.
Dave said 2 laps, but maybe he's only doing 1.
I don't know. I'm not convinced. This doesn't look like race pace to me. This.
Oh, Dave's still there, they said.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
He's probably just going a little faster this lap to give him a little better
Exactly.
idea.
Okay, so if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we are getting ready for the 2025 Class 11 Showdown here in Hammertown, Johnson Valley, California. Fish, it's fantastic to be back out here at King of the Hammers. Are you looking forward to this?
I'm looking at that turn right there, and I'm wondering who's going to be the first one to take the very inside line of that turn right there, because that is a very unofficial turn right there, right?
I'm wondering who's going to be the first to roll it in that turn.
Actually, if you're looking there, there is an orange cone there. So
And they're coming up into that, right into the sun.
I predict every lap that
Gonna get
corner is
shorter?
going to get wider and wider. It's going to end up in being 4 or 5 lanes and 3
And
laps.
it also doesn't look like the wind is going through that little valley there, because the dust is really hanging on the other side of King Mountain there. So that might get a little gnarly.
Dust.
Going into the sun and having dust?
Okay, now
daylight
right,
are
pay attention,
huge
ladies and
factor.
gentlemen, because we see Dave Cole coming down now, and he's making his way. He'll be going under the gap jump and making his way around to the start finish.
I would assume we're going to see Dave stop somewhere and stack everybody up and then get everybody on a rolling start, is what my guess would be.
All right, so the start's going to be at the straightaway after the start-finish line. So
Look at the size of that
I know
jump.
that jump is-
Swallows those little Class 11s.
Was that a car parked on top of it, blocking it?
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Somebody move that car.
Jim, go move that car so we can see him. Someone will do it. We'll
Okay,
do it.
ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this. This is our Class 11 showdown for 2025. Dave
Stack 'em
Cole
up.
is stacking the pack. He's going to be coming around the corner, and I expect he's going to peel off towards the pits and let them go over the first jump. Let's see. Are you ready for this, Hammertown? Oh, yeah, here we go.
All right, that's Cole Witt in a brand new car built by the Eisenhower brothers in the pole position.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I'm expecting any time now as Dave comes around this corner onto the straightaway. I'm expecting to see Dave Cole peel away, and this race will go live.
He's going to turn in right here.
Anytime now. Get ready for this. There
There
we
he
go. Race time, baby. This is the 2025 Class 11 Showdown here at Hammertown.
Oh my gosh, look at how
That's the
close
40 car out front.
wheel-to-wheel racing
All
right there.
Cole Witt and the 40 car.
Oh, 4
Troy
wide.
Dabrowski's
4
in
wide down the
third
straightaway.
right now.
And they're coming into the Talladega
Holy
bend.
cow.
28 Class 11 vehicles making their way into this bend. Look at this.
Oh!
Blake's made his way to 3rd place already. Not even half a lap. That's what I'm saying.
It's pushing hard here. So, Donnie, who we got out in front there?
Out there, that's Cole Witt in the brand new car built by the Eisenhower brothers at their shop. And
Blake
just
Wilkie's
moved
made
up to
past. He's
second.
made himself up into 2nd position.
Yep. Then we got Oliver Clemente right behind Blake now. He's already at 3rd place.
All right, so this started at about 3 minutes ago. The timer is working if you guys are
There's
looking at the
number
timer.
1, our 11:51. That's Will Harris. He's a sleeper. He's a really good driver. He came all the way out here from North Carolina. I expect to see him, moving up a couple more spaces.
Now, Emmy, you called it. You said about the sunshine shining down in
Yep,
there, and look at the dust as well. And there's people already trying to find lines going wide.
So it looks like on the timing here, we might be racing for 35 minutes, not 45, because the countdown timer is going from 35.
I did hear it was a 35-minute race.
Okay, so 35 minutes. We're at 33 minutes right now.
It looks like Blake Wilkie has made the lead. So, Blake Wilkie, where did he start?
He started.
He was
around
mid-pack.
10th, I believe.
There's his
He
live
took
in
a
car right there with Blake.
Very good line at the beginning of the race. Went wide outside and passed quite a few people.
Yeah, he passed a lot of people in the infield right there when it just first off the line.
I believe that's Oliver Clemente's in 3rd place. And
Yep.
it's that brand new Eisenhower car of the Cole Witt's driving in 2nd place still. They started at the front and they're holding their position.
It's Blake Wilkie, Cole Witt, Oliver Clemente, Kevin Reardon, Diesel Ryan, Brian Crofts, Will Harris, Jim York. That's your top 8.
All right, so so Wilkie turned in a fast lap of 2:14.
So
I
2:14
think
is the
those are
pace set
fast
there.
lap times. I'm sorry.
And it's Blake Wilkie. Now I'm looking down my list here. He was starting right the way back down there, but this is a man, he knows everything there is to know about racing Class 11s.
Okay, Diesel Ryan in the LA Armor car. He's moved into 4th position.
Yeah, we almost need the cameras to focus on the middle to the backpack, right?
Yeah,
More
absolutely.
action back there.
Where the racing is.
Yeah, it's too easy up front here.
Exactly. We're watching Blake just checking out there. And the thing that makes these cars so great is the potential for overtaking. And it really is a spec class.
It's a limited class, definitely. Spec, limited.
And look at them coming. That dust is just, I mean, it's funny here in town, the wind is blowing, but right out there, a quarter mile away from here, that dust is hanging.
In driving, they're driving right into the sun as it's coming down. So every year, this race, it's strategic. You're driving into the sun, so between the sun and the dust, it's technical.
And here comes Wilkie one more time, making his way round. Coming through, and he will be completing lap 2.
Yeah, so we're going to get about 14 or 15 laps here.
Yeah.
This is a fun race. Every year, King of the Hammers is definitely something I look forward to. It's, you know, there's a little bit of everything in this race every year.
But you've got to be so careful out there on this course. You think you've got it dialed, you come around that corner, all of a sudden you get that little kicker and puts you up on your side.
It's crazy how big of a lead Blake has already. How does he have such a big lead after 2 laps? Like, out of all these cars?
He got through the pack really fast. You know, the first lap, I seen everybody was bunched up low inside. He railed the outside berm and passed like 5 people.
Yeah.
So he's got clean air now, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah,
But
he's really good at picking his way through stuff and understanding, looking ahead, not just looking at the car in front of him, but looking 2, 3 cars in front of him so that he can kind of plan his route around those vehicles.
Oh, we've got a fender hanging off
that's,
here.
That's Will Harris.
Oh, is that Will?
1151. That's Will Harris from North Carolina in the
Oh, we got
orange
somebody
car.
stopped.
Big twin from Cerrati's forest land, feet twice the size of a penny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in the seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Yes, he's up there. Oh, somebody's hood flew up. That's class 11 101. Tie down your hood. It will fly up.
What is that called, Jim? The bonnet? Or?
Yeah, we call that a bonnet where we're coming from. But I've also had one fly up as well. As we're watching the Slug Shark there, Blake Wilkie's car.
There's Dennis Sletton. Here he comes.
So if you're just
Cole
joining us,
Rimmer.
this is the 2025 Class 11 Showdown here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. And PRP has stepped up to sponsor this year. Doing great things.
Along with MP, they're always a contributor to this class. They have been for years, you know.
Now, Fish, we've been watching Class 11 for so many years. What I love is they race on different racetracks. So we see them racing in Baja, we see them racing at the Mint, we see them racing here, we see them racing at Crandon, and nothing seems to faze them.
No,
Yeah.
the class gets bigger all the time. You see more entries. I mean, there's some races these guys have had 50 cars in the race now. It's crazy.
And can you imagine if there were a bunch of trophy truck drivers and they said, "Oh, we're going to change your course," and it would be an outrage. Wouldn't happen, and these guys are just like, "Oh yeah, sure, that's cool. We can handle it."
Absolutely, as we watch our current race leader, that is Blake Wilkie in the Slug Shark. And that's the 1129.
Yeah, and this is his first race in a brand new car, holding it second place, Cole Witt. That's very, very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, he's killing that. And let's not forget, we've got some really big names out there. Actually, I haven't seen Cowboy's car out there.
I didn't see him. I don't think he's...
No, I don't think he's racing. And still
He's
the battle
training right
continues.
now.
But we've got everybody has completed a lap now except for Caden Wells. Rodney
that's a
Hubin
bummer.
is just on his first lap, but everyone else is on second, third, or fourth lap.
That's a bummer. Caden is a extremely good driver. You know, he races UTVs and Class 11 sometimes, and I was looking forward to seeing him out here.
Now my tracker is showing Chris in first place right now.
That is definitely incorrect.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's what it's doing. It's showing him on adjusted time in first place, but this is not an adjusted time race.
Right.
So what we've got is Blake Wilkie is ahead,
Right.
but Chris Eisenhower is actually beating him
There's
if there
the
was an
Grabowski
adjusted time
car.
situation on it.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw
Holy
away this
cow,
timer
this
then and watch.
truck, the track looks really rough. Oh my gosh.
But that's the one thing we
There's
love.
Cole
Oh, look at this
Limerick. That's a
fantastic
battle.
action
That's a
here.
battle.
Ooh, double wide over the jump. Yeah,
Let's see if
buddy.
he can take the old high-low on this berm and make a pass.
They are so cool. There is our current race leader.
I wish that's Blake. He's checking out. Let's see. Hopefully we can see how far back second and third place are.
Just waiting to see it cross the line. So Cole Witt's just crossing the line just behind him.
Look at how they're racing shoulder to shoulder right there inside the cabin. There is no room.
Yeah, Blake's holding a very strong sort of 1.5 second lead at the moment. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're there, it feels like forever. It looks like a much bigger
Whoa,
fit.
that
Look
was
at
some
that.
good air.
Yeah, there's Chris Ryan in the LA
Oh, what a
Armor car.
fantastic
Here's
view.
Oliver Clemente right behind him.
That was awesome. Now both of them seem to, when they went off that jump, both of them seem to kind of tilt a little towards driver.
It's just it's stiff suspension, unlike a trophy truck. So if you don't hit something just 100% dead on,
you'll kick out a little bit.
A little bit, you will. Yes.
So is Blake's car still the original Slug Shark, or is this a new
No,
build?
this is the new Slug Shark. Believe it or not, the original Slug Shark is the car Chris Eisenhower's driving.
Gotcha.
I love the numbers. It looks like they were put on with painter's tape.
Yeah,
Makes me
those
happy.
were.
Yeah, that's Kevin
That's
Reardon.
the new 40 car. Yep.
And I love the fact that every single one is individual.
Yeah, that's what's great. You can really, really tell, once you get to know the vehicles, you can tell who is whose.
This is a very interesting race, totally different to what they're expecting and what they're used to. And here comes our current race leader. That is none other than Blake Wilkie in the Slug Shark.
Ooh, too wide up over the jump. That's cool.
Do you think they go, oh yeah, I've shot him, this is my new car. This one's only 42 years old, so there's loads of legs left in this.
Yeah.
I've gone for that slightly more lightweight aluminium brake piston.
Now, can these guys have disc brakes at this point, or are they still on drums?
We're on drum brakes all the way around. There are other races like in Mexico that do allow disc brakes in Class 11, but there's no races in the States currently that allow disc brakes in Class 11. And who knows, as the class evolves, there's a good chance in the next few years that might change.
And would that be as a safety thing or just a common sense thing
It's
as a
to
parts
keep
run out?
It's to keep the integrity of the class and to keep the cost down. And I feel like that's why all the race sanctions try to keep the rules the same every year. Little things have changed over the years, but you know, Class 11, also known as the stock bug class. That's what this is. So that's.
Yeah, but if you've got vehicles now that can make 100 horsepower, to try to be mitigating that with a brake drum instead of a disc.
And that's a great argument. That's a good reason why it might change is for safety purposes down the road. You know, the engines are a lot faster than they were when they were bone stock, and so why are the brakes still bone stock? So.
And these things weigh like what, 2,200 pounds, 23, something like that?
No, that's a heavy car. I would say the average car right now is probably 1,900 pounds. There's people who have built them all the way down in the 1,500 pound range, and you know, so there's pros and cons to doing that. You know, you lose strength, and you know, but I would say, to me, the ideal car for this race would be about a 1,800 pound car.
Okay, now Blake Wilkie's crossing the line. He's still our current race leader, and he is catching lap traffic. We're a little under halfway in this race.
So I got an update. The reason why Caden Wells hasn't completed a lap is because he's actually still sitting out on the desert course, broken since lap 2 of the race earlier today. So he never started this race. That's why we haven't seen him come around. He's still in the desert.
Oh, sorry, Caden.
It's
We
a
wanted
bummer
to
for
see
him.
you race.
The good news is his Class 11 car is still prepped and ready to go.
Hey, Fish, come on. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I know, if we leave right now.
Yeah, there's still 20 minutes left.
I got my suit. Let's go. I don't know. I kind of feel like we need to have some live show people in this race next year with the live camera and live audio.
Okay.
Oh, is that? I'm trying to figure out who's second place. It's hard to see in the monitors. Blake's clearly out front still.
Yep, Cole Witt is still showing in second on our timing.
Yeah, and Diesel Ron Rodriguez is still showing in third place. Got a little bit of a flick around, but it does look like Chris Eisenhower is on the charge and making his way up through the field.
And that's something that I did expect, man. He's a really, really good driver.
Yeah, he's a wheel man for sure.
Yep, that's Dennis Sletton going through the S-turn underneath the gap jump.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's the desert section right there, the in-car of Blake's footage. You know, that's just that's just a little idea of a Class 11 car. You know,
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
the Class 11 car. So
I mean, the PRP suspension seats that most guys are running, really help quite a bit, and just about dialing in your suspension.
And those suspension seats are actually like mounted on a spring, right? So it gives you.
No, they're bolted to the chassis.
They're bolted
But
to
when
the
it says
chassis.
Suspension, it's just inside of the seat.
Okay.
Which is the complete opposite of what we have in most race cars, because most race cars you want a nice thin
rigid.
seat, so you bolt that to it,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you let the very expensive suspension do all the work.
Yeah.
Now I've been looking out here. It looks like our top three.
There's
So
David
Blake
Sanchez
Wilkie.
right there in the Laba Fedora 1196 car. He's an up and comer. Oh, he's battling with Jim York. Let's see what happens.
We're just about halfway through. We have 16 minutes remaining right now. So they've done 9 laps. We're actually going to get more laps than I thought. We're going to about 18 laps in.
Absolutely. And our top 3 at the moment are at Diesel Ryan Rodriguez, and in second is Cole Witt, and in first position is Blake Wilkie. Now these 3 cars have properly checked out, and there's only around about sort of 4 seconds between Blake and the third place car. So there's still all to play for if Blake makes a mistake or if Blake gets caught up in traffic.
Ooh,
Oh, big wheels
the
down
40
there.
car went on 2 wheels right there. A little bit of bumping and grinding right there.
Yep, we got a fender off.
Yeah, that's Kevin Reardon. It's his first race in that brand new Sletton built.
Oh, just his
car.
first race in this car.
First car,
Yeah.
first race ever, I believe. But,
Really?
But yeah, that car, it's for the 40 up there. That's their, their car. So.
Oh, that was
that Blake?
was some big air.
That was nearly through the barrier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
Was that Blake?
Oh, yeah, look at that. That was first and second. That was about 3 seconds
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, Blake almost hit the barrier.
That's definitely one of those moments where his co-driver's going, calm it down.
Yeah.
Going, yeah, I meant to do that. That's fine. Because that's what all
Yeah, well, you're
drivers
trying to
say.
put on a show, right?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of spectators out there standing around watching these guys come around the corner.
That's Eric Reinhardt off to the side right there. That's number 1176 in the baby blue. That's my co-driver most of the time. Something went wrong. He's not moving.
Now, do a lot of these cars have names as well as just their race numbers? Do the drivers name them?
Some do. The name of my car is Rookie Roxanne. Blake's is the Slug Shark, or his new car is the Mako Shark. So I don't know about everybody else, but
Donnie, are you the one that normally runs with the cooler on the roof?
that is me.
That's you,
yes.
right?
Yeah,
Like this
that's
old
correct.
school like Coleman cooler, like the kind that we had when we were kids. It's pretty awesome.
And the reason for that, before I got into racing Class 11, I've been into just restoring stock Volkswagens for the last 25 years. And, I just like the vintage look, the vintage accessories. And, I try to carry that, into my race cars.
So we're watching our current race leader there. There's Blake Wilkie.
Oh, Eric Reinhardt's up and running.
Yeah, and the top 3 have now passed through to complete their 11th lap. There's still a good race out there between the top 3.
And in lap traffic could make a big difference. Let's see.
Did
Let's
you
see
see
if the
that?
second
That
and
nearly
third.
stalled there. Yeah, look, Blake's really got caught up there. So where's
Yeah,
second place?
Look at
They're
that.
second.
Yep, they're second. Oh, look at that. And let's see if we see how far back third is. And there's third. They're all on, from one turn to the next. There's first, second, and third. Oh, he passed him back, and that Blake just lost a couple seconds right there.
Oh,
And-
yeah, second place goes wide,
They
though.
went wide too. So
Yeah.
let's see. Third place is Diesel Ryan right here. Let's see if he can. He took that corner a little cleaner, stayed out of the rough, and closed in on him a little bit.
That's that thing. When you see the car ahead and you're trying to catch
That,
them,
that might be.
just try a little bit
That
too
might
hard.
be Cole Wimmer in 4th place. It's hard to tell at this point, but he's looking pretty good out there. This is Jim York battling with David Sanchez again in the Liquid Molly Dixon car, and David Sanchez in the Laba Fedora, world's best fish taco car right there.
And who doesn't love fish tacos? So that's a great shot of our course here in Hammertown. If you're just joining us, you've missed an incredible day of action, but you can check it out again on YouTube. Go and search for the 2025 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And today was all about the limited race, and what a race it was, Fish.
Definitely one of the best races that we've seen out here.
We saw Brock Hager bring home the win with Doug Matag in second place and Dallas Gonzalez in third. But right now it's all about the PRP Class 11 showdown here in Hammertown.
We've got about 11 and a half minutes of racing left. So far, it's been Wilkie's world, and we're all just living in it. But anything can change, especially as we get into lap of traffic here. But so far, Wilkie looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, he's absolutely smoking hot right now. Behind him is Cole Witt and Diesel Ron Rodriguez.
Yep, I anticipate the gap starting to close a little bit. You know, anything can happen.
Now, talking about this, Donnie, are these guys going to be on radios to their pits? Are they going to know what's going on inside these cars?
Some of the guys do have radios. Some of the guys probably don't. You know, almost all of them have communications with their co-drivers. And
see, the one thing I'm noticing a big difference is I'm not seeing many Starlings on these cars.
Oh, there's Eric Reinhardt in the slow ride car. Looks like
Blake's got one because we can watch his in-car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Starstream system. I think it's coming. It's getting more and more popular, but it's just this is like a kind of a budget class still. So that's just one more thing that.
Well, and the Starlings pull a fair amount of electricity. So do you then, like, are you able to upgrade your alternator or upgrade your battery if you're running a Starlink?
The new ones aren't a big deal. The new minis, they don't use much power.
They don't?
So it's not a big deal for running the mini. Yeah.
I foresee a lot of Class 11 cars having that in the near future.
Yeah.
It's just one thing at a time, you know.
Yeah.
You know, this class, it's unlike a lot of the other classes. It's
It's taken them over 40 years to get to the race course. And you're not expecting them to suddenly just catch up just like that.
I just want a live feed because I want to hear the audio from it.
Lots of screaming and shouting. Oh, we've got a car stopped on course.
Oh, that looks like Oliver Clemente.
Oh, that was one of our top runners there, fourth place.
Yeah, he's been in fourth.
Out of the car. Looks like it. It's dangerous in the turn.
Yeah, no, that's a good place to stay in the car and let the course workers take you out.
Yeah,
when I say take you out, I mean remove you from the course.
Unless the car's on fire, then you suggest
but
maybe now.
most of the time, the safest place to be is inside the vehicle, inside your caged vehicle.
I feel like this is one of the best battles on the track right now has been Jim York and David Sanchez. I mean, it's
those whoops are
lap
giant.
after lap.
Guys.
Look how deep those are, and that's that's the smooth course. You know, one can't imagine the part of the course that they were originally going to drive on.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have been realistic. It looks like half the cars are already broken and out of this race. So
yeah.
So there's a good chance almost everybody that finishes will get a prize. Top 11 drivers. There's 11 prizes.
Perfect.
11 top 11 finishers will get to pick something off of the car. And one thing that we always do in Class 11 is first gets the first pick, second gets second pick, but 11th place is going to get fourth pick off of the car. So
awesome.
Whoever ends up with 11th place is going to end up with something pretty good.
Do you guys, are we doing a prize for last place?
It was something that got mentioned, but I guess we'll see. If 11 people don't finish, then who knows? Maybe the first person out will get something.
Okay, there's our current race leader. That is Blake Wilkie. So, Donnie, is that the Mako Shark or the Slug Shark?
That's the Mako Shark.
The Mako Shark, right? Because the original one was the Slug Shark, wasn't it?
And that's now Eisenhower's driving the Slug.
Eisenhower's driving the Slug Shark. So the Yokohama car is Blake Slug Shark, as far as I know. It's still, after all those races, it's still a competitive car. I mean, that just goes to show the durability of these cars and a lot of these parts that we're using.
Yeah, and the top three are really starting to walk away with this now, but the gap is remaining the same. So Blake did amazing things there trying to get out ahead, but he's not pulling away. He's just keeping that constant gap.
You see Blake going that way. You see, that's Troy Grabowski. It's his first race. He's still in it. He just made it through the hill climb with the deep whoops, and same thing, lap after lap. Jim York and David Sanchez still battling right there. And here comes Blake.
I was going to say they're going to
And
get lapped.
They're going to get lapped, but they're the fastest people to get lapped right now. So it's not going to be easy to get by those guys. I do not foresee Jim York pulling over and letting Blake go. And I don't see David just pulling over because, you know, they are capable of running his pace.
Now, we were talking about this a minute ago. A lot of these guys don't have spotters. So if this was a genuine short course race, there'd be spotters, and those spotters would be told to
Exactly.
tell those guys to move out the way.
Quite a few of the guys have spotters, but we'll see. You know, just the fact that they're so close, they're within a car length of each other. They don't want to slow down because they're in their own race.
Yeah, lap traffic can play
and
such
I
a
think,
massive part.
You know, I think they might be in, you know, 5 or 6 place. So Dennis Sletton's still out there. That looks good. Number 1109. This is his first race ever, also, and you know that's, you know, Evan Loffer. He's still on the track. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like the Diesel Row Rodriguez has pulled back a little bit from the top 2, but Cole Witt is right there, right behind Blake Wilkie. I'm guessing somewhere around about sort of 3 seconds behind him.
Yeah. Number 1181 is Chris May. He's still out there charging too.
I'm just looking for Cole Witt there. Yeah, just see him in the background. No, I'm guessing it's more like 5 seconds actually. So maybe Blake's just pulled away a little bit. Those air-cooled motors.
Here comes Dennis Sletton.
I
He's
love that
still
Dennis is
charging.
out there.
Oh yeah,
That's great. Now in desert racing, when the Class 11s are out with the
look at these guys. Oh,
look at
there
that.
they are. Look at, and there comes Blake coming up right on this big
Yep.
battle. I mean, they're fender to fender, and now Blake's right behind him in the single track section of the course. So look at Blake's dead stuck behind Jim, and you know, Cole Witt's closing the gap now.
Yes,
So,
did you see that?
yeah,
We saw Blake go out
Blake
really
went
wide.
super wide trying to pass, but that wide line's not any faster. Oh wow, look at that.
Maybe.
Look at Blake went 3 lines wide to try to get around these guys. Just because,
Now, that
you know,
opens the door for Cole Witt behind him.
and Cole Witt, he closed the gap for sure. It didn't work. He's, you know, Blake is still.
But then you also got to remember that Cole Witt's got to get past these guys as well. And
Exactly.
That's the double whammy of trying to get past
But-
that Marcus.
but
Right,
when-
and we've
if-
only got 4 minutes and 24 seconds left.
If Cole comes up on him on the super wide part of the short course track, you know, he might get past him faster, and you know, it's just part of racing. But yeah, these guys are fast. You know, David and Jim York, they're capable of running the same lap times as Blake. So I don't, you know.
So what do you think that Blake's managed to pull away from them today? He's got some super special fuel.
He's a damn good driver, as much as I hate to admit it, because he's one of my biggest competitors. I got to give it to him, and you know, not only a good driver, he shows up prepared. But
Yeah,
it's his suspension. Look at how deep those whoops are in the hill climb, and he's just got his King shocks dialed. It's
Whoa!
2-wheel motion right there for the 40.
Yeah, that's Kevin Reardon sticking it up on 2. Everyone loves a bicycle ride.
But I would say that's Blake's biggest advantage is his suspension, and you know, like the King shocks that he's ran
I
since
think
day
you nailed
one.
it when you said his preparation. His
Yeah.
preparation is total.
Yeah, you know, Diesel Ryan, he just made the switch to King, and you know, his car's looking really good too. David Sanchez is another King shocks driver, and you could just see him handle through those whips right there.
All right, so which car is Cole Witt here that we're looking at?
Black and fluorescent
This
yellow
one
right here. He went wide.
So
He
we really
tried to
only
take-
have 2 laps. Oh, they just changed the timing. Now it says 40-minute race.
What?
Hey, let's get things fluid. Let's move things around a bit.
So I
It's
don't
because
know
it's getting
how-
interesting, huh?
How long are we going? Now it says 40 minutes.
Oh, who was that? Oh.
Is that Eisenhower? No.
No, that's Cole Wimmer. Oh, man, I hate to see that. He's on his side, but look at how.
Yeah, now we're stacking
One
up the
car
field.
on their
Yeah.
side, you know, now look at.
Is this going to play into the hands of Cole Witt? Is Cole Witt going to be able to close the door?
Well, I don't know how much time
Yes.
is left because it just changed.
Hey, don't worry, Fish, we'll just make this up. It's
Yeah.
great racing. Keep going, keep going.
Just watch for a white flag, and then we'll know when the last
we'll
lap
know,
is,
yeah.
I guess, right?
What a bummer to see
we're going to find out later.
Cole Wimmer on his side. He puts a ton of time and work and effort into his own race program.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Recovery, well, I mean, Recovery hopefully is going to be able to have time to get out there, get him righted up.
Yeah, they can just make everybody go around the front side of it like they were doing earlier.
Yeah, and see right here, just stay in the car, dude.
Yeah,
stay in the
do
car.
not move.
Oh, look at the 40. Where are the...
The 40's like, wait, what do I do?
He's like,
Kevin, where do I go? This is...
There's Dennis Slutton. Take it easy, guys. There's a car on their side.
Okay, look at this. Well, we can see Cole with
That's
there. He's second
11:21.
place car.
Yeah, second place car having to get past Jim, and Jim's fast. Jim is a good driver. He's not going to just let somebody pass.
Oh!
Wow,
He bicycled
the
on the
star
lap
of the show
before.
tonight is Kevin Reardon in the 40 brand new car. Holy cow, bicycling all over the place.
Back it up, Terry.
He held it. He held it.
There he goes.
It's the letters.
And back out there.
It does
the
look
numbers.
like Blake Wilkie has pulled away.
Oh, what
there we go.
a terrible / great shot.
The MP-powered Avid Motorsports car driven by Cole Wimmer.
That's one way to get some advertising for your sponsors.
I know, right? And the thing is he could still go. I mean, it's not like the vehicle is broken. He just dumped it on its side. I mean, they're practically made for that, right? So all he needs to do
they're
is
going to flip it over, and if somebody went out there, flip it over, he'd be good to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
they're
they're
just
letting
pulling
him
him
out.
out now, I
yeah.
think.
No, just flip him over and let him go.
All right, so
Let's see how close they are.
we didn't see a white flag right there, right?
Nope.
Yeah,
So I think we
think-
got another 5 minutes maybe.
Yeah. Now, Blake, it does look like Blake's pulled out a little bit of a lead on Cole Witt. I'm guesstimating somewhere around about 8 seconds now. Cole got caught up between the two cars behind him.
Still 8-10 seconds on a 40-minute race. That's not much.
No, it's not much, but when you're behind somebody,
It's a lot,
million
yeah.
miles.
Yeah.
So-
Now, when these vehicles are out in regular desert racing where they're mixing it up with other classes, the rule is you do not nerf a Class 11.
Yeah,
do
that
not
you're-
nerf a Class 11 because what will happen is they have to run those stock
Deck
bumpers,
lids.
and
Yeah,
it just
stock bumpers.
bashes right into their alternator and kills their motor.
I did see Diesel Ryan right there. He's closed the gap on second place, so that's going to be interesting. He is known for coming from behind at the last second, so hopefully the camera shows that's turned it into a good battle.
And we can see the physical lead there that Blake has.
Let's look and see. He should be at least one more lap before a white flag because he's still got 4 minutes left.
Looks like they're taking them around the side of the jump now so they can recover that vehicle. So there's
Hey,
Blake
little-
coming round. Now, where's the second place vehicle?
No flag
I
yet.
did not see a white flag.
Nope.
There's second and third coming in that turn. So let's see. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Second went wide, third closed the gap.
I reckon that's about a 5 or 6 second lead there, isn't it?
Yep.
That's the thing with this class. It's so difficult. If you make a single mistake, you drop seconds.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
about that consistency, and you've got to applaud Blake. He's been
Yeah,
absolutely flawless.
Yeah, you see him coming up, the big MP logo on his front hood. You know, I mean, they've backed him since he started, and you know he's tested their parts and showed time and time again, you know, how well they hold up.
Oh no! Is that the faulty of Terry Reardon?
Yeah, yeah,
Look like he pulled off with the problem, huh?
yeah. Up,
Second
Diesel
place.
Ryan pulled in front of Cole Witt for second place.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good battle. I mean, they're both super fast.
Yeah, you were saying that Diesel Ryan likes to come from by the back, close
Yeah.
to the
Oh,
end.
he's done it to me too
You
many
nailed it,
times.
Donnie.
Yeah, yeah. Just dang, very good driver as well.
And there's our current race leader there, Blake Wilkie, picking his way through that lap traffic.
2 minutes left on the timer if this thing
All
is
right,
accurate.
So we should get a white flag here.
You would, or does the time run out and then you get one more?
I reckon that this will be. I reckon it's going to come through. Yeah.
Okay. So time runs out.
Let's
and then they
see.
get
White
one
flag should be coming out.
Or the next one.
Here's Blake. Let's see if he gets around the lap traffic or if it slows him down at all.
No,
I didn't see a flag, so I think it's going to be this lap and then one more most likely.
Yeah, their time will run out, and then they get one more lap after that.
Correct.
That's the way I understand it.
But yes, Diesel Ryan has moved into second place according to our tracker here.
Yeah. Looks like it according to the live stream as well.
Yeah, and these top three, they are pulling ahead of the field.
There's Dennis Sletton still out there. He's hard and charging. I don't know if there's 11 cars on the course anymore.
Right?
Oh, there's 1109. First race
Oh.
ever, man. Those guys are camping next to us. They've been super cool. Oh, one lap
co-driver
left.
out.
They said their goal was to just finish the race.
We only have
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
I mean, he's got a fast engine, you know.
So we've
It's a
got about
Jimenez
30
racing
seconds
engine.
left of time here.
So we've got some very fast lap times out there.
My guess is first place is right now is Blake, Diesel Ryan in second, Cole Witt's in third, and I believe it's going to be Jim York and David Sanchez fourth and fifth place.
Yeah, I'm just looking here though. Diesel Ryan Rodriguez actually has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:46.5.
I truly believe that is correct.
And that is his last lap, so he is absolutely on a charge.
Yeah, that's the alloy armor car. Diesel Ryan in the alloy armor slow ride car.
So this is our physical race leader right now. It is Blake Wilkie, and he's going to be bringing it on home if he can keep it together. What do you reckon, Fish? Have we seen a white flag yet?
I think we're going to see one here, huh?
Yeah, he should be on his. We're past our 40-minute mark. So now we're going up.
I don't want this to end. That's getting good. Oh, there's second place. Here's third place. You can see them all on the short course together. So unless something terribly goes wrong for Blake, it looks like he's going to take the win.
Yeah, just looking, he's got a fair lead now. There's the second place car, so it's at least 7 seconds, I would have said.
Look at that, Dennis Sletton charging hard. 30 years later, still racing Class 11. He's going to get a finish.
That's awesome. The only time I ever rode in a Class 11 car was with Dennis out here at an MVR race, the MVR 400 out here in Lucerne. It was a lot of fun.
And that was Cole Witt we saw just going around there then. Now, Cole Witt was running in second place for most of this race, but he either made a mistake or something happened, just pushed him back.
Diesel Ryan's just super fast. If he got around the lap traffic at the beginning of the race like Blake, I think they would have been battling.
Okay, we need to pay careful attention now, as the lead cars will be coming back round. And I'm guessing they're going to pick up the white flag, which means that 1 lap remaining. And this is the lead car. This is Blake Wilkie.
The X-Comp powered driven.
Can you see a white flag? There is the white flag,
There it
ladies
is.
and gentlemen. Final lap as our
Final
race
lap.
leader, Blake Wilkie,
Let's
crosses
see
the
it.
line.
One more.
Here we go, Fish.
So it's going to be 23 laps is what we're going to
Wow,
end up doing here.
that's a cool
That's a
race,
lot.
man.
That's awesome.
Nobody can complain about that, you know.
No. 40 minutes of
The start
racing.
changes,
Yep, desert.
the track changes, but hey, getting ready to race for 40 minutes, you know, on this track, that's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, we got 3 cars that are running on 22 laps right now. We've got Cole Witt in 3rd position, and with Diesel Ryan Rodriguez, and of course Blake Wilkie, our race leader. And he's been the race leader since around about lap 2, I want to say.
If not lap 1, yeah.
Yep, he was
He's
able to
just-
fight his way from the back of the field, making good line choices, looking ahead so he could get out in front of everybody. He's lapped a hell of a lot of people out here, so that has slowed him down just a little bit, but not enough to make him lose that first place.
He's still charging.
I've also got to put a big shout out to the Class 11 drivers. They're really, really showing some respect for the race course out there, considering they only saw this course first time when they were taken out on that lap. Nobody's cutting corners. Fair play. What great racing from these guys. And this is it. This is Blake Wilkie right now, our race leader, making his way back round to Hammertown. I'll make it that he's only got one switchback, then 2 turns, and he will see the checkered flag. Fantastic in-shot view here. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 PRP Class 11 Showdown here in Hammertown. Blake Wilkie chucks it to the right. He'll be coming around, he's going to throw it to the left. And this is going to be the checkered flag any second now for Blake Wilkie, who will be the winner here at the 2025 PRP Class 11 Showdown.
Great run, Blake. You know, hands down. Starting position did not matter. He took the smart lines, drove the smart race, and showed his talent.
Yeah, and Diesel Ryan crosses the line in second position. Both lead cars completing 23 laps.
Blake completing that in 43 minutes, 36.8 seconds, while Diesel Ryan was 43 minutes, 56.5. And then Cole Witt coming in third place at 44 minutes, 13 seconds.
And for Diesel Ryan, of course, he will also have the knowledge that he collected the fastest lap of the race with a 1:46.5. Fantastic stuff. And exactly as you called it, Donnie. You said he was going to come fast right at the end, and that's exactly what he did.
Yep, just a little bit short. Yeah.
So and then our fourth and fifth places, they caught 22 laps in 44 minutes and 30 seconds. That's Jim York. And then David Sanchez, 22 laps, 44 minutes and 32 seconds in fifth place.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing going on there. So only 3 cars completed 23 laps. 2 cars completed 22, and then we've got a host of cars on 21 laps. Now, this is where it gets important, because we're down to 11th position, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. Is there 11 cars that are going to finish? It does not look like it to me, but we will see.
Yeah, because right now, 1140 Kevin Reardon, he's out on the other side of the mountain, right?
Yep.
And then Evan Loeffler in 1109 is currently sitting in 11th place, but...
well, I'm making it that we've got 9 finishers at the moment.
Yeah.
9 finishers, so we're close. We're close.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 9th place, Avery Smith. In 8th, I'm looking at Sal Gomez. It does look like we've just had a 10th finisher as well in Evan Loeffler. So in 10th,
yeah. 11th place, the next person to finish, they actually get 4th pick off of that car. So is there going to be an 11th place finisher?
Well, we're just waiting to see right now.
We've also, but on the timing is showing 11:52. Steve Smith in 13th place with 14 laps. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. All right, looks like we've got some unofficial results for this race coming in here in a hot second. So in 10th place unofficially is Evan Loeffler.
In 9th is Avery Smith.
10th is Sal Gomez.
In 7th it's Chris May.
6th is our favorite Dennis Sletton.
Hey, and 5th is David Sanchez.
4th is Jim York.
In 3rd is Cole Witt.
2nd is Diesel Ryan Rodriguez.
And in 1st place is the social media demon himself, is Blake Wilkie in the Mako Shark. Wow, what a race.
This PRP Class 11 Showdown presented by MP has been so much fun. Again, we were hoping to have 11 finishers so that we could get the special prize for 11. So what are you going to do then, Donnie, if we don't have 11 finishers?
Do we get to pick something?
That's not my decision. You know, I'm.
You're the expert up here, man. Come on.
I'll leave it up to maybe the class, maybe the race director. I don't know. But what I'm curious is, Blake won. What is he going to choose off of that car? Is he going to take the actual car, the body, pan, chassis, and trans? Or is he going to take the full set of
Or does he
Class
shock
11
everybody
King shocks?
and just take the lot?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you know, body parts are becoming more and more rare. Like you can always, all you need is money to buy King shocks, right? But sometimes you can't find your fender. You can't find the body. You can't find a good pan in really, really good condition. So it might be worth your while to start off and just take all of that.
And then he also has the choice of La Buffadora gift certificate for fish tacos or 2 steaks from Fern's Barbecue. So first place gets to pick, and then 11th place will get the other one.
I love it.
I'm loving that. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. Wow, what a race that's been. I'm absolutely loving this.
I love the Class 11s. They're just so much fun. They make my heart sing. They really, really do. I've been able to ride and drive in a few Class 11s and have promptly rolled so many of them. But I'm really proud to be able to say that, yes, I have been and I have raced in Class 11, because it definitely gives you a little bit of cred, right? Like, these are the original grassroots motorsports guys who are in there doing it the absolute hard way, and you have to respect that.
Yeah, you do indeed. It does look like we have 10 finishers officially. So we've got that magic number 11.
Oh, yeah, we'll see what we do. We'll see.
We will. Now, Fish, we started this morning way back, 1,000 years ago.
It was 1,000 years ago.
With the qualifying for the unlimited classes tomorrow. Let's
Yes.
just talk about that very briefly before we start looking and getting these Class 11 guys up here on stage. Now, we've got some really big hitters out there. Can you remember who actually won?
Yes, it was Justin Bean Smith.
No.
Well, it was
he got
until
second.
Christopher Polvardi knocked him off the
Polvardi, right.
pole.
So we've got
That's
Christopher
right.
Pavoldi sitting on pole. And then we've got this weird thing. We're going to be sitting there with the T1s and T2s shuffling back down the pack all the way through to 10th position, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got some big hitters up in there. We've got Dale Dundell with Big Booty Judy, who's, I believe, is now an all-wheel drive truck, which I can't wait to see. Then we've got Justin Bean Smith, who was unbelievably quick out there today. So many other cars. I'm really looking forward to that race, and that's going to be getting started at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so do be sure that you join us then. Now, Fish, it was all about the limited race later on, where we saw Brock Hager bringing home an absolutely stupendous win after his takeout in Dakar. I mean, this guy is just another level, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, he's just on a streak right now that is incredible. Baja 1000 win, Dakar win, and King of the Hammers win, all within, about 2.5 months of each other, from November to January, right? That's a pretty big streak, and those are all the biggest races there are. It's not like the little small races that he just won.
Well, tomorrow we continue with our Toyo Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. That is Sunday, February 2nd. We're going to be starting at 9 o'clock for all of the unlimited classes. They will have until 3 o'clock to finish, so they'll have 7 hours of racing. Yes, math is hard. 7 hours of racing. And we'll see all the big boys and girls out there getting it. They will be doing the same course that the limited cars did today. Everything is already pre-dug out for them, so they have their work cut out.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting. I don't know where Ben is, but I want to know if we're going to start one at a time tomorrow. Does the top qualifier get to go by himself, or are we doing side by side like we did today? So we'll try to find that out. If so, it's going to be Christopher Polvardi lined up next to the Adam Lund entry of R.J. Anderson. They were 1 and 2 today. And then it is Justin Bean Smith and Kyle Jurgensen, the first 2 T2s that qualified 3rd and 4th overall. So it should be a really good race tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we really want Jurgensen and Justin Bean Smith to take off side by side, just so that we can see those 2 trucks that are essentially the same.
Yeah,
really duke it out.
Exactly, and going through the order, that is the best way, because you have 2 T1s, then you have 2 T2s, then you have 2 T1s again. So it would be that would be best for
us as the spectators and the show.
Christopher Polvardi would like to start by himself, but we'll see.
No, but that's okay. They're going to do what we want, Fish.
Yeah, exactly.
We are in charge here.
He's a team player. He's sponsored by Optima, and they're one of the sponsors out here. So he's
exactly,
gonna,
exactly.
It makes it good. Christopher's all about the TV and the blog videos and everything, so he'll understand.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we've got a lot of Class 11 fans gathered here in front of the live show stage, waiting for the interviews with our winners. We're going to get them up here on the stage as soon as we can. They're going to be getting their prizes, pick their prizes off of the bug, which I love. Donnie's told us all about the prizes that they can pick off of that white bug, basically parting out a car for the winners, which is always good. I mean, gosh, I know I spend all my money on car parts, so it would be really nice to get something for free.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So basically, Blake, unofficial winner, he's get first pick to pick anything he wants off of that white Class 11 car out there, and he's got to use the Boxo tools that's in there. That's one of the prizes to pull his parts off of it. So we got.
I like that. That kind of makes it fun.
Yeah.
Like, here's the car. You have to take what you want off of the car.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, we don't do it for you.
Later.
So,
Yeah.
and just a quick rundown again, what the parts are: the actual body, chassis, front end, and transmission. That's one prize. The full set of Class 11 King shocks is a separate prize. The PRP seats is another prize. The mobile wagon wheels with General tires, that's another prize. An A1 exhaust, that's pretty much the standard that everybody runs on these engines. It's by far the superior rust. You're going to get that along with a dyno session, an engine dyno session from Jimenez Racing.
Oh, that's
he's
great.
One of the premier engine builders in this class, and he donated his personal time to tune and dyno your engine. Impy Rhino case, that's the engine, the transmission cases that Impy came out in the last year or two. They're superior. It's super strong. The old magnesium German cases are becoming harder to find. Impy made a Rhino super strong case. That's one of the prizes that's in there. Another prize is a full Impy axle kit. That's about $500. Impy carburetor with an Impy shifter. That's another prize. And then there's PRP Schrady seat belts and a PRP Schrady steering wheel. That's going to be grouped as one prize. And then the 10th prize is a box arm kit. It's by Rulo's Performance Parts, and all his parts are made out of chromoly with Seiko pulleys packaged in with that, and airbox from Man Welder. So, and then there's the 11th prize fell on the ground. That's the Boxo tool roll, and that's the Tim Sletton gift card. So you're going to get a Boxo tool roll, and Tim Sletton, he's one of the guys been building these Class 11 cars for years. He also builds engines, Sletton Engineering, but he donated a $500 store credit to his shop. So whether it's for prepping your car, whether it's for engine building, engine tuning, whatever. So those are the 11 prizes that we're going to be giving away. And if there's not 11th finisher, I don't know what to say. I don't know what's going to happen. That's not my job.
Those are all some really great, really valuable prizes. I don't know exactly which one I would pick.
Here we
but
go.
we have got our unofficial first place winner here at the PRP Class 11 showdown. Sorry, Blake Wilkie.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Wilkie coming on stage now, and he is with Pam Hall. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Blake Wilkie, no stranger to the podium out here at King of the Hammers. Here you are once again up here. How you feel?
Good. That was rough as shit.
That's what I keep hearing from everybody about the race course all day long. But here you are up here unofficially in that number 1 spot. We're going to make this quick because we're going to go right into awards later on. So who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Everyone that's volunteering here, the crew, we are racing 3 classes. So with pre-running and getting all the cars ready, it's been gnarly. It didn't go good in the UTV today. We got smacked by a 10 car, punk. And my girlfriend co-drived with me again. This is our 2nd win together. 4th King of the Hammers win out of 5 here. And this is a good one. This one feels good.
Well, do you even get sleep with prepping all these other cars you're racing in?
No, not nearly enough. Ask her. I built a Bronco that's sick, the Blood Shark. I haven't even played with it yet because I don't want to break that and then have more shit to fix. So we're going to go play with that tomorrow after the TT race, and we're enjoying the ride. This is amazing. Thank you all for coming and watching us. If you're thinking about building a bug, build a bug. They're rad, but just don't forget your kidney belt like me.
You know better than that. You're no rookie to this. So good job out there today, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. We'll do our awards back up here at 6 o'clock tonight. So Blake Wilkie, good job.
Thank you very much, Pam. So good to hear from Blake, a 4-time winner out here at King of the Hammers at this race. Wow.
Blake has our number out here, man. He's Year after year, he's always up there.
Well, he's got the
So,
Mako Shark,
congrats.
and that's a man killer
Well
straight
deserved.
away. So Blake's going to get off the stage now. Now, how are you going to do these prizes? Are the prizes going to be done later on?
That is some air-cooled goodness right there, everyone.
Can you smell that?
I can. It smells like victory.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
There we go.
This is the best
Diesel
class
Ryan.
ever.
Diesel Ryan and his co-driver, Todd. He works with me.
All right, we got a bunch
So,
of fans
Pam?
down there. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks. All right, Diesel, Ryan Rodriguez up here, unofficially in the number 2 spot, but here you are. How you feel?
Yeah, first loser. I mean, it was a challenging race. Congrats to Blake. He drove his ass off, and we tried to do our best, and that's what we did. So we're happy with the results.
Well, it looked like a fun race out there. It looked like a rough race out there. Who all would you like to thank for getting you here?
Oh, man, honestly, I can't do it with everybody that stands behind me. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my beautiful, my fiance, my daughter, grandpa, Slow Ride Garage, Donnie, Troll, Carlos, my brother Daniel, Alloy Armor, Slow Ride Garage, King Shocks, German Auto Performance, Boxo, Loose and Lost. Man, I'm known for getting stuff, but everybody, my dad, Chip Dog, General Tire. Without everybody that helps me, I couldn't do it. So thank you, everybody.
Well, it definitely takes an army, and you have a very large one behind you. Congratulations. We'll see you back up here at the awards at 6.
Can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pam. That is
Congrats,
Diesel
guys.
Ryan Rodriguez, the unofficial second place here at the PRP Class 11 Showdown presented by MP. We're going to try to get all of these guys up here, but again, our awards is going to happen at 6 o'clock. We'll be giving away these fantastic trophies made by LaserNut, I do believe. We always have a really, really good hardware to give away to all of our racers. And coming up next is the 1129. This is Cole Witt in the unofficial 3rd place. Looking good in that neon and black bug. Let's let him get out of the car, and Pam's got an interview.
All right, Cole Witt, here you are. You were running in that number 2 spot for a while, and then you ended up unofficially in that 3rd position. Did you have fun?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. Those guys are so fast. It's crazy. So Ian pulled the great pill draw, got us up front, and we just tried to keep the pace. I mean, Blake and is fast, and kind of see Ryan in the back, and he just kind of kept inching on me, and just kind of had more pace than us. So that was our first time out. Just finished the car like 10 days ago, and the Eisenhower brothers were awesome. That whole family, coolest family out here for sure. They just have opened their arms to us and just really kind of let us come into the desert world, and this is where we're decided to try it out for our first time. It was a little bit of a wake-up call, but it's a lot of fun. So gotta thank the family for bearing with me to let me pull 2 a.m. nights in the garage and just a lot of goofy stuff. So it was cool. Tim Sletton, dude's awesome. Taught us everything and really made this possible for us. So it's not us, it's all those guys.
Well, congratulations up here unofficially in the number 3 spot. We'll see you back up here at the awards.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Pam. We love hearing these stories of everybody out here as they've come across the finish line in this awesome Class 11 race, one of the most entertaining races that happens out here at King of the Hammers. Definitely one of my favorite ones. And it looks like we've got our unofficial 4th place coming up. This should be 11.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
Stuff I'm used to, and we went door to door to door. It was great. Bent bumpers, bent fenders, but that was just all part of it, and it was a great time.
Well, that's all that matters is that you had a lot of fun, but I know it takes an army to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
Oh man, a huge shout out to Dixon Flannel, and then we got the guys from Good Boy Vodka, Bucked Up Energy, as well as Liquid Molly, all making it happen. Like this was very, very, very last minute for us to even come and think about racing hammers. First time racing hammers. Bunch of changes, but an awesome time, and got to do it with my girlfriend, so win-win.
Exactly. Now, did you have fun?
Oh yeah, I'd do it again.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. But Jim York, we're going to keep on moving here, but congratulations on finishing your first hammers.
Thank you so much, Pam. Again, that is Jim York in the 1141 Dixon Class 11 with that awesome plaid livery. I do love a plaid.
Well, that's fantastic because I'm sitting here wearing one.
I know, you look so handsome.
Well, you need to thank Roxy at the King of the Hammers merchandise booth.
I know.
See, if you want yourself a decent plaid shirt with a nice King of the Hammers logo, go and see Roxy and the girls, and she'll get you sorted.
I'm going to go see Roxy tomorrow morning. All right, and looks like coming up here we have 1196 unofficial 5th place. This is David Sanchez. They were having a really good race out there, a lot of fun.
Yeah, we watched him racing most of the time against Jim York. That was a fantastic battle, wasn't it?
I
Can you
know.
imagine the shock they would have had when they suddenly were getting passed by those top 3 cars?
Right, and you're like,
where do you guys come from?
All right, Pam, let's see what you got.
All right, here with David Sanchez Jr. You have a smile on your face, thumbs up. You had fun out there, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. It was a lot of fun, door-to-door racing. I mean, can't ask for anything better than this.
Well, I mean, obviously the Class 11 is one of the fan favorites out here. The crowd was awesome over here watching it, and I know it takes a whole bunch of people to get you here. Who all would you like to thank?
I have quite a bit of list. First of all, family, friends. My sister is my co-driver. Without her, she's my second pair of eyes out there. Sled Engineering, King Shocks, La Bufadora food truck. Couldn't do it without them either. Keeps us fed all weekend long. Slow Ride, can't forget them, dude. They're great. Can't ask for anything more from any of my sponsors. Just thanks to everybody. I mean, Man Welder. I mean, there's a long list, and I know I'm forgetting a couple of people, and I feel bad about it, but just thanks to everybody.
Well, I'm glad you had a blast out there. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. You've got so much. Pam, your energy up there is so great. I just want to say how much I appreciate you. Down there talking to all the racers. Everyone loves you. Nobody loves you, Jim. Sorry.
Well, I know that. That's why I'm here on my own. Right.
All right.
Emmy, as we get another one up on stage, I'm going to dive out, and I will see you tomorrow morning,
All
bright
right.
and sharp.
Bright and early. Thanks so much for all your work today, Jim. Love you, mean it, bye.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right, and this is Dennis.
Dixon runs throughout his forest land, feet twice the size of Penny's man, rising from the ground, smacking dust in his seat with a great big smile. Slowly makes his retreat.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
To rock out there 3 times, it was short course.
Well, you guys finished. That's all that matters up here with smiles on your face. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Again, Sletton, a big name in Class 11, both driving, prepping, fabricating, and building engines. And it looks like they had a great time today. Dennis Sletton finished 21 laps with a time of 43 minutes and 48.5 seconds. But coming up next should be 1181. That is right, 1181. This is Chris May. Unofficially second place. Sounds like Chris has got a lot of fans out there. He did 21 laps in 43 minutes and 51 seconds.
Chris
Pam.
May, all the way from South Carolina. Is this the one? Is this your Vegas Reno bug? 'Cause I know you have multiple.
I but one, so yeah, this is it right here.
This bug also finished Vegas Reno, y'all. It's the only bug that was in the class, but they finished. But Chris May, you guys look good out there. How'd you feel?
Man, I'm excited that we finished top whatever, 7th. Man, I really got to thank Will Harris, Residential Grading, Underdog Racing. We all come out here together. But also got to give a thank to Dale at Cross Air Cooled back home, South Carolina. We're learning, and they think I'm crazy and I'm buying these expensive parts and putting stuff together and don't really know what we're doing, but we're learning and having a blast. So.
Well, you guys are all always having a blast, having fun out here, and so it's good to see you guys out here racing this again this year. But yeah, next time.
Yeah, we'll be back. We're going to do a desert race this year. We ain't figured out what we're doing, but thanks to J-Ron, my co-driver here, and PRP, King, Mobile Wagon, and Crawl Off-Road. Thanks, everybody. This is awesome.
Awesome. Oh, wait, we forgot somebody. Who'd you say?
Zirkis. Kyle Zirkis.
Kyle Zirkis for giving me information on how to build an engine and what to build and put it together, and it worked. I mean, can't believe it stayed together, to be honest with you.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish. Congratulations.
Hey, I'll take you for a ride later, you know.
Thanks so much, Pam. What a great interview. You know, I love the fact that they're out here from all the way from the other side of the country, from the Carolinas, thanking everybody who has helped them, you know, learn how to build an engine. There is so much. These vehicles are fairly easy to work on, but you've still got to learn how to do that. And the Class 11s, everyone is so open with their knowledge and making sure that everyone knows what's going on and sharing it, because that way a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So this is the 11-13 Sal Gomez, 21 laps in 44 minutes and 26 seconds.
All right, did we have Sal in the actual Sal? All right. Oh, you were in the driver's seat and then you got out to get up here. Did you have fun?
I had a blast, absolute blast. I have to hold my door open because you guys can see it was a blast. I mean, door-to-door racing. This is the first time we've done King of Hammers and absolutely loved it. I want to thank Tim Sletton for building a motor that is just impeccable. Running it, I know he doesn't want to hear it, 6,200 RPM, and it never failed, not for a minute. Andres Verna for being my co-dog, and the whole team of ARG for being out here and supporting us.
Well, congratulations on your finish. Welcome to King of the Hammers. Hopefully we see you back out here next year.
You shall.
Awesome. All right, Sal Gomez.
Sal, I hate to tell you this, but Sletton is going to kill you for running that motor at 6,500 RPM. You're going to be in big trouble, my
62.
friend.
They're saying 62.
All right, we've got Avery Schmidt should be coming up next in an unofficial 9th place. That is the 1194 car. So as Sal makes his way off the podium here, we've got unofficial 9th coming up. What we really love is making sure that everybody has the chance to speak to their fans. I love that they've put a baseball cap on the top of their vehicle. Again, this is Avery Schmidt completing 20 laps in 44 minutes and 51 seconds.
This is really exciting to actually get to interview you, Avery, for the first time. I know you've been racing this bug, but it's so exciting to see you out here racing. And how much fun did you have out there?
So much. I had so much fun bringing my brother out here. It was his first time at anything like this, and then he gets to ride with me, so that was awesome. That's something I'll never forget.
I mean, it's so fun because once you got in one of these, I don't think you ever wanted to get out, did you?
Correct.
Well, you're obviously one of those out there that's always having the fun, smile on your face. Who all do you want to thank?
My future in-laws and my fiance for sure, and Josh have been working so hard on this, and then to bring it, let alone finish, and then finish in top 10, I mean, it's amazing. It's crazy how much work they put into this, but it's obviously showing, so I thank them.
Well, it has to do with some driver skill, too.
I mean, I would like to think so.
Well, congratulations, Avery. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, Avery Schmidt.
Congrats to Avery. They're in the 1194 vehicle, coming in the top 10 with that awesome-looking Stars and Stripe liveried bug. Our 10th place coming up here in a second is Evan Loeffler. Evan is in the 1109 vehicle. He completed 18. That'd be funny. 18 laps for a total time of 45 minutes and 41 seconds. So pulling in there, getting out so we can get his time on the stage. And let's see what Evan and his co-dog have to say.
All right, Evan Leffler up here. I have to ask you, first of all, I think you might be the youngest driver so far. How old are you?
16.
16. You're definitely the youngest driver I've seen today.
Class 11 race, our first Class 11 race ever.
Oh my goodness, how exciting. Did you have fun?
Yeah, it was super fun.
Okay, so is this the first time you've ever driven a stick shift?
No, I daily drive a stick shift, but it's like my third time driving the car, so yeah.
Well, as long as you had fun, that's all that matters. All right, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I'd like to thank my uncle for buying the car and letting me drive. I'd like to thank my dad for fixing the car, and he's gonna have to fix it again because it's broken. I'd like to thank my neighbor Jeff, his son Logan, and his friend Matt for being my pit crew.
Well, congratulations on finishing your first King of the Hammers out here in the Class 11. We'll see you next time.
All right, yep.
All right. I think that is going to conclude our interviews right now, Emmy, for up here. But yeah, it's
All
your
right.
show.
Well, we're going to have our award ceremony here in about 20 to 25 minutes at 6 o'clock. So I think we're going to go on a break for a second, and then we will be back here at 6 o'clock for our award ceremony. So thank you so much, you guys, for watching today, the PRP Class 11 Showdown presented by MP. And earlier we had our Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll get this laser nut hardware out to everybody starting at 6 o'clock, so stay tuned.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
Cameron.
That'll make some good in-car video, though.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, absolutely. And was it?
They find their favorite driver, and then they can just follow them around here on the live show, and just they can get close to the trucks. They can go visit them in the pits. It's just a really, really cool way to experience racing.
Absolutely. And right now, it's all about this man, Luke McMillan, hot off his win. Look at the. Oh, he's.
Luke is not.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
What is going on, Hammertown? That's right. Sorry we're late for the awards here, but you know how it goes. We want to make sure that everything is official. We don't want to give out the wrong trophies to anybody because we know that how hard all of these racers had worked. We're so glad to see everyone out here by the fire pit hanging out for our award ceremony today for our limited classes. And we are going to start it off with the Class 11 winners. Class 11. That's right. It's the rowdiest class in desert racing. Can I get a what? What? Woo! Yeah, buddy. All right. So coming in third place. Everyone here did 23 laps, which is pretty awesome. Coming in third place is Mr. Cole Witt. Cole, come on up here. Where are you, buddy? Cole's like trying to get the parts off of the bug that they get. I love the fact, so if you guys didn't hear earlier, everyone who has won and placed up to 11th place, they will get to take a part off of this bug here. So we've got Cole coming up. You are going to get your trophy over there from Pam. Cole and his co-driver, as well as what looks like a little driver in training. So that is third place, Cole Witt. Coming in second place, that's right, it's one of our favorites, the late charger, Diesel Ryan Rodriguez. Come on up here, Diesel Ryan. Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh, he's getting parts off the car already. Sorry, Ryan, I hate to interrupt you, but you got to come up here and get your hardware. Come on, Bubba. Now, Ryan was in third place for a lot of the race, but then he came up from behind, just like Donnie predicted that he would, and gained a little bit of ground there on Cole. It's awesome to see him up here getting his hardware from the Laser Nut Trophies. Yeah, Ryan. And in first place, you know him. Hopefully you love him. I don't know, maybe you might hate him because he always beats you. Am I right, Class 11 guys? It's the one and only Blake Wilkie coming in first in the PRP Class 11 shootout sponsored by MP. Come on up, Blake, and your co-driver. Blake had a fantastic run today. He fought back in from the field, from the rear part of the field, was able to get into first place for most of the race and held a very, very strong lead. So congratulations, Blake. Congratulations, Diesel Ryan, and to Cole as well. You guys kicked some major butt. Let's hear it for our podium finishers here at the PRP Class 11 Shootout presented by MP. Yeah, buddy! Looking good. All right, now you guys go get your parts off that bug. Now I'm going to hand the microphone over to my cohort, Pam Hall. She's going to be doing the rest of the awards for you all. So we've got all of the limited classes coming up here. The B2s, the B4s, the T4s, all of those golf carts, Jeep Speeds, all of those cars. We're going to be doing all of the awards here. So, Pam, here we go. All right, I will fill for a little bit. So I really enjoyed seeing all the racers out here, especially all the Class 11 guys. And, you know, I do make a joke about the B3s being all the golf carts, but I do understand, you guys, the technology in those Can-Ams and in those Polarises, those have come such a long way, and you guys are so fast out there. It was such a joy watching you all on the live feed and being able to announce for you. I just love the fact that I'm able to come out here to beautiful Hammertown, be out here in front of all of you lovely people, and hang out in the desert. Now, if you're looking for something to do tomorrow morning, reminder, there are cleanups every single morning. We'll have people out at Chocolate Thunder, or you can hang out with the Gambler 500 crew. They meet Caddy Corner to Gate 1, so you can go out, do a little bit cleanup, make sure that we are taking care of our public lands that take such great care of us. Thanks, Sean. Just a reminder, tomorrow, the unlimited vehicles, those will start racing at 9 o'clock. They will go until 3 o'clock. Those are the big boys. All of the unlimited vehicles will be out there. We've got a lot of vehicles that are out racing. I personally am excited to see some of those, the T2s out there going against those T1s. We have a really great starting order, and it'll be interesting to see how those guys get off the line. The Miata's not racing this year. I'm so sorry. Oh, he's on my sweatshirt, though. No, the Miata will be at Battle at Prim. Yeah, Battle at Prim. But thank you for remembering. That makes me so happy. All right, so we're just firming up our numbers here for all of these unlimited classes. You guys, again, thanks for your patience. We've got our Class 11 guys going through that vehicle there, taking what they need. They can take the entire body as well as the transmission. That's one prize. They can take those King shocks, brand new King shocks. They've got some other packages, steering wheel and belts. They can take the seats out of it. So this is a parts car for all of our Class 11 winners. I think that's such a great idea. Getting the PRP seats out. Yeah, buddy. I saw you. I know. I mentioned you. I was like, he came all the way from North Carolina. Oh, well, what a... I know it's Will Harris. It's one of the South Carolina. Will Harris. You can't use that kind of language in front of me. All right, I'm going to give the mic over to my sister from another mister, Pam Hall. Pam, thank you so much for being here. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Emmy. You've been doing a great job all day long up there on the stage. You'll be back at it again tomorrow. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, you guys. We have all of our trophies of the B classes, the T classes, and we're going to start where we always do, and we're going to finish off with our top overalls at the end. But the subclasses, we will call out the subclasses as well, because within the B classes, the T classes, there's all the subclasses as well. So we're going to get through what I have here first, and then we'll go on and do the rest of it. So we're going to start off with our B4 in the Desert Vintage class, 1632 of Cole Brandt. Come on up here. Cole Brandt, are you here? All right, Cole Brandt is at number 1 spot. Number 2, Ricky Cook, are you here? No? Bob Stewart. Bob Stewart, 3rd position, are you here? All right, so there goes our B4 order. So ladies, we can go ahead and put those right back up. In our T4 class, Jeep Speed, Brett Meister, come on up. Are you here in that number 1 spot? All right, Brad Lovell in that number 2 position. Oh, perfect. And in that number 3 spot, Chad Hall. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. So you're number 1? That you, second, right? No, correct. No, second, Brad. Were you pretty? Yeah, second. Well, second and T4 overall. Okay. So that's that first All right, so I have Ryan here. Ryan is crew chief for Brad Level. You guys got second place overall in the T4 class, first place in your actual class. So this trophy is for that second place overall in the T4. Congratulations on that. I know that he came through earlier and thanked all kinds of people, but do you have anybody you would like to thank?
Yeah, we want to thank Ford Performance, AMSOIL, BF Goodrich, and the Level Racing family.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you and the whole Level family on this amazing second place trophy right here by LaserNut. All right, so we're going to move right on over to our T3, a desert four-cylinder. Is Mike Nappy here? That number 1 spot for T3? No? Okay, the 6013 of John Ferrari in that number 2 position. All right, so that is our T3 class. We're going to go on into our B2 Desert Limited 1064 of Justin Buckley. Are you here in that number 1 spot? Okay. 10006 of Stan Potter in second. And the 1076 of Alex Welch in that number 3 spot. Any of these guys here? No? All right. We're going to move on here into our B3 stock turbo. So this is our subcategories in our B3 stock turbo. In that number 1 spot, Connor Maxwell. In second, Aaron Rifkin. And in that 3rd position, Haley Yorba. So you're going to stand in the middle. Is Aaron Rifkin here? No? Okay. All right, really quick, Haley, you're up here in this number 3 spot. How do you feel?
Really good. This is my first time racing hammers, so I'm excited. I just wanted to finish.
Well, you know what? When you go to just finish a race, usually that's when you end up doing very well because you're always running a smooth and steady race.
Yeah, that was the goal. I just want to keep my car in one piece, no flats, and we did that. My co-driver was great, helping with all the lines, and it was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Do you have anybody you would like to thank?
Yes, my co-driver. We'll thank my tiny crew chief here, my dad, my sister, everyone that came out to help pit for me. Just thank you.
Well, congratulations on finishing up on a podium for your first hammers.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, Connor Maxwell, here we are up in the number 1 spot. What was your trick to get you up here in the first position?
Drove a smooth, conservative race. It was a tricky track. There's a lot of cars on there, and just had to keep a smooth, fast-paced, and not really have any mechanicals, and good pit stops every time, and brought it home to the finish.
Well, congratulations up here in the number 1 spot. Who all would you like to thank?
2X Motorsports, our whole crew that helped out today. Takes a lot to get a desert race done. The guys over at Can-Am, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, the Lone Star Racing crew, Podium Suspension, Metal FX Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, AZP Concepts, and everyone else that helps us out. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we're going to let you do the celebratory champagne. Just don't get me. Well, I didn't expect them to get all of you, but I'm glad it was you and not me. Now we're all going to be really sticky. All right, next up in the Pro Mod, in the number 1 spot, the 955 of Nate Morgan. In that number 2 spot, the 2948, Matt Burrows. And in that number 3 spot, Michael Mack. All right, I know that we already went through interviews with you guys earlier on when you came back through here. Is there anything else you guys would like to add to our interview earlier on?
We're just going to keep working on the program, dial in the new car. This is our first race in this new full chassis Maverick R build, and we're just going to keep killing it, keep working at it, and you can't outwork us, so we're going to keep going.
Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right, back over here to the Burrows camp here. Let's see, we talked to you earlier, kind of talked to you guys earlier. I'm going to talk to Jason really quick. So, Jason, you started off the race this morning and then handed the car off to Matt. And, I mean, a very successful day, obviously. What was the track like for you out there?
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure. He gives me cars every race because I usually drive the second half. And he's like, hey, we're going to have you start this one. So it was a lot of pressure initially, and there was a lot going on the first couple laps. But first lap was pretty smooth, and then it was crazy. The transition from that first lap to the second lap, the whoops started getting just sharp and just started getting a lot rougher. I'm like, man, I'm kind of glad I'm in the car the first half. But everybody did great. Corey did good, calling the turns and everything, and Matt brought it home. So it was a total team effort. The guys helped us work on this, and it seems like we've just been tweaking on it all last year and this year, and it's a really good setup now. So we feel like we can just push it, and the Can-Am just takes it. So it's good.
That's awesome. I know. And when you guys were taking off this morning, all I could see was a smile through your helmet, Corey. I'm sure you had a blast out there. What's your take on the co-driver side?
It's always a little unnerving being without a steering wheel, So, but I have actually co-driven with Jason a couple times in the rocks for Hammers. So it wasn't bad. It was great. He's a great driver. The car was great, and yeah, it was just fun. Busy again. That first lap, super busy. Trying to look at, and there's a lot coming up because I have so many dangers and corners, and there's lappers, and there's people coming from behind, and it's very chaotic, but it's super fun, and that's why we all do this.
Exactly. Well, you guys did an amazing job. Matt, is there anything you'd like to add from our interview earlier on?
No, just thank all our sponsors that we have. Great sponsors, of course, Monster Energy, Can-Am. So, Monster Energy's been with us since 2015. I've worked for Monster for 18 years, so just a lot of gratitude. Without those two companies, we're not here racing. So, just extremely grateful.
Well, you guys obviously have a successful team going on. I cannot wait to see what you guys do next, and congratulations again.
All right, thank you.
All right, here we are. Let's go right here. Mr. Morgan up here in the number 1 spot again. We already talked earlier on. Is there anything you would like to add to what we talked about earlier on?
Basically the same thing. Just thanks to the family and crew, everybody that came out to help us. We're just a small team, low budget, so most of this car was built in a shed, so pretty cool to be up here.
Well, here you are, though, at the number 1 spot. Is awesome to be. Congratulations. We're going to let you guys do some champagne celebration, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Place B4 if we want to.
Come up and talk. Yeah.
I don't need Joe.
No, we can get your trophies. I don't know any of these. What was he in again? Bob Stewart was in what class?
3rd place in
B4. All right, we had Bob Stewart, who was in our B4 class, come on up here to get his award. He was off in getting all showered up. He's in the 3rd position. Bob Stewart.
Still up here? Did you not call him yet?
Not any of them came up here, so.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
Probably all in the
They didn't. Well, Bob Stewart, how did you fare out there today? Obviously, you're in third position overall B4 class.
Thank you. Super rough course, super fun course. Ran 2.5 laps with no power steering. Ran 2.5 laps with only second and fourth gear. But still had a great race. Dave put on a great race. It was a great course. Not more I can say about that. I do want to thank my crew, Vets Motorsports. We're a veterans nonprofit. My wife, my daughter, who let me come and do stupid stuff all the time without worrying. And all my car sponsors. Thanks, appreciate it.
Well, congratulations. I mean, that was a hard course out there for everybody, but you got third place overall in B4. Congratulations.
Thanks, Pam.
All right. A little bit of house rules. I know that we all heard and felt that whatever bomb thing went off over here. We would like it if you guys would please not do that around the campfire. There are a lot of people that are not paying attention. So a lot of stuff can happen, and I know it happened right here. So please do not do that again. Okay, so now our stock NA class. We are going to bring on down in that number 3 position, Brock Harper. In the number 2 position, Aaron Clark. And in that number 1 spot, Mason Cotter. All right, Aaron Clark, you're up here in the number 2 spot, I think, right? Yes, we are. Aaron Clark, the race out there today was a tough course for everybody, it sounds like. What do you think about it?
Yep, very tough, and gets more exciting when all the pro cars are coming up on you real quick. So, had a lot of fun.
Well, that's good that you had a lot of fun. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Well, I'd like to thank my boys, my co-drivers, and pit crew. So we kind of did it all. And my wife and daughters at home, and cabinet outsource, everybody there that let me get away from work and pays for this whole thing. And John at IMG Motorsports preps the car, did a good job. And Raceline Wheels that helps us out. So thank you very much.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 2 spot. All right. All right, Mason, you're up here in the number 1 spot. You came through so quick earlier on today. We didn't get you across the stage, but the most important thing is you're right here in this number 1 spot on the stage right now. How do you feel?
I feel great. It was a really tough race. Off the start, we had a few hiccups. The car lost power steering, and then it came back all of a sudden, and it worked for the rest of the race. And we were able to keep it on all fours and managed to not get any flats, and had a good pit every time, and brought it up on number 1.
So when it went off, when you had the issue with the power steering, did you have to turn it off and back on, or did you stop it all for it, or did it just all of a sudden start working again?
Well, I hit the switch, the power steering reset switch, and it didn't reset. So I shut all the car off, turned it back on. It still didn't come back on. So we were just going to drive it back to the pits. And then I punched the switch really hard, and it all of a sudden turned back on. So it fixed it.
There's one way of getting it fixed, right?
Yeah.
Well, I know it takes an army to get you out here, and you have a huge team behind you. Who all would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Polaris, Rugged, Hoosier, Gates Belts, Hostile, Anti-Gravity Battery, Fuel Factory, Sneaky, my dad, Brad, Mike, and everybody else who helps me.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. You get the sparkling cider. You guys get the champagne. It's time for your photo op. All right, we are on to our final award of the night. This is for our B3 overall and open UTV. One second. All right, so sorry about that. In the number 3 spot, the 1980 of Dallas Gonzalez, come on down. In the second position, the 981 of Doug Matag, birthday boy. And in that number 1 position, the 1896, 2 times in a row, Brock Hager. I know. You get another one. You get that. So sorry, I didn't tell the ladies. Nice work, Doug. B3. This is also for first. Doug, you got second.
Yep. They look a lot heavier than they are.
You got it? Okay, thank you. All right, Dallas. Do we not have Dallas here? Dallas is not here? Okay. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get these interviews done, and then you guys can get all these photos because these guys are gonna do champagne also. All right, so Doug Matag, obviously we already chatted earlier. Let me set this down. We already chatted earlier about being up here on second place, but is there anything else you would like to add? I mean, obviously it's your birthday. Everybody's saying happy birthday to you earlier. How you feeling?
Yeah, no, it's been a great day. It's been a little bit of a rough patch. 2 years ago, we ended up getting second place here at King of Hammers, and then we had a DNF last year, and now we're back up here on the box at least, and had a couple of rough races. But, Brock Hager's a wheelman. He was on it all day today. We were pushing hard, and, he just cleaned house over in Dakar, so it's not the worst guy to lose to. So, no, I'm just stoked. I'm stoked to be up here. Bill Stein helps me out so much. They make this car get to the track, and Max's tires were hooked up all day, never failed me, and my co-driver killed it all day. It's actually his car, so no, he's been helping out a bunch, and he's a great co-driver, and yeah, it's fun to be here.
Well, it's awesome to see you guys up here. I'm going to ask you really quick. So you're co-driving in your own car. Are you going to hop over in the driver's seat, or are you going to let Doug continue to drive it?
I'll let Doug continue to drive it.
So you'll continue to co-drive for him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's awesome. You have a great car put together for you guys to get up here on the podium out here at King of the Hammer, so congratulations to you both.
Yeah.
All right, Brock Hager, here you are, number 1, 2 years in a row up here. Again, fresh off that Dakar win. How does it feel to go home with another one of these overall trophies again this year?
Yeah, it feels good. The competition's steep. It was a fun day with Doug and Dallas and all the other fellow, racers. So overall, it was a fun day. We had a super clean day, and our Polaris Razor was on rails all day. So happy to be here. Happy to kind of go week 2 and get ready for the rock race.
Well, we can't wait to see you out there in the rocks, see what you can do there, because you obviously can dominate in pretty much everything you're touching right now. So congratulations on your overall win again for this year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, let's give it up for our overall winner. Oh, yes, we got some champagne going on, too. Our overall winner in our limited class, Brock Hager. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. That is concluding our awards for our limited day. And, excuse me? Oh, the 1450. Got one more. So sorry about that. My bad. I did not forget about you guys, I swear. I don't have those results on my hand.
Okay. So back to our list.
I closed your phone out.
Okay.
So sorry, guys. Seriously, I did not forget about you. All right, 1,400 in the third position. Brett Michael, come on up. In the second position, Justin Miller. And in that number 1 spot, Vinny Munoz. Do we have 1, 2, and 3? Just 1, just first place. All right, you're not going to pop that quite yet. We're going to talk one more time here. Vinny, up here in the number 1 spot for the 1,400 class. We spoke earlier on. You guys had a blast out there. You had a blast, too. You guys had smiles. How do you feel right now?
It's fun. Hammertown's, it's awesome. Look how many people are here. I mean, it's a great event. Go have some fun tonight at the hill and then do the T2 class tomorrow.
Exactly. We'll get to see you all over again. Super exciting. But again, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I got to thank the company, MCC Pipeline. I got to thank KMC Wheels, King Shocks, and friends, family, everybody that comes and helps support.
Well, congratulations again. We're going to let you pop the top there and do a little celebration photo op here. Let's give it up for Vinny Munoz. All right, next up and last but not least, our 1450 class. 1455. Todd Bichelle, come on up. 1461 in the number 2 spot. Brent Downing. And in that number 1 position, 1444 of Ducky Connor. Is Brent Downing here? No? Okay. All right, we're going to start right here. Todd, we talked earlier on. Here you are again up here talking with me. The race course, again, we were talking about that being, pretty rough and stuff and fun, but how are you feeling right now?
Great. We had a great day. We had fun. I'm so glad that we didn't stop on the side of the course to change a tire. So thanks to Maxxis Tire. Appreciate you guys. And we had a blast. This is our first time at Hammers, and we'll be back again.
Well, that's what we like to hear is whenever everybody says they'll be back again. I mean, it's something that you can't miss out on once you come to it.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is too much fun. The media coverage is great. All the people who come out, thank you so much for watching us just shred the desert.
Well, thank you for coming out here and racing with us. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here besides Maxxis?
Thank you so much to Desert Pirates, ADS Racing Shocks, Shock Talk for tuning my car, and Holly Off-Road. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Congratulations. All right, we're going to go right on over here to Ducky Connor. Here you are in the number 1 spot. Talked earlier on. You're 16 years old, up here racing. I know, right? I had to ask you how old you were because we had to give you sparkling cider. But what did you think of the course?
It was so fun. Amazing course. I like how it was longer than last year. Nothing much to say. We got up to like 107 this entire race, like just hauling. Felt so comfortable. Truck felt amazing. Yeah, nothing else to complain.
Well, you have quite the fan club out here. Everybody out here cheering you on. So it's awesome to see. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Camberg, KMC, XComp, Fox. I'm trying to think of a lot of people. Yeah, we have a lot of Pro Bearing, Desert Dime, my uncle. He came out. This is his first race coming out to mine. Everybody in this crowd right here. My dad, number 1. My mom. Anybody else? My co-pilot. That's pretty important. He's everybody, yeah.
Well, congratulations. We're going to let you guys do your celebrating. Congratulations to everybody racing in the limited classes today. We have a whole nother day of racing tomorrow. Cannot wait for it. You guys make sure you stay tuned in. So thank you so much for hanging out with us during our awards ceremony tonight out here at King of the Hammers.
a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.